Ichiraku, Kushina, the two of you are the most gifted children of our Uzumaki clan. Now, with the village of Uzushiobikure besieged on all sides, make your way to Konoha. Children, survive while you are the hope of the Uzumaki clan. It has been nearly a year since they arrived in Konoha. Yet Ichiraku often reminisces about the words of the clan leader, Uzumaki Takumi. During the Second Shinobi World War, not only was Uzushiobikure facing dire straits, but Konoha was also embroiled in the conflict, lacking the means to extend aid to their clan, as the hosts of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Ichiraku and Uzumaki Kushina were sent to Konoha, serving as a beacon of hope for the Uzumaki clan. Ichi, did you have another nightmare? Kushina asked, hearing the commotion from the next room. It's nothing, says that I just lost track of time while training and had a little fall. Currently, Ichiraku and Kushina reside in the Senju mansion under the guardianship of Tsunade Senju. Their lives have been quite joyful over the past year. Senju Nawaki, Tsunade's younger brother, perfectly inherited the traits of Senju Hashirama, appearing somewhat dim-witted, and within a few days, he had formed a deep friendship with Kushina and Ichiraku. Interestingly, Ichiraku and Kushina arrived in Konoha during the 33rd year of Konoha's founding. The same year, Senju Nawaki passed away. Ichiraku could not bear the thought of this earnest and pure-hearted youth falling victim to war. So he reported Nawaki's reckless behavior on the battlefield to Tsunade, resulting in a severe reprimand for Nawaki, yet it ultimately spared his life. Thus, Nawaki continues to live alongside them. Recently, Ichiraku has noticed that Nawaki's foolishness seems to be contagious, as Kushina has begun to frequently declare, I want to become Hokage. As someone who has traversed the world of Naruto for over 7 years, Ichiraku expresses his bewilderment but maintains his respect. Go back to sleep, sister. I'm fine. My training has seen new breakthroughs lately, and soon I will be able to merge new chakra. After Kushina left the room, an aura of cold began to emanate from Ichiraku once more on the following morning. Uzumaki Mizuho sat by the bedside, gazing at the two children of the Uzumaki clan. Children, tomorrow you will start school. Go meet new friends and forget the troubles of Uzushiobikure. Grow up healthily in this new environment. Ichiraku fell silent, sensing the frail chakra of the elderly figure before him. This individual, a relic from the time of the first Hokage, had grown too old. Time had ultimately triumphed over this legend. Did you sense it? Awakening the Byakugan at such a young age? Truly a prodigy, Mizuho remarked, observing the youth. This scroll contains the secret techniques and sealing arts of our Uzumaki clan. Take it back and study it well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Now, return and prepare well for school tomorrow. Upon returning to her room, Kushina felt despondent. Every time she recalled the tragic fate of the Uzumaki clan, her heart ached. Apart from the two siblings, the only other Uzumaki left in Konoha was the elderly Mizuho. On the next day at the Ninja Academy, my dream is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha's history, Kushina declared from the classroom podium. As expected, Kushina was met with laughter from her classmates, save for one boy with yellow hair. Kushina, oblivious to the mockery, remained unfazed, while Ichiraku sensed that this yellow-haired boy harbored ill intentions toward his sister. The teacher's lessons were dreadfully dull, particularly for children from ninja clans, who had already learned this material at home. Thus, Ichiraku resumed his daily training chakra fusion. Despite being a traveler, Ichiraku lacked a personal system. However, he found this absence advantageous. Why should a system assist him? Their demands would invariably surpass their offerings, and what others provide can never equal one's own strength. They may empower you, but when the time comes to reap the rewards, they may ultimately destroy you. While training to cultivate chakra, the wealthy Uzumaki elder tested the chakra attributes of the two young prodigies. Ichiraku possessed wind, water, and lightning, while Kushina exhibited a pure wind affinity. By the age of 7, Ichiraku had awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the Byakugan. As a perceptive ninja, he exhibited remarkable control over chakra. Since arriving in Konoha, he had been persistently attempting to fuse wind and water chakra together. Just a bit more, I'm almost there to mastering ice release, Ichiraku mused, a chill radiating from him. Kushina had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Her brother had been training for over a year. For months, he had exuded coldness that only intensified. During the sweltering summer, Kushina remained close to Ichiraku, as the cold emanating from him helped her endure the hottest days. Given his progress, it seemed that Ichiraku would successfully awaken ice release soon. As soon as class ended, chaos erupted in Kushina's vicinity, with a reckless classmate daring to mock her by using her hair to liken her to a tomato. Frustrated and seeking an outlet for her emotions, Kushina swiftly mounted the boy and began to strike. Ichiraku, who had initially intended to intervene, quickly recoiled at the sight, horrified by the brutality, felt embarrassed to assist. After venting her frustrations, Kushina felt utterly refreshed. A.S. for punishment. That was a joke. Who would dare offend the backup host of the Nine Tails? Given her justifiable actions, Kushina faced no reprimand whatsoever. This incident of schoolyard violence only served to amplify the infamous reputation of Uzumaki Kushina throughout the Ninja Academy. That night in the Senju mansion, the cold surrounding Ichiraku intensified until it reached its peak, culminating in a sudden outburst of chilling chakra. It's done. The entire room became enveloped in frost, transforming it into an icy chamber. Kushina, awakened by the cold, exclaimed, "Uzumaki, Ichiraku, are you a husky? Look at what you've done to the room. Now my space is uninhabitable." Her hair billowed like tentacles, rendering her a fearsome sight. In the next moment, an even more terrifying event unfolded. 4 chains emerged slowly from behind Kushina. The pressure of the moment combined with her waking irritation, causing her to awaken the Uzumaki clan's most powerful ability, the Diamond Prison. From his bed, Uzumaki Mizuho opened his eyes. "What amusing little one's Diamond Prison? An ice release," he murmured before closing his eyes again. Slipping back into slumber. In truth, the entire Konoha lay within Mizuho's perceptive range. From the moment Ichiraku first emitted coldness, Mizuho had sensed an exceedingly faint ice chakra. Witnessing Ichiraku's development of ice release over the months, at this moment, Ichiraku gazed at his sister, who appeared like a demon, empathizing with the victim from earlier, especially considering that Kushina now had several iron chains behind her. "He'll sleep in another room. He'll restore this place by morning, or he'll make you understand why flowers bloom red." With that, Kushina released Ichiraku, who had been bound into a ball and in a half-dreaming state, wandered off to a more distant room. Watching his sister walk away, Ichiraku breathed a sigh of relief. Her earlier demeanor had seemed off, almost as if she were sleepwalking. If she had struck him, it could have been truly disastrous. At this moment, Ichiraku felt a strange sensation. After awakening ice release, his chakra surged, reaching the level of a special jonin at merely 9 years of age. Even if Senju Hashirama were present, he would not surpass Ichiraku at this moment. The ice chakra within him continued to integrate with the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. Ha ha ha. From now on, I shall be the ice release version of Senju Hashirama. Chapter 2. Kushina is abducted. It took Ichigo an entire night to dissipate all the ice from the house. Scarcely had he drifted off to sleep when Kushina roused him. "Ichigo, Ichigo, look, I had a dream and awakened the adamantine sealing chains." "See," Kushina exclaimed, as the 4 formidable chains emerged from her back. Their appearance reminded Ichigo of his sister's terrifying combat prowess. "Sis, it wasn't a dream. Don't you remember? You bound me into a ball yesterday," Ichigo remarked, exasperated. At Kushina's excitement, "I spent 2 years synthesizing ice release, and you acquire adamantine sealing chains so effortlessly." Ichigo failed to consider the impact his awakening of the Kagura Shingon had on other members of the Uzumaki clan. After explaining the situation to Shinji Nawaki, Ichigo and Kushina switched rooms. The previous one was saturated with the lingering chill of ice release, which would take a month to dissipate. Upon learning of Ichigo's ice release, Nawaki's expression was priceless, his mouth agape. Once he recovered from his shock, he was filled with envy. "Someday, I will awaken the wood release of the Senju clan. Just you wait, Ichigo, Kushina. I will be the Hokage," Nawaki declared before rushing off to the training grounds. Entering the classroom at the Ninja Academy, Ichigo noticed that everyone fell silent, a testament to the psychological impact Kushina had made the day before. Ichigo sat down and began contemplating the development of his ice release ninjutsu. He scoffed at the ice release of Kirigakure. "I'm an Uzumaki, after all. Ice needles? Small ice mirrors? Please. The Haku clan would think I lack the chakra for proper ninjutsu. I'm going for large-scale ninjutsu, The bigger, the better. While Ichigo was preoccupied with developing his ice release, someone was already courting disaster. After school, the lackey from the previous day sought out his Chunin older brother and, along with 6 or 7 others, ambushed Kushina. If Kushina had only been marginally stronger than them yesterday, today she could crush them with a single chain. The situation unfolded with Kushina thrashing the group below, Ichigo observing from a tree on the left, and Minato Namikaze watching from a tree on the right. Naruto's eye for girls is definitely inherited from Minato. Why couldn't he inherit something better? If Naruto were here, I would correct his taste in women. What does he see in Sakura that is better than Hinata? I would set his preferences straight. Kushina had finished her beatdown. She hadn't even needed to use her chains. Those guys wouldn't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days. In Ichigo's opinion, these punishments were not severe enough for bullies. A small lesson might redeem an innocent person. What are you looking at? Do you want to be next? Kushina threatened, still viewing Minato as a sissy. Ichigo decided to let their love-hate relationship run its course. Even as her brother, he had no right to prevent his sister from pursuing her happiness. If things ended up like the original story, he would risk his life to save her. Watching Kushina threaten him from below, Minato admitted he was smitten. This elfin girl had captured his heart at first sight. Unsure how to express his feelings, Minato fled. Kushina, thinking she had scared him off, looked at Ichigo with a smug expression. The days passed peacefully. Kushina reigned as the queen bee at the ninja academy. Minato secretly watched her. And Ichigo developed his ice release ninjutsu. One day, Ichigo sensed Kushina's chakra suddenly diminish before she rapidly headed towards the village's outskirts. Damn it, something's happened to sis. Ichigo grabbed his ninja tools and raced after Kushina, encountering Minato along the way. Despite their limited interactions, they displayed remarkable coordination. With Ichigo's sensory abilities, they were able to bypass the Cloud Ninja's traps and pursue their target more swiftly than Minato could by searching for a strand of hair. They soon caught up with the Chunin left to set traps and impede their pursuit. Both were prodigies, and although they were a year away from graduating from the Ninja Academy, they both displayed Chunin-level combat prowess. Minato, despite being a commoner ninja with few ninjutsu, seamlessly linked together small techniques, and, combined with his impressive taijutsu, could eliminate Chunin. After a period of pursuit, they finally saw their quarry ahead, 2 Chunin and 2 Jonin. Ichigo focused on the muscular man leading the group, whose chakra signature was far stronger than a typical Jonin. He glanced at Minato, considering the previous cannon fodder. How did Minato, with his Chunin strength, manage to rescue his sister in the original story? Atoy, it seems our rear guard has been eliminated by these brats. Are they Konoha's geniuses? Atoy pointed to the 2 Chunin beside him. Return at once and ensure the Uzumaki brat is delivered to the village. Minato, I'll handle things here. Go save my sister, Ichigo said, stepping in front of Minato. Minato glanced at the Jonin ahead and then at Ichigo. All right, I'll bring her back as soon as possible. Hold on, I'll be right back. Minato pursued Kushina, while Atoy, crackling with lightning, lunged at Minato. Ichigo used body flicker technique to intercept the attack, forcibly taking the blow with his arm. My arm is going to break, Ichigo thought, gritting his teeth. You shall not pass. I am your opponent. The 2 Jonin noticed Ichigo's trembling arm dripping blood. Am I too anxious? Fabui, go and join them to deal with the blonde brat. I'll take care of him. Remember, the Uzumaki brat must be brought back to the village. As the Jonin departed, Ichigo felt helpless. Hold on, Minato. The Uzumaki clan will send reinforcements once they realize 2 members are missing. I can't hold off 2 Jonin. Well, brat, how about joining the Cloud? If you join Kimobikure, I'll spare your life. Ninjutsu, money, beauties, you can have anything you want. Atoy couldn't resist recruiting the red-haired boy, as the Uzumaki clan was exceedingly rare, especially a prodigy like him. Ichigo glared at the dark-skinned man, thinking of the people in Kimobikure. Join the Cloud Village? I'd rather die. Ichigo's reaction made his answer clear. In that case, brat, your talent is worthless if it can't be realized. You will die here today. Chapter 3. The rescue of Kushina. A burst of formidable lightning chakra erupted from Atoy, enveloping him in a radiant blue glow, his hair standing on end like a super saiyan. In a flash, he arrived before Ihu, who was gathering ice chakra in his hands, preparing the ice release, freezing fist. Ihu was sent flying by a single strike, and Atoy, too, felt the repercussions. The freezing fist pierced through his lightning armor, icy energy invading his body, causing the flow of chakra within him to sluggishly diminish. Slowly rising from the rubble, Ihu's hair shifted from deep crimson to a rich magenta, unnoticed by anyone. His injuries began to heal, and the quality of his chakra steadily improved. Though he was unsure of the cause, he felt remarkably well. Ihu flexed his joints, readying himself. Ice release. Ice crystal armor, a suit of ice forged from high concentrations of ice chakra, encased Ihu. The two warriors commenced another round of battle. Yet, even as an elite Jonin, Ihu found that his recovery could not keep pace with his injuries. Otoi, sensing the sluggishness of his chakra flow, sought to conclude the fight swiftly, intensifying his blows. Feeling the toll of his injuries, Ihu understood he could not prolong the confrontation. Their disparity in power was too great, and if they continued, he would surely perish first. Ice release. Ice dragon protection. Ihu unfurled ice wings from behind him, wrapping his arms in the head of an ice dragon, an explosive surge of chakra encapsulating him, threatening to detonate at any moment. He leapt into the air, gliding towards Otoi with his ice wings. Dragon blizzard. The ice dragon erupted, sending a massive shard of ice soaring. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha, little brat. You nearly had me. Ice release is truly remarkable. Among all the geniuses I've encountered, I deemed you the strongest. Remember this. The one who will end your life is the elite Jonin Otoi of the Cloud Village. Ha! Ihu lay on the ground, panting. That last attack was a desperate self-detonation. Otoi's speed had been overwhelming, and only half the damage reached him. If he weren't so gravely injured, Ihu might have quipped about Otoi's connection to Madara. As Otoi approached, ready to deliver the final blow, Ihu called out, after watching for so long. Isn't it time to intervene, senior? If you don't act soon, I may truly perish. Ha ha ha, little brat. Do not deceive yourself. If someone were truly observing from the shadows, they would have intervened long ago. How could they wait until now? Are you afraid of death? It's too late to surrender now. The Cloud Village has no need for cowards. Today's youth are truly remarkable. I thought I was well hidden. The moment he finished speaking, a stick struck Otoi, sending him flying. Cough, cough. So, why did you merely watch, Lord Third? Do not blame me. This beating was specifically requested by Lord Mito. You must have gained significantly from this battle, as only through true combat can one fully awaken their potential. We were eager to witness how much the young ones have grown. The third Hokage smiled, satisfaction evident on his face. Is someone watching over my sister as well? Of course, Jiraiya is over there. Rest assured, your sister is safe. At this point, Ihu had mostly regained his ability to move. Lord Third, I shall go check on my sister. Go ahead, she likely needs your comfort. The third then approached the massive ice crystal created by the dragon blizzard, eager to experiment with its properties. What a spectacle! Such a scale of jutsu. It is indeed not an illusion. His ice release can freeze chakra. Observing the slowing chakra flow within Ihu, Sarutobi was increasingly pleased with him. This sensation, it bears a slight resemblance to teacher Hashirama. In a few years, the rightful title of ice release will belong to Konoha. Wandering with a limp towards his sister, Ihu encountered Jiraiya, who was escorting the previously captured Jonin. You must be Uzumaki Ihu. Why is Sarutobi-sensei over there? You look like you've been through a lot. Jiraiya leaned closer. Would you like to become my apprentice? Your good friend Minato has already become my disciple. What do you say? I know many jutsu. Senior Jiraiya, I have no intentions of becoming an apprentice at this time. Ihu politely declined, wary of the misfortune that seemed to follow Jiraiya's students. Very well, your sister and your brother are over there. Jiraiya, somewhat disappointed, pointed Ihu in the right direction before dragging the Cloud Jonin away. With a limp, Ihu slowly approached the scene where Kushina was cradled in Minato's arms, the man she had long been enamored with. Cough, cough. Have you two forgotten something? Like a brother bound by life and death, or perhaps an unknown younger brother. Ihu emphasized the words brother and younger brother with particular weight. Ihu, are you all right? It's all my fault, boo-hoo. Despite her strength, Kushina withheld tears even in despair, but upon seeing Ihu's myriad injuries, her tears flowed uncontrollably. All right, sis, worry not. With the vitality of our Uzumaki clan, I shall be healed by morning. Don't cry, it doesn't trouble me, but Minato should be concerned. Seeing Kushina in such distress, Ihu felt a sense of balance, realizing that his sister's heart had been captivated by the blonde. Minato, hearing Ihu's words, could not suppress a smile, while Kushina blushed, exclaiming, "What are you saying? I haven't agreed to anything yet." She playfully punched Ihu, causing him to cough up blood. After a long night, Ihu finally collapsed, prompting Kushina and Minato to hastily take him to the Konoha hospital. On their way, they encountered Tsunade, who was similarly retreating from the battlefield. Tsunade, hurry. Help Ihu. He is gravely injured and unconscious. Tsunade examined Ihu, sensing an overwhelming vitality. This feeling, it's reminiscent of great-grandfather. No, he isn't as strong as great-grandfather, nor does he radiate the same life force. It feels rather cold. He is fine. His unconsciousness is likely due to other reasons. If I'm not mistaken, his body is undergoing a transformation. As for his injuries, if you had been any later, they would have healed on their own. The following day, where am I? My room. How did I return? My chakra feels replenished, approaching the level of an elite Chunin. Tsunade, come quickly. My brother, he has mutated. Chapter 4, The Reward. What happened to the Flying Thunder God technique? Kushina exclaimed that his health was robust, far surpassing that of the average Uzumaki and Senju clans. Tsunade remarked that this boy was healthier than herself, unable to fathom any potential issues. Meanwhile, Kushina continued to call out to Tsunade, noticing that Ichiraku's hair color had lightened. Was he on the brink of death? The transformation of his hair from crimson to a shade reminiscent of pink was starkly evident. Calm down, Kushina, let me take a look. With such vibrant life force, how could he be dying? Generally, the red hair of the Uzumaki clan signified their vigorous vitality, but his situation was peculiar. Although his hair had lightened, his life force was intensifying, indicating a mutation in his bloodline. Currently, it appeared to be a benign transformation. Ichiraku's chakra, both in quantity and quality, far exceeded yours. And such vitality had only been witnessed in my great-grandfather. Rest assured, Kushina, Ichiraku is quite healthy. There is no need for such worry. I will regularly check on his condition. At that moment, Ichiraku stared into the mirror, aghast at his pink hair. How can I face anyone like this? The thought of his future appearance made him want to flee. The yellow flash of Konoha is coming. Quick, flee. It's Orochimaru. The vivid imagery overwhelmed him. He could hardly bear to imagine it. Hearing that Ichiraku was fine, Kushina sighed in relief. Pink is quite adorable, isn't it? I always wanted a little sister, but alas, my parents gave me a brother. This time, my wish has been half fulfilled. Indeed, Ichiraku, who previously appeared somewhat androgynous, had awakened his ice release, resulting in fairer skin and a shift towards a more feminine appearance with his pink hair. Perhaps this was an inescapable fate for those who awaken ice release. Sister, your comfort is commendable, but please refrain from such reassurances in the future. Hey kid, you've become quite handsome in just one night. Jiraiya and Minato entered the room. After witnessing Minato's prowess, Jiraiya was astounded by his talent and decided to take him on as a disciple. Initially, Jiraiya had set his sights on Ichiraku, but he was rejected. Minato approached Ichiraku. You fainted yesterday, Jiraiya-sensei, and I came to check on you. He placed a basket of fruit on the bed. Upon confirming her brother was well, Kushina set aside her sisterly concerns and took Minato out. Their relationship had significantly progressed after last night. They were almost inseparable. Kid, don't be too downcast. With your current appearance, you might end up in the women's bath. Bang! Tsunade punched Jiraiya into the wall, rendering him immobile. Cough. Cough. Ichiraku, you and Minato should head to the Hokage's office shortly. Sarutobi-sensei has something for you. Uffed. Jiraiya lost consciousness. Tsunade, slightly exasperated, approached Jiraiya, extracting him from the wall of the Senju mansion and applying basic medical ninjutsu on him. Ichiraku, hearing Jiraiya's words, took Minato and headed towards the Hokage's office. With Kushina, Tsunade, and Jiraiya following, Kushina concerned for Ichiraku and Minato, while Jiraiya and Tsunade were merely spectators. Upon entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was as cheerful as ever. Ichiraku was not deceived by his demeanor. The third was at the peak of his power. Truly deserving of the title ninja hero, his strength ranking among the top in the ninja world. After all, currently, those who possess extraordinary abilities are either protagonists or nearly deceased, or yet to be born. Minato, Ichiraku, you both did remarkably well this time. As a reward, you may choose a jutsu to learn from here. Cherish this opportunity. The Book of Seals is not easily encountered. Ichiraku was exhilarated. As the saying goes, any jutsu without a signature must have been invented by Tobirama Senju. Notably, any malevolent acts were certainly the doing of Danzo. Techniques that would later influence the entire ninja world, such as the 8 Gates and Edo Tensei, were documented within this scroll. Iconic scene. Brother, I've invented a new jutsu. Water release? No. I need to fetch the Book of Seals. Of course, The scroll before them was merely a directory. The jutsu contained within were far too dangerous, likely sealed away in some hidden chamber. Kushina curiously perused the jutsu descriptions. Minato, learn this. Learn this. If you have this, I can see you instantly, no matter the distance. Minato, unable to resist Kushina's enthusiasm, promptly made his choice. Third Hokage, I wish to select this jutsu. The third Hokage maintained his smile. Are you certain, Minato? As my grand disciple, I must warn you that this technique is exceedingly difficult. Aside from the inventor, Tobirama-sensei, no one has ever mastered it. Yet Minato was resolute. Third Hokage, I believe I can learn it. Please. The third nodded. If Konoha could indeed have a ninja capable of the Flying Thunder God technique, the strategic implications would be immeasurable. Very well, Minato. But remember, regardless of whether you succeed or not, the Flying Thunder God technique must not be shared. Now, Ichiraku, what is your choice? Ichiraku, surveying the directory, considered the 8 gates. The Reaper Death Seal, the 4-symbol seal, and the Reverse Heavenly Body technique. All these jutsu were contributions of the Uzumaki clan. Ultimately, he found them either lacking in value or ones he could acquire without cost. Third Hokage, do you have ice release? The third shook his head. 70% of the techniques in this book of seals were created by Tobirama-sensei, and since he lacked ice release, naturally, it does not appear here. Ichiraku, determined, pointed to a jutsu named Edo Tensei. I want to use this technique to resurrect the second Hokage and have him assist me in developing ice release techniques. The third Hokage reacted, realizing Ichiraku's reasoning was flawed. This technique is not permissible, setting aside the fact that it is an incomplete jutsu. The act of desecrating the dead is inherently wrong. Feeling deflated, Ichiraku sighed. If so, I will choose the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Sharing insights with Minato wouldn't count as spreading it, right? All right. The third Hokage mused, stroking his chin. For your misfortune, I shall also grant you a water release from the Book of Seals. Minato, you should learn it too. Do not let Ichiraku have all the advantages. In the end, Ichiraku chose the S-rank water release technique, the hard vortex water blade, invented by Tobirama-senju. Chapter 5. Extortion Apprenticeship. After a group departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the adjacent room. Mito-sama, I must trouble you once again. Not only must we sense the intruders infiltrating Konoha, but we also need to temporarily seal Kushina's chakra. Uzumaki Mito shook her head. I am also curious to see how much little Naruto has grown. Monkeys, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Naruto. He gives off a feeling. Sarutobi nodded, very much like Lord Hashirama. Although he has yet to reach Hashirama's level, he is still quite young. And I believe he will become a great ninja. The incident involving Kushina's abduction concluded in this manner. Naruto acquired 2 S-rank ninjutsu. Hiruzen received compensation from the Cloud Village, and Minato and Kushina found love, while Mito recognized Naruto's potential. Everyone emerged victorious, except for the Cloud Village. Without Mito's sealing, how could these individuals have quietly kidnapped Kushina from the village? The evidence would have been undeniable, allowing them to confront the Cloud Ninja. This was a blatant act of entrapment. Cloud Village. Isn't this bullying the honest folk? Now, merely 2 years after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, all villages were recuperating, Konoha included. This extortion could significantly alleviate the war's impact on Konoha. As for the Cloud Village, who cares? Let us not forget that the second Hokage perished during the rebellion in the Cloud Village. Such an opportunity must be seized fully. Having just finished teaching Konan and her companions in the Rain Village, Jiraiya began instructing Minato. Unlike the trio, Minato possessed an exceptional foundation. Had it not been for a lack of resources, his combat prowess would likely have reached the level of a particularly powerful J-nin by now. In just a month, Minato's strength surged remarkably. Jiraiya, when serious, proved to be quite reliable. As a quintessential late bloomer, he understood the shortcomings of ordinary ninja all too well. Under his guidance, Minato continually addressed his weaknesses. Kushina trained with Tsunade to develop her monstrous strength, a natural talent she possessed. Once Kushina mastered her abilities, one could only pity Minato. Naruto focused on refining his ice release techniques, and with the connections facilitated by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Rope Tree, he reached out to Orochimaru, who aided him in developing several advanced ice release techniques. Naruto, you are about to be sorted into classes. Do you think I can be in the same class as Minato? Kushina, boarding class, posed this question for the 10th time. Sis, you've asked me this countless times. Rest assured, you and Minato will definitely be in the same class. with the Sannin and the third Hokage overseeing things. Sorting will be done as they please. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Kushina becoming a Jinchuriki was exceedingly high. The Kongo F in suppression of tailed beasts was formidable, and the strategic value of the Kagura Shingon could only be realized externally. The third Hokage yearned for Kushina to forge bonds with the villagers. Minato, being a clean-slate commoner ninja and Jiraiya's disciple, was an ideal match for her. Even if Minato initially held no feelings for Kushina, the third would undoubtedly encourage their connection. Naruto was not averse to becoming a Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing techniques. Reflecting on it now, one could imagine how much torment the Nine-Tails endured at the hands of Mito and Kushina, likely aware of the outside world. As Kushina toyed with her forehead protector, a voice like celestial music echoed, "Uzumaki Kushina, Namake's Minato, come with me." Jiraiya entered the classroom, addressing the two. "Wow, it's the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. These two are incredibly fortunate." The classroom erupted in excitement. Just 2 years after the conclusion of the Second War, the Sannin's prestige in Konoha had reached its zenith. Although Jiraiya relished the adoration, he promptly took the two away. As for why only 2 were chosen, no one questioned it, as many teams were incomplete after the recent conflict, necessitating their integration into new classes. Curiously, Minato asked, "Jiraiya-sensei, isn't Naruto coming with us?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Naruto has other arrangements. Hiruzen-sensei has his plans." The tone of Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of resentment. Why? Why must such an excellent disciple be handed over to Orochimaru? At that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from the classroom. "Uzumaki Naruto, come with me." Nearby, a bystander was left in shock. "Really, we're not envious at all. We've merely been separated by qualities." Orochimaru contemplated the situation within the Hokage's office. "Danzo, Hiruzen, that Uzumaki kid is mine. I will cultivate him into a weapon loyal solely to Konoha. He could even become a Jinchuriki in the future." "Enough. Danzo, you are too extreme. Ninjas are human, not tools. I have my own plans for Naruto and Kushina. You have overstepped your bounds. You're going to regret this, Hiruzen." "Enough. I am the Hokage." Cough, cough. "I digress. Orochimaru, among your 3 disciples, you are my favorite, but your disposition is unsuitable for the role of Hokage. You are far too rational. The Hokage is not merely the village leader. They are the village's spiritual symbol. If you become Hokage, the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage will be lost. Orochimaru, withdraw from the Hokage elections. As compensation, I will allocate funds to support your research. Uzumaki Naruto shall be entrusted to you, as Jiraiya is ill-suited to teach him, and Tsunade's lover has just perished, leaving her emotionally unavailable. You are the only one fit to be his mentor. His physique closely resembles that of Lord Hashirama. Haven't you always wanted to help Rope Tree Awaken would release? Perhaps he can offer you some insights." Just as he reached the door, the third's voice echoed once more. "Orochimaru, your research must never harm our people. That is my bottom line." "I understand, Hiruzen-sensei." Orochimaru exited the Hokage's office. Looking at Naruto before him, Orochimaru suddenly felt the urge to take him on as a disciple. "Naruto, would you like to become my apprentice?" Chapter 6. Apprenticeship with Orochimaru and the Friendship of the Dragon Cave Apprenticeship. Jiraiya had previously inquired about this with Ichiraku, only to be met with refusal. While Jiraiya possesses admirable qualities, as the third Hokage noted, he is not suited to mentor Ichiraku. After all, Ichiraku's strengths lie in ice release and the Uzumaki lineage. Orochimaru, a master of research, excels in the development of ninjutsu and the study of sage body, unmatched by others. Moreover, Orochimaru genuinely cares for his disciples. Ichiraku had once visited the room filled with ninjutsu scrolls. Among them, only a small portion belonged to the Senju clan, while the majority were gifts from Orochimaru. Throughout the series, Orochimaru has had 3 disciples. He nurtured Ju like a younger brother, cared for Karin as a daughter, and raised Sasuke as a son. Ahem. Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to become your apprentice. Upon uttering these words, Ichiraku performed a formal bow of apprenticeship. Very well, Ichiraku. Consider this your initiation, Orochimaru replied, unveiling a sealing scroll. When opened, it revealed a blade, one of the Kusanagi swords, capable of channeling chakra while possessing notable hardness. Indeed, this is the very sword wielded by Sasuke, and now it belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, Ichiraku said. Drawing the Kusanagi sword, and infusing it with ice-release chakra. The blade emanated a faint chill, and with a swift motion, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air, causing a crystal of ice to erupt from the impact on a boulder. Impressive. Thank you for your gift, Sensei, Ichiraku exclaimed. Orochimaru merely smiled, pleased with Ichiraku's enthusiasm. Would you like to sign a contract with the Dragon Cave? Given your talent, you should certainly consider attempting sage arts. Is that possible, Orochimaru-sensei? Ichiraku asked eagerly, aware that opportunities to engage with sage arts are rare. Orochimaru summoned a small snake, which promptly delivered a scroll many times larger than itself. After Orochimaru opened it, Ichiraku signed his name and pressed his handprint. Upon your first use of summoning techniques, you will be reverse summoned to the Dragon Cave. Only by gaining the Dragon Cave's acknowledgement can you freely summon its serpentine inhabitants. Now, let us proceed to the training ground. Sh. must be waiting impatiently. Arriving at the training ground, they found Senju Sh. already immersed in his training. Sh. from this day forth, Ichiraku will be your junior brother. Upon hearing this, Sh. was filled with excitement. Really? Ichiraku, you are now my junior brother. I can finally chill drinks and fruits like Kushina. Ichiraku rolled his eyes. You've never lacked for drinks or fruits, so don't act as if you were deprived. Let us support each other in the future, he added. Orochimaru drew blood from both of them and departed, intending to analyze their physical conditions to devise a training plan. Having a scientifically minded teacher makes the journey of training delightful. In the afternoon, Orochimaru returned to the training ground with 2 syringes. After half a day's training, the 2 were resting. Without hesitation, Orochimaru injected both of them, stating, "From your blood, I have extracted active substances that should benefit your sage bodies. Now, you may return to rest and allow the potion to take effect. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct an assessment." After resting for a while, they returned to the Senju estate, where Kushina had also returned home. She and Minato enjoyed a joyful day together, training and shopping, having established their romantic relationship. Upon returning to his room, Ichiraku could no longer resist the urge to use summoning techniques. A whirlwind enveloped him, and he found himself in a chamber where the white snake sage, pipe in mouth, observed the youth wishing to forge a contract with the Dragon Cave. This chakra, this physique. Do you wish to learn sage arts, young man? The white snake sage appeared quite enthusiastic. Ichiraku, still bewildered, responded, "Wait, I thought I was here for a trial? Why am I at the final stage already? Our sage arts in the Dragon Cave are the most practical, unlike those in Mayaboku Mountain that are immobile or the harsh conditions of the wet-bone forest. Learning sage arts here is undoubtedly the best choice." White snake sage, why are you so eager for me to learn the sage arts of the Dragon Cave? Although Ichiraku craved the sage arts, he found the sage's attitude suspicious. Well, since you've signed the contract, you're one of us now. You should be aware that in the entire shinobi world, there are 3 sacred places for sage arts: Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wet-Bone Forest. These 3 sacred places have always been in competition. Long ago, Mayaboku Mountain signed a contract with the Sage of the 6 Paths, while the Wet-Bone Forest forged a pact with the first Hokage. The Dragon Cave has struggled to compete with the other 2 sacred places, often facing conflict with the toads and slugs uniting against our serpents. We desperately need someone like the Sage of 6 Paths or Senju Hashirama to help us escape our current predicament. However, Mayaboku Mountain and the Wet-Bone Forest are more renowned, making it challenging to find a suitable genius. To our surprise, today a genius has come to us. Learn the sage arts. You could be the next Senju Hashirama. Watching the white snake sage, who resembled a cult leader, Ichiraku hesitated but ultimately agreed. Let us begin. The white snake sage swiftly slithered to Ichiraku's side, sinking its fangs into his neck, injecting a small amount of sage chakra into him. Remember this sensation. Feel the sage chakra. In an instant, the feeling dissipated. Why not inject more? That was too quick. Ichiraku protested. Your age is too young. A small amount of sage chakra aids in developing your sage body. However, an excess could lead to excessive consumption of your body, affecting your lifespan. Now, you may leave. You are required to return here once a week. As the white snake sage resumed his position, Ichiraku cautiously inquired, "What about the contract with the Dragon Cave? From this day forth, any snake within the Dragon Cave shall heed your command." "Thank you, white snake sage," Ichiraku said, vanishing in a puff of smoke. After Ichiraku's departure, the white snake sage could hardly contain his excitement, laughing heartily after thousands of years. The Dragon Cave finally has a promising talent. A sage body. This time, Mayaboka Mountain's foul toads will be outshone by our Dragon Cave. Upon returning to his room, Ichiraku pinched himself, still in disbelief over the surreal experience. The Dragon Cave had treated him exceptionally well. At that moment, he felt a warm current surge within him, lulling him into a comfortable slumber, as the sage chakra injected by the white snake sage fused with the active cells administered by Orochimaru, developing Ichiraku's sage body. Orochimaru's potion works wonders. Both the quality and quantity of chakra have improved. If SHJu's blood had such effects, imagine if it were Hashirama's cells. Never mind. Thinking about it will only tempt me further. Chapter 7. The Chunin exam approaches. Aikir and SHJu tidied up a bit and had a light meal before heading to the training ground. While Kushina had long departed to have breakfast with Minato, Aikir, judging by your appearance, you must have visited the Dragon Cave yesterday. How was it? SHJu inquired. Orochimaru had received news from the Dragon Cave, expressing gratitude for bringing forth an exceptional heir. In the event that the Great Serpent becomes unruly or demands offerings, it can be reported to the Dragon Cave, where the sages would discipline it. Am I being sold off? This seems rather hasty. The Great Serpent exclaimed. Orochimaru was intrigued by Aikir's connection to the Dragon Cave. The response from the Dragon Cave indicated that in 10 years, there would be a contest among the 3 great sanctuaries for the distribution of sage chakra, requiring Aikir's strength to defeat the toads and slugs. It seems the potion from yesterday had a favorable effect. Your chakra levels have increased significantly. Let us engage in a battle. I wish to witness the extent of your growth, Orochimaru declared. With that, he summoned a snake from his mouth, which in turn produced a sword. Aikir, observing this, drew his own blade and imbued it with ice chakra. SHJu brandished a kunai. His earth and water chakra was not suited for enchantment, and he was not particularly adept at swordsmanship. Hence the sword remained untouched until Aikir became his disciple. Aikir, prioritizing defense, donned his ice crystal armor before charging forward, anticipating that he could not outmatch Orochimaru in offense. As their blades clashed, an icy chill coursed through the sword and into Orochimaru's hand, causing the chakra flow in his right hand to slow. Realizing the disadvantage of close combat, Orochimaru retreated, retracting his sword and unleashing a torrent of serpents from his sleeve towards Aikir, who swiftly severed them with his blade. Suddenly, SHJu's voice resonated from behind, invoking the Earth Dragon Bullet technique, which sent a colossal dragon head lunging at Orochimaru, who transformed into a mound of earth. Is my Earth clone dispatched so easily? Yet, this strategy of enhancing defense while gradually weakening the opponent is indeed effective, though your mobility is significantly hampered by the ice armor, Orochimaru noted, before extending his sword to launch Aikir away and subsequently burying him beneath the earth. SHJu, while your chakra is abundant, your control is lacking. There was a considerable waste in your Earth Dragon Bullet technique. Turning to Aikir, he added, your ice techniques require further development. The techniques we've crafted thus far have been primarily supportive or defensive, lacking in destructive power. Your ice abilities possess great potential that must be cultivated. SHJu, you must engage in physical training. Should you awaken your bloodline, your chakra will surge once more. According to my studies, with 2 years of daily physical training, coupled with the Senju clan's sage body, you will be able to adapt to the initial generation's cellular awakening of wood release. Feeling disheartened, SHJu lamented. Must it take so long? Do I truly have the talent to awaken wood release? Do not despair, SHJu. Trust in your teacher. In 2 years, you will undoubtedly reach a level sufficient to awaken wood release. At that time, I will guide you in the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Did you not express your desire to become Hokage? Even Jiraiya, that fool, achieved greatness later in life. Why can't you? The 4, SHJu, Naruto, Hashirama, and Kushina shared uncanny similarities in temperament, and a simple encouragement reignited SHJu's spirit. Following Orochimaru's counsel, they resumed their training. Aikir frequently infused chakra into SHJu's body, stimulating the fusion of his earth, water, and yang chakras. Meanwhile, Aikir's focus shifted towards enhancing the destructive capabilities of his ice techniques, with previous creations now evolving into more effective jutsu with Orochimaru's guidance. Minato also established a contract with my Bokuzen and, at the tender age of 13, was on the brink of reaching the level of AJ Nin. Kushina, however, expressed disdain that the toads had not signed a contract with my Bokuzen, preferring only the fluffy ones. One day, Orochimaru approached Aikir with a form, inquiring, "Will you participate in the Chunin exam? Although your strength surpasses that of most Chunin, it is necessary to follow procedure. Is it possible? But how can I participate alone?" Aikir was taken aback. Wasn't it customary to allow several years of preparation before the Chunin exam? Joining the exam at Chunin level felt akin to courting disaster. Minato and Kushina would temporarily form a team with you. It matters not if your ice techniques are revealed. The Chunin exam exists to showcase the strengths of various ninja villages and intimidate others. No matter what unfolds, your teacher will ensure your safety. Kushina, linking her arm with Minato, approached Aikir, exclaiming, "Come on, sign. Once we become Chunin, we can leave the village freely." Her enthusiasm was palpable, as if flames danced within her eyes. "All right, fine." Unable to resist his sister's fervent gaze, Aikir acquiesced. Both he and Minato had reached a Chunin level, finally qualifying to study the Flying Thunder God technique. They dedicated themselves to mastering it before the Chunin exam, marveling at the genius of Senju Tobarama. The Flying Thunder God technique demanded an exceptional aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, as well as a high level of sealing techniques. By creating their unique Flying Thunder God seal and embedding it onto objects, they could sense the chakra and achieve displacement in a manner akin to reverse summoning. The initial phase of their training involved mastering sealing techniques. Although Aikir was of the Uzumaki clan, most of his time had been spent enhancing his ice techniques. Thus, they sought Kushina's assistance. As both her brother and boyfriend, Kushina was eager to help, though their studies were abruptly interrupted by the upcoming Chunin exam. The village was bustling with unfamiliar faces as all major ninja villages, save for the 6th, IWA, had arrived. Aikir spotted many familiar figures, including Mei Terumi and Ao from Kirigakure, as well as the 3rd Raikage from Kimogakure. It was absurd to see the 4th Raikage, A, participating in the Chunin exam at the age of 18. Orochimaru warned Aikir to be cautious of the 4th Raikage, as the elite Chunin he had previously defeated alongside Sarutobi Sensei had once been A's teacher. Rumor had it he had come to Konoha to exact revenge. Aikir sighed in exasperation. "I did not even kill that person. He was knocked out by the 3rd Hokage, and it was your research that led to his demise, Orochimaru-sensei." Chapter 8. The battle. After a moment of discomfort, Ichiraku eventually accepted reality. It was pointless. My teacher, my brother, my brother's teacher, and my teacher's teacher were all present. With my 17 cards, you think you can defeat me in an instant? Do you believe that my sister will release foxes at your doorstep in the future? Currently, Ichiraku had no desire to greet these unproven celebrities. Just by observing the gaze of the 3rd Raikage standing before the 4th, it was evident that he, too, wished to eliminate me. It would be wise for me to avoid venturing out alone for the next few days. Orochimaru smiled reassuringly. Having recently developed a unique substitution technique that combined the chakra from the Ri-Chi Cave Sage mode, by merely forming a contract, Orochimaru would expend a fraction of Sage chakra while using his own for the remainder. It was both safe and convenient. Today, I shall teach this technique to you in Shmoku. Orochimaru's substitution technique, which I would dub the foremost life-saving jutsu in the Hokage realm, had finally been perfected. Coupled with my Sage body chakra, it could only be described as invincible. Ichiraku felt exhilarated, for the sense of security this technique provided was profound. Were it not for Kushina's adamant refusal to sign a contract with the Ri-Chi Cave, Ichiraku would have insisted that she learn this technique. Upon returning home, Ichiraku commenced his studies of Orochimaru's substitution technique. Rejecting the notion of complacency? Absolutely not. As long as I do not perish in the pursuit of knowledge, I shall strive relentlessly. The world of shinobi is fraught with peril. Only through learning can I secure my safety. Uzumaki Ichiraku. Time swiftly passed, and the Chunin exams commenced. The first challenge involved traversing the dense forest of Konoha, teeming with perilous beasts, some possessing the strength of Chunin. Ichiraku and his companions signed a waiver of liability and ventured into the forest. With his Kagura Shinjutsu, the entire Konoha forest appeared to Ichiraku as a mere sandbox, allowing him to discern the whereabouts of each participant and powerful beasts with ease. Wait, this feeling. Ichiraku led his 2 companions in the wrong direction, and without a hint of doubt, they followed him. After walking for several minutes, a colossal serpent appeared before them. You are the serpent of the Ri-Chi Cave, correct? Guide us through this forest. Ichiraku addressed the massive snake without hesitation. Yes, Lord Ichiraku. The giant serpent exhibited no resistance. Ichiraku had visited the Riichi cave numerous times, and all capable serpents were familiar with him. As their ancestors would say, our sage arts have long awaited a successor. This lad is the hope of our resurgence. Behave yourselves outside, or our ancestors will not be lenient with you. Kushina, perched atop the serpent, was brimming with excitement, despite her earlier reluctance to sign the contract. Wow, this is so fast and exhilarating. The colossal serpent weaved through the forest with remarkable speed, and the three of them felt as though they were on a roller coaster. Ichiraku silently noted the serpent's chakra. Such a swift and steady serpent was quite rare in the Riichi cave. The first challenge, which had a time limit of 2 days, was completed by Ichiraku and his companions in merely 2.5 hours. Had they not chosen to avoid unnecessary battles by taking detours, they could have arrived even sooner. Upon reaching the destination, Ichiraku could not help but inquire of the giant serpent, "Do you have a name?" Lord Ichiraku, among the serpents of the Riichi cave, only the most powerful possess names, and I am not yet worthy. The giant serpent appeared somewhat disheartened. If you do not mind, may I bestow upon you a name? I have yet to earn the acknowledgement of the giant serpent in the Riichi cave, but how about you become my contracted serpent? All your needs will be catered to. Ichiraku tempted the giant serpent. Can I really? I am willing, Lord Ichiraku. The giant serpent nodded eagerly. How about the name Dart? Thank you, Lord Ichiraku, for the name. Dart, now thrilled by the title, felt his status rise significantly due to having signed a contract with the renowned figure of the Riichi cave. His luck had seemingly propelled him toward the pinnacle of serpentine existence. Dart, you may return now. I will summon you when needed. Yes, Lord Ichiraku. With that, Dart transformed into smoke and returned to the Riichi cave. Ichiraku observed the dissipating smoke, reflecting that he had intended for Dart to return to the forest. But never mind. Minato, sister, let us proceed. We are destined to be the top-ranked team. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and third Raikage exchanged astonished glances, surprised that someone had reached the finish line so swiftly. After registration, the three departed the examination venue to prepare for the upcoming team battles the following week. A day later, the first phase of the exams officially concluded, with Konoha fielding 2 teams, while Waiin and Mizuin each contributed 1, leaving the remaining teams comprised of ninja from smaller villages. After a week of rest, the second phase, team battles, commenced in the Konoha arena. Waiin vs. Konoha Team 2 Konoha vs. Mizuin Suna vs. Kusa Waiin vs. Taki Konoha Team 2's supporting trio fell to the 4th Raikage. Following a brief venue repair, Ichiraku and the Mizuin trio entered the arena. Ichiraku boldly initiated the battle, drawing his blade and charging forward. The toothy man met him with his own weapon. Kushina intercepted Terumi Mei, while Minato engaged Ao. After several exchanges, Ichiraku swiftly identified the toothy man's weaknesses and struck, yet no blood was shed. The Hozuki clan, possessing the ability to transform into water. How enviable, Ichiraku mused, eyeing the toothy man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hozuki Meiwa. The Hozuki greeted Ichiraku politely. There is no need for such formality. Your courtesy makes me feel awkward about striking you. Ichiraku sighed, one hand on his forehead, while the other summoned arcs of electricity around his blade. Although he was not adept at utilizing lightning release, enchanting his chakra with it was rather simple. Upon witnessing the arcs of lightning, Hozuki Mei quickly shifted the battlefield, charging toward Kushina, while Terumi Mei advanced toward Ichiraku for combat. However, Ao was already on the verge of defeat, prompting Terumi Mei to grow anxious. Boil release, dissolution technique. In desperation, Terumi Mei activated her bloodline limit, aiming to subdue Ichiraku and turn the tide of battle. Faced with the corrosive liquid surging from all directions, Ichiraku found no space to evade. There is no other choice. Ice release. Ice wall. With Ichiraku's incantation, a towering ice wall erupted to shield him. Terumi Mei stared in shock at the ice wall. Ice release. How is this possible? Pink hair? Could he be a half-breed abandoned by the Yuki clan? While Terumi Mei was stunned, Minato had already incapacitated Ao. As a sensory ninja, enduring for so long against Minato was no small feat. In the face of the overwhelming disadvantage, the scene pointed squarely at Ichiraku. If they could eliminate him, the other two would be unable to contend with Hozuki Mei. The duo exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an assault on Uzumaki Ichiraku, hoping to create an opening. Upon seeing the two charging toward him, Ichiraku unleashed a blade of energy that froze Hozuki Mei, while the elemental transformation of water accelerated the freezing process, resulting in Hozuki Mei's elimination by Minato. Now it is just you left, surrender. There is no need for such desperation, it benefits neither of us. Not wishing to reveal too many of his trump cards, Ichiraku began to employ verbal tactics. Chapter 9 The First Encounter. Are you looking down on me? Terumi Mei clenched her teeth tightly, attempting the mist concealment technique. But her efforts to evade failed, seemingly only serving to further provoke her. In the thick fog, only one individual, Uchiha, was aware of everyone's positions. Minato and Kushina remained vigilant, aware that indiscriminate use of ninjutsu in the mist could inadvertently harm Uchiha. The fog was the domain of sensory ninjas, initially. This tactic required Ao's assistance, but who could have anticipated the rapid defeat of both teammates? Through Kagura's heart, Uchiha gradually approached Terumi Mei, gathering ice-release chakra in his hands. Upon catching sight of her, he dashed forward, intent on freezing her instantly, but Terumi Mei, hearing the sound, swiftly countered. The clash between dissolution release and ice release commenced at that moment, with Uchiha leveraging his weapon to press Terumi Mei back relentlessly. The obstinate girl, despite her disadvantage, never entertained thoughts of surrender. Uchiha quickly retreated to form hand seals, aiming to conclude the battle with ninjutsu, ice release, ice beam, and dissolution release, dissolution monster technique. However, Terumi Mei, being 2 years younger than Uchiha, was vastly outmatched in chakra reserves. After casting both techniques, her remaining chakra was entirely frozen, leaving her no choice but to concede defeat. Excuse me, are you from the Mizuno-kuni clan? I heard this sister mention you as Uchiha. But your hair isn't the usual red. It appears to be a diluted pink. Are you of the bloodline of our Mizuno-kuni clan? After the battle, Terumi Mei approached Uchiha with the question that had troubled her for some time. No. I am of pure Uchiha blood, he replied, gesturing to Kushina beside him. She is my biological sister. As for my hair, it's an unexpected occurrence. Oh, Terumi Mei felt a twinge of disappointment. If Uchiha were of the Mizuno-kuni bloodline, bringing him back to the hidden mist would undoubtedly secure the support of the Mizuno-kuni clan. In that case, even the fourth Mizukage could potentially be challenged. Don't be disheartened. Come, I'll take you on a delightful tour of Konoha. Kushina grasped Terumi Mei's shoulder, glancing back at Uchiha, her intentions unmistakable. Sister, Mei, he has too much for you to handle. Let me scout the path first. The camaraderie among women can be quite peculiar. Within a day, Kushina gained a confidant with whom she shared everything. Throughout this time, Kushina persistently promoted her younger brother to Terumi Mei. Initially, she aimed to matchmake her brother with her sole close friend, Uchiha Mikoto. However, before she could act, a certain Uchiha Fugaku had already made his move. Kushina, reveling in the sweetness of her own romance, did not wish for her brother to remain perpetually single. So, it was merely about finding Uchiha a girlfriend to prevent him from constantly vying for her affection. As for the outcome, Kushina was not overly insistent. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced. She merely wished to plant a seed. Having been in love for over a year, Kushina could naturally discern the spark of affection in her brother's eyes. Brother, this is all I can assist you with. As the time for individual battles approached, Kushina led Terumi Mei in joyous frolic around Konoha. The final round of the Chunin exams commenced the day after Uchiha's discharge from the hospital. Uchiha remained unperturbed, with his chances of battling the fourth Raikage being less than 1 in 10. Yet, as names were called one by one, when the final participant was announced, Uchiha's anxious heart finally found solace. Uchiha vs. A. The preceding 5 matches progressed swiftly, with both Kushina and Minato securing effortless victories. The climactic showdown was the anticipated duel between Uchiha and A. Uchiha gazed up at the third Hokage and Jiraiya, who were smiling down at him. I suspect they are orchestrating this. There must be a conspiracy. Across from him, A emanated a blue glow, filled with vengeful energy. I will personally settle the score. Prepare to meet your end, boy. As Uchiha observed A's fierce battle intent, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. If I defeat him, he won't cling to me like he does to Minato, will he? Chapter 10. Narrow Victory. It is well known that the fourth Raikage harbored a deep obsession with Minato Namikaze after suffering defeat at his hands. With circumstances as they were, would he simply wait to be struck? Inuzuka and A both focused intently, preparing for battle. With the activation of their respective augmenting jutsu, A, the speed-oriented ninja, made the first move with astonishing velocity. His physical speed rivaled that of the body flicker technique, and in an instant, he found himself behind Inuzuka, delivering a ferocious hand strike imbued with violent lightning chakra aimed at his neck. The speed was so overwhelming that Inuzuka had no time to react and was sent flying. Fortunately, the ice release armor he wore mitigated much of the damage. As Inuzuka was hurled away, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Indeed, A's speed was extraordinary. Despite Inuzuka being only a special Jonin, his combat prowess exceeded that of the previous elite Jonin, proving that he had underestimated him. The combat system of the Cloud Village Ninja could not be gauged solely by the quantity of chakra. With the activation of Ice Release, Ice Crystal Barrier, the temperature within the arena plummeted as Inuzuka unleashed chakra. A, witnessing Inuzuka's resilience after taking his full force strike, was eager to follow up for a finishing blow. Alas, Inuzuka had been sent too far away, and before A could reach him, the ice barrier was already complete. The arena was suddenly blanketed in frost, and A felt the speed at which he could mobilize his chakra slow. This effect was not limited to A. All ninjas within the arena, including those in the stands, were affected by the barrier. The chakra of weaker genin was rendered inaccessible, and even some Chunin found it challenging to utilize their jutsu. A's fist was about to collide with Inuzuka when he managed to evade, for within the barrier, Inuzuka's speed had dramatically increased. Inuzuka, as a ninjutsu-type ninja, could contend with A, master of taijutsu, in terms of speed. A was vexed by the effectiveness of Inuzuka's strategy, which posed a significant challenge to all taijutsu specialists. The barrier amplified the efficiency of this tactic to its utmost. Feeling his chakra gradually freezing, it was infuriated. The ice release was primarily aimed at chakra, rendering his proud physical defenses nearly useless. Had he been a Uchiha, he might have awakened the Sharingan by now. Are you even a man? Have the courage to fight me head-on. Inuzuka rolled his eyes in response. Right? How do you know I'm still just a child? You've probably trained for 5 or 6 more years than I have. How can you dare say that? Hearing this, A's face flushed with embarrassment, though it was difficult to discern on his dark complexion. A, aware of his own shortcomings, fell silent and commenced channeling chakra with fervor, intent on a swift resolution. His body surged with electricity, arcs visibly dancing around him as his hair stood on end. Inuzuka could not resist a quip. Your hair is still yellow. You look even more like a Super Saiyan than before. A, infuriated by the remark, retorted, Don't worry, I will soon send you to meet him. And then you will truly understand. Lightning Release, Level 1000 Dance. A gathered blue chakra in his hands and unleashed it upon Inuzuka. In a fit of rage, the chakra-infused strike shattered Inuzuka's armor in an instant. It was absurd. That armor could withstand S-rank jutsu, yet it was obliterated by A's attack. Inuzuka, facing the furious A, realized he had made a grave mistake. In the audience, cheers erupted for Inuzuka. Go, Inuzuka! He heard from the stands, where Kushina and Tsunade watched him intently. This was not an anime moment where one could simply draw strength from friendship or rally oneself with a battle cry to turn the tide. Inuzuka had little fighting spirit to begin with, feeling overwhelmed by the taijutsu ninja's capabilities. The presence of powerful figures above him, coupled with the understanding that neither he nor A would take each other's lives, diminished his resolve. Yet, upon seeing Tsunade's encouraging gaze, Inuzuka suddenly felt a surge of competitive spirit. This battle I refuse to lose. Ice Release, Ice Dragon Guardian. Unlike the last time he faced a Cloud Village elite Jonin, this jutsu was fully developed, with massive dragon wings that enveloped his upper body in high-density dragon-shaped ice crystals. This time, he would not injure himself. Dragon Hail. Inuzuka charged at A, and upon impact, a tremendous explosion of ice crystals erupted. A managed to defend against the majority of the damage with his lightning release armor and physical resilience, but he still could not suppress a cough of blood. No matter how strong one's body, the internal organs remained susceptible to shock. Inuzuka, however, was not unscathed either. A's hand strike landed heavily upon him as well. The Ice Dragon Guardian excelled in speed and power enhancement, but lacked in defense. It was akin to bracing his body against A's lightning release, Level 1000 Dance. A blow that nearly cost Inuzuka his life. Come on, Ice Release, Ice Pact. Inuzuka felt his chakra completely deplete in an instant. But his strength and speed surged once more as ice wings unfurled from his back. A, unwilling to be outdone, drew upon the last remnants of his chakra for one final strike. Lightning Release, explosive bomb. Ultimately, affected by the ice release, A's jutsu was slightly delayed, allowing Inuzuka to glide in and land a powerful punch that sent him flying. The third Hokage rose to announce, "I declare the victor of this battle to be Uzumaki Inuzuka." The audience erupted in applause. The excitement of the Chunin battle rivaled that of Jonin. Exhausted, Inuzuka collapsed onto the ground as they glanced over. "Uzumaki Inuzuka, I, Yukie, acknowledge you." Just as those words left A's lips, he fainted. Inuzuka, barely holding on, soon followed suit. A day later, Inuzuka awoke in the Konoha hospital, finding Kushina and Minato affectionately engaged in conversation nearby. Minato was the first to notice Inuzuka's awakening. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Recalling the battle from a day prior, Inuzuka felt the residual weakness from using the ice pact fade away. This jutsu was a survival technique he had developed, significantly enhancing his strength and speed by channeling ice chakra, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries. However, it placed a tremendous burden on the body, leaving him weakened for a time afterward. "What are you staring at? He's already returned to the mist." Kushina chided, exasperated. "I gave you a chance, and you still couldn't make it work. My brother won't stay a bachelor forever, will he?" Kushina lamented that she had already become as close as sisters with Tsunade, while her brother seemed to be making no moves at all. What a disappointment. Chapter 11. White Fang's sister, I am certain that we will meet again. Kushina chose to remain silent. Emotions are a perplexing matter, with love at first sight hardly distinguishable from mere lust. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo had once more begun his verbal sparring with the third Hokage, Sarutobi. "You must hand over that ice release prodigy from the Uzumaki clan to me. Root is in dire need of fresh blood." At that moment, Danzo felt an immense regret. Sarutobi had concealed the existence of the ice release user from the Uzumaki clan too well. Although he was aware of the bloodline's significance, he had not given it the attention it deserved, having merely inquired about it once from the third. After all, Danzo had witnessed the might of the ice release from the hidden mist village. It was neither particularly potent nor utterly worthless. Who could have anticipated that this Uzumaki prodigy would possess such extraordinary skills, rendering him a formidable adversary to all taijutsu practitioners? "I will take him as my disciple and mold him into the sharpest spear of Konoha." The more Danzo spoke, the more fervent he became. While the third Hokage remained utterly unconvinced, he understood Danzo all too well. No one comprehended Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position better than Sarutobi himself. For Danzo, this was not merely a quest for power, but a validation of the second Hokage's legacy, a yearning to elevate Konoha to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. "Danzo, he is already a disciple of Orochimaru. Your methods are too nefarious and unsuitable for him." Sarutobi exclaimed. "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage." With a heavy heart, Danzo departed the Hokage's office, warning, "Sarutobi, you shall come to regret this." The third Hokage rapped his desk, summoning a masked Umbu to his side. "Bring the Uzumaki boy to me." Meanwhile, in the Konoha hospital, just as the Uzumaki heir was preparing to head home, he was confronted by a masked Umbu. Surely, this was not a root ninja sent by Danzo to forcibly recruit him. The Umbu simply stated, "The Hokage requests your presence in his office." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. So aloof. This cannot be a root operative. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage greeted him with his usual genial demeanor. "Uzumaki, you have now become a Chunin. Would you consider joining the Umbu for some rigorous training?" Observing the hesitation in the boy's eyes, Sarutobi attempted to entice him with promises of unique jutsu and tools that were otherwise inaccessible. Furthermore, the compensation for completed tasks was substantial, albeit requiring frequent departures from the village. "However, in a few years, I can transfer you to the Hokage's direct Umbu unit, allowing you to remain in the village." Uzumaki could only distill his lengthy speech into a few compelling points: ample rewards and frequent excursions from the village. "Lord Third, I am willing to join the Umbu." The third Hokage had anticipated a longer contemplation, but was pleasantly surprised by the boy's swift agreement. "Very well. You may return for now. Someone will come to find you this evening." Back at home, Uzumaki sought out Minato to continue their study of the Flying Thunder God technique. Much to Kushina's chagrin as she lamented, "I still miss the days when you were in the hospital." That night, a silver-haired man clad in a Konoha vest appeared at Uzumaki's doorstep. "Is Uzumaki here?" he inquired. "I am Hataki Sakumo, here to see him." Uzumaki opened the door and found himself unable to reconcile the gentle, handsome face before him with the fierce warrior known as Konoha's White Fang. "Greetings, Lord White Fang. I am Uzumaki." Tsukumo seemed taken aback. "But the Uzumaki clan has red hair. What is this pink? A genetic anomaly." As the head of the Umbu, Tsukumo was typically preoccupied, caring for his 5-year-old son, Kakashi. Thus, he had only heard of Uzumaki's exploits, but had never met him in person. "Ah, hello? Uzumaki. You may simply call me uncle. No need for formalities," Tsukumo chuckled. "You bear a resemblance to my son Kakashi. I must arrange for you to meet him. I believe you would become great friends." Clearing his throat, Tsukumo continued, "To the matter at hand. From today onward, I shall be your Umbu captain. During missions, we shall use code names, and shortly, I will take you to retrieve your gear and mask. You should also come up with your own code name." Uzumaki felt somewhat dazed by the amiable demeanor of the man before him. Konoha's White Fang? This disparity is almost overwhelming. "Uncle Tsukumo, I assumed you were a relentless warrior, slicing through enemies without a second thought. Where is that fierce persona?" After a moment of reflection, Uzumaki replied, "Oh, Uncle Tsukumo, I shall go by the code name Akiji." Tsukumo pondered. "Akiji? Is there a particular significance to it? I hope you don't mind my curiosity." "Not at all, uncle. I merely believe that a ninja who does not aspire to be an admiral is not a true death god, much like one must add concrete to spaghetti." Uzumaki continued, rambling on without a clear purpose. Tsukumo fell silent, realizing he was growing old and struggling to keep pace with the younger generation. "Uzumaki, let us proceed to collect your gear. I will inform you a day in advance of any missions, and feel free to approach me with any questions regarding training. I possess some expertise in swordsmanship." Under Tsukumo's guidance, Uzumaki received a set of Umbu armor, a short blade, and a cat-shaped mask. "As the captain, I should treat you to a meal today, but I am concerned about leaving Kakashi alone at home." Tsukumo pondered for a moment. "Uzumaki, would you care to join me for dinner? I am certain Kakashi would appreciate your company." Is that all right, Uncle Tsukumo? I apologize for intruding." Uzumaki was not particularly keen on the meal itself. His primary interest lay in witnessing how Konoha's White Fang prepared food. Arriving at the Hitaki residence, 5-year-old Kakashi was already wearing his mask. After exchanging greetings, Uzumaki and Kakashi were acquainted. Tsukumo donned an apron and entered the kitchen. Uzumaki found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment. It was as if the weight he had been carrying had finally lifted. The image of Konoha's White Fang had shattered in his mind, akin to the disillusionment of witnessing a beloved idol's fall from grace. As Tsukumo prepared the meal, only Uzumaki and Kakashi remained in the living room. Suddenly, Uzumaki was beset by an age-old question that had plagued him for over 700 episodes. What lay behind Kakashi's mask? Yet, after some contemplation, he chose to abandon the inquiry for now. It would be unkind to tease the son of his host on his first visit. Perhaps he would explore that curiosity later, once they had become more familiar. Chapter 12, Illusion? White Fang's feigned demise. Kakashi was abruptly seized by a chill, which then quickly dissipated. "Hey, are you my dad's new teammate?" Ichido inquired, patting Kakashi's head. "Yes, I am Tsukumo-san's new teammate." Kakashi attempted to evade, but at the tender age of 5, escaping Ichido's grasp proved impossible. After conversing with Kakashi for a while, Tsukumo Hitaki emerged, bearing braised sori. "Ichido, sample my culinary skills. I have unwavering confidence in my sori." Ichido had grown accustomed to the stark contrast that was the White Fang of the leaf. Tsukumo's culinary prowess was unexpectedly remarkable. After the meal, Ichido departed from the Hitaki residence, the evening's revelations having dealt a considerable blow, requiring some time for acceptance. The following day, White Fang introduced Ichido to his teammates. Despite his position as the Umbu captain, White Fang remained at the forefront of combat, leading his Umbu squad. "Ayo, this is Owl." White Fang indicated a woman donning a bird-like mask. "He is Gale." A man wearing a fox mask nodded to Ichido. "From this day forward, you shall be the 7th squad of the 1st Umbu team. You may undertake missions independently or as a team. I will provide advance notice of any Umbu missions." Thus, Ichido resumed his monotonous routine, performing Umbu tasks, occasionally venturing out of the village with White Fang's squad, and, during moments of leisure, engaging in friendly rivalry with Kushina over Minato, studying the Flying Thunder God technique together. He also frequented Tsukumo Hitaki's residence for meals, not due to any financial constraints, but because witnessing Tsukumo Hitaki donning an apron and cooking proved more cost-effective. Within a year, Minato and Ichido had both managed to inscribe their own Flying Thunder God seals. Minato's, unsurprisingly, mirrored the original, resembling a kunai. Ichido's bore the likeness of an eternal ice crystal. Further progress in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would depend on their individual efforts, as spatial perception could not be shared, but had to be personally experienced. Their approach involved the constant use of reverse summoning, with one tormenting Mount Myaboku and the other vexing Ryuchi Cave, draining the Senjutsu chakra from both sides. One day, upon returning home, Ichido received news from the Umbu. White Fang's mission failure has resulted in significant losses for the village. Upon hearing this, Ichido hastened to the Hitaki residence, where he found White Fang sitting despondently. The mission had been perilous, and White Fang had chosen his most seasoned squad for the task. The mission had been accomplished, but due to a teammate's blunder, they were exposed. To rescue his comrades, Tsukumo had abandoned the acquired intelligence, opting to save his companions. Following the mission's failure, White Fang was met with reproach from his teammates. Approaching White Fang, Ichido found his eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if his very spirit had been shattered. "Oh, Ichido," he murmured. Witnessing the once gentle man reduced to such a state, Ichido knew he had to act. Otherwise, White Fang would, as in the original timeline, take his own life. "Tsukumo-san, this is not your fault. The lives of your comrades take precedence above all else. Isn't that what you told us when we first joined the Umbu?" Ichido implored, grasping Tsukumo's shoulders and shaking him gently. However, upon touching Tsukumo's shoulders, Ichido detected an unusual chakra within Tsukumo's body. Without physical contact, even the most perceptive sensory ninjas would be unable to detect the abnormality in Tsukumo's chakra. "What is this?" "Tsukumo-san, please calm down. You are not yourself. Your chakra is not normal. You are being influenced. Tsukumo-san, think back. Who have you seen since returning to the village?" Tsukumo's gaze remained dull, as if lost in thought. The third, Hokage, Hamura Midokado, and Dan. "Aya." Tsukumo clutched his head, muttering in anguish, Danzo Shimura." With these words, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi approached, his father's recent behavior, while despondent, appearing no different from before. Had Ichido not detected the anomaly as a sensory ninja, he would have been none the wiser. Ichido, already suspicious due to the unusual chakra, grew even more certain upon hearing Danzo Shimura's name. "Kakashi, watch over your father. I will find a way to heal him. Do not let him do anything rash." Kakashi nodded. "I will stay with my father until you return." Leaving the Hitaki residence, Ichido headed straight for the Uchiha compound. His sister was close friends with Mikoto Uchiha, and Ichido was acquainted with both Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. "Is Fugaku-san home?" Fugaku Uchiha emerged from his residence. "Ah, Ichido, what brings you here?" "I'll explain later." "Fugaku-san, come with me." Ichido hastily led Fugaku to the Hitaki residence, where he explained the situation, hoping that Fugaku could use his Sharingan to restore White Fang to his former self. Upon entering the Hitaki residence, they found Tsukumo still seated on the ground. Fugaku activated his Sharingan and attempted to use Genjutsu to counteract the foreign chakra within White Fang's body. However, despite possessing the 3-Tomo Sharingan at the age of 20, he was powerless against the technique. The Uchiha clan must possess a hidden Mangekyo, but I do not trust them. Fugaku only awakened his Mangekyo after the Third Shinobi World War. Shursui Uchiha is only 2 years old. If only I could use a Zanami on Tsukumo. It could save him, but the conditions are not right. That evening, Ichido stealthily returned to the Hitaki residence. "Who's there?" Kakashi tensed, gripping the white light chakra saber. Ichido approached Kakashi. "It's me, Kakashi. I've come to discuss Tsukumo-san's situation." Ichido erected a barrier seal within the house. "Kakashi, if I'm not mistaken, Tsukumo-san was ambushed by Danzo. You may not know him, but if you ever encounter him, do not trust his words or follow him." Ichido paused. Danzo's hidden right eye is a Sharingan, most likely belonging to his deceased comrade, Kagami Uchiha. The Sharingan's level is too high for Fugaku-san to dispel, and I do not trust other Uchiha members. This requires your consent, Kakashi. I intend to encase Tsukumo-san in ice, placing him in a state of suspended animation. I guarantee that Tsukumo-san will return to normal within 10 years. Kakashi hesitated. Ichido added, "We do not know the extent of the technique's effects. Trust me, this is the best solution." In the end, Kakashi relented. Ichido was right. What good would further resistance do? His father's emotional state was deteriorating rapidly, and prolonging the situation might lead to his self-destruction. Ichido took the white light chakra saber and slashed his own hand, but the wound healed too quickly. After several attempts, he managed to simulate a suicide. Ichido used a vast amount of chakra to create an indestructible ice coffin, which he reinforced with sealing techniques. Chapter 13. Promotion to Jonin. After completing the preparations at the scene and giving a few instructions to Kakashi, Ichiraku took his leave. The following morning, he feigned a visit to SHM, seamlessly explaining the presence of SHM's body within the ice coffin. That day, the news of White Fang's suicide spread throughout the Hidden Leaf village. All prominent figures in the village attended White Fang's funeral. The third Hokage bore a face full of regret. He had hoped to suppress public opinion to undermine White Fang, allowing his disciple to succeed the fourth Hokage. Little did he expect that such actions would lead to White Fang's demise. In the following years, Shimura Danzo also felt remorseful. His initial intention was merely to use public sentiment to suppress White Fang and control him through the Sharingan when he was disoriented. Instead, he inadvertently facilitated White Fang's downfall. 3 days later, Kakashi and Ichiraku buried White Fang in the land of the Hitaki clan. The seal on the ice coffin would be triggered if tampered with, so Ichiraku was not concerned about grave robbers. After addressing all matters, Ichiraku submitted his application for promotion to Jonin and his petition to adopt Kakashi to the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage glanced at Ichiraku's 2 applications and felt increasingly satisfied. The more one values friendship, the more controllable they become. As Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen often reflected, humanity can be viewed through the lens of its darkest tendencies. Human nature is intricate. External shackles can never restrain the free spirit of individuals. Only emotional bonds can compel them to willingly accept constraints. The influence of Uchiha Madara on the third Hokage was profound. The strength of the Hidden Leaf must belong to both heart and soul. In the third Hokage's eyes, Ichiraku's connection to the village had become sufficiently profound. Even if he were to grow stronger in the future, he would remain a part of the Hidden Leaf. After some contemplation, the third Hokage instructed the Hidden Anbu to summon Jiraiya and Uzumaki Ichiraku to his presence. He subsequently approved both of Ichiraku's applications. The two received the notification and swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, still engrossed in his work, nodded in approval upon their arrival. Let us proceed to Training Ground 54. Upon reaching the training ground, the third Hokage addressed Ichiraku. Young Ichiraku, if you can endure for 20 minutes against Jiraiya, you will pass this assessment. Considering Ichiraku's unscrupulous fighting style and formidable defense, it was clear that if Jiraiya couldn't overcome him in 20 minutes, victory would likely elude him thereafter. The timer began, and Ichiraku initiated the classic ice crystal armor technique, layering defenses before engaging in combat. Jiraiya, observing Ichiraku completely enveloped in icy blue armor, felt utterly exasperated. Ichiraku, why not remove that armor? We are comrades after all. This is rather uninteresting. Jiraiya attempted to persuade him verbally, showing no intention of fighting. There's no need for such seriousness. You merely need to meet the standards. With your strength, Sensei Sarutobi would surely promote you to Jonin. After 10 minutes of verbal sparring, Jiraiya finally released the summoning technique he had been holding behind his back. As Jiraiya spoke, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing 2 diminutive toads, the sages Fukasaku and Shima. Ichiraku felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Seriously? This is too much. Engaging in idle chatter to stall for time and accumulate chakra to summon the Myoboku sages? Devious. Jiraiya, empowered by the 2 sages, entered sage mode. This is not devious. This is strategy. Welcome to the world of adults. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei, you better think this through. If you hurt me today, my sister will undoubtedly seek revenge. Jiraiya paused, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Do you know why your sister, wants to beat you? It's because you've been hogging her time alone with Minato. Thus, your sister agreed that if I can get you hospitalized for a few days today, she would assist me in pursuing Tsunade. Accept your fate, kid. You're going to the hospital. Of course, Jiraiya couldn't truly harm him. If he seriously injured Ichiraku, the maternal fury of Kushina could instantly turn into wrath, activating Tsunade's protective instincts, ensuring a single punch would bury him within the foundations of the Hidden Leaf. With only 10 minutes left in Sage mode, Jiraiya couldn't afford to truly harm Ichiraku. Although Ichiraku sustained minor injuries, they were not severe. Out of respect for Jiraiya, he agreed to stay in the Hidden Leaf hospital despite only suffering superficial wounds. Jiraiya declared, From now on, you are my non-blood brother. I will never refuse to help you." However, Jiraiya did not anticipate that the repayment for his kindness would come so swiftly. That very day, Ichiraku approached Jiraiya with a simple request: money. Having adopted Kakashi, he couldn't possibly bring Kakashi to stay at the Senju residence. Nor was it appropriate to live at the Hitaki household. A new life necessitated a fresh beginning. Ichiraku borrowed half of Jiraiya's wealth. The sum, combined with Ichiraku's savings from recent years and the allowances from Uzumaki Mido, allowed him to purchase a vast plot of land, complete with mountains and rivers. Indeed, Ichiraku managed to buy both the mountain and the water. Jiraiya was pleased to have the support of Kushina and enjoyed a meal with Tsunade. However, it seemed his pursuit of Tsunade would be a long and arduous journey. The following day, tragedy struck Jiraiya once more as Kushina approached him for money. With her brother having moved out, she realized that at 14, she needed a home of her own. Thus, she decided to take a slice out of Jiraiya's pocket. Combining her savings with Minato's and the allowances from Uzumaki Mido, she built a house right next to Ichiraku's. Though she didn't by the mountain and water, it was still considerably cheaper than Ichiraku's abode. On the third day, Senju Rope Tree grew frustrated. Fine. You've all moved out, isolating me, haven't you? If it's just me and my sister in the house, I'll be beaten daily. Consequently, Rope Tree also bought a plot of land to construct a house adjacent to Kushina's. He had initially intended to fleece Jiraiya, yet found himself with nothing left. Feeling sorry for his teacher, Orochimaru, who lacked research funds, Rope Tree borrowed money from Kushina to build his house. Thus, the world of Jiraiya was filled with injury as he found himself frequently visiting the task management office. It was said that from that day on, he was often seen attending to various missions. Meanwhile, Ichiraku, Kushina, and Rope Tree frequently returned to the Senju residence to visit Uzumaki Mido. As for Kakashi, Ichiraku had once again enrolled him in the Ninja Academy. By this time, Kakashi had already advanced to the Chunin rank. Facing Kakashi's objections, Ichiraku completely disregarded him. "Are you unaware of how much of a joke your Chunin status is? I was able to perform Jonin-level tasks when I was a Chunin. You graduated early? Back to the Ninja Academy, you go to solidify your foundation." Under the pressure of Ichiraku's verbal admonishments and implicit threats, Kakashi returned to the Ninja Academy to practice his skills. This marked the return of the Dragon King. Chapter 14. Sage Mode in Ninja School. Ichiraku glimpsed the future antagonist, Uchiha Obito. How to describe him? Ignoring his voice and appearance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Senju Hashirama. Has Hashirama's illness now become something that can be inherited from afar? Life seemed to have returned to its routine. Ichiraku moved in with Kakashi, who was 7 years old and had to rise early each morning to prepare meals for 14-year-old Ichiraku, who could not cook. Ichiraku's only contribution in the kitchen was to provide ice cubes, leading one to wonder who was truly adopting whom. Ichiraku continued to slack off in the Umbu, especially now that White Fang was absent, making his departure from the village even less likely. Each day, he sought out Minato next door to study ninjutsu and collaborated with Hashirama in developing Sage Mode. Months passed, and the long-absent Orochimaru suddenly reappeared before Ichiraku and Hashirama. Now, Orochimaru appeared frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet paradoxically, his face radiated excitement. Without uttering a word, Orochimaru seized a syringe and injected it into Hashirama's body. After receiving the cell injection, Hashirama immediately collapsed, losing strength and convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Ichiraku, witnessing Orochimaru's intent to inject him as well, pointed towards Hashirama and urged, "I believe we should pause on injecting the cells of Hashirama. Our priority should be to save him." In that moment, Orochimaru, as if possessed, swiftly moved behind Ichiraku and injected the serum into him. After enduring the effects for a while, Ichiraku, too, lay motionless like Hashirama. When he awakened, he found himself inside a cultivation tank, with Hashirama in an adjacent one. Observing the data being recorded outside, Orochimaru smashed Ichiraku's tank. "How do you feel?" Orochimaru rasped, still looking haggard, revealing that he had not rested properly for a long time. "Perhaps not at all, for the sake of Ichiraku and Hashirama. I feel fantastic." Ichiraku replied, stretching his stiff body. The Hashirama cells had activated Sage Mode within him, raising his chakra levels to that of a Kage. "To prevent the Hashirama cells from exhausting your potential, I greatly diluted their concentration while ensuring their efficacy," Orochimaru remarked. clearly satisfied with Ichiraku's condition. This level was just right, accelerating growth without depleting potential. Hashirama gradually awakened as well, and with the stimulation from the Hashirama cells, he successfully synthesized would-release chakra, albeit still weak, but destined to reach Kage level in the future. Seeing both of them successfully fused, Orochimaru finally closed his eyes. Feeling relieved enough to sleep, he could finally rest easy. While the two adjusted to their new bodies, a sudden mist enveloped them, and they were both summoned to the Rigakubo. The White Snake Sage could hardly contain the smile on his face when he beheld them. Ichiraku's innate talent was undeniable. His sage body and ice release merged seamlessly, making him a born sage. Now, with the addition of wood release, even though his fusion speed and progress paled in comparison to Ichiraku's, he was still an extraordinary talent. The White Snake Sage was eager to visit Mount Mayaboku, exclaiming, "Frog, I just woke up. How did you know I was graced with two exceptional talents in my cave?" Gazing at Ichiraku, the White Snake Sage greeted him, "Little Ichiraku, your body can now withstand Sage Chakra. Would you like to learn Sage Mode now?" The sage's demeanor resembled that of an elder coaxing a child. Ichiraku nodded, knowing as a time traveler that the third great ninja war would erupt in a few years, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity to enhance his power. Upon seeing Ichiraku nod, the White Snake Sage promptly bit into his neck. Sage Chakra flowed continuously from the fangs into Ichiraku's body. Adapt to the Sage Chakra within you. Tame it, and you shall complete Sage Mode. 3 years of minimal Sage Chakra adaptation. Even a pig should now be a Sage Pig. After a while, as Ichiraku acclimated to the Sage Chakra, his hair and eyes turned blue, emanating a chilling aura, with blue patterns appearing on his forehead. The White Snake Sage's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, I was not mistaken. At last, I have found a true sage in my cave. In the realm of shinobi, only 3 sages had emerged: Kaguya Otsutsuki, Ashura Otsutsuki, and Hashirama Senju. Their sage modes bore no animalistic traits, nor did their pupils transform into those of beasts. Such was the hallmark of a true sage, while those whose pupils morphed into animalistic forms could merely be deemed pseudo-sages, mimicking animals to harness sage chakra. Ichiraku sensed his newfound state. His chakra recovery had significantly improved, and his perception was now unparalleled, with the range and effectiveness of sage perception doubling. The White Snake Sage returned to his stone seat, addressing Ichiraku. "You have now mastered Sage Mode. There are matters I can finally share with you. Long ago, our 3 great sanctuaries assisted the legendary Sage of 6 Paths in sealing his mother. In gratitude, he bestowed upon us a legacy of sealing techniques. We can only comprehend a fraction of it, for the true sage's legacy can only be claimed by a genuine sage. After millennia, you are the first true sage to emerge from my cave. You are the hope for the rise of the Rigakubo," as the White Snake Sage spoke. He led Ichiraku deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, Hashirama was taken away by 3 divine maidens for guidance. Reflecting their familiarity, why subject themselves to trials? It seemed nothing amiss. However, Hashirama required more time to prepare to accept Sage Chakra. As the White Snake Sage ventured further, a simple door appeared before them. "Enter. I can only accompany you this far." Upon opening the door, Ichiraku stepped into a white world, where the Sage of 6 Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki, floated flamboyantly. "Descendant of the Rigakubo, you have finally arrived. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths." Ichiraku's expression remained impassive. Noting Ichiraku's demeanor, Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly this composed?" Observing others' astonishment upon hearing his title was one of his rare pleasures. Yet, after waiting for a response that did not come, Kaguya continued, "My mother once sought to obtain all chakra. My brother and I organized and sealed her. The background story is already known, so I shall not elaborate. Both my mother and the fears she represented pose threats to the safety of the ninja world. I shall teach you the 6-path sage techniques, hoping you can wield this power to protect the world in the future." Chapter 15. The mission. Is this an illusion? The Sage of 6 Paths imparted to Ichiraku not only a deeper understanding of the art of chakra, but also the development of various techniques. After utilizing chakra, the Sage's form became almost ethereal. "The future is in your hands, young one." With those words, the chakra of the Sage gradually dissipated. Indeed, the Sage of 6 Paths. The conclusion of this tale rests within my grasp. Upon awakening from the legacy, Ichiraku found himself under the expectant gaze of the White Snake Sage. Without hesitation, he He shared all he had learned that could be grasped by serpentine beings. The Dragon Cave had been generous to him. Thus, it was only fitting to offer something in return, for without the Dragon Cave, he would never have acquired the sage's inheritance. Upon returning to the shallow depths of the Dragon Cave, he encountered the three goddesses chastising Shoju. The reprimands were harsh indeed. It was no wonder Shoju faltered. Having recently awakened the wood release, the chakra within him was akin to that of an infant, making the pursuit of sage arts rather premature. Back in Konoha, after savoring a meal prepared by Kakashi, Ichiraku sat on his bed, reflecting on the day's revelations. Primarily, he contemplated the sage technique, the divine gate, a universal sage art of the six paths, alongside the perception techniques and the developmental trajectory of sage chakra. With every gain, there comes a sacrifice. Due to his successful transformation into a sage, the sage arts of the Dragon Cave were now beyond his reach. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned, toggling the sage mode on and off repeatedly. Then, the most astonishing event occurred. By dawn, Ichiraku had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, through incessant toggling, he unexpectedly sensed the chakra of his kunai. While it typically necessitated prolonged preparation in sage mode for success, one might argue, did I not achieve it? Truly, I am a prodigy among countless others. Although the current limitations of the Flying Thunder God technique are numerous, the fact remains that I have taken a commendable first step, marking a historic transition from nothing to something. The following morning, Ichiraku, with dark circles beneath his eyes and without breakfast, hastened next door to boast to Minato. Alas, Kushina's room was closer to the entrance, and while Minato remained asleep, Kushina was summoned instead. That morning, Ichiraku experienced the warmth of sisterly love once more. That profound affection, a fist, was both immense and painful. Fortuitously, he did not arrive too early. Otherwise, he might have faced not merely a fist, but several chains of chakra. After enduring, oh no, re-experiencing sibling affection, Ichiraku shared with Minato the rapid mastery of Sage Mode. However, unlike the swift Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave, that of Mayaboka Mountain was exceedingly time-consuming. Minato's path to mastery would be long indeed. Now capable of employing the Flying Thunder God, Ichiraku began undertaking missions with frequency. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, even if he was outmatched, escape would be an easy feat. The need to settle a significant debt with Jiraiya was one aspect, while accruing merit was another. If all goes well, Minato would ascend as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and Ichiraku aimed to rise as high as possible within the Umbu before that moment. Once Minato assumed his position, Ichiraku would be the head of the Umbu, effectively placing him below no one but above all others in Konoha. Except for Kushina, no one could command him. As for Kakashi, whom he had taken under his wing, Ichiraku adopted Kakashi primarily out of concern that the Navi boy might be abducted and unwittingly assist his captors. In terms of daily life, it was uncertain who was truly caring for whom, Ichiraku or Kakashi. Over the span of 2 years, the Umbu lost a laid-back Aoi and gained a lone wolf humorously dubbed the Mission Machine. Ichiraku could not ascertain whether the Umbu still harbored the scheming Danzo. Undertaking missions solo was beneficial for all involved. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on a cigarette, gazing into a crystal ball reflecting the Konoha bathhouse. Ichiraku opened the door to the Hokage's office. "Third Hokage, you summon me?" The third Hokage quickly closed the spying technique, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Ah, Ichiraku, an important mission has arisen. Currently, all of Konoha's elite forces are unable to depart. I must rely on you." Ichiraku unfurled the scroll detailing that Konoha's merchant convoy had been ambushed by unidentified ninjas en route to the land of hot water, with a significant amount of goods now unaccounted for. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette. "Investigate who has robbed the convoy. If possible, retrieve the goods. Remember, your safety is paramount. If necessary, abandon the mission. As for the mission's ranking, let us categorize it as A rank for now, and we shall assess it upon completion." Ichiraku nodded. "Understood, third Hokage." Upon returning home, Ichiraku began to gather his equipment. He left the Kusanagi sword behind, as he preferred the standard short blade issued by the Umbu for missions. While it lacked chakra metal and optimal conductivity, the short sword was sufficiently sturdy, sharp, and more conveniently portable. As Kakashi observed Ichiraku preparing, he inquired, "Ichiraku, are you heading out on a mission again?" "Yes, Kakashi. This mission may take quite some time. I am leaving the Kusanagi sword with you. It contains my chakra sealed within. Infuse chakra into the hilt to activate the seal. If any Umbu agents seek you out, simply avoid the Hokage's office. Should they attempt to force you, strike back and strike hard. I have left you ample chakra. If anything arises, you may seek out your sister Kushina, brother Minato, or brother Shoju. Once he had packed his belongings, Ichiraku set off toward the outskirts of Konoha, marking his flying thunder god seals in concealed locations along the way. After several days of intermittent travel, Ichiraku returned to his homeland, the land of whirlpools. Upon entering the village of Uzumaki, the former splendor was but a distant memory. The village lay in ruins. As he ventured deeper, he found that everything movable had been taken by the invaders. Ichiraku made his way to the village center, where a structure known as the Namen Hall came into view. The invaders had looted every tome and secret technique, yet they had overlooked this most precious item. Ichiraku gathered all the masks and packed them away, intending to bring them back to Konoha as gifts for Uncle Snake. After a thorough search revealed no further remnants, Ichiraku noted that the Mist and Cloud villages were truly famished. They had nearly stripped Uzumaki of its very foundation. Exiting the village, Ichiraku concluded his nostalgic journey and turned his sights toward the land of hot water. After an indeterminate number of days adrift at sea, he finally returned to familiar shores. As he disembarked, he sensed a familiar chakra moving rapidly, pursued by several others. Ichiraku hurried toward the source, traversing the forest until he reached a precipice, where he spotted the owner of the chakra. At that moment, Mei Terumi was in dire straits. She had not anticipated encountering the hulking fourth Raikage during her mission in the land of hot water, and her teammates had all been eliminated. Now, her only chance of survival lay in leaping off the cliff behind her. Chapter 16. Reunion. Just as Terumi Mei prepared to leap from the precipice behind her, an unexpected chill swept through the air. A figure adorned with a cat-shaped mask emerged before her. This attire, the Umbu of Konoha. Ice release. Could it be him? The color of his hair seems off. As she sensed the familiar coldness, Terumi Mei recalled the pink-haired youth from Konoha. A formidable ninja with an appealing visage, albeit excessively shy. Both siblings were indeed intriguing individuals. Despite her own striking appearance, she lamented the absence of suitors from the Mist Village. Moreover, the village was rife with bizarre characters, whether it be the delicate water moon, the combative Kaguya, or the host of oddities like sharp-toothed and shark-faced individuals, a veritable menagerie of eccentricities. At 16, she remained without a boyfriend. Would she end up single in her 30s? Wait, this is a battle. Life and death are at stake. What am I even thinking? ITT stood in front of Terumi Mei, completely unaware of the rich inner turmoil she was experiencing. Confronted by the shinobi from the Cloud Village, ITT unsheathed his Umbu's short blade, silently infusing it with an abundance of ice chakra. Is it fair for so many of you to bully a defenseless woman? Do the shinobi of the Cloud Village possess such shamelessness? ITT taunted verbally while quietly preparing for combat. On the opposing side, AI was equally unyielding, retorting, "Enough of your prattle. They have stolen the supplies of my Cloud Merchant convoy. How can a battle between ninjas be trivialized? Today, I shall eliminate you first, and then seek the lost goods." With that, AI surged forward, unleashing a lightning release hand blade aimed directly at ITT's head. Yet midway, he was halted by an ice wall. Was this the work of the Mist Umbu? Or perhaps Konoha? Who are you exactly? ITT paused, suddenly recalling that his sage mode had altered his hair color. After 2 years of growth, it was only natural for him to be unrecognizable. I am merely a passerby here too. Cough. Cough. Just passing through. What's wrong, Yatsuki? Have you forgotten me after just 2 years, defeated one? The fourth Raikage squinted his eyes. Uzumaki, ITT. At last, I see you again. Today, I shall avenge the disgrace of my prior defeat. AI transformed into a veritable storm of energy, his form crackling with lightning, his eyes wide with fury and exhilaration. After a prolonged build-up, ITT's short blade reached a state of saturation, prompting him to muse. Is it really just one victory that has you holding such a grudge? ITT's provocative words only fueled AI's anger further. With a flash, AI appeared before ITT, aiming a thrust directly at him. Hell Piercer, 4 books piercing strike. ITT's short blade intercepted AI's thrust, yet the blade was riddled with cracks. Why not use that previous blade of yours? Has it shattered? Is Konoha so impoverished that they cannot afford a decent weapon? AI mocked, attempting to gain the upper hand through verbal jabs. ITT remained unfazed, channeling chakra and casting his short blade aside, joining his hands together to detonate the excess chakra within it. Ice Blade Storm. The short blade exploded into countless fragments, piercing through the unsuspecting Cloud Ninja. Even without direct hits, the myriad shards that landed created a favorable battlefield for ITT's ice release. Several hidden flying Thunder God marks had also been strategically placed. Do you wish to continue, AI? Should this persist, there will be little left of your comrades. ITT teleported behind a Cloud Ninja, kunai poised at his throat. Damn it, Uzumaki ITT, one day I will personally defeat you. AI commanded, gesturing for his comrades to retreat. ITT, however, interjected, wait. AI turned sharply, Uzumaki, ITT. Do you wish for a fight to the death? No, I possess a bit of knowledge regarding medical ninjutsu. A mere 10,000 ryo per person, if you will. ITT addressed the gathered Cloud Shinobi. In the world of Shinobi, a bowl of ramen typically cost around 70 ryo, while a detonating tag was priced at 2,000 ryo. 10,000 ryo was akin to the cost of a high-ranking C or ordinary B-class mission. ITT anticipated a counteroffer. Yet AI readily accepted without a moment's hesitation. I meant 10,000 ryo per person. ITT asserted uncertainly. AI dismissed the concern. I understand. Hurry and heal us. Seeing AI's willingness, ITT felt a pang of regret. He had known the Cloud Village was affluent, yet this surpassed his expectations. He had truly underestimated their wealth. Regret aside, adhering to the spirit of the contract, ITT proceeded to treat their wounds at the agreed price. Naturally, before attending to the others, he first examined Terumi Mei's injuries. The Ice Blade Storm primarily served to establish the battlefield and set up the Flying Thunder God marks. Its lethality was substantial, yet upon striking an enemy, it would encase them in ice, mitigating the damage dealt. As long as the ice was shattered in time, coupled with healing, death could be averted. After successfully treating the Cloud Ninja, ITT received a handsome sum of 150,000 ryo, akin to the reward for an S-rank mission. This windfall had come far too easily. Terumi Mei expressed deep gratitude towards ITT. Had he not arrived in time, she might have perished. If ITT possessed a system, he would see the words floating above Terumi Mei's head. Affection level up. Affection level up. Her already favorable disposition towards ITT blossomed further. Observing this, ITT fell into contemplation. He held a genuine fondness for Terumi Mei, as she embodied his aesthetic ideals. Yet, this scenario felt eerily familiar. A sudden spark of affection upon their first meeting, a silent crush born from shyness, seizing the moment to rescue the damsel in distress, and ultimately winning her heart. Was this not the very script of Minato Namikaze? Initially, ITT had scoffed at Minato's romantic endeavors. Yet now, he found himself empathizing with Minato, embodying his narrative, and even surpassing him. Of course, while seeking a romantic partner, ITT did not forget his mission. He promptly inquired about the missing supplies from the Cloud Village. After a thorough verification among the trio, it became evident that the resources from Konoha, the Cloud, and the Mist had all been pilfered from this very locale. In the current shinobi world, even the demigods of the Rain Village refrained from openly challenging the 5 great shinobi villages during their prime. Thus, when the Cloud and Mist villages encountered one another, they instinctively assumed the other had committed the theft and engaged in battle without inquiry. Terumi Mei had long grown weary of her brainless teammates, arrogant, inept, and devoid of intellect, not to mention unattractive. Such companions would inevitably lead to her downfall. The following day, Terumi Mei and ITT exchanged intelligence with the Cloud Village before parting ways. Chapter 17. The Cult of the Evil God. Upon entering the land of hot springs, the two indulged in a delightful array of culinary and recreational pleasures. Much like star-crossed lovers, the land of hot springs is renowned for its exquisite hot springs, which they decided to experience, finding it far more comfortable than the baths of Konoha. However, amidst their romantic escapades, they also took the opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of the missing supplies. The traces left by the theft of supply carts from 2 villages bore striking similarities. In both locations, they encountered a familiar symbol, a triangle encircled by a circle. I feel as though I have seen this symbol before. It appears to originate from a cult in the land of hot springs, remarked Ichiraku to Terumi Mei. Immediately, they commenced their inquiry into the cult of the evil god, a sect that had recently emerged in the land of hot springs. The cultists, seemingly fearless, appeared to lack any sense of pain, Some even claimed to possess the ability to attain immortality. Terumi Mei scoffed at the notion of immortality, while Ichiraku was aware that a future cultist named Haiden would indeed acquire such a gift. After gathering sufficient intelligence, they infiltrated the cult and discovered the missing supplies from the 3 villages hidden within a warehouse. Following deliberation, they decided to take back their own village's share and divide the portion belonging to Chunin village. Utilizing serpents from the dragon cave and sealing scrolls, they efficiently emptied the entire warehouse. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at that moment. The clumsy giants from Chunin village had also found their way to the location, leading to a direct confrontation with the cult members. The cultists immediately inspected the warehouse containing the stolen goods, and Ichiraku and Terumi Mei were soon discovered. In an instant, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of cultists. Ichiraku placed a reassuring hand on Terumi Mei's shoulder, invoking the ice release, ice crystal armor. Both were enveloped in a shimmering blue armor, with Terumi Mei's being slightly more lightweight. Since acquiring his heritage, Ichiraku had become increasingly adept at controlling jutsu and chakra, confident that soon he would be able to summon whatever he desired with a mere clap of his hands. Ichiraku cautioned Terumi Mei that the ice crystal armor could withstand 3A rank ninjutsu attacks, and urged her not to let them acquire her blood. While Ichiraku could have escaped using the flying thunder god technique alone, transporting another person was still too formidable a challenge for him at this stage. As they were gradually cornered by the multitude of cultists, the confined space hindered their ability to maneuver. The cultists' assaults solely aimed at obtaining their blood. If they continued to delay, defeat was inevitable. Ichiraku activated Sage Mode, conjuring an ice sword, and after a brief moment of preparation, plunged the blade into the ground. Ice chakra radiated outward from the sword's center, encasing everyone within the room in a frigid embrace. Shattering the ice surrounding Terumi Mei, Ichiraku urged her to flee with him. Outside, the 4th Reikage was also in a precarious situation, grappling with the cult's bizarre abilities. No matter how he attacked, he could not bring down his opponent, and instead, 2 of his brothers fell victim to the strange technique after losing their blood. The Reikage practiced the Chunin village's body technique and lacked any ranged capabilities. The standoff continued. Observing the opponent's brazen demeanor, the Reikage recalled Ichiraku's ice release. Damn it! If only he were here right now, his ice release could surely handle this monster. Emerging from the chaos with Terumi Mei, Ichiraku was met with a rather disheveled scene. Yayuki, you look rather worse for wear. A flicker of surprise crossed the Reikage's eyes upon seeing Ichiraku. Vortex Ichiraku, come quickly and assist. Ichiraku pondered for a moment. While Chunin village was not particularly admirable, having previously sent individuals to kidnap his sister, he found the Reikage to be a decent fellow. Though hot-headed, he was straightforward. And after their 2 encounters, they had developed a bond of mutual respect. 500,000 Ryo. At this point, the Reikage could hardly think of anything else. The loss of his companions left him in a state of desperation. 1 million Ryo, help me eliminate him. Without hesitation, Ichiraku agreed. The opponent merely relied on their supposed immortality. Chunin's lightning techniques and body techniques would have minimal effect, but ice release would be different. Ichiraku pressed his hands to the ground, and a chilling aura rapidly spread, freezing the feet of the cultists before they could react. The cultists, armed with scythes, began striking the thick ice beneath them, but Ichiraku was already preparing his decisive move. Millennial Ice Prison. 6 ice pillars erupted from the ground, twisting and contracting before converging into a massive ice column, sealing the cultists within. Ichiraku reinforced the ice prison with sealing techniques. The cultists, aside from their immortality, possessed no other skills, rendering them unable to escape. Any normal ninja would have easily evaded using body flicker techniques. Meanwhile, the Reikage silently gathered the bodies of his fallen comrades and addressed Ichiraku. Vortex Ichiraku, consider this a favor owed to you. I have since learned about the incident involving Odo, the one who abducted Kushina. They took your sister. This fault lies with Chunin, and I apologize. The Reikage handed over a scroll filled with money, still feeling disgruntled as he remarked, once again, I have lost to you. Next time, victory shall be mine. Ichiraku took the Chunin goods, feeling somewhat guilty, and after a brief exchange, he and Terumi Mei departed. I must return to Konoha. Would you care to visit again? My sister misses you dearly. Terumi Mei giggled behind her hand. I must return to my village as well. Rest assured, I will seek you out. Understanding her implication, Ichiraku could not resist leaning in for a kiss. Wait for me. Within 5 years, I will become stronger. Even if the world opposes our union, I shall traverse the clouds to claim you. Terumi May blushed fiercely. I believe in you. She had not anticipated that the shy boy who hesitated even to hold her hand would boldly take her first kiss. How peculiar. Was this what it felt like to be smitten? Reluctantly parting ways, the fourth Raikage stormed into the cult's warehouse. Vortex, Ichiraku. You are a dog. You have taken all of Yunin's supplies. You did not even leave me a single explosive tag. Vortex, Ichiraku. You are truly despicable. Meanwhile, Ichiraku and Terumi May were already aboard the vessel returning to their village. As the sea breeze whisked away their lingering sentiments, Ichiraku recalled the contents of Yunin's goods. Opening a crate, he was astonished to find an array of sharp, standard-issue ninja blades, likely custom-made by Yunin in the Land of Iron. The quality far surpassed that of the Umbu's short blades. Coupled with the previous crate of explosive tags, these 2 boxes alone exceeded the mission's reward by tenfold. Gazing at the remaining 7 or 8 boxes of Yunin's supplies, Ichiraku could hardly fathom how a mere mission could lead to such financial freedom. This journey had yielded both wealth and fortune. What a delectable outcome. Chapter 18. The Jinchuriki in a buoyant mood, Ichiraku returned to Konoha to report his mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Due to the involvement of numerous ninja from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist, and the successful retrieval of Konoha's supplies, the mission was begrudgingly elevated to an S rank. The military supplies from the Hidden Cloud were accepted by Ichiraku himself. The third Hokage, glancing at Ichiraku, advised him to stay indoors for the next few days and spend time with Lady Kushina. Ichiraku, feeling a twinge of sorrow, replied, "Understood, Lord Third." During this period, Uzumaki Kushina resolved to seal the Nine Tails within herself. Despite the melancholy surrounding this decision, many felt that this elderly woman was far from her last moments. Yet she chose to expend her remaining strength to ensure the seal's success. This noble sacrifice was made for the sake of Konoha. Ichiraku and a few others accompanied Kushina through her final days, during which she imparted heartfelt messages to everyone. She told Sarutobi that he was a capable Hokage, one whom both Hashirama and Tobirama would surely commend. To Tsunade, she wished for her happiness and assured her that she had left ample funds for her to enjoy some time at the casino. As for Jiraiya, she remarked that he was quite charming and encouraged Tsunade to consider a relationship with him. To Ichiraku, she advised him to forge his own path rather than merely emulating his great-grandfather, emphasizing that he would always be a source of pride for his elders, regardless of what the future held. In a private conversation with Ichiraku and Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina noted that their clan had been eradicated and that they need not bear any burdens. The role of elders, she expressed, is simply to wish for their children's happiness. She then presented them with 2 scrolls, revealing them to be the sealing scrolls for the Nine Tails. Ichiraku, I believe you have affections for that girl from the Hidden Mist. I trust you will win her heart. Consider this your wedding gift, along with that of Kushina and Minato. Though I may not be present for your wedding, I wanted to offer this gift in advance. Despite having prepared for this moment, tears streamed down their faces at Kushina's words. After a brief period of preparation, they journeyed to the back mountains of Konoha, where Uzumaki Kushina released the seal within her body, summoning the colossal Nine Tails before them. As soon as it emerged, the beast conjured a massive-tailed beast bomb, prompting Kushina to swiftly bind it with her diamond lock technique. Yet, age had taken its toll, and she struggled to contain the creature. Seeing this, Ichiraku immediately entered Sage mode and invoked the Sage Art, Heavenly Gate, causing the gate to descend from the heavens and secure the Nine Tails' tail and neck, shattering the tailed beast bomb as it lost its chakra supply. The Nine Tails' eyes widened in shock. This was the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kushina, equally astonished, gazed at Ichiraku, realizing how much he had grown. All right, Kushina, come here. It's time to seal the Nine Tails. Kushina approached her side, and with a determined voice, she exclaimed, for Symbol's seal. The Nine Tails was successfully sealed within Kushina, but the exertion took its toll on her frail body, leading to her collapse. With a serene smile, she departed from this world. A funeral was held in her honor, during which Ichiraku encased her body in ice, using his ice-release chakra, and sealed it to prevent any disturbances to the life of this devoted elder. Following Kushina's funeral, Ichiraku was appointed as the captain of an Umbu team, while Minato was promoted to Jonin. Inspired by the sight of the tailed beast bomb, he began developing new jutsu to complement the Flying Thunder God technique. Ichiraku promptly managed a portion of the supplies from the hidden cloud, repaying Jiraiya and returning the borrowed funds from Kushina. In exchange, Ichiraku occasionally sought to draw some chakra from his sister. During the sealing process, Ichiraku's sage body absorbed the scattered chakra of the Nine Tails, resulting in a transformation. However, Rope Tree, who had also come into contact with the Nine Tails chakra, showed no such reaction. Uncle Snake resumed his research, having gone several days without sleep, prompting concern that he might collapse in his laboratory one day. On this day, Ichiraku approached his sister once more, hoping to extract some chakra. However, the Nine Tails within Kushina resisted vehemently. To further develop his sage body, Ichiraku resolved to negotiate with the Nine Tails. Upon entering Kushina's sealing space, he found the Nine Tails firmly restrained by the diamond lock, unable to move. The seal felt futile, as the fox was ensnared in chains. What a tragic situation. No wonder the Nine Tails refuses to cooperate. I would certainly not comply under such duress. Ichiraku stepped closer, and the Nine Tails, recognizing the familiar boy, asked, "You are the one who utilized the 6 paths sage techniques a few days ago? Kurama, I believe we can have a conversation." The moment Ichiraku spoke, the Nine Tails erupted in anger, but the chains were too constraining, and thus, it failed to act. Despite its immobility, the Nine Tails roared, "How do you know that name? Who are you? Answer me." At that moment, the Nine Tails yearned to strike the cage to emphasize its frustration, yet after a futile struggle, it found itself unable to move. This Jinchuriki is truly remarkable. Compared to him, Uzumaki Kushina seems almost benevolent. Ichiraku chose not to answer the Nine Tails directly, but instead recounted a tale about a woman who consumed a chakra fruit. "Kurama, if I must identify myself, I am the heir to the sage techniques of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Would you lend me some chakra as an initial investment? If the Sage of 6 Paths words hold true, I shall protect you." The Nine Tails regarded the human before it, contemplating whether to trust him. Having endured countless tribulations over millennia, the tailed beasts were all too familiar with humanity's darker nature. Seeing the Nine Tails appear to waver, Ichiraku pressed further, "I will have my sister remove these chains." Tailed beasts possess their own consciousness. This treatment is undeniably cruel. The Nine Tails, now gazing at Ichiraku, sensed an aura of light surrounding him. The old man chose wisely. Even if this was merely a transaction for chakra, the boy before him was the first in millennia to treat the tailed beasts as equals. Kushina listened, astonished by the revelations from Ichiraku, and with a heavy heart, she released the diamond lock binding the Nine Tails. Feeling a sense of indignation at the way Kushina regarded him, the Nine Tails barked, "Hey, what kind of look is that? Don't gaze at me with such pitying eyes." It then turned back to Ichiraku, recalling the boy's earlier appearance in sage mode, calling forth the names of the 9-tailed beasts. "Could it be you? Little one, come here. I will grant you chakra." The Nine Tails extended its claw toward Ichiraku. "Thank you, Kurama." Ichiraku reached out, his hand meeting the Nine Tails' claw. "Remember, do not let anyone know my name. And you too." The Nine Tails glared at Kushina, its displeasure evident at both her past actions and her current sympathetic gaze. Chapter 19. Leading the team exiting the spiritual realm of Kushina, Ichiraku felt the Nine Tails chakra within him begin to surge, igniting a profound excitement throughout his being. Just moments ago, he had experienced an astonishing sensation. His hand had turned to ice. Upon returning home and finishing the meal prepared by Kakashi, Ichiraku took the opportunity to provide guidance on Kakashi's training. After having adopted him for so long, it seemed that he had neglected his education ever since he was enrolled in the Ninja Academy. With some free time on his hands, he felt it was imperative to teach him. As night fell, Ichiraku lay in bed contemplating how to gather the tailed beast chakra when an unexpected event transpired. Instead of resting in his own room, he found himself standing upon a glacier where the Nine Tails fox was gazing at him. "Ah, good evening, Ichiraku." The fox greeted him. Ichiraku, bewildered, thought to himself, "I must be dreaming. Why is the Nine Tails here?" He pinched himself, convinced that he would awaken from this bizarre dream. The fox observed the dazed young man and remarked, "You are not dreaming. I dwell within your body. The chakra I have granted you is substantial. After all, a tailed beast is a conglomeration of chakra. This vast reservoir of chakra also encompasses my consciousness. If one were to insist, I might be considered a mere clone." After a prolonged moment, Ichiraku finally accepted the reality of the fox residing within him. "You rascal, you already have my sister, yet you still wish to make a home within me?" The Nine Tails, oblivious to Ichiraku's expression, continued to chatter. While I have bestowed chakra upon you, I must still assess whether you possess the qualifications to be the successor of the Sage of Six Paths. Though it may be a bit chilly here, it is far superior to your sister's abode. Ichiraku interrupted the Nine-Tails' incessant prattle, recognizing that this fox had likely gone decades, if not a century, without conversing with anyone. So, Kyubi, how much chakra do you possess as this chakra clone? The Nine-Tails pondered briefly, then replied, 1/3. I am not merely a chakra clone. As I mentioned, I am a manifestation. Do not view me through the narrow lens of human understanding. I can regenerate the chakra I have utilized. With a swift flick, the Nine-Tails playfully struck Ichiraku on the head, jolting him awake in the real world. Ouch! My head hurts. Kyubi, you nearly knocked me out. A voice echoed in his ear. Do not worry. I am well aware. With me here, it would be difficult for you to perish. The bond between Ichiraku and the beast mirrored that of Naruto and the tailed beast during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Given that the chakra of the Nine-Tails could be advantageous, it stood to reason that the others might be as well. Ichiraku began to strategize about gathering the chakra of other tailed beasts. With the Third Great Ninja War approaching, it was an opportune time to navigate the chaos to his advantage. He resolved not to leave the village for the next year, dedicating this time to rigorously train Kakashi. The supplies he had acquired from the Hidden Cloud Village, coupled with the substantial compensation from A, would sustain him for quite some time, perhaps even a lifetime. Yet, the thought of those supplies stirred a twinge of guilt within Ichiraku. I was simply too honest. Initially, Ichiraku had felt no remorse for avenging the Hidden Cloud Village, but A's sincere apology had awakened the remnants of his conscience. He felt a modicum of guilt toward the Hidden Cloud Village. In an effort to quell his conscience, Ichiraku resolved to spend all the money the next day, believing that as long as he could not see his conscience, it would not ache. With this mindset, he drifted into slumber, where Terumi May awaited him in his dreams. The following morning, Ichiraku left behind a box of ninja tools, a crate of explosive tags, and exchanged the remaining 6 or 7 boxes of supplies for money. With this newfound wealth, he expanded his family's property significantly. The entire lake was now theirs. A portion of the remaining funds was used to acquire a membership card at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, recharging the card with the leftover money. After all, he lacked culinary skills, and having a card at the barbecue restaurant would effectively lighten Kakashi's burdens. Upon returning home, he discovered that Kakashi had already gone to school. Ichiraku hurried to the Ninja Academy to find Kakashi. All right, you've been stagnant long enough. Starting today, utilize shadow clones for your studies while your main self trains with me daily. If I do not properly train you, I fear you might seamlessly blend into the Ninja Academy's ranks. The Third Great Ninja War was imminent, and he did not want Uncle Shumo to awaken only to find his son missing once more. By this time, Kakashi's chakra had already reached considerable levels, making the use of shadow clones for learning entirely sufficient. Arriving at Training Ground 56, Ichiraku beckoned to Kakashi. Attack me, with the intent to kill. Without hesitation, Kakashi drew his white fang short blade and charged at Ichiraku. Ichiraku produced a kunai to engage him in combat. After a brief struggle, Ichiraku subdued Kakashi. Firstly, your willingness to attack me without hesitation signifies you are a competent ninja, yet it pains me that you did so without a moment's doubt. Additionally, while the white fang short blade is an excellent weapon, it requires chakra to shield it. If you continue to wield it this way, it will inevitably break. Lastly, your technique is too rigid. The white fang technique is not employed in this manner. Hearing Ichiraku's critique, Kakashi began to reflect on his shortcomings. Ichiraku then retrieved the box of Hidden Cloud Ninja tools he had set aside. Until your training is complete, you are prohibited from using the white fang short blade. This box of ninja tools contains a minimal amount of chakra metal, making it well suited for your current level. Throughout the year, Ichiraku engaged in minor missions while rigorously training Kakashi. By the time of the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi's skills had significantly improved. He was far stronger than he was in the original timeline at the age of 12 when he became a Nin. On this particular day, after finishing training with Kakashi, Ichiraku, along with a group of Nin, was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat at his desk, smoking a pipe, with several documents spread before him. These are this year's newly graduated genin. I hope you can guide them as Nin instructors. The third Hokage pushed the documents towards them. Similar to the original story, Minato was assigned to teach Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. However, in a twist, Kakashi was not a last-minute replacement due to the death of his teammates. The events surrounding White Fang had not made him resentful. The final document handed to Ichiraku was that of Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurinai, and Sarutobi Asuma. Ichiraku could not help but comment. It's one thing for regular J-nin to lead a team, but why must I, a distinguished Umbu captain, also teach children? The third Hokage retorted. Our esteemed Umbu captain has not left the village in a year. Your team has no members, and assigning you as a teacher is merely to keep you occupied. This class was specifically requested by your teacher, Orochimaru. Upon hearing that it was his teacher's request, Ichiraku refrained from further objections. After all, both he and Shinsuke had their own paths to tread. Orochimaru's mastery of snake ninjutsu had no successors. It was a rare opportunity to nurture a disciple capable of inheriting his legacy, even if time constraints hindered his ability to train her adequately. As a disciple, it was only fitting to assist his teacher in alleviating his burdens. Chapter 20. Bandits? After everyone departed, Ichiraku remained in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, how could I possibly teach students? He gestured towards the profile of Yuhi Kurinai. Lord Third, I am not proficient in Jinjutsu. How about this? You could introduce me to the esteemed Jonin, Yuhi Kurinai? She could teach me Jinjutsu, and then I could pass it on to her. The third Hokage chuckled heartily. You certainly have nothing to lose. The members of your class do not require your instruction. They already have their own teachers. Your role is merely to ensure their safety during missions. There is no need for you to act as a middleman. The following day, Ichiraku was the first to enter the classroom. Yuhi Kurinai, Asuma Sarutobi, come with me. Ichiraku beckoned to the three youngsters awaiting their assignments. On the rooftop, he surveyed the trio before him. Asuma Sarutobi, true to his lineage, boasted a luxuriant mane of hair at such a young age. This lad would be worth 35 million ryo in no time. Inflation would surely escalate his value over the years. With a land value of 30 million, Asuma, being the third Hokage's son, was slightly more expensive. Ichiraku felt increasingly validated in his decision to convert all his money into land. Let me introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Ichiraku, a sensory ninja skilled in sensory ninjutsu, ice release, and sealing techniques, with a modest understanding of medical ninjutsu. In my leisure time, I enjoy fishing, and my dream is simply to marry the person I love. Asuma regarded Ichiraku with some skepticism. Is this the ninja my father spoke of, one on par with the legendary three? A sensory ninja? Is that it? All auxiliary ninjutsu? I am Asuma Sarutobi, fond of sausages and yam cold noodles. I specialize in wind and fire release. My favorite person is, he trailed off, blushing as he cast a sidelong glance at Kurinai. Red Bean stepped in front of her dear friend, declaring, I am Mitarashi Anko, and I adore dango and red bean soup. Asuma Sarutobi, I warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards my dear Kurinai. Finally, Kurinai introduced herself. I am Yuhi Kurinai, proficient in Jinjutsu, with a fondness for wasabi octopus and a disdain for sweets. Let us proceed to the training ground for our final assessment. Ichiraku announced. Asuma, brimming with excitement, relished the opportunity to showcase his prowess before his idol, entirely dismissing the warnings from his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon arriving at the training ground, Asuma eagerly brandished a pair of knuckle blades. Come on, Ichiraku-sensei. Note, this sensei refers to a class instructor, not a master-disciple relationship. Ichiraku gazed at Asuma's impressive weaponry and mused to himself about the wealth involved. This pair of blades was worth a fortune, a testament to the third Hokage's investment in his son. As Asuma charged at him, Ichiraku drew a kunai, infusing it with wind chakra to effortlessly counter Asuma's assault. Your attacks lack coherence, Asuma. You ought to refine your swordsmanship. Your chakra control is woefully inadequate. While the wind blade may appear intimidating, it is ultimately wasteful. Just then, Ichiraku found himself ensnared in an illusion of cherry blossom trees, which dissipated in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Anko called out, Shadow Snake Hand. As Ichiraku sent Asuma flying with a kick, he deftly blocked the incoming snake with his kunai. After the ninjutsu ceased, he materialized behind Kurinai, kunai poised at her neck. Addressing Anko, little sister, do you wish to continue? Seeing the trio cease their attacks, Ichiraku offered praise. Your coordination is commendable, quite impressive for freshly graduated genin. Given your youth, you will require time to develop. All right, everyone passes. To celebrate the establishment of Team 10, I shall treat you to barbecue, Ichiraku announced, leading the trio to a barbecue restaurant. Just as they placed their orders, they spotted Minato and Kushina entering with their own group of youngsters. Minato, over here. They convened in a private room, enjoying lively conversation. After a satisfying meal, everyone returned to their respective homes, each filled with joy, except for Shun, who was enduring trials in the dragon's cave. Typically, the sage technique within the cave involved a simple bite, survive and learn, or perish. However, due to Shun's ties to Orochimaru and Ichiraku, he was treated as a favored son, and until it was deemed safe, he faced relentless training to adapt to the chakra of sage arts, resulting in daily torment at the hands of the three goddesses. In the days that followed, Ichiraku finally experienced the joys of being a team leader. No arduous tasks to undertake, yet a significant share of the rewards. He realized that being a team leader was the ultimate form of slack work. Life became so leisurely that Ichiraku felt like a mere slacker. Eventually, Asuma could no longer tolerate the monotony and expressed his desire to take on higher-level missions, weary of merely chasing cats and walking dogs. The other two remained silent, though their dissatisfaction was unmistakable. Very well, let's head to the Hokage's office and see if there are any suitable C-rank missions available. The group proceeded to the mission center to search for appropriate tasks. Ichiraku pointed to a mission to eliminate bandits. This one, we shall take it. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, the trio marveled at their surroundings. For those who had never left the village, it was an unprecedented experience. After a day's journey, they arrived at the bandit hideout. Ichiraku sensed something amiss from a distance. Why are there so many Chunin among the bandits? Something is certainly not right. Turning to the three, he produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. If we encounter danger, infuse chakra into this blade. Understood? Remain alert. Now, you three stay put. Ichiraku then stealthily infiltrated the bandit camp. Unlike typical brigands, this group exhibited strict discipline and formidable defenses. Just as Ichiraku prepared to delve deeper for intelligence, an unexpected commotion erupted. Asuma, along with Anko and Kurenai, charged in recklessly. Ichiraku sighed. I knew it. He is indeed a restless spirit. The three genin stood no chance against the Chunin. Only Asuma, with his high-end weaponry, managed to hold his ground against one of them while the others watched the children's folly with amusement. Hey, are you okay? Do you really expect a few leaf genin to last this long? The Chunin, engaged with Asuma, seized an opening and swiftly knocked him to the ground. Just as the enemy prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Ichiraku utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear in front of Asuma. I would like to extend my gratitude to my three enthusiastic subordinates. Now, may I ask where you hail from and what your intentions are? Asuma, who had believed he was facing his demise, gazed in awe at Ichiraku's sudden appearance, feeling deeply moved. Sensei, Ichiraku turned to Asuma. I believe I instructed you to remain in place. Beside him, Asuma felt immense guilt. I am so sorry, Ichiraku-sensei. It is because of my actions that we find ourselves in this predicament. No, Asuma, you should not apologize to me. You owe your teammates an apology, for your impulsiveness has ensnared them in this perilous situation. After imparting this lesson, Ichiraku donned a smile. However, it is all right. One learns and grows through mistakes. Asuma, I hope there will not be a next time. Ice release. Ice crystal wall. As Ichiraku's words echoed, a cylindrical wall of ice encased the three of them for protection. I am but a sensory ninja, lacking in formidable strength. I initially sought to gather intelligence, but since that has failed, I shall resort to my own fighting capabilities. Chapter 21. Journey to the Sand Hideout. Asuma relentlessly struck the icy wall before him with his fist blades, convinced that even a jonin would meet a bitter end when facing such a multitude of foes, let alone a sensory ninja like Ichiraku. Ichiraku-sensei, let me out. We shall confront them together. With each blow, the ice barrier showed no signs of damage, and Asuma gradually lost strength, kneeling on the ground. Ichiraku-sensei, please don't die. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. As his voice faded, the surrounding ice walls vanished, and Ichiraku's voice reached Asuma's ears. Why must such misfortune befall me? If this ragtag bunch were to eliminate me, I would be the subject of ridicule for all eternity. Beside him, Hong and Hongo were unable to bear the sight of Asuma's actions. Their elders were fully aware of Ichiraku's strength and had enlightened them on the matter. Only someone as foolish as Asuma would believe Ichiraku could perish. Emerging from the previous ice barrier, they found themselves in a world transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The once arrogant enemy ninjas now stood as mere ice sculptures. Ichiraku led the three young ones deeper into the hideout to uncover its hidden secrets. After dispatching a few stragglers, Ichiraka noticed letters on a table that had yet to be delivered. Upon reading the contents, a smile broke onto his face. Let us return to the village. Our luck has truly been exceptional. We have eliminated the sand stronghold. Ichiraku sealed the frozen, seemingly lifeless sand ninja into a scroll for transport. Asuma, gather all the valuable items here. My sealing scrolls are running low. With a sense of guilt, Asuma said nothing and quietly collected the treasures of the hideout, taking the most valuable items with the remaining scrolls. The smaller items were strapped to Asuma's back. Halfway through their journey, exhaustion overtook Asuma, prompting Ichiraku to summon his exclusive mount, the darts, from the Dragon Cave. Over the years, the Dragon Cave had provided ample resources, and now its size rivaled that of the Great Serpent. Carrying them back to Konoha would be effortless. Hondo gazed at the massive serpent with excitement. Unlike Kushina, she had a genuine fondness for snakes. Asuma, perched atop the serpent, grumbled, Ichiraka-sensei could have simply used the serpent to transport us back, yet here I am, carrying the load. Ichiraku replied, this is a punishment for your lack of respect for your teammates' lives. You are to share half of this mission's rewards with Hong and Hondo. Do you have any objections? Asuma did not protest, recognizing it was his fault. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they reported the entire mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage elevated the mission's rank to a level, noting that the station's sand ninjas were utterly inept. Any presence of a Jonin would classify it as an S-rank task. However, the brothers from the interrogation department revealed that there were multiple such strongholds, with several sand ninja bases scattered within the Land of Fire, housing varying numbers of Chunin and Jonin. It was not due to the actions of the sand ninjas that their comrades were captured. Rather, the Yamashiro clan had no need to pry open mouths, but merely to crack open skulls. Capturing a sand ninja stronghold counted as an A-rank mission, and Team 10 successfully executed their first mission above D rank. Each member received over 900,000 Ryo, while Asuma gazed at his 300,000 Ryo, silently regretting the unexpected bounty. Come, children, let us celebrate Team 10's first completion of such a high-level mission. I hear the village has opened a particularly delightful ramen shop. Your sensei will treat you. They arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, known for its affordable prices and exquisite flavors, attracting numerous customers since its opening. As they entered the small noodle shop, the youthful Ichiraku greeted them warmly. Ichiraku himself was curious about the taste of the ramen that had so enamored Naruto. The four ordered the shop's signature dish. Upon its arrival, the aroma was indeed enticing. The noodles were firm and refreshing, and the broth was rich and flavorful. Ichiraku Ramen truly lived up to its reputation, with not only the owner's warm hospitality, but also the unforgettable taste of the noodles. In the end, Hong consumed 1 bowl, Asuma 3, Hondo 8, and Ichiraku 9 bowls. In truth, Ichiraku had felt full after his 8th bowl, but the competitive spirit within him compelled him to finish the 9th, unwilling to be outdone by a young girl. Observing the empty bowl before Hondo, Ichiraku could not fathom how she could eat so much. No wonder she had also been taken as a disciple by Uncle Snake, for she possessed her own unique qualities. Just as Ichiraku finished paying, an Umbu appeared beside him. Ichiraku Dano, the third Hokage requests your presence. With that, he departed without delay, exuding an air of coldness. Bidding farewell to his 3 students, Ichiraku made his way to the Hokage's office. It was unusual to find Sarutobi without a cigarette in hand. Ichiraku, you've arrived. Take a look at this. Ichiraku opened the document passed to him by the third Hokage, which contained intelligence gathered during the recent operations against the Sand Ninja strongholds. Ichiraku, I need you to infiltrate the Sand Village and gather intelligence. Iwagakure has also been quite restless, and Jiraiya has gone to investigate. You are currently the most suitable candidate for this mission. Ichiraku's heart soared with joy. Once I embark, Shikaku will surely face great tribulations, but I must feign hesitation. I need to extract some gold coins from the third. These jutsu should assist you. Sarutobi understood Ichiraku's intent. You need more funding? Understood. Ichiraku seized the scroll and departed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, third Hokage. I shall set off tomorrow. Leaving the Hokage's office, Ichiraku first visited Kushina's home to entrust his 3 students to her care. Upon learning that her brother was to undertake such a perilous mission, Kushina grew furious, intending to confront the third Hokage. At this moment, Kushina was akin to Konoha's nuclear weapon. If she were displeased, even the third would be at a loss. Don't. Sister, even without this mission, I would still be heading to the Sand Village. With the Flying Thunder God and my Kagura Shinjutsu, I will be perfectly fine. So worry not. After some consideration, Kushina realized the logic in his reasoning, patting Ichiraku on the shoulder. Just remember to bring back some local specialties for your sister. The next day, as Ichiraku prepared to leave the village, he was stopped by Orochimaru. Teacher, what is this? Inside the secret chamber, Orochimaru produced 2 vials. If you sustain severe injuries, inject this serum into your neck. As long as you still draw breath, it will save you. Ichiraku observed the weariness in Orochimaru's eyes. These serums were likely crafted through a sleepless night. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, I will return alive. I will even bring back some blood from the sand for your research. Orochimaru chuckled at his disciple's words. Then I entrust this to you, Ichiraku. Be sure to return alive. With that, Orochimaru returned to catch up on sleep. Ichiraku summoned darts and set off towards the Sand Village. Chapter 22. Returned to Konoha with remarkable speed and precision. Hifumi and his serpent companion traversed into the Land of Wind in a mere 2 days. Having entered enemy territory, discretion became paramount. Hifumi dispatched darts back to Ryuchi Cave. He then disguised himself as a victim of the sandstorms, paying to join a merchant caravan heading deeper into the Land of Wind. After traveling through the desert with the merchants for half a month, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. The cohesion developed over those weeks made Hifumi appear as if he had grown up within the caravan, a testament to his flawless disguise. Upon entering Sunagakure, Hifumi noted an unusual atmosphere. Numerous caravans frequented the village, and upon closer inspection, he discovered they carried essential war supplies such as explosive tags, medicinal provisions, and ninja blades. Activating his Kagura Shingon, Hifumi meticulously recorded intelligence about Sunagakure while acquainting himself with the local customs. After a week, he understood why Sunagakure was so eager to invade the Land of Fire. Living in such a desolate desert, the sight of the fertile lands of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly incite envy. However, Hifumi was vexed by his inability to approach Shikaku's Jinchuriki during the week. Sunagakure had imprisoned the Jinchuriki, an unconventional approach. While other villages might shun their Jinchuriki, they still treated them with a degree of reverence. Sunagakure's actions were truly shocking. It was fortunate that monk Bunpoku possessed a benevolent nature. After 10 days of fruitless observation, Hifumi decided to depart. Before leaving, he planned to abduct a few Kekkai Genkai users as gifts for Orochimaru. He spent the morning searching the village but found no suitable candidates. Sunagakure was indeed impoverished, lacking both resources and talent. Just as Hifumi was about to give up, his Kagura Shingon detected 2 powerful chakra signatures outside the village. Driven by an innate curiosity, he chose to observe, hoping to seize an opportunity. Outside the village, the 3rd Kazekage was engaged in combat with Sasori. It was evident that the 3rd Kazekage had no intention to kill, considering Sasori was Chiyo's grandson. Killing him would create complications with Chiyo, and Sunagakure had a scarcity of talented individuals. The 3rd Kazekage did not want such a gifted puppeteer to perish at his hands. Hifumi lamented his lack of refreshments to enjoy the spectacle. The 3rd Kazekage was clearly holding back, while Sasori showed no mercy. As the battle progressed, the 3rd Kazekage gradually found himself at a disadvantage, as Sasori's puppets were coated with poison. The 3rd Kazekage grew increasingly anxious. The sky was filled with iron sand. Hifumi retreated further to avoid detection. The 3rd Kazekage, sensing an anomaly in his body, increased his chakra output. Sasori's puppets were rendered useless as the iron sand clogged their joints. Sasori, I'm giving you one last chance. Give me the antidote, and I'll overlook this assassination attempt. Sasori, without hesitation, lunged at the 3rd Kazekage with a kunai. Seeing this, the 3rd Kazekage unleashed his iron sand world method. Countless iron sand spikes pierced Sasori's body. Hifumi watched in astonishment. Is it over already? My butterfly effect is too significant. How did the 3rd Kazekage survive? As he watched the 3rd Kazekage return to Sunagakure, a daring idea formed in Hifumi's mind. A weakened, poisoned Kazekage. It seemed like an exploitable situation. Hifumi cautiously approached the 3rd Kazekage, drawing his short blade. He hurled the blade at the 3rd Kazekage, who, despite his weakened state, reacted swiftly and intercepted it with his iron sand. Hifumi used the Hiraition mark on the blade to teleport in front of the 3rd Kazekage. Ice release, freezing fist. The 3rd Kazekage, already severely wounded, succumbed to the attack, the residual poison taking its toll. He coughed up blood but still mustered the last of his chakra to create a massive iron sand hammer, which he swung at Hifumi. Hifumi used the Hiration to distance himself once more. The third Kazekage, having exhausted his chakra, lost his vitality. Hifumi approached and collected the third Kazekage's corpse. He then turned his attention to Sasori, sensing that he was still alive. It seemed that without his intervention, Sasori would have successfully deceived the third Kazekage and worn him down. As Sasori lay on the ground, watching Hifumi collect the third Kazekage's body, his heart bled. When he saw Hifumi approaching him, he was even more distraught. Most of his puppets had been destroyed by the third Kazekage, and he had less than half of his chakra remaining. Desperate, Sasori launched a signal flare into the sky before Hifumi could reach him. Hifumi realized that he could not eliminate Sasori that day. Killing Sasori would waste time and potentially draw the attention of the entire Sunigakure, which was not worth the risk. With a resentful glance at Sasori, Hifumi erased his tracks and fled toward Konoha. Sasori's and the third Kazekage's battle had left too much evidence to conceal, forcing Sasori to defect and seek refuge in a prearranged hideout. Hifumi ran a distance before using the Hiration to reach the border of the Land of Fire. The long-distance teleportation left him exhausted. He summoned darts, and together they made their way toward Konoha. For 2 days and nights, Hifumi dared not sleep. Finally, he returned to Konoha, weary and worn. He went straight to the Hokage's office. "Lord Third, I'm back." The third Hokage was overjoyed to see Hifumi's return. He feared that Kushina would pluck all his whiskers if Hifumi did not return soon. "Welcome back, Hifumi. How did the mission go?" Hifumi presented a scroll. "Mission accomplished." The third Hokage, seeing Hifumi's exhaustion, said, "Hifumi, go and rest. This will count as 2 S-rank missions." After exchanging greetings, Hifumi went home to sleep. After a month of constant vigilance in Sunigakure, he could finally rest peacefully in Konoha. Hifumi slept for a full day and night, undisturbed by Kakashi and Kushina. When he woke up in the evening, he was ravenously hungry, feeling as if his stomach was on fire. He rushed to Ichiraku Ramen, greeted the staff, and began to eat. He devoured 16 bowls, breaking the restaurant's record. After a month of hardship in Sunigakure, the taste of Ichiraku Ramen was truly sublime. Well rested, Hifumi went to Orochimaru's laboratory. "Orochimaru-sensei, I'm back." Orochimaru stopped his experiment and turned to greet his student, who had been away for a month. "Hifumi, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, your sister would have dismantled my laboratory." Hifumi quickly produced the scroll containing the third Kazekage's body and opened it. "Sensei, this is a gift I brought back for you." Chapter 23. Surprise Attack. Orochimaru was undoubtedly familiar with the third Kazekage. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Had his disciple truly grown this formidable, capable of vanquishing a Kage from an enemy village? As it stood, the Sand Shinobi had yet to realize what had transpired. One of his students, Uchiha, felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that it was merely luck that had allowed him to seize such a significant opportunity. "I assure you, Orochimaru-sensei, there are many skilled shinobi in the sand. I hardly possess the audacity to claim such a feat for myself." Uchiha recounted the events to Orochimaru with a hearty laugh. "I specifically employed techniques that left no trace. That scoundrel, Scorpion, used a signal flare to drive me away, leaving behind traces of his battle with the third Kazekage. He will have to take the blame for this one." "Very well, sensei, I must report to the third Hokage now." Orochimaru watched Uchiha's retreating figure, feeling a sense of disorientation. Although luck played a considerable role, it was evident that his second disciple had indeed reached a level comparable to the Kage. Time had flown by, and his students had matured to a point where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Reflecting on his life, Orochimaru realized that perhaps the greatest fortune he had encountered was in accepting these disciples. His eldest, Senju Roke Tree, exuded an innocent naivety reminiscent of Alaska. His second, Uzumaki Uchiha, was akin to a Siberian husky, displaying bursts of intelligence interspersed with foolishness, often bringing back miscellaneous items from his escapades. Lastly, his third disciple, Uwashi Akane, was like a Samoyed, mischievous, clever, lively, and ever hungry. After securing the body of the third Kazekage, Orochimaru retreated to his laboratory, where one could genuinely fear for his life amidst his relentless experiments. Upon exiting the confines of his laboratory, Uchiha made his way towards the Hokage's office. Before he could enter, the voices within reached his ears. "Danzo, we must take the initiative. The Sand Village's stance towards Konoha is abundantly clear. If we do not strike first, shall we wait for them to attack? The leaf cannot be the aggressor, Danzo. Such an act could trigger a chain reaction, resulting in Konoha being besieged by multiple shinobi villages, the third Hokage replied. During the last Great War, Konoha faced the onslaught of several villages. If we swiftly strike the sand, even if Konoha is attacked, we will alleviate the pressure from at least one village. Knocking on the door, Uchiha entered the office. Third Hokage, I have matters to report. Danzo showed no inclination to leave, and Uchiha, glancing at him, noted that in his 18 years traversing the world of Naruto, his encounters with Danzo were few and far between, often marked by heated arguments with the third Hokage. Seeing that Danzo remained, the third Hokage inquired, Uchiha, do you have anything further to report? Uchiha relayed the details regarding the third Kazekage, and as a trophy of his victory, the third Hokage felt too embarrassed to demand it back. After Uchiha departed, both the third Hokage and Danzo wore expressions of delight. The battle had yet to commence. Yet the enemy leader had already fallen to our intelligence operatives. This would significantly diminish the morale and strength of the Sand Shinobi by at least 30%. Moreover, the absence of evidence implicating Konoha in this act rendered any retaliatory justification implausibly weak. This weakening of the enemy was, in essence, a free advantage. No longer would the two be at odds. With the demise of the third Kazekage, even if the Sand Shinobi launched an offensive, their strength would be considerably diminished, allowing Konoha to respond with ease. The lingering question remained. Would the Sand Village possess the courage to declare war once more without their Kage? Unexpectedly, after a few days of calm, the Sand Village announced the disappearance of the third Kazekage, suspecting an attack from Konoha, and formally declared war. Concurrently, the long-dormant Iwagakure also began to stir, possessing the largest number of shinobi in the entire ninja world. In recent years, Iwagakure had effectively sealed itself off, with Inoki's aggressive development post-Second War resulting in a ninja population that significantly surpassed that of other villages. Despite Iwagakure's newfound strength, the elders remained cautious, preferring to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, Kimogakure and Kirigakure were becoming increasingly active. Should Konoha show any sign of weakness, these two villages would pounce like sharks sensing blood, ready to devour Konoha whole. Given its rich lands and central geographic position among the four nations, such a scenario was inevitable. Currently, Konoha remained fortified, bolstered by the presence of Rope Tree, leading Tsunade to stay in the village. Her medical prowess and formidable strength were the perfect counters to the puppet masters and toxins of the sand. As a sensory ninja with teleportation abilities, Uchiha was assigned to the battlefield against the sand alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, while Minato and Jiraiya prepared for potential declarations of war from other villages. Upon arriving at the Konoha camp, Uncle Snake was entrusted with frontline command, while Nara Shikaku served as the chief strategist. Tsunade organized a medical team, and Uchiha joined the sensory division. Among them, he encountered many notable figures: Yamanaka Inoichi, Aburame Shibi, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hyuga Hayashi, creating a formidable lineup. Konoha aimed to gain control over the sand battlefield before the Third Great Ninja War erupted in full force. However, after a month of back-and-forth skirmishes, neither the sand nor Konoha had engaged in a serious confrontation. Internal discord between Chiyo and Raza hindered the sand's decision-making, and the Jinchuriki remained absent, causing hesitation in their offensive. Konoha, still grappling with the effects of the sand's toxins, was cautious. Excessive casualties would leave them vulnerable against other ninja villages. Neither side had engaged in a direct clash, and the remaining villages were equally patient. Patience was paramount on the battlefield, and these villages were seasoned veterans. They would not act until Konoha had suffered losses. Finally, after a protracted stalemate, the Sand Shinobi made the first move. Chiyo, defying the dissenting opinions, took command of the front line. That night, she led an elite team of Sand Shinobi in a surprise attack on the Konoha camp. Under the cover of darkness, Chiyo, accompanied by Raza and the others, infiltrated the rear of the Konoha encampment, aiming to dismantle their support. Uchiha, however, was not to be underestimated, even in Sage mode. He could sense their approach, ensuring their presence would not go unnoticed. Konoha lay in wait, intercepting the Sand Shinobi mid-advance. Panic washed over Raza as he exclaimed, "Damn it! We donned special cloaks. How could they possibly see us?" Though Chiyo was taken aback by Konoha's ambush, her extensive experience shone through. "Do not panic, everyone. Follow me to the right. We shall break through." Despite Konoha's prior awareness of the Sand's surprise attack, their preparation time was insufficient. Chiyo's seasoned instincts quickly identified the weak points in their encirclement. The elite forces of the Sand were not merely hastily assembled fodder like the shinobi of Konoha. Ultimately, Uchiha seized the opportunity to freeze one Sand shinobi, while the others fled, injured. The frozen Sand shinobi was unable even to activate an explosive tag to ensure his demise. This captured Sand shinobi provided Konoha with invaluable native toxins, significantly accelerating the development of their antidote. Chapter 24. The outbreak of war. Upon returning to their encampment, Chiyo and her companions quickly realized that one member of their team was missing. Damn it! We must hasten our pace before Konoha can neutralize my poison. Inform the troops. We shall launch our assault tomorrow. With that, Chiyo made her way toward the cage where the monk, Benfuku, was imprisoned. The following dawn, scouts from Konoha spotted the formidable Sand ninja army advancing. The Third Great Ninja War had officially commenced. The Konoha ninjas were poised for battle, resolutely facing the approaching Sand ninja forces, with not a single soul retreating. Ichiraku, gripping his now dust-covered Kusanagi sword in his left hand, silently infused chakra into his standard short blade with his right. At the command of Orochimaru, the Konoha ninjas surged forward to confront the Sand ninja. Engaging in a simultaneous release of ninjutsu against opponents of equal numbers would be an exceedingly foolish endeavor. The chakra on the battlefield was a precious resource, and wasting it before the fight would lead to a catastrophic increase in casualties. In such circumstances, direct confrontation, soldier against soldier, general against general, was the most advantageous strategy for Konoha. Orochimaru faced off against Raza, Tsunade against Chiyo, and SH Jutsu against Yakura. However, Ichiraku was confronted by a monk. Benfuku, with his palms pressed together, spoke to Ichiraku. I cannot control my body, nor do I wish to partake in this conflict. Please keep your distance. I harbor no desire to harm anyone. Before he could finish, another voice emerged from Benfuku's mouth. Benfuku, cease your rambling. That old hag promised me that if I eliminate you, she would grant you your freedom. You will no longer be confined like a prisoner in that cage. Benfuku was taken aback, realizing that the agreement between Shikaku and Chiyo was for his sake. Tears streamed down his face as he uttered, Shikaku, does this signify your acceptance of me? Shikaku did not refute him, but instead directly occupied Benfuku's body. Let us engage in battle today, Benfuku. Despite Benfuku's attempts to dissuade him, Shikaku was resolute. To Shikaku, this old monk was his only friend in millennia, the first being willing to call him by name, aside from the Sage of Six Paths. With a roar, Shikaku charged towards Ichiraku, exclaiming, I shall eliminate you. In response, Ichiraku shed any reservations and activated Sage Mode, thrusting his short blade into the ground. Ice Blade Storm. Instantly, the desert beneath Ichiraku transformed into a pristine white, concealing shards of his short blade inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal beneath the snow. Ice Release. Ice Crystal Wall. A wall of ice materialized out of thin air, intercepting Shikaku's colossal fist. At this moment, Ichiraku was not only contending with Shikaku, but also grappling with the nine tails within him. Kurama seemed particularly fixated on attacking Shikaku, making it difficult for Ichiraku to concentrate on the looming threat. Seizing an opportunity, Shikaku unleashed Sand Burial, attempting to entomb Ichiraku in a suffocating embrace of sand. Although Ichiraku evaded the onslaught of sand with a swift movement, the battleground he had meticulously prepared was now buried. Even the Flying Thunder God blade lost beneath the shifting sands. Sage Art, Divine Gate. Several pillars descended upon Shikaku, aiming to pin him down. But Shikaku transformed his body into sand, escaping the confines of the Divine Gate. Shikaku's astonishment was palpable. This technique belongs to the Sage of Six Paths. Subsequently, neither freezing nor other ninjutsu could inflict any substantial damage upon Shikaku, who thrived in the desert's advantage. Surely, I cannot freeze the entirety of the Wind Country's desert. Ichiraku lamented, for he was not adept in water release, and not a single master of the technique resided within the Konoha camp. Faced with an adversary who was impervious to all his ninjutsu and tormented by the mental strain of the Nine Tails, Ichiraku surrendered. Fine, you take the lead. Kurama, do not hold back any longer. After enduring much torment, the loquacious fox finally got his wish. Red chakra began to surge from Ichiraku's form, invigorating Shikaku, who taunted, You foul fox. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Ichiraku's eyes transformed into those of a fox as he taunted Shikaku. "You foolish creature. Daring to scuttle about with but a single tail? Allow me to show you the consequences." Frustrated, Shikaku retorted, "I am a tanuki." The Nine Tails, in a moment of bravado, mocked Shikaku twice with a single phrase. As Shikaku charged toward him, Kurama amplified the chakra supply. Ichiraku's body became enveloped in deep crimson chakra, six tails swirling behind him. The Nine Tails skillfully maneuvered Ichiraku's body, launching relentless attacks against Shikaku, each claw imbued with icy chakra. Meanwhile, the other combatants noticed the unfolding scenario. Konoha's elite Jonin were aware of Uzumaki Kushina's status as a Jinchuriki. Although they were puzzled by the chakra emanating from Ichiraku, they understood that as long as victory was within reach, it mattered not if the Nine Tails were unleashed. While some rejoiced, others trembled in dread. The Sand Ninja fearing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Can we truly emerge victorious? The morale of the Konoha forces soared at Ichiraku's display, while the Sand Ninja began to falter. Chiyo's expression darkened as she gazed at Ichiraku, now enveloped in deep crimson. "How could you Konoha allow your Nine Tails Jinchuriki to leave the village?" Orochimaru seized the moment to taunt. "If you can control him, why not unleash him?" Chiyo's face grew even darker. To turn the tide, she unveiled a scroll, summoning 10 pure white puppets before Orochimaru. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets? Truly formidable. Meanwhile, Tsunade, embroiled in battle with Chiyo, interjected, visibly displeased, "Orochimaru, instead of exchanging barbs, why not eliminate your opponent and come to my aid?" "Apologies, but the Sand Gold's defenses are too formidable. I cannot subdue him just yet," Orochimaru replied, his demeanor relaxed compared to the others. Raza truly lacks skill. Thus, while combating Raza, Orochimaru effortlessly taunted his peers. Within Ichiraku, the tides were turning. Now it was Ichiraku's turn to mentally assault Kurama. "Are you even capable, Kurama? Surely our esteemed Nine Tails cannot be outmatched by a mere one tail." Kurama's expression flushed. "I possess but a third of my chakra. Naturally, this is not an easy battle." With that, Kurama began to gather Tailed Beast Bomb, while Ichiraku infused it with Ice Attribute Chakra, achieving a balance of Yin, Yang, and Ice Chakra. The Ice Blue-Tailed Beast Bomb hurtled toward Shikaku, who, immune to physical attacks in the desert, charged directly at Ichiraku. The explosion wrought no harm. Instead, a massive ice block, many times larger than Shikaku, encapsulated him. In that moment, within the confines of the spiritual realm, Benfuku and Shikaku found themselves face to face. Chapter 25. The defeat of the Sand Ninjas. Funfu and Ichizu locked eyes from afar, while behind them, the Nine Tails and Shikaku exchanged heated insults. "My young friend is also a Jinchuriki, just like me. I apologize on behalf of Shikaku for the actions taken against you." The Nine Tails chimed in without hesitation. "Shikaku, share some of your chakra with him." Surprised by the seriousness of the Nine Tails, Shikaku hesitated, then set aside his playful demeanor and adopted a rare earnestness. "Are you suggesting he is the prophesied one?" Shikaku pointed at Ichizu. "Uncertain, but his potential is worth the gamble. If that entity ever awakens, perhaps his power could indeed save us." Shikaku's tiny eyes blinked as he sat down, and after a moment of contemplation, a small yellow hand extended towards Ichizu. "My name is Shikaku. Just to clarify again, I am a raccoon dog, not a tanuki." The Nine Tails scoffed, mocking the stinky tanuki. Enraged, Shikaku retorted, "You foul fox. Today, we shall perish together." Ichizu placed his hand on Shikaku's paw, accepting the chakra, as the force of magnetism surged within him. "Shikaku, would you consider returning to Konoha with me? While not entirely free, it is certainly better than being confined among the Sand Ninjas." Naturally, Shikaku was inclined to agree, but with the smug fox nearby, he directly declined Ichizu's offer. However, Funfu, observing Shikaku's inner conflict, took the initiative to provide an out. "Shikaku, let us go to Konoha. Having been trapped in a cage for so long, perhaps we should explore the outside world." Funfu had spent his entire life as Shikaku's prison, and in turn, he too was regarded as a monster confined within a cage. Having trapped Shikaku, he found himself ensnared. Despite their initial enmity, over decades of coexistence, they had become friends. Shikaku was willing to follow Chiyo's orders to attack Konoha for Funfu's sake, and Funfu was equally willing to go to Konoha for Shikaku. In a moment of pride, Shikaku declared, "Since Funfu wishes to go, I, Shikaku, shall begrudgingly accompany you to Konoha." The world of tailed beasts was lighthearted. while the battlefield for the Sand Ninjas was filled with despair. Chiyo, watching Shikaku trapped in the ice, felt utterly defeated. Konoha's elite forces were overwhelming. The situation was dire. And now that the Jinchuriki had stepped onto the battlefield, who could prevent that brat, the Nine Tails, from wreaking havoc? Wait, the Nine Tails, the Uzumaki clan. So it was him. Yesterday, it was his perception of the ambush that allowed Konoha to prepare in advance. Chiyo finally identified the root cause of their defeat. Yet the disadvantage faced by Sunagakure was no longer merely a matter of lacking high-end combat power. The morale of the Sand Ninjas had already plummeted to an all-time low the moment Shikaku appeared on the battlefield. Ichizu swiftly joined the fray, wielding his blade against the Sand Ninjas, who retreated in disarray. Meanwhile, the elite forces of Sunagakure were engaged with Orochimaru and others, ensuring that victory belonged to Konoha. With each strike, Ichizu cleaved through the battlefield from east to west, instilling terror in the eyes of the Sand Ninjas. "Monster!" they cried, as their ranks collapsed entirely, leaving Chiyo no choice but to order a retreat. However, at this juncture in the war, escape was no longer an option, as Konoha's ninjas relentlessly pursued the fleeing Sand forces. Konoha emerged victorious, inflicting heavy casualties upon Sunagakure. The Jinchuriki Finfu and the elite ninja Yakura were captured by Konoha. Chiyo and Raza managed to flee the battlefield, but the losses for Sunagakure were catastrophic, and the capture of their Jinchuriki signaled a dire state of affairs. Although Sunagakure had not officially declared a ceasefire, their position had become untenable. News of the fierce battle between Konoha and Sunagakure spread throughout the ninja world within 2 days. Simultaneously, the Wagakure and Kirigakure entered the fray, with the Wagakure declaring war on Konoha while Kirigakure declared war on both Sunagakure and Konoha. Thus, the chaotic clash among the 4 villages commenced, marking the official beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. On the front lines of Sunagakure, only Tsunade remained to defend, while others rushed to different battlefields. Orochimaru and Ichizu headed to the battlefield of Kirigakure, while Jiraiya and Minato faced off against Wagakure. Members of the Umbu kept a vigilant watch on the direction of Kumogakure to prevent any surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Shoshin escorted Yakura and Funfu back to Konoha. Before departing, Ichizu specifically instructed Shoshin to take good care of Funfu and delivered a letter to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, with his keen insight, recognized the significance of a friendly-tailed beast, ensuring that Funfu would be treated with the utmost respect upon his arrival in Konoha. As for Danzo, I am the Hokage. Understand that. To be on the safe side, Ichizu bestowed upon Funfu a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. Even now, Ichizu could not comprehend why Minato insisted on using special kunai when ordinary ones would suffice for stealth. The situation in Kirigakure was intricate as an isolated island. It lacked mineral resources to forge weapons, prompting Kirigakure to declare war on Sunagakure. Other ninja villages tended to avoid engaging with Sunagakure, as the land they conquered held little value and would ultimately need to be returned. The blood mist created by the third Mizukage resulted in Kirigakure possessing the fewest ninjas among the 5 great villages, yet paradoxically, they also boasted the highest combat prowess. Among the front lines of Kirigakure, none was more pleased than Orochimaru. The Sands bloodline ninjas were scarce and lacked significant research value. In contrast, the bloodlines of Kirigakure were abundant, and it was commonplace for the opposing side to be outnumbered. To Orochimaru, Kirigakure appeared as a treasure trove awaiting his exploration. The forces established a defensive line in the southeastern Fire Country, anticipating an assault from Kirigakure. Upon entering his tent, Ichizu discovered Orochimaru already present. "Ichizu, come with me. We shall venture into Kirigakure to gather experimental materials. If a battle ensues, we can use reverse summoning to return." The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes was unmistakable. After being frozen and rendered seemingly lifeless, he could be transported in a sealing scroll. If he had not desired living subjects for his experiments, he would have gone alone long ago. The two infiltrated Kirigakure, which could hardly fathom that Konoha, under siege, would dare to penetrate their territory. Utilizing Orochimaru's advanced technology, they disguised themselves as villagers and roamed Kirigakure in search of bloodline ninjas. Through Ichizu's Kagaya clan's ocular prowess, they successfully captured 1 Chunin and 3 Genin from the Mizunatsuki clan, as well as 2 Genin from the Hozuki clan and 2 from the Kagaya clan, yielding plentiful results. Ichizu initially hoped to locate the 3 Tails and 6 Tails, but the 9 tails reminded him that chakra must be collected in order of tail quantity. The 3 tails was sealed within an altar and thus inaccessible, while the 6 tails chakra resided within the Mizuki's office. The third Mizuki, a protector of the first Mizuki, possessed unfathomable strength, and the two refrained from lingering in Kirigakure. After their successful capture, they returned to the Konoha encampment. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded at the Konoha camp. A member of the Hyuga clan had one of their Byakugan eyes stolen. Chapter 26. Mist Hidden Hinata Sosuke was ambushed by Mist ninjas during an outing, resulting in the demise of 2 accompanying branch clan ninjas, and he lost one of his Byakugan eyes. Through the power of the Kagura Mind's Eye, he sensed that the Mist ninjas were retreating in 4 separate directions towards the Mist village. Despite the prowess of the Mind's Eye, it could not discern the whereabouts of a singular eyeball. Thus, he had to rely on chance. He pursued the direction with the most people, and upon catching up to the Mist ninjas, he encountered a familiar face, Kisame Hashigaki, a well-known figure from the Chunin exams, who had previously caused disturbances while interacting with Terumi Mei. Seeing a familiar face, how could he refrain from striking? Sosuke positioned himself in front of the Mist ninjas. "Ah, Mist ninjas, do you possess anything from Konoha? If so, could you kindly return it? Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." A chill emanated from Sosuke. The threat unmistakable. Is that the blood-red ice crystal of Konoha? The Mist ninjas observed the young man radiating an aura of coldness, feeling a surge of anxiety. This title of blood red represented not merely the color of tailed beast chakra, but also the hue of bloodshed on the battlefield. The records of the major ninja villages explicitly stated that one should avoid confrontation with such a being. If encountered, it was permissible to abandon the mission without penalty. The last individual to receive such recognition was the legendary Konoha White Fang, underscoring Sosuke's formidable reputation. Even though he was merely a Chunin, he had emerged from a sea of corpses amidst the blood mist, prompting the Mist ninjas to swiftly regroup for a counterattack. As the leader, Kisame stepped forward. "Vortex Sosuke, believe it or not, the Byakugan is not in our possession." He shouted to his comrades to flee, declaring that he would hold off this adversary. Sosuke couldn't help but applaud, moved by this display of camaraderie. "Kisame, I once thought you were merely a descendant of a noble lineage, but now I owe you an apology. You are indeed a true ninja." Kisame retorted, "Do not underestimate me. I am Kisame Hashigaki, the grandson of the second Mizuki. Water release, water iron cannon." Sosuke respected those who sacrificed themselves for their comrades, but upon hearing that Kisame was the grandson of the second Mizuki, he had a change of heart. "Freeze. Let us take him away for research, and later, we can extort the Hashigaki clan." Perfect. It became evident that the water transformation technique had its weaknesses, not only against lightning release, but also ice release. Kisame, lacking any means of resistance, was captured alive by Sosuke. His comrades, having been searched, were released as a sign of respect for Kisame's sacrifice. With no time to pursue the other 3 paths, Sosuke returned to the Konoha encampment. "Sensei, I have brought you a gift. This is the purest bloodline of the Hashigaki clan." Orochimaru, upon seeing Kisame, was filled with excitement and summoned a snake to swallow him, intending to study him after the war concluded. "Please do not end his life, as he could be useful for negotiations with the Hashigaki clan post-war." Orochimaru nodded, indicating that he would spare him. Upon returning to the camp, the enraged Hinata Sosuke confronted Orochimaru and Sosuke, demanding to know why they had not retrieved his Byakugan. "What are you two doing?" Hinata Sosuke, accustomed to bullying the branch clan, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Sosuke and Orochimaru chose to ignore this fool and began strategizing within the Konoha tent. Reinforcements from the Hinata clan would soon arrive. This minor incident was inconsequential, and it was likely that Orochimaru's collection would soon increase by 1 Byakugan test subject. Reinforcements from Konoha arrived swiftly, with the need to be wary of silent tactics from the mist. A significant number of sensory ninjas were crucial. Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi brought 50 Hinata ninjas to support. Hizashi, as the next clan leader, greatly disdained Sosuke's actions, which had cost the Hinata clan a Byakugan and 3 elite branch ninjas. He immediately ordered Sosuke to return to the village with a few branch ninjas, stating that the Hinata clan would ensure he received appropriate punishment. In the Mist Village, Suigetsu Hozuki delivered the single Byakugan to the office of the third Mizuki, presenting the jar of saline containing the eye with great respect. "Why is there only 1 Byakugan? The casual inquiry from the third Mizukage instilled immense pressure upon Suigetsu, as the Mizukage's ruthless reputation was a source of deep fear. Lord Mizukage, that Hinata clan member detained us for a moment using the lives of 3 elite ninjas. And fearing further pursuit could lead to complications, I returned with only one Byakugan. The third Mizukage nodded. Very well. Return to the battlefield. Konoha needs you. Hastily departing the Mizukage's office, Suigetsu felt tormented by every second spent there. Upon returning to the Konoha front lines, he initiated a small-scale raid on Konoha, aiming to exploit the mist's superior quality to deplete Konoha's forces. Orochimaru, experienced in warfare, noted that Konoha's defenses were interconnected, with no two teams being more than 200 meters apart. Each team contained a Hinata ninja, vigilant against mist ambushes. Unbeknownst to others, a large serpent slithered back, its belly concealing the missing Hinata Sosuke. Orochimaru had also fabricated a false narrative of a mist ninja attack. After all, the Hinata clan would not confront the mist about this. He would gladly accept this test subject. Hinata Sosuke had a poor reputation within the Hinata clan for his frequent persecution of the branch clan. Thus, when they awoke to find him missing, no one sought him out. The group returned directly to the Konoha encampment, having earned their merits in battle, leaving the main clan powerless against them. Meanwhile, the main clan's attention was fixated on Hinata Hizashi, and Sosuke's disappearance went unnoticed for a time. The situation between the mist and Konoha reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly eliminated 50 IWA ninjas on the battlefield, earning the moniker Yellow Flash. In no time, the titles of Yellow Flash and Blood Red Ice Crystal echoed throughout the ninja world. Terumi May led a surprise attack against Sunagakure, while Kumogakure remained on standby, and Iwagakure was wary of its neighbor. Among the new reinforcements from Konoha were many unfamiliar faces, including Sosuke's 3 students. Initially, the trio only recognized Sosuke's strength, but as the war unfolded, they grasped the true meaning of his prowess. His exploits in breaching Sunagakure became widely known in Konoha, and he was even referred to as the second Konoha White Fang. Asuma now believed in the truth of the third Hokage's words, "He will surpass me." Sosuke could sense the admiration in Asuma's eyes, sparkling with enthusiasm, as he treated him with newfound respect, eager to learn from him in hopes of one day countering the third Hokage. To summarize the trends in the Ninja World War, Konoha versus Sunagakure, Kumogakure, not yet engaged. Iwagakure, Mist Sunagakure versus Konoha, Mist Iwagakure versus Konoha, Kumogakure, not yet engaged. Mist versus Konoha, Sunagakure Kumogakure versus Konoha. Iwagakure Chapter 27. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The confrontation between Kirigakure and Konohagakure remained stalemated, while Iwagakure launched a vigorous assault on the Leaf. The sheer number of IWA ninjas was overwhelming, had it not been for their lack of elite combatants and the need to remain wary of Kumogakure. They might have already overrun the Leaf. In accordance with the original narrative, Konoha resolved to destroy the Kaminarabashi Bridge to disrupt Iwa's supply lines and slow their advance. If not for the necessity of Sakurike's sensory abilities on the battlefield of Kirigakure, IWA would have greatly benefited from the prowess of Haku, whose ice techniques could prove lethal to lower-tier ninjas. Should IWA penetrate deep into the Land of Fire, Haku would undoubtedly abandon the Kirigakure front, demonstrating to the IWA ninjas that sheer numbers are futile against area of effect damage. After 2 years of rigorous training under Haku's guidance, Kakashi was no longer as lackluster as depicted in the original work. During a mission, Rin Noiro was captured by IWA, mirroring the events of the past. However, unlike the original script, Kakashi and Obito rushed to rescue her without hesitation. In a bid to protect Obito, Kakashi, just as in the original, lost an eye. This incident awakened Obito's Sharingan, marking him as a prodigy of unparalleled talent. This ambush was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Despite Kakashi's enhanced combat prowess, the outcome remained unchanged. Kakashi with the Sharingan still emerged, and Obito was taken away by Madara. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Kirigakure, Haku lamented that Kakashi had indeed transformed into a shadow of his former self. It seemed that the chakra I left in the short blade of White Fang failed to alter the course of fate. Nonetheless, this could be a transformative opportunity for Obito, and I must ensure that the elderly Madara grants him ample resources. Kakashi and Rin returned to Konoha as heroes who thwarted Iwa's advance. establishing a peculiar equilibrium in the ongoing shinobi world war. The stalemate between Konoha and the Kirigakure ninjas had persisted for several months. Team Guy was tasked with delivering the third Hokage's orders and intelligence from other regions to Orochimaru. However, they encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen en route, who had intended to ambush Konoha's camp from behind, but unexpectedly blocked the path of the trio, escorting the information. In their moment of despair, a flash of green appeared before them. Might Guy's initial joy swiftly turned to despair upon realizing that his father was also prepared to sacrifice himself alongside him. "Father, what are you doing here? You must leave. It's too dangerous." Might Guy turned to Kai, giving him a thumbs up. "I'm glad I made it in time, Kai. I will hold them off. You take this opportunity to flee to the Konoha camp." Seeing his father smile amidst such peril stirred a complex mix of emotions within Kai. "But father, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Fear not, Kai. I still possess the 8th gate. But it's all right, Kai. This is the moment to embody my ninja way, to protect my son. Now, watch closely. This is my final 8th gate." Dai removed his outer garment, revealing a green bodysuit beneath. This attire was no longer comical. It now stood as the most striking outfit in the world. Just as Might Dai prepared to unleash the 8th gate, a voice called out, "I've finally caught up. Senior Dai, hold on." With that, Haku delivered a flying kick, sending Might Dai sprawling. "Ah, Dad." Kai rushed to assist his father. Haku turned to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. "You lot are quite clever to have circled around to our rear. Bullying children is no great feat. Allow me to entertain you." After a moment's thought, he continued his verbal assault. "Oh, wait. I'm only 19 myself, so in comparison, I'm also but a child. You 7 are truly pathetic. In your 30s, yet merely elite jonin. Without your swords, you'd likely not even qualify as elite jonin." The holder of the explosive blade, Nabashi Munin, provoked by Haku's taunts, charged forward with his weapon drawn. It was evident he had been riled up. The expressions of the remaining 6 also soured. Haku's words indeed struck a nerve with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Haku donned his ice crystal armor, encasing the ninjas behind him in ice walls before drawing his blade to confront the advancing Munin. Haku wielded the standard short blades from Kumogakure, cautious of the dull blade wielded by Duka, lest he inadvertently shatter the Kusanagi sword. It would be a great loss. However, his supply of short blades was dwindling, and soon he would need to procure more from Kumogakure. Having managed to suppress Haku, Munin unfurled the explosive blade scroll, revealing a multitude of explosive tags. Explosion. Haku had already infused half of his body with elemental transformation, yet the explosive damage did little to breach his armor. This explosive blade feels more like a light massage. By the heavens, Haku was not mocking. He was genuinely astonished. Enraged, Munin's eyes reddened, prompting him to unleash a barrage of explosions. The remaining 6 stood by, observing coldly. Their encounters over the past months had made them acutely aware of the young man's terrifying prowess. Even if Munin could exhaust some of Haku's stamina, it was a minor victory. The core of the 7 ninja swordsmen had always been the swords. The ninjas wielding them could be replaced at any moment. Munin, despite his lack of intellect, realized this truth. Just as he prepared to chastise his so-called comrades, Haku pierced his heart with a blade. As chakra surged into the wound, ice enveloped Munin, ultimately encasing him in a frozen sculpture. The remaining 6 began their assault on Haku, but their joy at Munin's absence was short-lived. Dai, eager to assist, attempted to break through the ice wall, but Haku had previously fractured his ribs with a kick, rendering him powerless to aid. The 6 coordinated their efforts to encircle Haku. Yet the only true threats were Duka and JZ, the rest posed little danger. Haku activated Sage Mode, dispelling the shattered ice armor and summoning an ice dragon to shield him. With ice wings unfurled, Haku charged towards the IWA ninja, who was ensnared in massive ice crystals. Losing the ability to fight, the surrounding forest turned a pristine white from the icy techniques, and even those not directly targeted suffered collateral damage. At this juncture, the fatigued group of 5 began to contemplate retreat. Haku launched ice projectiles from the wings of the ice dragon. The dual-wielding ninja was caught off guard and struck down by the icy missiles, becoming encased in frost. Seeing another comrade fall, the remaining 4 instantly lost their fighting spirit and fled towards Kirigakure, scattering in different directions. Haku pursued the lumbering Duka without hesitation. Kakashi was nearing the rank of J-Nin, and these 2 blades would serve as the perfect gift for him. Chapter 28. Seizing the blade with swift resolve, Ichizu subdued his adversary and sealed away the ray blade, Yato, opting not to pursue further. He hastened back to Might Dai to secure the remaining 4 blades. It was imperative to safeguard these weapons. Should they fall into the hands of the mist spiritual mediums once more, the loss would be catastrophic. As Ichizu stored his spoils and dispelled the ice wall, the 4 companions remained vigilant, only relaxing upon his return. "Brother Ichizu, is it over?" they inquired. "It's done. Let's head back to the Leaf Camp," he replied. Might Guy and his companions gazed upon Ichizu with admiration, recalling that he had defeated the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. "The 7 ninja swordsmen are merely a triviality. I often best them," Ichizu remarked. Ever since their encounter with him, the 7 had taken to avoiding him, darting away like slippery eels during battles. Now that they had finally been captured, the mist was left without its famed swordsman. Upon confirming the safety of his comrades, Might Dai prepared to return to the Leaf. Ichizu promptly interjected, "Uncle Dai, how about joining me at the Leaf Camp to earn some merit?" Might Dai appeared intrigued. "Is that permissible, Ichizu? I wouldn't want to be a burden." Ichizu was eager to recruit this esteemed warrior, well aware of Uncle Dai's strength and influence within the camp. "Let us go. We're heading back." Might Dai, exhilarated, was all too aware of the disdain many held for him, as someone who solely relied on taijutsu. Despite his formidable prowess, he had been relegated to lower-ranked missions for years, caught in a vicious cycle. Upon their return to the Leaf Camp, Orochimaru perused the intelligence documents brought by the group, which detailed the state of each ninja village amidst the war. Leaf had successfully negotiated the return of Yakura, for one must harvest the leeks judiciously, lest they be overharvested. The Sand, having suffered a previous defeat at the hands of the Leaf, now faced renewed pressure from the mist. If they did not bolster their strength, the Sand Village might face dire consequences. A letter from the 3rd Hokage indicated that among the ninja villages opposing the Leaf, the mist was currently the weakest. Reinforcements from the Leaf were en route, and there was hope that Ichizu and Orochimaru could establish a breakthrough on the mist battlefield. In truth, even if the Leaf remained passive, the 3rd Mizukage could not remain idle. Yagura and Terumi Mei were both present on the battlefield with the Sand. With the 7 ninja swordsmen in such disarray, the 3rd Mizukage found himself lacking capable subordinates. "What has the Hozuki clan reported?" he inquired of the figures cloaked in shadows. "Lord 3rd, the Hozuki clan has stated that the summoning scrolls cannot retrieve the lost swordsman, and the clan's young leader, Hozuki Mingwe, has been missing since encountering the blood crystal of the Leaf several months ago. We hope that when you recover the swordsman, you might also bring him back," came the response. After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd Mizukage commanded the Umbu to retrieve Yakura from the Sand battlefield. He resolved to take the field personally, having previously considered defection. The 3 remaining swordsmen had no choice but to hold their ground at the front lines. The presence of the 3rd Mizukage steadied the wavering spirits of the Mist ninjas, bolstering their morale. The previously tilted balance favoring the Leaf began to right itself. As reinforcements from the Leaf approached, Mist ninjas also rushed back. Whichever side arrived first would seize victory in this conflict. The Flying Thunder God technique granted unparalleled freedom. Although Ichizu could not transport large numbers of ninjas, his ability to relocate high-tier combatants over long distances was nothing short of extraordinary. Unlike their previous defensive stance, the Leaf contingent took the initiative, launching an assault on the Mist camp. In Sage mode, Ichizu conjured a spear of ice and hurled it toward the Mist encampment. Upon impact, the spear erupted, encasing a significant portion of the camp in frost. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Within the main tent of the Mist, the patriarch of the Mizukage clan, surrounded by elite forces, sensed the overwhelming power of the ice release. If we could capture this boy, perhaps the Yuki clan could ascend to new heights. The irascible leader of the Kagaya clan had already dashed out, while the 3rd Mizukage led numerous elites to confront the threat. "Quickly, shatter the ice. Some of them are still alive." Chaos erupted in the Mist camp as the Leaf, known for its defensive tactics, launched an unexpected offensive. The aggressive Kagaya clan leader charged toward Ichizu and his comrades, prompting Ichizu to drop his pretense. Without forming seals or even clapping his hands, he placed his hands on the shoulders of his companions, invoking Sage Art, Ice Crystal Armor. This armor can withstand 2 S-rank ninjutsu. The chance to vanquish our foes lies before us. Our families await our return to the Leaf. Charge! As Ichizu's voice rang out, the group surged toward the Kagaya clan, whose leader unleashed a bone spear. Corpse Bone Path, iron wire flower dance. The ice armor of those in the front line shattered under the assault, sending them flying. Ichizu intended to assist, but a middle-aged man radiating cold energy blocked his path. You must be the ice release ninja from the leaf. Such a magnificent technique. How about coming with me to the mist? Name your terms. With you? The Yuki clan will surely become the mightiest in the mist. Ichizu's response was the unsheathing of his sword. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Orochimaru confronted the third Mizukage. Ah, Mizukage, I eagerly anticipate seeing you in a more vulnerable state within my laboratory. The third Mizukage ignored Orochimaru's taunts and instead drew his blade, charging at him. The green glowing Might Dai faced the Kagaya clan leader, while Shigeru battled against the formidable Suigetsu and Karui. The Hyuga brothers, Hinata and Hizashi, engaged with the formidable Biwako. Ichizu swung his sword at the Mizukage clan patriarch, only to be met with the formidable shark face. Such is the power of the leaf's blood crystal. It is truly formidable. Water release, water iron cannon. A water droplet imbued with extraordinary force struck Ichizu, sending him sprawling and cracking his armor. The Hozuki clan leader and Kisame Hashigaki arrived with several jonin to assist. Meanwhile, the Mizukage clan patriarch continued his tirade. You have stolen our village's swords. This has fundamentally harmed our clan. All our elite forces are gathered here to eliminate you. Return the swords, surrender to my Yuki clan, and I may spare your life. These individuals appeared utterly oblivious to their precarious situation. The third Mizukage aimed to delay Ichizu, dispatching these warriors to their doom. Kisame and the Hozuki clan leader were drenched in cold sweat. Had circumstances allowed, they would have relished the opportunity to defeat this reckless youth. Their original mission had merely been to stall Ichizu. Now, it had transformed into a desperate struggle for survival against the pink-haired boy before them. Ichizu, hearing their proclamations, could no longer contain his incredulity. What gives you such confidence? It sounds as though you have already sealed your fate. Chapter 29. The great defeat of Kirigakure. The entire forest was shrouded in a world of ice and snow, tainted by the chakra of a single individual. The Konoha ninjas, shielded by their ice armor, faced a diminished impact, while the chakra of all ninjas beneath the rank of Jonin from Kirigakure was completely frozen, rendering them powerless. Even those of Jonin rank and above suffered severe consequences. The Konoha surprise attack team, comprised solely of Jonin, was relatively unscathed due to the enhancement provided by the ice armor. With a single strike, the tide of battle shifted. Apart from the Taijutsu master Kagaya and the ice user Mizuki, all others from Kirigakure were weakened by at least 30%. Orochimaru cast a glance at the weakened third Mizukage. Your strength has diminished significantly. If you do not reveal your true abilities, you shall perish here today. Kisame, unable to contain his frustration, lamented that this jutsu could potentially decimate half of their forces. The Mizuki clan leader is truly a fool. Just as he uttered these words, Mizuki began to taunt again, remarking on the impressive jutsu but questioning how much chakra he had left after using two massive techniques. The clan leader of the Hozuki was on the verge of tears, pleading, ancestral spirit, stop talking. If you say another word, Kirigakure will be wiped out by you alone. The Hozuki clan leader was so affected that he could hardly move. At any moment, he could become an ice statue. Greed gleamed in Mizuki's eyes as he executed his technique. Ice release, 1,000 kills water surge. Observing Mizuki leave no trace upon the ice armor, Ichiraku swiftly dispatched this jester with 2 strikes. For the first time, Kisame felt joy at the death of a comrade. Mr. Ichiraku, though this may be impolite, I must thank you for eliminating this fool. Kisame raised his long sword. Mr. Ichiraku, I may not be your match, but I cannot allow you to harm my comrades. Ichiraku regarded Kisame and said, you are a noble individual. Move on. You do not deserve to perish here. No, Mr. Ichiraku. I have spent my life killing my own comrades for the sake of missions. This time, I shall use my life to protect them. I hope you remember the name of this insignificant person, Kisame Hashigaki. As Kisame charged at him, Ichiraku had never admired anyone as much as he did at that moment. It was a tragedy for such a person to die. I will remember you, Kisame. You are a true ninja. Ichiraku swung his blade, leaving a wound on Kisame's shoulder. Kisame fell, his body gradually enveloped in ice crystals. Kisame, do you not regret dying now? Live well. These people do not merit your sacrifice. Wait until you find true companions before you protect them with your life. Mr. Ichiraku, as the ice crystals spread, Kisame's consciousness began to fade. with Kisame resolved. The remaining Hozuki clan leader felt the chill of impending doom. Mr. Ichiraku, if possible, spare Mizuki's life. As the Hozuki clan leader was encased in ice, Ichiraku ensured both he and Kisame were placed in a safe location. Though they were enemies, their resolve was still worthy of respect. Seeing the inevitable defeat, the third Mizukage ordered the Kirigakure ninjas to retreat. As red chakra began to emanate from him, Orochimaru quickly distanced himself from the Mizukage. It became evident why the opposing side had not dispatched a Jinchuriki to the battlefield. The third Mizukage himself was the Jinchuriki. With a gravelly voice, the third Mizukage commanded, "All Kirigakure ninjas retreat to the village. From this day forth, Shizuka shall be the fourth Mizukage." The chakra of the tailed beast within him intensified, and his tails grew from 1 to 6, shifting from transparent to deep crimson. Half-tailed beast transformed, the third Mizukage lunged at Orochimaru, striking him with one of his tails. He then began to gather chakra to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Orochimaru swiftly conjured 3 summoning Rashomon gates to barely deflect the tailed beast bomb. The third Mizukage's form shifted from red to blue, moving rapidly towards Orochimaru, with the blue chakra exhibiting a corrosive nature. Orochimaru's ice armor was eroded in a single blow, and he found himself weakened by 30% in this frozen realm. Ichiraku rushed forward, injecting ice-release chakra into Orochimaru. "Teacher, you should rest now. Leave the rest to me. A Jinchuriki needs another Jinchuriki to defeat them." Orochimaru took a moment to regain his composure and nodded towards Ichiraku. "Be cautious of his blue chakra. It is highly corrosive. Once it is safe, procure a sample of the 6 tails for me." "Understood, teacher." After exchanging a few blows with the third Mizukage, Ichiraku found himself afflicted with numerous wounds from the corrosive chakra. The 9 tails voiced its concern. "Enough, Ichiraku. Use my chakra." "Kurama, can we communicate with the opponent?" The 9 tails twitched its ears and replied, "No, they are merely forcefully utilizing the chakra of the 6 tails. There is no connection between us." With no other option, Ichiraku began to unleash his own chakra, manifesting 6 tails behind him. The sight of the 9 tails chakra seemed to excite the enemy further, as blue and red energies clashed. The 9 tails chakra countered the corrosive nature of the 6 tails, yet the chilling aura could not be resisted. The third Mizukage's consciousness grew faint as he forcibly suppressed the 6 tails, draining his mental strength significantly. Outside, Ichiraku continued to exert pressure, while within, the 6 tails resisted vehemently. Under the immense strain, the third Mizukage succumbed to a berserk state, his rationality lost to primal instincts. Ichiraku utilized the flying thunder god mark he had previously placed on the Mizukage during their battle to teleport behind him. For symbol seal, the chakra of the tailed beast gradually dissipated, revealing the third Mizukage once more. He grasped a long knife nearby, propping himself to stand. But the seals and the invasive ice released had rendered him incapable of channeling even a trace of chakra. Gazing at the retreating Kirigakure ninjas, the third Mizukage smiled, acknowledging that while he could not reclaim his blade, he had at least preserved some strength for the village. Turning to Ichiraku, he exclaimed, "What a hero you are, young man. Haha, Kirigakure has lost, and we concede defeat." With that, he raised his thumb in approval towards Ichiraku, as he surveyed the fallen bodies of his comrades. The third Mizukage appeared to reminisce. As a leader, one must depart with dignity, even in death. Grasping the knife he had taken, he plunged it into his abdomen. The third Mizukage has perished. Ichiraku felt a surge of respect for the fallen leader. He was truly deserving of the title of Mizukage. "Teacher, the third Mizukage is not a bloodstained ninja, so we need not study his remains. He is worthy of the title of Mizukage, and his body should not be desecrated." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "This war has already provided ample specimens for my research. We do not need this one." With the demise of the third Mizukage and numerous elite ninjas, the strength of Kirigakure was significantly diminished. Konoha emerged victorious. Orochimaru remained to guard the Kirigakure defensive line for further experimentation, while Ichiraku returned to Konoha to rest. Chapter 30. Negotiation. One household returned directly to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. The immense consumption of mental energy, coupled with the exertion of numerous grand ninjutsu over a long distance, left him utterly drained. Upon arriving home, the first thing he did was lie motionless on his bed. When he awoke, dawn was just breaking, and the months of mental strain had been alleviated by a day and night of sleep. After a brief tidying up, he knocked on Kakashi's door. "Kakashi, may I come in?" "Sure," Kakashi replied, lying in bed, engrossed in Jiraiya's previous works, a smile of a rather peculiar nature creeping beneath his mask. In an instant, he shut the door, horrified. "Oh no, what have I done? Kakashi has turned into something else." Hearing the noise, Kakashi hastily concealed Jiraiya's Risku novel, knowing full well that if Kushina found out, he would likely be buried deep beneath Konoha's foundations. After taking a deep breath, he reopened the door, and upon seeing the normal Kakashi, he felt tears welling up. It was indeed just an illusion, he thought. I must have been too fatigued. Kakashi hasn't he changed? When Uncle Shimo awakens, he will surely see a normal Kakashi. Having completed his self-hypnosis, he retrieved 2 long swords. "Kakashi, this is a gift for your promotion to Jonin." Upon hearing the words Jonin gift, Kakashi instinctively touched his eyes. Obito, seeing Kakashi in such an emo state left him at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly tell him about Tobi's nefarious schemes. "Kakashi, pull yourself together. Don't you still wish to see the future with your eyes? Does this demeanor truly befit that eye?" Kakashi stored Jiraiya's little yellow book in his ninja tools pouch and placed his hand on the lightning blade handed to him by his companion. As he infused chakra into the blade, it emanated a brilliant blue light. Incredible! This blade possesses remarkable lightning conductivity. His attention, however, was drawn to the little yellow book tucked away in Kakashi's pouch. "Uncle Shimo, I'm so sorry. I've led Kakashi astray." After a brief organization, they ventured to a place that could cleanse the soul, Ichiraku Ramen. He once again shattered his own record, as the wall proudly displayed his new achievement, Uzumaki Ichiraku, 17 bowls. After their meal, invigorated by the experience, Kakashi dashed off to the training grounds with the lightning blade, while he made his way to meet the 3rd Hokage. The Hokage's office was in dire need of soundproofing. The sounds of an argument between Danzo and the 3rd Hokage were clearly audible to him. "Danzo, the one-tailed Jinchuriki must be handed over to Root. Only there can we ensure he will not act against Konoha." "Enough, Danzo. I've told you countless times, he is a guest of Konoha. You'll regret this, Sarutobi." His arrival interrupted their classic dialogue. "Lord Third, I'm back." The 3rd Hokage's eyes brightened upon seeing him. His accomplishments were widely recognized. It was not an exaggeration to refer to him as a human-shaped nuclear weapon. "Ah, little Ichiraku. You've worked hard. Thanks to you. The battles in Sunagakure and Kirigakure have gone smoothly." "Not at all, Lord Third. It is merely what a Konoha ninja ought to do." The 3rd Hokage regarded him with increasing satisfaction. "Little Ichiraku, I have a niece about your age, Lord Third. I have a girlfriend now. Please, don't. If my sister finds out, she'll tear you apart." The 3rd Hokage could only relent. "In a few days, Minato will be back. After a few days, you two should head to Sunagakure to sign a peace agreement. This will help you and Minato gain prestige for the position of 4th Hokage. Remember to negotiate well." "Lord Third, I cannot possibly be the 4th. If I were Hokage, Konoha would likely not survive long under my leadership. I'm quite content in the Umbu." "Haha, indeed. Your temperament is ill-suited for Hokage. Prepare to take over as Umbu captain upon your return. Tsunade is unwilling, and Minato is set to be the 4th Hokage. You two have a good relationship. Continue to work hard for Konoha." "Yes, Lord Third." Days later, having just returned home for a day, Minato and Ichiraku set off towards Sunagakure, while Kakashi and Rin were dispatched as reinforcements to the front lines of Kirigakure. Kushina had not seen Minato for quite some time. She had been eagerly anticipating a date the following day, but now, just one day after his return, he was reassigned. It was said that cries of despair echoed from the Hokage's office that day. The Hokage's office really ought to be soundproofed. Ichiraku and Minato arrived directly at the Konoha camp along the Sunagakure front using the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade, now distressed over her skin, immediately pressed them down to the ground upon their unexpected arrival. "You two have 2 days. Resolve the situation with Sunagakure. My skin has become coarse from being here too long." Observing Tsunade's increasingly irritable demeanor, the two were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that she might inadvertently snap their necks. "Tsunade, please calm down. Minato and I will expedite the signing of the contract with Sunagakure, rest assured." "Tsunade, you're naturally beautiful. How could your skin be lacking?" Ichiraku's survival instinct reached its zenith at that moment, as the sense of crisis escalated to unprecedented heights. Gradually regaining her composure, Tsunade released the two, sitting in a chair within the tent, exuding an aura of extreme intimidation. "You two need to hurry. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." As she spoke, a smile graced her lips, yet the crumpled paperweight in her hand signaled to them that if they did not act swiftly, their lives could be in jeopardy. Without further ado, the two set off towards the Sunagakure camp to prepare for negotiations. However, en route, Ichiraku sensed a familiar chakra. This feeling he immediately changed direction, heading towards the source of the chakra. Madarumi was not faring well either. After retreating to Kirigakure, her once advantageous position had deteriorated, and she found herself outmatched against both Yakumo and Rashi. Rashi commanded the sands, relentlessly pursuing her, and just as the torrent of sand was about to engulf her, a wall of ice erupted from the ground. "It seems, my dear lady, that once again you find yourself in a predicament." Upon hearing the voice behind her, Mei's breath hitched. Turning around, she saw a pink-haired youth approaching her with a slow, deliberate gait. Before she could utter a word, she fell into a cool embrace. "I'm sorry, I'm late." Once more, Mei was saved by her hero, her cheeks flushing at the warmth of Ichiraku's embrace. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a kiss, their second kiss still as sweet as the first. Meanwhile, Minato was engaged in a less pleasant exchange with Rashi, who, as an aerial unit, perfectly countered Minato's attack style. "Hey, you two. I understand that lovers reunited after a long separation are quite excited. But could you perhaps consider my life for a moment?" Chapter 31. Accepting Disciples. Shizumi, a figure, gazed towards the water gate. As Luo Sha relentlessly bombarded the ground with his sand gold, Ihue reluctantly released the beautiful girl he held in his arms, and the ice dragon appeared upon him. Unlike before, with the flapping of the dragon's wings, Ihue also ascended into the air, successfully transforming into an aerial combat unit. The magnetic escape of Shoha proved quite effective. Coupled with the dragon wings for directional control, this could indeed be considered a form of flight. With a swift motion, Ihue propelled himself towards Luo Sha at an incredible speed, colliding directly with him. Although Luo Sha anticipated the attack, the agility of the sand gold was insufficient, and he ultimately could not evade Ihue's strike. In the instant of their collision, Luo Sha was encased in ice. The sand gold blocks that had been pursuing behind Watergate lost control and fell to the ground. Observing the fallen sand gold, Watergate let out a sigh of relief. Luo Sha had been soaring above, rendering his attacks ineffective. After neutralizing Luo Sha, Ihue did not pause but plunged his sword into the sand, utilizing ice escape to freeze a vast expanse of desert. This also ensnared the hidden Yetsong, who had been poised for a surprise attack. Ihue rapped on the ice crystal encasing Yetsong, pondering how a ninja could still contemplate ambushing him in such a state. Casually stepping aside, he took the hand of Terumi Mei, feeling a surge of bliss. Terumi Mei did not withdraw her hand, a noticeable blush adorning her cheeks. Watergate approached with a teasing smile, inquiring why Ihue had not made introductions. It seemed he was keeping secrets from his brothers, especially given how often Kushina lamented about her single brother. Upon hearing Watergate's remarks, Terumi Mei's face flushed deeper. Ihue chuckled, stating that he had yet to pursue her fully. Watergate turned to Terumi Mei, assuring her that if this scoundrel dared to bully her in the future, she should inform him, and he, along with her elder sister, would ensure he received a proper reprimand. Terumi Mei nodded silently, her soft attributes fully on display. The group tacitly avoided discussing the third Mizukage. This was a matter of war between villages and nations. The third Mizukage had sacrificed himself with the honor of a shadow, and there was nothing to resent. Ihue and Watergate sealed the memories of Luo Sha and Yetsong. Their relationship with Terumi Mei could not yet be made public, especially since Ihue had just dealt a fatal blow to the Mizukage. It would be quite impolite to waltz back into the village after dispatching their leader. With the two frozen figures in tow, the trio made their way toward the Sand Ninja's encampment. Currently, only Chiyo remained to lead the front lines. Where were Luo Sha and Yetsong? If they could eliminate the Mist Ninja, their pressure would significantly ease. Perhaps Sand could even demand some territory from Konoha given the current disadvantage. Alas, Scorpion, did you truly slay the third? All of this is due to my grandmother's failure to notice your transformation. It is all her fault. Just as Chiyo wallowed in her melancholy, Maki presented her with a piece of intelligence. After reading it, she broke into a cold sweat. So that was why that Mist brat had vacated the battlefield. Mist had already succumbed to Konoha. As Chiyo reflected on this, Ihue and his companions entered the Sand Ninja's camp, bringing Luo Sha and Yetsong with them. "Chiyo Baba, we need to have a word." Ihue's presence radiated a chilling aura, his intent unmistakable. Had Chiyo not seen the intelligence, she would have reprimanded the younger generation before her. However, the report detailed Ihue's formidable combat prowess. Chiyo could dismiss her concerns, but in reality, no one in the sand encampment besides her would emerge alive. Very well, let us discuss inside. Within the tent, Chiyo and Iru were present. We represent Konoha and missed to negotiate with sand. Impossible. 3,000 tons of sand gold. Why not just come and seize it? 1 ton of gold is roughly 4 to 5 million sand gold. Even at a lower quality, that's nearly 90 billion. Ihue chuckled, Chiyo Baba. Do you think it's that simple? With Luo Sha, this gold miner, 3,000 tons is a mere trifle. Chiyo glared at Ihue, her teeth clenched. Fine, we agree, but can we have the one-tailed Jinchuriki back? Ihue smirked wickedly, Chiyo Baba. You explicitly agreed when redeeming Yetsong that the freedom of Shoha and the distribution of fortune are matters beyond the interference of either village. Are you attempting to renege? A powerful chakra emanated from Ihue, causing the temperature in the tent to plummet. Chiyo had no choice but to relent. Ultimately, through amicable negotiations, Sand, Konoha, and Mist simultaneously signed a ceasefire agreement, officially halting hostilities between Sand and Konoha. After a few days of intimacy with Terumi Mei, Ihue reluctantly parted ways with her to return to Konoha. Villagers lined the gates to welcome the heroes, Ihue and Watergate. Upon returning to Konoha, Watergate immediately sought out Kushina. Having endured days of watching Ihue's affection, at last, he could reunite with his beloved. In stark contrast, Ihue returned to Konoha with little enthusiasm, lamenting the first day apart from Mei. Why was it that Watergate returned home to a partner while he was greeted only by Kakashi, who endlessly reminded him of his failed education? Wait, Kakashi was still on the battlefield in Mist. There was not a single living soul in his home. After several days of melancholy, Ihue was officially appointed as the head of the Umbu by the third Hokage. The third son, Sarutobi Shino, became his deputy. Poor Shino remained blissfully unaware of the daunting superior and disheartening future that awaited him. While reorganizing the Umbu, Ihue discovered an intriguing child, Uchiha Shursui. Watergate and Ihue scurried back and forth within the Uchiha clan regarding Kakashi's eye issue. Fugaku maintained a cordial relationship with the two, yet the older generation remained obstinately unyielding. After much persuasion and a hint of force, Kakashi finally obtained the legitimate Sharingan of Abido. During this time, the 9-year-old Shursui caught Ihue's eye. Shursui, you are an exceptionally talented child. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Fugaku promptly accepted on Shursui's behalf, jesting that Ihue, having become the Umbu leader at just 20, would undoubtedly bring honor to the Uchiha clan by taking him under his wing. This was a golden opportunity that the Uchiha clan could not let slip. Shursui, observing his clan leader's response, nodded in agreement. The term blood-colored ice crystal was far too renowned in Konoha for anyone to refuse such a mentor. Having accepted Shursui as his apprentice, Ihue felt invigorated. Come, Shursui, allow your master to treat you to a meal. Without waiting for Shursui's response, he took the boy's hand and led him away. Upon discovering that Shursui was an orphan, Ihue brought him home. From now on, this will be your home. In a few days, when Noboru returns, I will have him construct a few houses nearby so that you may reside next door. Here are 5,000 ryo. Buy what you need, and if it falls short, just let me know. Shursui was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. While Uchiha orphans received some assistance, it barely covered their daily expenses. This was the first time someone had shown him such kindness. Chapter 32. Two Tales with the Arrival of Chishui. This household finally regained a semblance of warmth. Each day, one household trained alongside Chishui, evoking a sense of nurturing akin to raising a child. Arriving by the lakeside, it had been transformed into a beach by Shoha, while Shinshu had constructed a dwelling for himself here. Senior Finfu, are you still accustomed to residing here? Finfu greeted the household warmly. Ah, what a beautiful place Konoha is. Mr. Shunshu has even built us a home. I can sense that Shoha is quite content as well. Finfu's eyes morphed into beast-like slits, and his voice sharpened. Oh, you wretched fox. No wonder you lacked strength last time. It seems you are incomplete. The chakra of the 9 tails manifested around the household, gradually taking the form of a small fox perched on his shoulder. Even with just a fraction of my power, I can easily overpower you. Shoha disregarded the 9 tails taunts, focusing instead on the small fox. You little rascal. How did you escape? The diminutive fox shook its ears, channeling its consciousness into a portion of chakra, creating a semblance of a clone through chakra projection. Shoha chose not to engage in further debate with the Nine-Tails. Instead, he returned indoors to prepare for the plan suggested by the Nine-Tails. Among all the tailed beasts, Shoha was the most studious. He had even mastered sealing techniques and ninjutsu. If the Nine-Tails spoke truthfully, he would attain freedom within a month. As the household prepared to take the fox for a stroll, an Umbu agent respectfully crouched behind him. Sir, the situation is urgent. The third Hokage requests your presence. The household turned to the Umbu. Not so aloof now, are we? After 30 chapters, I've become your superior. Keep being aloof, and I'll dock your pay. Understood, you may return now. I will be there shortly. The household utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage's office, where Danzo and the third Hokage were still embroiled in an argument. Danzo exclaimed, Sarutobi, Chunin is advancing aggressively. You wish to have those two inexperienced youths lead? The third Hokage retorted, they have both matured significantly. The household is now the head of Konoha's Umbu. Danzo, you should possess a basic respect for the strong. Danzo understood the logic, but feared that if those two resolved the issue with Chunin, his ties to the fourth Hokage would be severed. Just as he contemplated further defense, the household boldly entered. Danzo, how have you been? The emphasis on sir was pronounced. A fun fact, root is part of the Umbu. However, after Danzo established root, the third Hokage allowed him to operate freely. Thus, in principle, the household was now Danzo's superior. Intimidated by the household's formidable strength, Danzo muttered a few defiant words before leaving the Hokage's office. Minutes later, Minato arrived, accompanied by an irate Kushina. Third old man, are you targeting my Minato? After over 2 years of warfare, he has spent less than 2 months at home, and now you send him back to the battlefield. I demand an explanation. If I do not receive one today, I'll unleash the fox. The Nine-Tails could no longer remain silent. Warning Kushina, I advise you to show me some respect. Otherwise Kushina, as a formidable entity at the top of Konoha's food chain, rendered the Nine-Tails momentarily speechless, unsure how to threaten her. Kushina then noticed the adorable fox on the household's shoulder. Without regard for the Nine-Tails' protests, she snatched it from the household's shoulder, prompting the Nine-Tails to retreat back into the household. Where did the fox go? The third Hokage watched, drenched in cold sweat. Both siblings were akin to Konoha's nuclear weapons. Especially Kushina, who was genuinely unreasonable, truly a force to be reckoned with. Kushina, this is for Minato's benefit. Once we resolve the Chunin situation, Minato's achievements will be sufficient for him to succeed as the fourth Hokage. Is that true? Minato, did you hear that? You are to become Hokage. Third Hokage. I am still too young. I shouldn't be considered worthy. Minato instinctively prepared to decline, knowing there were many more suitable candidates in Konoha. The third Hokage, observing Kushina's hair standing on end, wiped the sweat from his brow. Minato, do not underestimate yourself. Orochimaru is engrossed in research, while Jiraiya and Tsunade are disinterested. Currently, you are the most fitting candidate to succeed as Hokage. Kushina returned to her usual demeanor, patting Minato's shoulder. I told you, Minato, you are the most suitable person. With the atmosphere finally calming, the third Hokage revealed the pressing matter. Minato, household, 2 days ago, Chunin officially declared war on Konoha. I need you to lead forces to intercept them. Understood, third Hokage. After entrusting Chisue to Kushina, the household and Minato set off to confront the Chunin forces. En route, the household devised a new plan, stealing supplies. Minato, you lead the assault. I have a Flying Thunder God mark in the land of water. I shall circumvent to Chunin's rear and destroy their supplies. Despite Minato's vehement objections, the household countered, rendering Minato's protests futile. The household promptly utilized the previously established Flying Thunder God mark to arrive in the land of water, mere steps away from the land of lightning. Seeing the household depart, Minato could only proceed with reluctance, continuing to lead the forces to intercept the Cloud Ninjas. The household stealthily infiltrated Chunin village, reaching the location where the Two Tails was imprisoned. After eliminating the Jonin guarding the altar, the household finally beheld the altar in its entirety. The sealing technique of Chunin is utterly inadequate. The household unleashed chakra, performing a sealing release. Red chakra surged from the altar, coalescing into a two-tailed cat. Nine Tails, did you save me? The Two Tails possessed an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, her voice far sweeter than Shoa's. Most impressively, Her beauty surpassed that of all nine-tailed beasts. The nine-tails chakra coalesced into a small fox upon the household's shoulder. "Ah, long time no see. To make a long story short, share some of your chakra with him." The two tails crouched low, resting her head on her paws. "What? Nine tails, have you found the one foretold by the old man?" The nine tails' ears twitched adorably. "Not yet certain, but his potential is worth exploring." The two tails gazed at the household, hesitating. The chakra she would provide was not something that could simply be dispensed without consequence. Once given, the tailed beasts would require a considerable period to recuperate. The household smiled at the large cat. "Let us have a spar. Let us see if I am worthy of bearing the hopes of the tailed beasts." Chapter 33. The threat. The two tails gradually rose at the sound of a voice. "Let me see what kind of person can earn the recognition of the nine tails." Flames seemed to flicker around the two tails, exuding an air of nobility and grace. As her blue claws swiftly aimed at the individual, the nine tails leaped down from the shoulder of the individual, seeking a safer vantage point to continue observing the battle. "I have not acknowledged him. I merely perceive a great potential within this human," the nine tails remarked. "You remain as elusive as ever." Just as the cat's claws were about to descend, a wall of ice emerged, blocking the two tails' attack. Ice release. Ice crystal wall. Ice release. Ice prison. The wall of ice rapidly expanded, enveloping the two tails, who was not a beast of brute strength and could not break free from her confinement. Within mere moments, the two tails was defeated. At this moment, the two tails had relinquished her resistance, lying on the ground and beginning to question her assault. Have humans truly grown this powerful? Or have I simply weakened? The individual, observing the two tails' self-doubt, dispelled his technique, while the nine tails appeared somewhat unsatisfied, having wished for a longer spectacle. Seeing the technique undone, the two tails instinctively extended her paw, transferring chakra to the individual. Feeling the touch of the cat's paw, the individual felt an intensified desire to claim the two tails. "How about joining me in Konoha? Though it may not be complete freedom, I can assure you that you would be free within the land of fire." The two tails sensed the profound affection emanating from the human before her. For millennia, humans had regarded her with fear, disdain, or greed. This individual was the first to gaze upon her with such sincerity. Eventually, the two tails found herself unable to discern why she agreed to the human's proposal. Perhaps it was simply the purity in his eyes. "Before we depart, we must leave a parting gift for the village hidden in the clouds." The individual touched the two tails, and in an instant, they both teleported to a mountain peak outside the village. Two Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb. Though the two tails felt perplexed, she began to gather energy. At that moment, the individual placed his hand on her, channeling his chakra into her body, causing the tailed beast bomb to swell to over 4 times its original size. Its color shifting from black to blue. Shock filled the two tails' eyes. This was a remarkable phenomenon. She had often witnessed chakra being extracted from tailed beasts. Yet this was her first experience of chakra being infused into one. The individual beamed with anticipation, exclaiming, "This is a parting gift." As soon as the words left his lips, he launched the tailed beast bomb, controlling the chakra output with precision. In an instant, the village hidden in the clouds transformed into a city of ice. "Let us depart." The individual's hand touched the two tails, activating the flying thunder god technique. The two tails felt somewhat resigned. Throughout their encounter, the individual had stealthily stroked her several times. However, she did not mind, allowing him to continue. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had encountered the fourth Reikage, facing the daunting task of contending with both A and his assistant. Ultimately, Minato had to resort to leveraging Killer Bee's safety to stabilize the situation momentarily. At that moment, Minato's kunai reacted with chakra, as the nine tails had already returned to his body. Suddenly, both the individual and the cat appeared on the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. The most notable reaction came from the fourth Reikage, who had previously been swindled by the individual for a considerable sum. Vortex 1. Why are you and the two tails here on the battlefield? What transpired in the village hidden in the clouds? Although A was eager to confront the individual, the safety of the village took precedence. It should be manageable now, but if you do not return to the village within 3 days to shatter the ice encasing them, I fear there may be no survivors left in the village hidden in the clouds. The fourth Reikage's anger flared. Every encounter with this individual seemed to bring trouble. Damn it. Vortex 1, you've won this time. We retreat, back to the village. The individual delivered a parting shot. Next time, think before you act. I haven't even used my full strength this time. His voice turned icy, Should there be a next time? Not a single soul will be spared in the village hidden in the clouds. A remained silent, understanding that he would never surpass the opponent before him. His growth period was nearing its end, while the other had only just begun. Vortex 1. The next victor shall surely be me. A did not concern himself with the two tails. In his view, if the village ceased to exist, what use would the tailed beast be? As the ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds retreated, the Konoha shinobi finally exhaled in relief, their gazes filled with admiration for the individual. Such achievements could only be described as legendary. Before the battle had truly commenced, it had already reached its conclusion. The individual and Minato led the Konoha ninjas back home, with the two tails trailing behind. The individual would occasionally turn back to caress the charming feline. The two tails chose to overlook the individual's actions. As their group made their grand return to Konoha, the third Hokage, upon hearing the description from the Umbu, could not suppress a smile. Not only had the individual captured the one tails, but he had also secured the two tails from the village hidden in the clouds. At the gates of Konoha, the third Hokage personally welcomed these heroes who had saved the villagers, rallying support for Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage. The two tails was settled in the forest of the individual's backyard, where Shikaku expressed immense excitement upon her arrival. Having lacked freedom for so long, she had not seen her brethren in ages. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was preparing for the election of a new Hokage, if he did not resign soon. He feared that Kushina would demolish his office. The joy in Konoha contrasted sharply with the anguish in the village hidden in the clouds. The fourth Raikage traveled tirelessly, returning to his village in just 2 days. Upon witnessing the icy city, they felt despair. The cleanup would take considerable time before normalcy could return to the village hidden in the clouds. The villagers and ninjas remained sealed within the ice crystals. As long as the ice was broken, their physical forms would remain unaffected, thanks to the individual's deliberate restraint. These individuals would not face life-threatening peril unless trapped within the ice for a week. They organized the ninjas to commence the rescue operation for the villagers, and it took them most of the day to free everyone from the ice. Just as they prepared to rest, he received alarming news of his father being ambushed. Upon learning of the individual's deeds on the battlefield of the village hidden in the mist, Noki had shifted his focus away from Konoha. Just days prior, he had sent a letter to the third Raikage, proposing an alliance between the Rock and Cloud villages to confront Konoha. As the third Raikage journeyed to Iwagakure for negotiations, numerous ninjas lay in wait. The third Raikage chose to remain and delay the enemy, leading to the current situation where news was finally returned. A's heart was in turmoil. His father was truly in grave danger, and he pondered numerous ways to reach Iwagakure within a day to support the third Raikage. Unless. Chapter 33. Leave of absence. I have been preoccupied with matters that require my attention, but I shall return to my writings on the 14th. From within the sealed scroll, AI extracted a shard of a blade inscribed with eternal ice crystal. This fragment, collected during AI's time in the land of hot water, served as a poignant reminder of his failures. After a moment of struggle, AI infused the shard with his chakra. Far away in Konoha, Uzumaki Itachi sensed the chakra emanating from the flying thunder god seal. The direction was toward the land of clouds. Normally, Itachi would not venture into the unknown. Yet much like a criminal drawn to the scene of their crime, he was eager to witness the expression on AI's face. After careful preparation, Itachi chose to teleport to the land of clouds. AI's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. Indeed, the unknown also harbored unseen dangers. Just as he contemplated giving up, Itachi's voice echoed in his ears. "Hey, Night Moon, why do you look so disheveled? Did you not appreciate the gift I sent?" At this, AI turned to Itachi with surprise, swearing that he had never before seen Itachi so elated. "Uzumaki Itachi, you truly came." Hearing AI refer to him with such joy was unfamiliar to Itachi. He playfully tapped AI on the head. "Not too shabby, huh? Have I finally knocked some sense into you?" Without hesitation, AI embraced Itachi. "This time, only you can assist me. Hey, let go of me. Night Moon, I have a girlfriend." "Itachi, my father has been ensnared by the cunning of a rock village ninja and is now besieged by numerous rock ninjas. You are the only one who can help me." AI released Itachi, anxiety evident on his face. "If you can rescue my father, I assure you that the matter concerning the two tails will not be pursued by the land of clouds. Take whatever you desire from me. Even my life is yours if you wish." To Itachi's astonishment, AI knelt before him. A man who had faced defeat countless times, yet now bowed humbly before his adversary for the first time in desperation. Itachi looked at AI, moved by the sight. What use would I have for your life? AI's heart sank at Itachi's words. Perhaps it was in vain. But then, Itachi's next words rang like a melody in his ears. Just offer more money. AI's head shot up, and he eagerly approached Itachi again, embracing him tightly. Disregarding Itachi's desperate attempts to escape. Let go of me. I have a girlfriend. Let go. I love my girlfriend. After a brief explanation of the situation, Itachi looked at AI incredulously. So, this is the reason why the third Raikage was ambushed? A joint attack on Konoha. AI felt a wave of embarrassment. As a friend, he did not wish to lie to Itachi, believing that honesty would spare him some pangs of conscience in the future. More money. It must be more. AI nodded fervently. Yes. Increase it. Once my father is rescued, all my secret savings will be yours. Having made their preparations, Itachi teleported with AI to the land of frost. They approached the battlefield, where countless rock ninjas surged toward a single direction. Father. AI's reckless behavior had revealed his position. They could only press forward with determination now. Esteemed ninjas of Awagakure, might I request a favor? Would you consider releasing the man you have surrounded within? A chilling aura began to emanate from Itachi, the ice crystals spreading beneath his feet. Chapter 34, Noki Ice. Ice Release, the Konoha Forehead Protector, Blue Hair. It is the blood-red ice crystal of Konoha. Why would the elite of Konoha appear here? Have Konoha and Kumogakure formed an alliance? As the icy crystals spread across the battlefield, the nearby rock ninja's chakra began to wane. The news of Kirigakure's defeat had already swept through the ninja world, and the name of the blood-red ice crystal had become legendary. Noki, wary of such a formidable ninja skilled in extensive ninjutsu, turned his attention towards Kumogakure. Fear spread rapidly among the rock ninja. To them, even the third Raikage, no matter how powerful, was still within the realm of humanity, while the feats of Ichi transcended that boundary. A single person's combat prowess surpassed that of an entire army. Previously, only two individuals had possessed such power in the ninja world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Captain Sherry of the Explosive Corps found it hard to believe the rumors surrounding Ichi. How could a mere novice intimidate you and Noki to such a degree? I knew that old man Noki was no longer fit to beat Suchikage. Sherry, one of the few elite jonin on the battlefield, deemed a young lad not yet 20 as nothing more than a fool from Kirigakure, thinking that it was merely a stroke of luck that had granted Ichi his fame. Jealousy gnawed at him, for he had been a master of explosive release for over a decade and yet lacked a title of his own. Observing the young Ichi, Sherry even envisioned the title he would one day claim, gathering explosive chakra in his palm. Explosive release, landmine fist. Amidst the retreating rock ninja, Sherry's bravery stood out, making him appear as a hero among the 10,000 ninjas. His smug expression was infuriating. Before Ichi could make a move, I had already sent him flying with a kick. Humph, a mere buffoon. A scoffed at the distant Sherry, stretching his wrist as he shouted, "Father, hold on. We are coming to rescue you." Ichi strolled forward, the ground beneath his feet slowly succumbing to the encroaching ice crystals. "It seems you all wish to disregard my face. Then I shall take matters into my own hands." His voice grew cold as ice crystals erupted around him. "Onward. They are but two. We have over 8,000. What is there to fear?" The claim of over 10,000 rock ninja sounded imposing, yet in reality, how many jonin remained? The elite jonin could be counted on one hand. After a day of devastation wrought by the third Raikage, only 8,000 remained. These ninjas, having hesitated for so long, found Ichi's technique nearly ready. Senjutsu, frozen world. The ice crystals enveloped the entire battlefield, severely weakening all present. Even without the geographical advantage of the seaside, the technique's power remained formidable, draining middle-tier ninja of 70% of their chakra. Those of slightly lesser strength found themselves unable to utilize ninjutsu altogether. Hey, standing closest to Ichi, was not exempt. His chakra had been frozen by at least 40%. "Ah, my apologies. I almost forgot about you." As Ichi placed a hand on A's shoulder, a suit of ice armor materialized around him, alleviating the effects of the frozen world. Senjutsu, ice crystal spikes. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, and most of the weakened rock ninja were unable to evade them. In a single strike, hundreds perished. Senjutsu, ice release, floral funeral. Ichi had long desired to test this technique. Gazing at the swirling clouds resembling a typhoon, A bright light shone from the eye of the storm. Yayuki, be careful. This is a true killing move. Do not let it touch you. Or, I cannot guarantee your survival. Countless snowflakes drifted from the light, each harboring immense senjutsu chakra. The sheer number of rock ninja made evasion of such extensive ninjutsu impossible. The moment any snowflake made contact, a significant portion of the body would be frozen, soon followed by an overwhelming number of snowflakes to seal their fate. I watched in cold sweat as the rock ninja suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, they had not clashed with Konoha previously. Otherwise, just he alone could have annihilated all ninjas below the rank of Kage from Kumogakure. Just as Ichi was about to advance, a voice accompanied by a flash of white light charged toward the two. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Allow me to teach you on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One must always remain vigilant on the battlefield. Complacency can cost you your life, but you shall not have the chance to amend your ways. The tuition for this lesson will be your lives. As a wave of dust release descended, Naka's figure emerged in the sky. I see. You evaded the floral funeral by leveraging aerial superiority. With no injuries, Kagura's Byakugan, combined with Senjutsu, was sufficient to pierce through the dust release's counter-surveillance. From the outset, Ichi had been cautious of Naka's dust release. At this moment, felt a strong urge to scoff. His memories painted Ichi as a character who was aloof and disregarded others. However, the absurdity of using Flying Thunder God to escape and then return amidst the smoke was indeed remarkable. He found it increasingly difficult to look Ichi in the eye, feeling as though a grand fade was crumbling. Senjutsu, Ice Dragon Guardian. Dragon wings unfurled behind Ichi as he channeled magnetic release chakra, transforming into an aerial unit. Naka's expression was equally captivating. Surviving a dust release attack and still being alive. There was no other in the ninja world who could achieve such a feat. Upon witnessing Ichi take flight, Noki began to doubt his own capabilities. Has Konoha produced another Uchiha Madara? Why does Konoha consistently give rise to such prodigies? My village struggles to find a successor for the Tsuchikage position. Though Naka's mindset began to falter, as an experienced Kage, he initiated a new round of probing. Dust release, boundary separation technique. A cubic form of dust release enveloped Ichi. This time, there was no smoke. The old man was determined to see how he would survive the dust release's grasp. After the explosion of the dust release, Ichi reappeared on the ground, prompting Noki to narrow his eyes. Space-time ninjutsu, akin to the golden flash technique? Truly a troublesome ninjutsu. Ichi regarded Noki with admiration. Acknowledging his wealth of experience, he had discerned his technique in an instant. Noki, however, felt no joy from the praise. To be recognized by a junior felt more like an insult. Youngster, do not grow too complacent. The likes of Senju Tobarama, who also wielded space-time ninjutsu, met his demise on the battlefield. Today, I shall ensure you remain on this land. Earth release, stone golem technique. 3 stone giants appeared simultaneously beside Ichi, raising their fists to strike him down. Rendered powerless against aerial units, sprinted toward the heart of the battlefield in search of the third Reikage. Chapter 35. The struggle against the stone giants confronted by 3 suddenly emerging stone giants. A figure known as Iho transformed his wings into a shield, protecting his head. Utilizing the earth release technique, mountain earth technique, a massive hemispherical mountain encapsulated both Iho and the 3 stone giants. Following this, he employed the advanced earth release technique, super heavy rock technique. It's over, young one. Even with space-time ninjutsu, you have no chance against this frequency of attack. The exertion of 5 or 6 grand ninjutsu spells was undeniably taxing for the 50-year-old Noki, especially with 2 dust release techniques among them. The ice release terrain continuously encroached upon Naka's chakra. Were he on solid ground, he would have undoubtedly lost his combat capability by now. Just as Noki prepared to eliminate the fatigued third Reikage, a beam of black laser erupted from the mountainside, striking a distant slope and creating a colossal crater. This was a mixed ninjutsu of water, lightning, and magnetic chakra, which we shall provisionally refer to as Super Electromagnetic Cannon 1.0. The old man is still formidable. Our village's third is about to retire. You should consider finding a fourth soon. At your age, shouldn't you be enjoying your twilight years in the village? Iho emerged from the hole created by the electromagnetic cannon, taking the opportunity to verbally assault Noki. Hearing Iho's words, Noki couldn't help but recall the oddities in his own village, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Today marked yet another day of retirement contemplation. I too wish for that. Awagakure is not like Konoha. There are far too few who can bear the banner. Young one, how about joining Awagakure? I have a granddaughter of exquisite beauty. If you marry into our village, wealth and secret techniques will be at your disposal. While engaging Iho in conversation, Noki discreetly consumed military rations to replenish his chakra. Unfortunately, the icy terrain significantly hampered his recovery speed. In contrast, Iho enjoyed the benefits of the terrain. With chakra consumption far outpaced by recovery, it's truly inexhaustible. The Uzumaki clan can indeed afford such indulgence. Old man, stop stalling. If you don't leave soon, you'll be buried here. Noki's stubbornness was well known. How could I abandon the ninjas of my village? Old man, well said. We're here to assist you. Two crimson figures appeared before Iho, clad in red armor, steam emanating from Han, while Old Z radiated molten lava. Weren't you two supposed to guard the village? What if the tailed beast rampaged and harmed our own? Noki was infuriated. The tailed beast was the village's most crucial asset and must not be compromised. Although Han and Old Z lacked the strength to control their tailed beasts, the current situation posed a greater threat than Iho. After all, even if the tailed beast went berserk, Iwagakure wouldn't suffer such catastrophic losses. Iho was a ninja born to take on many. Han, Old Z, be cautious. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. I have only felt such helplessness against Uchiha Madara. Sensing the weakening environment, Old Z spoke to the four-tailed beast within him, Sun Wukong. Lend me your strength. Melt release, Flower Fruit Mountain. Drawing upon the power of the four-tailed beast, Old Z successfully summoned a small area of molten earth, temporarily resisting the icy realm. In truth, Iho could easily overpower the opposing terrain with just a modicum of effort, yet doing so seemed far too mundane. Iho now understood the phrase high above, cold, and lonely quite well. As Noki landed on the ground, his chakra recovery finally returned to normal. With the molten terrain created by Old Z, Han's steam intensified. Utilizing the steam propulsion, Han charged at Iho with the boil release, unmatched strength. Iho, curious about the difference between the boil release's monstrous might and that of the Senju clan, had no need to resist with ice release. Monstrous strength fist. Having resided in the Senju household for years, it was only reasonable he would have picked up some medical ninjutsu alongside monstrous strength. The two fists collided, resulting in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. In a swift motion, Iho struck Han in the chest with his other hand, sending him flying. The armor on his chest cracking. It seems you Haven T perfected your technique. It only enhances part of your strength, rendering it inflexible. Han, gazing at the cracks in his armor, was filled with regret. Finding material capable of withstanding boil release was no easy feat, and he had sacrificed nearly everything to forge this armor. Seeing his comrade falter, Old Z hastily activated the melt release chakra mode, his body appearing as if molded from lava. The molten terrain had now shrunk to half its original size. Old Z felt urgency rising within. The disparity in strength was too great. Utilizing the chakra of the four-tailed beast again to manifest Flower Fruit Mountain risked his body being seized by it. Should Flower Fruit Mountain vanish completely, the trio would lose their chance to defeat Iho. Melt release, scorching river lava technique. As Old Z charged toward Iho, he expelled a ball of lava. Ice release, ice crystal armor. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. The lava ball was intercepted by an ice wall, and a physical confrontation ensued between Old Z and Iho. Unfortunately, Old Z's melt release proved ineffective against Iho's defenses. After a brief exchange, Iho lost interest. Seizing upon Old Z's opening, he delivered a kick that sent Old Z tumbling back. At this moment, the Flower Fruit Mountain summoned by Old Z was extinguished, plunging the three back into the debilitating icy realm. The chakra Noki had painstakingly restored was nearly frozen once more, and the steam emanating from Han was rendered useless. Damn it! Old Z leaned against a tree, blood spilling from his mouth. Third Lord, take the others back to the village. I will hold this monster. Red chakra began to emanate from Old Z, while Han too was enveloped in a crimson aura. Third Lord, retreat with them. If all the ninjas of Awagakure fall here, the village will be doomed. We will hold him back. Naki's eyes glistened with emotion as he observed the two forcibly utilizing the chakra of the tailed beast. I am the shadow of Awagakure. I shall not abandon anyone in my village. However, I must agree on one point. The villagers cannot all perish here. What a pity. We were so close to defeating the third Raikage. Naka's voice, imbued with chakra, resonated across the battlefield. Ninjas of Awagakure, retreat. Fall back to the village for vigilance and defense. The three would remain behind, creating a rear guard for the remaining 6,000 ninjas. As the third Raikage observed the retreating IWA ninjas, confusion filled his heart, yet he seized every fleeting moment to recuperate his strength. Old man, hurry and flee. We won't remain lucid for much longer. The Wagakure still needs you to lead. Old Z, with four tails swaying behind him, desperately urged Noki. I am the third Tsuchikage, inheritor of the will of stone, and I shall not allow the villagers to perish before my eyes. I will defeat this monster and bring you both back to the village. Chapter 36. The challenge. Hey. You all make me feel like a villain. What is going on? Can't you just go all out and take me down in one fell swoop? Old Z and Han paid no heed to his complaints. Maintaining their composure was becoming increasingly arduous. The lava release, Wagwashan. This time, the magma arena was significantly larger than before. Once Noki returned to normal, he immediately soared into the sky, seeking an opportunity. Steam erupted from Han as he dashed towards you with a speed far surpassing his previous self. Like a feral beast driven mad, his strikes were fierce and swift, each blow unleashing tremendous power. Old Z followed closely behind, enveloping himself in lava-release chakra and tailed beast chakra, each attack gradually eroding the ice-release chakra from his armor. Noki, hovering above, could not find an opening and could only occasionally employ earth-release techniques to assist the duo, though dust release was too risky as it could harm his allies. Ultimately, under the relentless assault from the two Jinchuriki, the ice crystal armor encasing you shattered, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the moment, Noki expended all the chakra he had left beneath him to unleash a large-scale dust release towards you. Surely, this must be the end. With his chakra depleted, Noki could no longer maintain flight and was forced to land, warily watching the direction of the smoke. Old Z and Han had yet to revert from their partial-tailed beast forms, indicating that you might still be alive. Old man, were you looking for me? You remarked leisurely, placing a hand on Naka's shoulder. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Naka's expression stiffened. How could this be? I destroyed all traces on the battlefield. Wait, that's a fragment of Han's armor. New ice crystal armor coalesced around you. Old man, do you wish to continue resisting? Father, earth release, rock fist technique. Noki's son, K-Ri, rushed in from a distance, throwing a punch at you, but the impact was disappointing. Old Z dashed over, using his tail to swipe you aside, barely maintaining his dwindling sanity. K-Ri, hurry and take the old man away. Han had completely lost his senses, attacking you with a ferocity akin to a wild beast. K-Ri, carrying Noki on his back, glanced back at the two Jinchuriki engaged with Yi, resolutely making his way towards the village. Exhausted of chakra, Noki succumbed to unconsciousness. Four tails. It seems there's no one left. Let us create a ruckus. Old Z fully unleashed his primal instincts and released the four tails, Sun Wukong. I am finally free. A red monkey with four tails emerged onto the battlefield, and upon regaining his freedom, he swiftly bounded towards Han, seizing him. Tailed beast chakra surged against Han's seals, causing the chakra concentration within him to rapidly escalate. Soon, a colossal white deer appeared on the battlefield. Five tails, Mu, made his entrance. At that moment, Sun Wukong called out to the departing Mu. Mu, wait. I made a deal with the Jinchuriki. As the price for breaking the seal, we must impede the humans before the rock village retreats. Mu regarded Sun Wukong with a look of disbelief. I have not made any agreement with humans. Why should I face that formidable foe? Sun Wukong, feeling quite helpless, implored. Hey, at least I released you. Do you truly expect me to face such a terrifying enemy alone? Mu found himself unable to refuse this moral coercion, resulting in an awkward standoff between the three. The icebound battlefield was unsettling for the two-tailed beasts. Humans, cease your actions. We have no intention of engaging with you. We are merely fulfilling our agreement with the Jinchuriki. At that moment, red chakra erupted from you, and the diminutive nine tails appeared upon his shoulder. Long time no see. Mu, Sun Wukong. The nine tails remarked. I never imagined that the first-tailed beast to acknowledge humans among us would be you. The nine tails awkwardly turned his head away. Give him a bit of your chakra. The four tails and five tails exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Nine tails, have you found the old man they spoke of? The nine tails nodded. I was merely suspicious before. Now I believe he is indeed the one. The two beasts, feeling somewhat agreeable, conceded, "Take what you need, if you can earn the Ninetales' trust. We shall also place our faith in him." Clearly, the two beasts, aware of Yi's combat prowess, had no desire to engage. "My name is Mu, and I am the king of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong." Placing his hand atop the paws of the two beasts, chakra from the four tails and five tails flowed into Yi. However, due to the absence of chakra from the three tails, these two energies could not be absorbed just yet. "Thank you." You sat facing the two beasts. "Where shall you go next? Would you like to visit Konoha? Shikaku and the others are there too." The Ninetales perked up, clearly eager to reunite with his kin. "No, I made a promise with old Z. I cannot leave the land of Earth for 5 years with the five tails." Tailed beasts value their commitments, and once a promise is made, it is never broken. "Yeah, let us be off. We will return to find them in 5 years." The Ninetales flicked his tail, momentarily disheartened, but still followed Yi as they departed. Sun Wukong and Mu treasured their newfound freedom and did not wish for it to be squandered on their behalf. "Mu, Sun Wukong, we shall take our leave now. If the opportunity arises, we will return to see you." Yi and the Ninetales headed towards the direction of the third Reikage. Meanwhile, Ei sat beside the third Reikage, incessantly chattering about something. The third Reikage's expression visibly darkened as he struggled to maintain his composure. Just then, footsteps echoed crisply across the vast, icy battlefield. The third Reikage cautiously turned towards the source of the sound, while Ei appeared quite relaxed. He understood Yi's combat capabilities. This individual's growth was nothing short of monstrous. As the mist cleared, Yi and the Ninetales on his shoulder materialized before the third Reikage. "Good afternoon, Senior Reikage. The danger has passed. Let us depart." The third Reikage's already darkening face grew even more somber. "Uzumaki, I am aware of your agreement with my son, but I am still the Reikage. You saved my life, and that is a fact. In 5 days, we shall duel at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. If you win, not only will you receive the two tails, but the Cloud Village will also surrender unconditionally to Konoha." Ei grew anxious. "Father, silence. I am not dead yet. I am still the Reikage." He understood the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, and departed from the battlefield. At that moment, the third Reikage was exhilarated. He recognized his prowess and felt invigorated by the prospect of clashing with a formidable opponent. "Son, once I finish my duel with your friend, you shall become the new Ei. The one who loses the two tails and the one who leads the Cloud Village to defeat will both be the third Reikage. In 5 days, you will become the fourth Reikage." Chapter 37. Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing the words of the third Reikage, Ei fell into a contemplative silence. As a man whose mind was consumed solely with the pursuit of physical prowess, he had never contemplated the deeper intentions of his father. Observing Ei's silence, the third Reikage chuckled heartily, seeking to console him. "If it were not for you, I would never have had the opportunity to personally pass on the mantle of Reikage to you. It is truly my greatest anticipation to bestow upon you this esteemed position." Meanwhile, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha, Ihue arrived at his home. Little Shursui was inside, indulging in snacks. "Shursui, I'm back." Upon hearing Ihue's voice, Uchiha Shursui rushed towards him. "Ihue-sensei." Ihue scooped Shursui into his arms. "Little Shursui, let's go enjoy some delicious food." The two made their way to a barbecue restaurant, where Kurenai, Hanabi, and Asuma were already dining. Upon Ihue's arrival, Asuma's excitement was palpable. "Ihue-sensei, over here, over here." Surprised to see all 3 of his students present, Ihue called out to the owner, "Boss, please add a table to this one, and bring out all of the signature meats." Asuma continued chattering excitedly, oblivious to the fact that Shursui had been drawn to Hanabi's side, comfortably seated between her and Hanabi. Sometimes, being attractive truly has its advantages, and the Uchiha clan was well recognized for their striking looks. Hanabi enthusiastically offered Shursui food, saying, "Shursui, eat this. It's freshly grilled by your sister." Shursui, unaccustomed to such attention, felt his cheeks flush from Hanabi's fervent hospitality. Hanabi genuinely regarded Shursui as her younger brother, and with her elder brother having taken on such a disciple, she was no longer the youngest in the group. Kurenai found herself quite fond of Shursui, as he was the first bashful and kind-hearted Uchiha she had encountered. The teacher-student relationship further bridged the gap between them at this moment. Shursui was merely seen as a younger brother, given that he was still just a child. "Sensei, You were incredibly impressive on the battlefield against Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Asuma, still unaware of the situation at Iwagakure, marveled at Ihue's solo feats against 4 of the 5 great nations. The third Tsuchikage had been defeated, with 2 others eliminated, resulting in a remarkably glorious record. When Asuma and Ihue sat down, he couldn't help but envy Shirsue's treatment. He had never been so close to Hanabi. After feasting to their heart's content, Ihue went to settle the bill. Hanabi took Shirsue and Kurenai out to play, and Asuma followed suit. Ihue found himself reminiscing about Terumi Mei, who was far away in Kirigakure. They both held a mutual fondness for one another. However, Ihue had yet to find the opportunity to confess his feelings. If time permits, I should visit Kirigakure, he thought. Wait, where would I find the time? I shall depart at once to seek her out. Utilizing the flying thunder god, he traversed to the battlefield of Kirigakure, where Kakashi was honing his skills at the front lines, while Rin was tending to the medical unit, treating the wounded. Ah, Kakashi, your strength has grown significantly. It seems you haven't had the leisure to indulge in your little books lately. Fortunately, no one was nearby to overhear Ihue's teasing remark, or else he might have wished to vanish into thin air. How's the Raikiri you received from me treating you? Ihue inquired, prompting Kakashi to respond with a hint of irritation. It's excellent. But why didn't you inform me that this blade was one of the 7 ninja swords you seized from Kirigakure? You have no idea how many have attacked me on the battlefield during this time. Ihue, observing Kakashi's flustered demeanor, attempted to soothe him. I simply hadn't the chance to mention it. Have you encountered this individual during your time at the Kirigakure battlefield? With a subtle genjutsu, Ihue conjured the image of Terumi Mei for Kakashi. No, in truth, the number of Kirigakure ninjas has dwindled, and those that do venture to Konoha are primarily seeking the swords I possess. Kakashi emphasized the last few words with particular weight. Had it not been for Orochimaru's protection, Kakashi might have already lost his life before seeing Ihue again. However, such protection came at a cost. Following the war, Kakashi was to become a test subject for Orochimaru's experiments due to his Sharingan. Having gleaned little useful information from Kakashi, Ihue resolved to seek out Terumi Mei himself. He refused to delay. When he wished to go, he would go. During a prior expedition with Orochimaru to capture test subjects in Kirigakure, he had left a flying thunder god mark, and now he activated it to teleport directly outside Kirigakure. Although their relationship had been amicable, it had not yet reached the level of exchanging items inscribed with flying thunder god marks. Such an exchange could jeopardize their lives. Possessing another's mark could lead to a fatal ambush, while the user of the mark might fall into a trap set by the other. Upon entering Kirigakure, Ihue was met with an unexpected surprise. An elderly man sat in a chair, observing him. Though his gaze was somewhat unfocused due to age, it could not conceal the aura of dominance he exuded. Uchiha, Madara? The aged Madara erupted into laughter. Ha! I never imagined that after all these years, there would still be someone from Konoha who remembers me. You are an unforeseen variable in my plans, but it would be a shame to kill you. As long as you behave yourself here, I shall spare your life. In that moment, Ihue recalled Kakashi and Rin. Realizing the timing of their encounters, he attempted to employ the flying thunder god to escape, but Madara, unfazed, remarked, "Foolish youth. This place is ensnared with barriers. You cannot escape. Once everything settles, I will allow your departure." Then, Madara, I must offend you. Ihue retorted defiantly. I had intended to let you reach your pinnacle before we clashed, but since you are seeking your own demise, I shall send you to meet Hashirama instead. Madara's eyes shifted to a piercing intensity, as his ordinary gaze transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, summoning forth rows of ribcages that culminated in the fleshly form of Susanoo. This formidable Susanoo compensated for Madara's mobility limitations, leaving Ihue both awed and apprehensive. Although his ninjutsu was unparalleled against lesser foes, he felt a disparity when confronted with such genuine strength. After all, Ihue had yet to unlock the full potential of his abilities, and the weakening effects of his ice techniques would have little impact on Susanoo. Thus, even against the frail and aged Madara, Ihue was uncertain of his capacity to triumph. Senjutsu, Ice Beam. As anticipated, the scope of his ice techniques proved insufficient to encase the mountainous Susanoo entirely, while Madara's light sword shattered the ice crystals with ease. Chapter 38. Persuasion. Let me wield my power. I could attempt the tailed beast transformation. I no longer require chakra to facilitate your metamorphosis. A wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Uncertain of the outcome, Yet given the current circumstances, things could hardly worsen. Kurama. The fox within A beamed with delight. Having watched it grow since their time in the belly of the whirlpool, it felt a sense of pride. This time, the chakra emanating from A was no longer the familiar red, but rather a resplendent gold edged with black. An immense surge of chakra erupted from A, ultimately manifesting as a golden fox head. The chakra claws then seized the oncoming Susanoo sword with precision, culminating in the complete formation of the fox. Senjutsu, extreme ice crystal armor. A suit of blue armor adorned the fox, with its claws specially reinforced and elongated. Kurama flexed his claws, pleasantly surprised by the new armor. This is far more comfortable than the previous Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Was Kurama insinuating that his Susanoo paled in comparison to this boy's ice release? Madara intensified his assault, but alas, the ice crystal armor had undergone numerous enhancements, rendering his every strike merely a white mark that he effortlessly restored moments later. Madara had never regretted giving his eyes to another as much as he did now. His offensive power was insufficient, and his endurance was a shadow of his former self. The opposing armor was excessively thick. Was there truly a way to engage in battle like this? For the first time in decades, Madara found no interest in fighting, opting instead to have Susanoo sit down and cease hostilities. Regardless, you cannot escape this place. Once everything concludes, I shall release you. The kaleidoscope in Madara's eyes spun wildly, radiating a mesmerizing crimson. I recognized the futility of escape from this cursed domain and thus commanded Kurama to sit opposite Madara. Within the mental realm, Kurama continued to prod him. Hey, if you wish to avoid combat, allow me to take over. I have long desired to strike him. Uncertain of the full extent of Madara's kaleidoscope abilities, both sides found their attacks unable to penetrate each other's defenses. Continuing this way would surely provoke Madara into desperation. Kurama's ears drooped, the entire fox appearing quite despondent. Fear not, Kurama, opportunities shall arise. I will personally defeat Uchiha Madara at his peak. Kurama, however, appeared unconvinced by A's reassurances. Do as you wish. A subsequently relinquished the tailed beast transformation. Very well, Madara-senpai. I believe we can engage in a dialogue. Upon witnessing A cease his offensive, Madara also dismissed his Susanoo, and the two sat facing each other on the ground. Madara began to weave grand tales to A, recounting stories of Hashirama and the Uchiha clan's monument. Madara-senpai, have you never pondered why Sage of Six Paths did not employ infinite Tsukuyomi to usher in true peace? If it were indeed so beneficial? Conversely, if all were ensnared by infinite Tsukuyomi, humanity would have no future, ultimately leading to our extinction through this technique. For a moment, Madara was rendered speechless. He had not considered such implications. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by A. To point out the technique's flaws immediately upon hearing the plan was a testament to A's insight, yet Madara had little time to contemplate other possibilities. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan was already set in motion, and he could not afford to hesitate. The two exchanged their viewpoints extensively, with Madara gaining considerable insight from their discourse. In terms of sheer power, he and Hashirama were undeniably formidable, yet in matters of politics and strategy, they fell short compared to Tobirama Senju. Even Izuna surpassed them in that regard. Madara-senpai, do not place your trust too heavily in any one thing. When I received the sage's inheritance, he warned me of a shadowy hand manipulating the conflicts of the ninja world. Infinite Tsukuyomi is certainly not a technique that can bring peace. Madara pondered A's counsel. Initially, he had intended to use the power of his eye to erase A's memories, but now he considered that A's involvement might render the future far more intriguing. This time, I shall spare you. Try to thwart me. Perhaps, before I execute my plan, you might convince me to abandon the Moon Eye project. Madara dispelled the barrier. And at that moment, Obito had already succumbed to darkness. I realized he would not reach him in time. The secrets of the Rinnegan and Black Zetsu remained undisclosed to A. The Uchiha, once awakened to their Sharingan, were notoriously obstinate, even when aware of infinite Tsukuyomi's fatal flaws. Madara remained resolute in completing it. Once the barrier was lifted, A immediately felt the call of the battlefield. Upon arrival, he found Kakashi despondently gazing at Rin's lifeless body, a gaping hole where her heart had been, with a Kusanagi sword embedded in her abdomen. A swiftly utilized flying thunder god to transport Kakashi and Rin back to Konoha. Thank goodness you remembered the chakra I left on the blade. I quickly extracted the sword, pouring a vial of reagent into the wound. Ice release activated, encasing Rin's body within an icy coffin. Rest assured, she will not perish. Obito should still be alive. If Kakashi's heart had finally found solace upon hearing that Rin was safe, the news of Obito's survival sent his heart racing with excitement. A smile evident even behind his mask. Observed the change in Kakashi's demeanor and felt his own spirit dim. Uncle Shumo, I am sorry. I initially thought indulging in perverse literature was sufficient. Little did I know he was not just misguided, but rather inclined towards the other side. I have led Kakashi astray. Kakashi, lost in the joy of Obito's survival, failed to notice A's troubled expression. All right, you stay here. I must return to the battlefield. Summoning Kushina into the room to watch over Rin and Kakashi, A then used Flying Thunder God to return to his previous location, where the ground had been cleared, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that Obito had indeed departed. I had intended to investigate the Mist Village, but a flying fist interrupted his thoughts. Crimson Ice Crystal. You are quite valuable. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with greed as he beheld A's bounty, the numerous zeros rendering him momentarily speechless. Ah, how nostalgic. The last Konoha ninja I faced was Senju Hashirama. You may find it hard to believe, but just moments ago, I was battling Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu disregarded A's sarcasm and charged at him after utilizing his hardening technique. 500 million Ryo is mine. A stomped his left foot, causing an ice pillar to erupt from the ground, sealing Kakuzu in place. Is this what I am worth? Sometimes, I find myself tempted to sell my own life. Chapter 39. A date disregarding the presence of the corner, a figure strolled towards the Mist Village. The ruckus caused by the Watermelon Mountain and the Pufferfish Demon was orchestrated behind the scenes by Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe it was Mist Kirin at play. I have a plan that could restore clarity to the Mist Village's obscured state. Obito, that lad, has likely been taken for special training by Madara and will not emerge for several years. Upon arriving at the Mist Village, one could feel the palpable tension in the air, starkly contrasting the relaxed atmosphere of the Leaf Village. After the third Mizukage self-destruction, the newly appointed fourth Mizukage, with iron-fisted methods and strength rivaling that of his predecessor, was now in command. Following the familiar chakra, anticipation brimmed in his eyes. Unable to locate Obito, he decided to pay a visit to his beloved. Guided by his senses, he arrived at an estate, where, aside from Terumi Mei, two elite Jonin-level chakras resided. He knocked on the door, only to be greeted by a melodious voice from within. Who is it? Don't you know today is the weekend? No matter whose orders. You're dead, for sure. Little beauty. Long time no see, have you missed me? Upon seeing the man before her, Terumi Mei was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for his audacity to appear in the Mist Village at such a time. You, what brings you here? She pulled him into the courtyard. Do you have any idea how many people in the mist want to take you down? He merely chuckled, brushing off her concerns. Given his current strength, even the average Kaga-level ninja would struggle to breach his defenses. Typically, ninja encounters on the battlefield were driven by the interests of their nations and villages, with the outcomes rendering any further discussion moot. The Mist and Leaf had essentially ceased hostilities, leaving only minor frictions arising from the ninja's swords. However, his actions had indeed crossed the line. He had seized 4 out of 7 ninja swords, followed by leading surprise attacks and eliminating the Mizukage. Such a lovely lady. Would you care to join me for a meal or a stroll? In response, Terumi Mei shot him a piercing glance. You should consider yourself fortunate. With the newly appointed Mizukage's busy schedule, you would have been surrounded by the entire village's ninjas had it been any other time. Of course, we won't be dining here. Grasping Terumi Mei's hand, they instantly transported back to the Leaf Village. As they emerged from his room, Shui was in the courtyard practicing the body flicker technique, seemingly endowed with exceptional talent for it. Sensei, is this your wife? Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, while he chuckled awkwardly. Good child. Those words can be spoken more often. Be good. Little Shui, go play with your sister Akane. Shui instantly grasped his meaning and departed with the money given by him. Once the light bulb had left, he suddenly recalled that he had just sent away the one who could cook at home. What was supposed to be a candlelit dinner had transformed into a private room at a barbecue restaurant, with the charming figure beside him. He finally ceased consuming the dog food of others. Though it lacked candlelight, time was of the essence. With a flourish, he produced a bouquet of roses from behind his back. Mei, would you be my girlfriend? Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback, but then squinted her eyes and smiled. All right. After their meal, They wandered through the night market of the leaf, their presence radiating sweetness. Alas, there were always interruptions while they were busy shopping. Akane appeared with red and sure sway. "Brother, good evening. Is this your sister-in-law?" Akane, ever so familiar, embraced Terumi Mei, leaving him envious. Terumi Mei found Akane's personality reminiscent of Kushina's, and she enjoyed the company of such individuals. Thus, their intimate date transformed into a gathering of five. Terumi Mei relished this atmosphere. The brutal policies of the Mist Village rendered its ninjas fierce and ruthless, a stark contrast to the peaceful ease found in the Leaf Village. After a long night of fun, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to escort Terumi Mei back to the Mist Village. "Mei, I had a wonderful time today. I have a battle in a couple of days. I will come find you again soon." Seizing the moment when Terumi Mei was distracted, he planted a kiss on her cheek before vanishing with the Flying Thunder God. Terumi Mei touched her cheek, where he had kissed her. Feeling a warmth spread across her face, she retrieved the Flying Thunder God necklace he had gifted her, never before having felt such light-hearted joy in a single day. As Terumi Mei was lost in thought, a voice echoed from within the house. "Who has whisked away my little beauty?" Her cheeks flushed even more, eliciting hearty laughter from her mother. "When will you bring him home? Let your father and I have a word with him." Upon returning to the Leaf, he visited the Minato household. As expected, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and Rin were present. "Rest assured, Rin will be fine. I administered a specially formulated recovery serum containing Hashirama's cells from Orochimaru-sensei. The reason for your presence is merely to prevent any potential behind-the-scenes machinations." Observing the worried expressions of those present, he encouraged, "In less than a month, she will be fully restored, so worry not." Upon hearing his words, the guilt on Minato's face diminished slightly. He felt inadequate as a teacher, having failed to protect his student on 2 occasions. As he reached out to touch Rin's icy coffin, his spirit transcended to the familiar realm, where Rin sat atop a large turtle, beaming at him. "Senior, Obito is still alive." One might wonder why these two were so connected. Rin's first words upon regaining her life were merely to inform him of Obito's status. "Ah, I know. He is currently under the tutelage of a formidable mentor. By the time we meet again, he should have become quite strong." Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this, filled with twinkling stars. Meanwhile, the large turtle beneath her greeted the fox perched on his shoulder. "Kurama, long time no see." Kurama's voice was listless, lacking its usual vigor, not only due to Rin's vitality loss, but also owing to his inherent disposition. He often sought a lake to slumber for extended periods. "Kurama, long time no see. You remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, Kurama couldn't help but retort, "No. This time I genuinely feel unwell. This little girl went too far. She nearly put me in jeopardy." After saying that, he cast a grateful glance at Uchiha, realizing that, had it not been for this human before him, he would have faced reconstitution. Sighing, he lamented, "Life is tough. Even the turtle must sigh." Rin, resting on Kurama, felt a tinge of guilt. "Kurama, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my actions would implicate you." Kurama's voice trembled as if on the verge of breaking. "I literally did nothing. I just took a nap and woke up in your body. I was about to continue sleeping when suddenly I was on the brink of death. Who wouldn't be anxious?" Chapter 40. Building alliances. Isamu gazed at Ichiraku with eyes brimming with admiration, realizing that the one who saved the turtle was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Without hesitation, Isamu infused Ichiraku with an abundance of chakra, far exceeding that given by other tailed beasts. "Enough. Enough. Isamu, are you trying to come in and steal my nest?" Upon hearing the voice of the Nine Tails, Isamu promptly ceased the chakra infusion. At that moment, the Nine Tails also transferred the chakra of the Four Tails and Five Tails, which had been temporarily stored with him, into Ichiraku's body. After a brief exchange, Ichiraku and the Nine Tails departed from the mental space. "All right, everyone, let us head back. Rin is fine. It seems she is getting along well with the Three Tails." The tension that had hung over everyone finally dissipated. The three masters of sealing techniques set up a sealing barrier in the room before taking their leave. In a few days, Minato would officially campaign for the position of the fourth Hokage. "Tomorrow, we will visit the Hyuga, Uchiha, and other clans to garner support." Minato nodded towards Ichiraku, while Kushina appeared positively ecstatic. Although she had not realized her dream of becoming Hokage, with Minato's ascension, it felt as if she had achieved that dream vicariously. The competition for Hokage also included Senju Rope Tree and Shimura Danzo. None of the legendary 3 ninjas were participating, much to the likely chagrin of the 3rd Hokage, who would probably be left reeling in the restroom. Particularly, if Tsunade had decided to run, the competition would have been rendered moot. Jiraiya, preoccupied with pursuing Tsunade, had no intentions of contending for Hokage himself. As for Orochimaru, if Uncle Snake were to become Hokage, Konoha would be at his mercy, and the village would suffer under his dominance as a scientist. The next day, Ichiraku was roused by Kushina, who was in an unusually exuberant state. The title of Hokage had never felt so close to her. Their first stop was the Uchiha clan, where Fugaku had succeeded as the clan leader, maintaining a cordial relationship with the group. Upon learning that Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage, Fugaku's demeanor became noticeably buoyant. If Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, the Hokage and the head of the Umbu will undoubtedly lean more towards the Uchiha. Our time of fortune has finally arrived. Observing Fugaku's expression, which mirrored that of Kushina, both Minato and Ichiraku found themselves at a loss for words. Cough, cough. Realizing his expression had betrayed him, Fugaku swiftly changed the subject. Ichiraku, look. This is my son Itachi, an exceptional talent. If you're taking Shursui as a disciple, why not take my son as well? Are you certain, Fugaku? Ichiraku responded, aware that Shursui had recently become rather peculiar after being influenced by Akatsuki. He began to suspect that perhaps he wasn't cut out for mentoring. Fugaku, do you possess foresight into the future that you would willingly push your son towards such peril? Ichiraku expressed his concerns, feeling quite disheartened. He had already let down the late parents of Shursui and White Fang, and did not wish to disappoint Fugaku as well. Fugaku, recalling Kakashi's cold demeanor prior to Ichiraku's guidance, contemplated the situation. Although Ichiraku seemed drained and more laid back after taking in his students, his prowess had undeniably improved. After some reflection, Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, Ichiraku, this child, Itachi, has always been burdened by too many thoughts and possesses a cold nature. Only you can guide him effectively. Inquiring about Itachi's well-being, Fugaku revealed a shocking detail. He had taken his 4-year-old son to the battlefield. All right, Fugaku, I accept him. It seems you are becoming even more reckless than I am. After securing support from the Uchiha clan and acquiring a 4-year-old disciple, the trio proceeded to the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hayashi had taken over as the clan leader due to his exploits in the sand and mist battlefields. Hayashi and Hisashi, having shared life and death experiences with Ichiraku, naturally expressed their support. Throughout the day, the group visited all the prominent clans in Konoha. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans rallied behind Senju Rope Tree, whose wood release was invaluable to the Nara clan's medicinal herb cultivation. The Yamanaka clan's flower shop also thrived with Rope Tree's assistance. Ichiraku had gifted roses to Tsukuyumi, which had been cultivated with Rope Tree's help. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were united. Yet Akimichi's desire to support Minato was thwarted by the other 2 clans. The Oil Woman clan had been swayed by Danzo, while the Inuzuka clan had expressed their support for Minato. The remaining clans each had their own preferences, but it was evident that Danzo was widely disliked among Konoha's influential families. After traversing through Konoha's clans, Ichiraku set his sights towards the Land of Lightning. Once the Cloud Village issue was resolved, the Shinobi World War would almost reach its conclusion. Konoha would emerge victorious, proclaiming that while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could dominate, so too could Uzumaki Ichiraku. At the entrance of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, accompanied by a group of Jonin, bid farewell to Ichiraku, who felt a wave of irritation wash over him. 3rd Hokage, the last time I visited the Sand Village, your demeanor made it seem as though I was embarking on a death mission. It's rather ominous. The 3rd Hokage cleared his throat, dispersing the crowd. Isn't it just a matter of putting on a grand display? Under the watchful gaze of the 3rd Hokage, Ichiraku and Minato ventured towards the border of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Village, the 3rd Raikage was incessantly advising A to prioritize the village above all else. Ultimately, it was to officially inherit his father's title today. Son, you are my pride. The 3rd Raikage then set off towards the border, with a stealthily following behind, both aware of the unspoken understanding between them. Upon reaching the border, greeted Ichiraku. Uncle, you seem to be in better spirits than before. The 3rd Raikage was taken aback, knowing well Ichiraku's prowess in verbal warfare, which was unparalleled throughout the shinobi world. He hadn't expected such courtesy upon their reunion. Seemingly perceiving the 3rd Raikage's bewilderment, Ichiraku spoke. In battle, disrupting the enemy with words can provide a strategic advantage. However, here, I see no enemy. Only a worthy opponent standing before me, a great father. The third Raikage was taken aback by this response. Haha, from tomorrow onward, I shall no longer be the Raikage. Do not call me third anymore. You are my son's friend, just call me Uncle A. I have long anticipated this duel. Ichiraku felt invigorated by the prospect. Alright, Uncle A, since you are retiring, how about we spar today, and afterward, you come to Konoha for a few days of rest and recuperation. Chapter 41. The Fourth Hokage. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Once the battle concludes, I shall venture to Konoha. The Ninja World War is nearing its end, and I have long desired to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi. As soon as he finished speaking, dark lightning crackled around the third Raikage, his special effects in full display. On the other side, ice spread beneath the feet of Ichiraku, crystalline armor manifesting upon his form. Minato and A took their seats together, each with a cup of hot tea and a slice of sweet melon. And then, the battle commenced. Excitement surged through Kushina, who had been transported by Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. It was her first time leaving the village since arriving in Konoha. With the strength of Ichiraku and Minato, no one in the ninja world posed a threat to her safety. Not even the third Hokage, who, even if he knew, would find himself helpless against Kushina. A watched Kushina nestled against Minato and felt a twinge of regret. Minato was the only one, aside from Ichiraku, whom he held in high regard. It was truly a pity that such a young man was ensnared by the bonds of love. As a lifelong bachelor, I simply could not fathom why a powerhouse like Minato would become entangled in such romantic affairs. Meanwhile, Ichiraku and the third Raikage were locked in combat. Observing the Raikage's dazzling black lightning, Ichiraku felt a pang of envy. Truly, the power of lightning release was captivating, even disregarding its might. The aesthetics alone warranted Ichiraku's investment of time and effort in studying it. At this moment, the third Raikage epitomized the pinnacle of physical combat ninjutsu. His hell stab surpassed the iron sand dance of the Kagaya clan in intensity, and the armor could only withstand 2 strikes before shattering. Ultimately, the Raikage's formidable technique could even obliterate Ichiraku's armor. In terms of destructive capability, the Raikage's ninjutsu was nearly unmatched, save for the 8 gates. The power of lightning release flourished in his hands, with its fluidity granting him far superior defense and agility compared to the fourth Hokage. Both combatants were masters of physical ninjutsu, yet the Raikage clearly held the upper hand. Ichiraku benefited immensely from this duel, absorbing combat experience like a sponge. For the first time, he engaged in physical combat while encased in ice release. The thrill of battle was exhilarating. It had been so long since he last felt such satisfaction, following his victory over the Gold and Silver Brothers. Beware, for this is my final move. Lightning release, hell stab, extreme, one book hand. Ichiraku also entered Sage mode, channeling a vast amount of chakra into his hand. Sage art, unmatched strength, ice fist. The potent thrust of boil release allowed Ichiraku to temporarily overpower the third Raikage, leaving massive craters in the ground as their attacks collided. In the end, the third Raikage fell slightly short, collapsing before Ichiraku, or rushed to the battlefield to catch him as he fell, while Kushina eagerly rushed forward to embrace Ichiraku. Ichiraku, you have won. You defeated the third Raikage. The Raikage faced his defeat with remarkable composure, stating that the matter of the 2 tails would not be pursued further. As for the ceasefire agreement, I am no longer the Raikage. You may discuss this with my son. Minato convened a meeting with Kushina and A, discussing the truce between Kumogakure and Konoha, signaling the twilight of the Third Ninja World War. Having enjoyed a splendid battle, Ichiraku and the third Raikage found themselves at a nearby barbecue restaurant. Owner, bring forth your specialties. The two indulged in a feast, reveling in joy and camaraderie, almost as if they were brothers. Meanwhile, a rumor spread throughout the black market and the ninja world. The third Kazekage had fallen to the hand of Uzumaki Ichiraku. Upon returning to Konoha, the glances of the clan leaders towards Ichiraku had noticeably changed. Out of 5 Kage, you have slain 2, and with 2 down, only 1 remains, your own. Surely, the third Hokage was not intimidated by you. Those clans that had not supported Minato were filled with regret, realizing that it is far more beneficial to provide aid during times of need than to merely add embellishments to success. If only they had known of your formidable strength. Had they been aware of your outrageous combat prowess, who would dare contend with you? As anticipated, Minato ascended to the position of 4th Hokage with overwhelming support, coinciding with the announcement of his impending marriage. Chapter 42. Daily life. The ninja world has reached a state of numbness. It no longer matters who was responsible for the demise of the 3rd Kazekage. However, the actions of the Uzumaki clan are nothing short of absurd. Are we to expect an assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage next, in pursuit of a complete collection? In a matter of days, the name Blood Crystal of Konoha has become unrivaled across the ninja realm. The underground exchange has even established a reward pool, with all bounties directed into it. Within 2 short days, the bounty on the Uzumaki clan has multiplied several times, reaching an astonishing 30 billion. It is said that since the inception of this reward pool, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure has not ceased mining, diligently panning for gold in the desert. As the greatest victor of the recent ninja war, Konoha has been labeled the unseen puppet master behind the conflict by other ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation has suffered, from a certain perspective. All 5 Kage have been manipulated by the Uzumaki clan. The 3rd Raikage is currently residing as a guest with the Uzumaki household. Sarutobi Hiruzen and he have engaged in many discussions. The 3rd Raikage personally avenged the 2nd Raikage and the 2nd Hokage by slaying the brothers Kin and Jin. Hence, Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the 3rd Raikage with courtesy. In Konoha, the preparations for Minato and Kushina's wedding are underway. With both sets of parents absent, Jiraiya and Tsunade are stepping in as the elder representatives. After a month of preparations, Rin has awakened, even manifesting would release thanks to an infinitesimal amount of Hashirama cells. Most of the Senju clan has integrated into Konoha, and Rin carries a thin trace of Senju blood. Her wood release is weaker than Yamato's, but sufficient for her role as a medical ninja. Tsunade has taken her on as a disciple, personally imparting medical ninjutsu to Rin. It seems that Kakashi's team now boasts the most formidable teaching staff, with Tsunade being the least impressive among them. Orochimaru has not made an appearance. The 3rd Great Ninja War is nearing its end, and he aims to seize this final opportunity to gather experimental subjects. He has even managed to recruit a child named Yakushi Kabuto as his apprentice. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Orochimaru has finally found a disciple with research potential. On the wedding day, Kakashi and Rin serve as the best man and maid of honor, trailing behind Minato and Kushina. Shursui acts as the flower boy, and Fugaku watches with pride, nearly bursting into laughter at Shursui's display of joy. The Uchiha clan is set to flourish under Fugaku's stewardship. Truly, Uchiha Madara's blessings are upon them. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who is instructing Obito, sneezes. Everything seems to be progressing positively, except for Danzo. As the head of the Umbu, though often delegating duties to Sarutobi Shin, there are matters for which he must take direct action, such as cutting funding to root. He is currently seeking leverage against Danzo. Should the opportunity arise, he will act swiftly, as Danzo has not ventured outside for quite some time. Minato has ignited a fire upon his ascension, initiating reforms within Konoha. Unlike the original narrative where Minato stands isolated as Hokage, he has the unwavering support of the Uzumaki clan behind him, who would dare to disobey. The Shimura clan, previously uncooperative, quickly fell in line after a blue two-tailed cat made an appearance at their encampment. First on the agenda is the Uchiha matter. Minato has stripped the Uchiha of their security privileges, an act that is bound to offend. As compensation, Minato has granted the Uchiha a station closer to the heart of Konoha. Fugaku is overjoyed, though he is acutely aware of the detrimental impact that the security team has on the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki clan has also promised that the Umbu will be accessible to the Uchiha. Next is the issue of root, a festering sore. The intention is to disband it entirely, but the ninjas within have long since lost their humanity, obeying only Danzo's command. For now, there is no feasible way to deal with them. The Umbu has ceased funding root, allowing Danzo to sustain them for the time being. Orochimaru's laboratory is under construction, and it must be said that wood release is incredibly convenient. Now, Orochimaru can research forbidden techniques without the need for discretion. With both of Konoha's top leaders being allies, Orochimaru feels fortunate not to be Hokage. He enjoys a carefree existence, conducting research and occasionally requesting funding from the Hokage, living a life of comfort. The Elder Council has been rendered silent. Minato still engages them with courtesy. However, the Uzumaki clan shows no such deference, as tailed beasts frequently block their doorways. In light of the tailed beast situation, The Uzumaki clan has opened a cat CAF in the center of Konoha, with Yoru serving as the manager. The Uchiha clan has provided numerous ninja cats to work there. This initiative has fostered better relations between the Uchiha and the villagers. After all, how malevolent can a ninja clan be that adores cats? Yoru has developed an obsession with a treat called cat sticks, converting all CAF profits into this delicacy. The third Hokage and other high-ranking officials keep a stock of cat sticks at home. As long as these treats are available, Yoru generally refrains from making life difficult for them. In no time, cat sticks have become Konoha's currency of choice. At just 4 years old, Itachi is too young for the pressures of ninja life, so he has been enrolled in the Ninja Academy, where Shursui will escort him home after classes. At such a tender age, there is no need for excessive stress. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan frequently travels between Konoha and Kirigakure, with the Umbu minister claiming this as normal diplomatic work. Barely months after Minato's wedding, they are soon expecting a child. Kushina radiates maternal warmth. As a Jinchuriki, she should not be pregnant, for the sealing effect diminishes during childbirth. However, Minato, being the devoted husband, could not bear the thought of Kushina being childless, and thus, against all advice, they are now expecting a little life within her. To care for his sister, the Uzumaki clan has significantly reduced their visits to Kirigakure. With most of their rendezvous with Mei taking place in Konoha, the tides have turned. Once, the Uzumaki clan vied for Minato's affection, and now Kushina contends with the Uzumaki clan for Mei's attention. Kushina's behavior has left the Uzumaki clan gritting their teeth, yet powerless to intervene. Since her pregnancy, Kushina's emotional state has become quite unstable. Her movement resembles that of an octopus, her aggression fully unleashed. Minato is preoccupied with caring for Kushina, leaving much of the work to his assistant, Shinosuke. Each visit to the Hokage's office reveals Shinosuke and Shin working late hours, truly a miserable plight for the two men. Originally planning to leave Konoha, Tsunade has postponed her departure due to her new disciple, Rin. With Konoha's strength at its zenith, the Uzumaki clan now eagerly anticipates Obito's arrival in the village. Chapter 43. The invasion of the village after a long 10 months. Kushina Uzumaki endured the trials of pregnancy, while Minato Namikaze eagerly awaited the arrival of their child. As the days passed, Kushina's belly swelled, bringing forth hope for the future. At last, the moment had arrived. Minato had chosen the name for their child, Naruto Uzumaki, inspired by Jiraiya's early works, which were among the few that were not of an adult nature. However, some questioned the haste in which the name was chosen, and Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how Kushina had dismissed his suggestion with a kick. As Kushina went into labor, Minato paced anxiously outside, hearing her cries echo through the mountains. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, Obito Uchiha. Rin recognized him immediately, exclaiming his name. Obito, upon hearing Rin's voice, was momentarily stunned. He could never mistake her voice. Yet as he pondered this, the Sharingan in his left eye began to whirl wildly. "Get out of my head," he shouted, his voice icy and detached. "Rin is dead. I don't know how you managed to create a fake, but a falsehood has no place in this world." Obito approached Rin slowly, each step laden with the weight of his struggle. "Obito, don't you remember me?" Rin implored, but his internal conflict intensified. Outside, the battle raged fiercely as Scorpion, Kaku, and Pain sought to hold back the elite of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the legendary Sannin were engaged with Pain, while the third Raikage dealt with Scorpion and Kakuzu. Minato and his brother, Itachi, used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Kushina's side. "Obito, you're still alive. It seems Madara taught you well. Although your mental state appears compromised, fear not, I shall help you." "Get away, Itachi," Obito hissed, succumbing to the Jinjutsu left by Madara. Itachi struck at the rushing Obito, but his blade passed harmlessly through him, eliciting a sigh of relief from Rin. She feared for Itachi's safety against Obito's newfound strength. With an icy armor encasing him, Itachi noted that Obito had undergone significant changes. Minato prioritized Kushina and Naruto's safety before returning to the battlefield, astonished by Obito's growth. Upon seeing Minato, Obito's rage surged. He harbored hatred for Minato, Itachi, Kakashi, and himself, for they all failed to save Rin. Obito conjured blue chakra, forming a colossal blue figure, the Susanoo, clad in a white chakra cloak, wielding dual blades aimed at Itachi and Minato. "Minato, go assist the third Hokage. I will handle Obito," Itachi urged. Minato nodded and vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of chaos as the balance of power shifted. As Obito's Susanoo emerged, its incomplete form was a testament to the toll his abilities took on him. Meanwhile, a gray giant appeared. Fugaku Uchiha had arrived, relieved to find his son unharmed. If either Minato or Itachi fell, the Uchiha clan would be further marginalized within Konoha. Yet, before Fugaku could breathe a sigh of relief, the Ninetales appeared, pinning Fugaku's Susanoo to the ground. Kushina, within her mental space, screamed, "Kurama, you've attacked the wrong person. He is one of us." The Ninetales, unfazed, retorted, "I do not discriminate. I simply detest every Uchiha." Despite its bravado, the trembling of its ears betrayed its anxiety. As Fugaku staggered to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth, he was rattled by the encounter. Rin, seeking aid from the Three Tails, recognized the futility of their situation. As Obito made his escape, only the controlled Two Tails remained in front of Itachi. Fugaku swiftly closed his Susanoo, conserving his chakra. The Nine Tails, intrigued by the Two Tails, taunted it, relishing in its freedom while the Two Tails remained bound. The ensuing battle between Pain, Scorpion, and Kakazu was disrupted by the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails, who relished the taste of freedom before retreating back into the ceiling space. "Kushina, I had a splendid time this round. Let us meet again," declared the Nine Tails. As the Two Tails lay injured in the Leaf Village, the Jinjutsu finally broken. "Kurama, you were too rough," the Two Tails lamented, to which the Nine Tails chuckled. "That was a Mangeki Jinjutsu. I had to exert some effort to rouse you." Chapter 44. After the war in the aftermath, the confrontation with the Nine Tails was scarcely discussed. How could a free-spirited cat harbor resentment towards an aging fox? The battle concluded with minimal casualties for Konoha, yet the Akatsuki organization had officially entered their purview. The Rinnegan, a formidable unknown power, emerged from a previously unseen faction teeming with strength. What could their intentions be? Jiraiya, gazing at the remnants of the conflict in silence, pondered the Rinnegan. Nagato's eyes, the leader resembling Yahiko. What had transpired? Why were there 6 pairs of Rinnegan? I must travel to the Hidden Rain village. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya declared to the group, "One of my disciples in the Rain village possesses the Rinnegan. I need to ascertain their safety." Tsunade, with a punch that sent Jiraiya into the ground, bellowed at him, "Isn't the leader one of your 3 disciples in the Rain? Are you rushing to your demise?" Jiraiya remained silent, fully aware of the peril that now enveloped the Rain village. Yet, with the Rinnegan manifesting in Yahiko, were Nagato and Konan safe? At that moment, a figure approached, still radiating an icy aura, dragging behind 2 white humanoid entities. "Jiraiya-sensei, let us not rush. The situation is intricate. Today we should focus on gathering intelligence. Tomorrow, we will discuss the Akatsuki." The figure tossed the white Zetsu aside to Orochimaru. "Sensei, these are the beings monitoring us outside the village. Their bodies resembled diluted Hashirama cells. They should hold significant value." It was a long night, as the recent ambush rendered Konoha's elite restless, all awaiting the intelligence buried within the minds of the 2 white Zetsu. The following day in the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, sporting dark circles under his eyes, addressed the assembly. "In the memories of these white Zetsu, I have seen Uchiha Madara." His revelation sent shockwaves through the room, particularly affecting Uchiha Fugaku, who felt as if he were perched precariously on a needle. "Good news, our ancestor is alive. Bad news, our ancestor is alive. This is disastrous. Our revered forebear not only has manifested, but is also stirring trouble." The gravity of Orochimaru's next words was monumental. The assailant who attacked Konoha was Uchiha Obito. A single sentence from Ichiraku plunged Fugaku into despair. "Damn it, another Uchiha. I've been tirelessly working to integrate the Uchiha into the village. And you two just kicked us out." The assembly had vague recollections of Uchiha Obito, the student of Minato, from whom Kakashi had acquired his Sharingan. Rest assured, Madara should be dead. Obito is likely under Madara's control, and the current Obito has truly inherited Madara's legacy. If we can free him from this influence, Konoha could gain a powerful ally. Ichiraku maintained a cautiously optimistic view regarding Obito, especially since Konoha had suffered minimal losses during the assault. Upon hearing Ichiraku, Fugaku felt his spirits soar. Being an Uchiha was indeed a blessing. It's been ages since the Uchiha produced a true powerhouse, he mused, having only unlocked the potential of his Mangeki Sharingan. From now on, information regarding Uchiha Obito is classified as S rank. No one is to speak of it. Ichiraku and Minato swiftly enacted a gag order on Obito's information. Should news of the attack leak, acceptance from Konoha would be exceedingly difficult. Orochimaru interjected. The organization that assaulted us is called the Akatsuki. They are continuously recruiting formidable rogue ninjas from various villages, functioning as a mercenary group. Jiraiya, do not proceed to the rain. The level of danger there far exceeds your comprehension. If the memories of these two are accurate, Hanzo the Salamander has likely been eliminated. Jiraiya and Tsunade widened their eyes, fully aware of Hanzo's strength. This intelligence dissuaded Jiraiya from venturing to the Rain Village. No, it was Tsunade's fist that truly deterred him. The assault had also awakened Minato to his own inadequacies. The helplessness he felt against the terrifying Susanoo would linger in his memory forever. It seemed that the development of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique must be prioritized. After relaying the acquired intelligence to the assembly, Orochimaru retreated to his laboratory. The research value of the two white Zetsu was on par with Hashirama cells, if not more significant in certain aspects. Orochimaru would likely remain sleepless for a time, though he had the assistance of Kabuto to help alleviate his burden. Otherwise, there were genuine concerns he might collapse in the lab. The group gradually dispersed, needing time to process the myriad revelations heard over the past few minutes. Ichiraku detailed the events to Kakashi and Rin, who understood that Obito's actions during the battle were not of his own volition. Seeing Obito's newfound strength genuinely pleased Rin, while Kakashi felt a sense of urgency. He had not anticipated Obito's rapid growth in their years apart. The two harbored no fears of Obito's return. They trusted Ichiraku and Minato, confident that Obito would eventually find his way back to them. Life appeared to revert to a semblance of tranquility, yet it was not entirely so. Minato devoted most of his time to training, delegating many affairs to the oft-maligned Shinsuke. Ichiraku followed the Third Raikage in learning the art of storm release and taijutsu. As the Third Raikage himself remarked, Ichiraku and A are akin to brothers. You are my junior, so assisting you is no trouble at all. Ichiraku had long coveted the dazzling effects of storm release, and with the Third Raikage willing to impart knowledge, he eagerly accepted. After daily lessons, he would rendezvous with Tsukuyami for dates, living a vibrant life. Ichiraku's happiness, however, only highlighted another's discontent. Sarutobi Shino, often referred to as the Second Fool, lamented. Ever since Uchiha Ichiraku took office as the Umbu leader, he has done absolutely nothing. What a position of power with no responsibilities. While tranquility settled within Konoha, the world outside was ablaze with rumors. Whispers spread throughout the ninja world that both the Third Raikage and the Third Kazekage had perished at the hands of Uchiha Ichiraku. Furthermore, Konoha had recently lost control of the Nine Tails and Two Tails, leading many to believe that Uchiha Ichiraku and the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, were gravely injured and no longer capable of managing Konoha's affairs. The legendary three ninjas had all departed the village, leaving Konoha a mere shell of its former self. In truth, Orochimaru had long ceased to emerge from his laboratory. Tsunade resided not far from the village in a quaint street, and Jiraiya followed closely behind her. To infiltrate Konoha, spies dispatched from various ninja villages were ordinary individuals devoid of chakra refinement, rendering them incapable of detecting these hidden figures. Chapter 45. Grass Shinobi Konoha remained silent in the face of external rumors, leading many to perceive this as an implicit acknowledgement. Before the great shinobi village could take any action, the Grass Shinobi village hastily declared war on Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow as he reviewed intelligence sent by the Umbu. Summon your leader. Hokage was currently engaged in a sparring session with the Third Raikage. While Guy observed and learned from the side, Lord Hokage requests your presence. The Umbu, usually aloof, now addressed the leader with utmost respect. For the title of Blood Crystal Ice was earned through the bloodshed of shadows. Very well, I shall come at once. After tidying up, the leader arrived at the Hokage's office, where Minato sat at his desk, his expression troubled by the intelligence report. Your presence is required. The Grass Shinobi village has declared war on Konoha. I need you to deliver a firm message to them. All right, for the sake of my dear nephew, I shall visit the Grass Shinobi village. He waved dismissively at Minato. I have other matters to attend to afterward, so if anything arises, simply channel chakra into my Flying Thunder God Kanai. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging the favor he sought from the leader, understanding the necessity of reciprocation. With his questions answered, the leader departed the Hokage's office, entrusting Shursui and Kakashi to Orochimaru before swiftly leaving Konoha. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at the entrance of the Kirigakure, adeptly finding his way to Mei Terumi's doorstep. Unlike before, this time a beautifully adorned woman answered the door. Mei. Ah, good day, Annie. Mei's mother regarded the leader with increasing satisfaction, confident that her daughter's taste was impeccable. After years of her daughter's secretive rendezvous, she had finally caught them in the act. Come in, come in. Mei is out, but should return shortly. Mei's mother displayed remarkable warmth towards the leader, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he was there to pursue her daughter. Please, have a drink. Tell me how you and Mei met. Just as the leader was about to charm his future mother-in-law, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. Blood Crystal Ice. What brings you to our home? Stay away from my wife. Mei's father, a battle-hardened warrior, recognized the leader immediately. To the villagers of Kirigakure, his presence was akin to a nightmare. Too many had perished at his hands, and molten lava began to seep from Mei's father's body, signaling imminent aggression. Mei, upon hearing her husband's words, paled. As a seasoned jonin left to guard the village, she had not witnessed the leader's battlefield prowess firsthand. But tales from returning survivors had painted a terrifying portrait of Blood Crystal Ice. Noticing the change in Mei's mother's expression, the leader felt a pang of helplessness. Uncle, please remain calm. I come in peace, merely seeking Mei. However, upon hearing this, Mei's father grew even angrier. You dare have thoughts of my daughter? Today, we shall perish together. To ensure safety, the leader resorted to temporarily freezing Mei's father to calm him down. Hearing his words, Mei's mother regained her composure. After all, as long as her daughter was happy, what did it matter? Moreover, the leader's attributes were indeed impressive. When Mei returned home with pastries, she was greeted by an unusual sight. Her mother enthusiastically conversing with the leader, while her father was encased in a large block of ice. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Release my father at once. Startled by the voice behind him, the leader froze momentarily. Oh no, I was so engrossed in conversation that I forgot about my father-in-law. He swiftly released the ice, freeing the still fuming father. Uncle, are you all right? The leader quickly siphoned the cold from Mei's father, alleviating his condition. Mei explained the situation to her parents, who listened intently. Her father's expression turned to one of anger, realizing his little girl had attracted a suitor akin to a pig eyeing a cabbage. Meanwhile, Mei's mother was quite pleased, knowing how rare it was to find such an outstanding son-in-law. We have been together for quite some time now. Even if you disapprove, we will not part ways. If necessary, I shall move to Konoha, Mei declared resolutely. After all, the leader can use the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing us to return anytime. Her father, left with no choice, could only sigh, realizing that even before the wedding, his daughter was already making bold plans. Though the journey was somewhat convoluted, the leader successfully took Mei from Kirigakure, marking the commencement of their adventure together. As they strolled, they soon encountered the grass shinobi advancing towards Konoha. Suddenly, an ice wall appeared before the grass shinobi, accompanied by a voice from afar. Return to grass shinobi village, and Konoha will overlook this incident. Cross this ice wall, and there will be but one outcome, death. The leading grass shinobi scoffed. Brothers, as the rumors suggested, Blood Crystal Ice and the fourth Hokage are gravely wounded and on their last legs. The grass shinobi, invigorated by this proclamation, rushed towards the voice, eager for glory and riches. Foolishness. This time, the leader refrained from utilizing his ice techniques and instead retrieved a coin, with black lightning swirling around him. Super Electromagnetic Cannon 2.0. The black electromagnetic cannon pierced through the Konoha forest, devouring everything in its vicinity. Mei watched in awe, noting how much the leader had improved in just a few months. After dispatching the intruders, the leader resolved to gather intelligence from the grass shinobi village. He was skeptical that the grass shinobi would dare declare war on Konoha without some form of backing. Upon entering the grass shinobi village, he unleashed an ice storm, prompting the grass shinobi to surrender immediately. We were coerced by a Wagakure. They promised us unconditional support, including 1A rank ninjutsu and 10B rank ninjutsu, if we declared war on Konoha. Uninterested in the village leader's incessant blabbering, the leader used his sensory abilities to locate a secluded hut within grass shinobi village. Upon entering, he found two red-haired women huddled together. Seeing the bite marks on the arm of the adult woman ignited a fire within him. How dare they? How could they treat my Uzumaki kin this way? The leader swiftly returned both Karui and her mother to Konoha, entrusting them to Orochimaru's care. As her frequent use of healing abilities had drained her vitality, and currently, only Orochimaru could aid her mother's recovery in the entire shinobi world. Chapter 46. Confronting Danzo. After resolving the issues concerning Kaguya and her daughter, Ichiraku departed with Meitarumi, leaving behind the desolate grass ninja village. Ichiraku liberated all the villagers, permitting them to seek refuge in other villages, for the valuables within the village sufficed to compensate for their losses. Is there anything peculiar occurring in the Hidden Mist village recently? Mei pondered at Ichiraku's inquiry, noting that nothing seemed amiss except for the odd behavior of Shizune, who had become excessively reclusive, an unusual trait for him. Upon hearing Mei's response, Ichiraku confirmed that Obito, as in the original narrative, had indeed chosen the Hidden Mist as his stronghold. He recounted everything to Mei, who, in her astonishment, felt deeply moved by Ichiraku's trust. Unable to resist the charm of her shocked countenance, Ichiraku leaned in and kissed her. Should anything seem awry, notify me. I shall always stand by your side. After spending a delightful day together, Ichiraku, feeling the intense gaze of Mei's father, returned her home. One must admit that the Flying Thunder God technique is a remarkable invention. Had Hashirama Senju known that Ichiraku was using it daily to woo women, he might have been driven to fury. As their date concluded under the cover of night, Ichiraku utilized the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Kakuzu. Who dares? Kakuzu, a seasoned warrior, reacted swiftly, launching an Earth Fist technique upon Ichiraku's sudden appearance. However, after undergoing the triple refinement of Wind Release, Sage Chakra, and Tailed Beast Chakra, Ichiraku's physical prowess had reached new heights, allowing him to catch Kakuzu's fist with a single hand. Kakuzu, my old friend, it has been a while. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? We never crossed paths that night. How did you? No, it was our first meeting. Ichiraku patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Indeed, Kakuzu. I intended to seek you out later when I came for the Seven Tails, yet I was surprised to find you had joined Akatsuki. Kakuzu, now drenched in cold sweat, realized he was utterly alone in this perilous situation. Having survived numerous encounters over the decades, including the assassination of the first Hokage, he never expected to find himself at the mercy of a mere child. With no escape and no chance of victory, Kakuzu resigned himself to await his demise. After a prolonged silence, when the anticipated pain did not arrive, his humiliation turned to rage. I can be killed, but I will not be insulted. I am a veteran who has faced Senju Hashirama, and you dare to humiliate me? Upon opening his eyes, Kakuzu was met with Ichiraku's smiling face, which only intensified his fury. Do not be angry, my friend. I bear no ill will towards you. I have come to ascertain the whereabouts of the Seven Tails and to discover the source of your organization's intelligence. Kakuzu, having endured betrayal from his own village, harbored a deep-seated disdain for treachery. Never. While I may not be a virtuous man, I abide by my principles. You wish for me to betray my organization? That is a fool's dream. Ichiraku shook his head and raised a finger. 100 million ryo. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. 200 million. 300 million. As Kakuzu's struggle intensified, Ichiraku recognized his victory was assured. Well then, I shall take my leave. Kakuzu, now resolute, realized that exchanging obsolete information for monetary gain would still contribute to the organization. How could this be considered betrayal? Wait, I will provide it. Kakuzu, propelled by an unprecedented speed, thrust the information towards Ichiraku. This intelligence was supplied by your own Leaf Village. It was delivered by an Umbu. Ichiraku accepted the information with a smile. Thank you, my friend. Here is your 300 million ryo. I won't remove the Flying Thunder God mark just yet. I will return with more money when I seek the Seven Tails. Kakuzu, elated at the prospect of more riches, realized that Ichiraku was not a fearsome adversary, but rather his own benefactor. All right, boss. You are always welcome to return. Kakuzu eagerly accepted the sealing scroll Ichiraku offered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He disregarded Ichiraku's presence, sitting on the ground to count his newfound wealth. Ichiraku, witnessing this, opted not to disturb him and promptly returned to the Leaf Village. Regardless of the late hour, he knocked on the door of his neighbor's residence. The sound of a crying infant resonated, followed by Kushina's furious shout. Minato, the fourth Hokage, hastily arose to soothe Naruto and Kushina before stepping outside to confront Ichiraku, the instigator of the disturbance. Before Minato could utter a word, Ichiraku pulled him into his house. Minato, take a look at this. As Minato examined the intelligence Ichiraku presented, his brow furrowed in concern, and his anger flared, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Ichiraku had never seen him this enraged during their long acquaintance. Danzo, I, Minato Namikaze, shall kill you. Ichiraku patted Minato's shoulder. Why wait for another day? Let us confront Danzo directly today. In unison, they agreed and set off towards the Root's location. The Root's ninjas had become more machine than human, devoid of emotion, merely executing Danzo's commands. Those they could save would be rescued, while the rest would be sent to Orochimaru. Though Minato hesitated, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The Root, true to its name, lay hidden underground, and Danzo had been holed up there for quite some time. Since assuming office, Ichiraku had sought opportunities to confront him. Unexpectedly, Danzo had orchestrated a grand scheme against Ichiraku. The duo swiftly eliminated the outer sentinels of the Root and infiltrated deeper, where the barriers posed no challenge to the two masters of sealing techniques. Utilizing their sensory abilities, Ichiraku and Minato reached the innermost chamber of the Root, where they discovered rows of jars, each containing a child of approximately 8 years of age. Monsters, to use children for experiments. In his fury, the chakra he unconsciously released was detected by the sensory ninjas within the Root. Who goes there? Show yourself. At the sound of Yamashiro Aoba's commanding voice, Danzo awoke from his slumber, irritation etched on his face. Lord Danzo, be cautious. Unknown intruders have breached the Root, with their presence now revealed. Ichiraku and Minato ceased their stealth. Ichiraku unleashed Ice Release, encasing the entire Root in a thick layer of ice, particularly sealing every exit in the room, rendering Danzo unable to escape. Upon seeing Ichiraku and Minato before him, Danzo understood that his misdeeds had come to light. Yet he could not ascertain which of his many sins had been exposed. You two hold them off. I must release the seals. Ichiraku would not allow Danzo to unveil his arm. These were precious experimental subjects, and it would be a waste to let Danzo deplete them. With lightning release coursing through him, Ichiraku blinked and appeared before Danzo, swiftly removing the bandages covering his eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain, Danzo retreated, hastily attempting to dispel the seals on his arm. Ichiraku, preoccupied with placing the newly acquired Sharingan into salt water, was unable to intervene. Gazing at his arm, now adorned with Sharingan, Danzo grinned at the two. The battle has only just begun. You shall perish here today, and the position of Hokage will be mine. Chapter 47. The Awakening of White Fang. Tuanzong gazed at the 10 open Sharingan on his arm, radiating an intoxicating confidence. Can you truly extinguish my 10 lives in an instant? Yet, reality proved otherwise. One could witness that even the shrimp dumpling, with its 99 lives, had been vanquished. How could a mere 10 lives withstand the onslaught of a single adversary? As a master of sealing techniques, Yu Shinobi did not witness Tuanzang's demise accompanied by the grand spectacle of taking an entire base with him. The inhabitants of the Root had been captured, and those deeply tainted by Tuanzang's machinations were dispatched to Orochimaru's laboratory. The ninjas of Root were primarily Nin at the very least, and Orochimaru's countenance twisted into a grin at the influx of high-quality test subjects entering his facility. Moreover, the rows of wood-release experimental bodies appeared rather crude in his eyes, and based on Tuanzang's experiments, it was likely that none of these children would survive. But who was he? He was Orochimaru. Perhaps these children might still have a glimmer of hope in his hands. With a stroke of luck, they might even awaken a weakened form of wood release. It was said that the following day, the third Hokage, upon learning of this news, was plunged into profound sorrow and immediately sought an audience with Yu Shinobi and Minato for an explanation. This was not how power should be seized. Just as the third was on his way to confront Yu Shinobi and Minato, a mountain of intelligence struck him like a bolt from the blue. What? Tuanzang has abducted over 100 children for wood release experiments? He also used the Mangeki Sharingan on White Fang, leading to his suicide? Moreover, it was he who leaked the time of Kushina's delivery. The transgressions committed by Tuanzang were numerous and egregious, causing the third to break into a cold sweat. He had believed Tuanzang merely took extreme measures, but the gravity of his misdeeds was far more substantial than anticipated. Forgive me. It was my indulgence that allowed Tuanzang to commit such heinous acts. Regarding White Fang, I shall speak to Kakashi, at the very least. He must know the truth. That White Fang is actually not dead. Yu Shinobi's words resonated like thunder in the minds of the third and Minato. When we discovered Uncle Shikomo's mental issues, his condition was already dire. I could only freeze him until we could resolve the Jinjutsu before releasing him. He is not dead. He is not dead. The current plight of Konoha remained precarious, as intelligence indicated that the recent formidable wielder of the Rinnegan was also a product of Tuan Zhang's provocations. The more strong individuals Konoha had, the better. Everyone must stay here in Konoha. No one is permitted to leave. The third's mind was consumed by the chaos left in Tuan Zhang's wake. Should Konoha be destroyed by these individuals, he would have no face to meet the first and second Hokages in the afterlife. Observing the third's dazed expression, Yu Shinobi refrained from comment. The third and Tuan Zhang shared a bond akin to that which he and Minato had forged. Perhaps, for the third, Tuan Zhang's absurd actions were a more severe blow than his death. All right, Minato. Next, we shall test the power of this eye. Yu Shinobi led Minato and Rin to Uchiha Fugaku, who was still recuperating in the hospital. Fugaku, when did you awaken the Mangeki? Concealing it from your brother is quite excessive. Uchiha Fugaku lay on the hospital bed, bitterly smiling. In this recent skirmish, he had not been injured by his opponent, but rather by the side effects of the Nine Tails and the Mangeki. Tsunade and Orochimaru entered at that moment. Tsunade frowning as she regarded Fugaku. Fugaku, you should minimize the use of your Mangeki. Hospital examinations revealed that it imposes a great burden on your body, severely impairing your vision. I'll prescribe some medication to alleviate the strain. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. It's futile. The Uchiha clan records state this is the curse of the Sharingan. The price of utilizing the Mangeki is the light of the Sharingan itself. Orochimaru licked his lips. Not long ago, he had contemplated leaving Konoha to establish a village of his own for the sake of collecting test subjects. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Konoha was far superior. The research was endless, indeed. Just days prior, he had not completed his studies on White Zetsu, and now another pair of Mangeki Sharingan had emerged. Fear not, my research over the next few days should assist your eyes. Fugaku felt a chill from Orochimaru's gaze. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku could only feign ignorance to Orochimaru and Tsunade's intentions of dissecting his eyes, forcibly redirecting his gaze to Yu Shinobi and Minato. What brings you both here? Yu Shinobi produced the batch of Sharingan he had procured from Tuan Zhang. Fugaku, among these Sharingan may lie the Mangeki. We need your assistance in testing them. Fugaku stared in astonishment at the plethora of vials Yu Shinobi had presented, estimating that there were at least a dozen Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the sight of so many Sharingan. He had previously researched Kakashi and Shirsue's eyes, but due to their identities as comrades, he had yet to dissect a Sharingan. Now, with such an abundance before him, he could easily dissect one or two without issue. Conveniently, Tsunade was present, and Fugaku began to replace his eyes, one by one. This is merely the Mangeki. Among the several three-tomo Sharingan, only one was a Mangeki. Fugaku sensed the power of the Mangeki. The ability of this eye is H10 purification, which utilizes negative emotions to trap individuals in a cycle of Jinjutsu. If one cannot escape, they will forever remain as the puppets of the caster. However, this Mangeki's power can only be used once, and it has already been activated. That is acceptable. As long as we can dispel the previous Jinjutsu, it suffices. Yu Shinobi tugged Fugaku towards the Hitaki residence, and upon donning this eye, Fugaku comprehended the magnitude of the events that had transpired. Thus, he allowed Yu Shinobi to lead him out of the hospital. We are finally leaving the hospital. Fugaku recalled Orochimaru's gaze, feeling an unsettling shiver. With Kakashi in tow, Yu Shinobi and the others returned to the Hitaki residence, unearthing the frozen Shikomo Hitaki. As Yu Shinobi dispelled the ice, Shikomo emerged, albeit still in a poor mental state. Upon witnessing this, Fugaku activated the power of his right eye, breaking the shackles of the Jinjutsu. Shikomo's body jolted momentarily. Kakashi, you've grown so much. I apologize for causing you worry. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shikomo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The group hastily transported him to Konoha Hospital. In truth, Fugaku was reluctant to return to the hospital, but his Mangeki remained there, and he feared that if he delayed, Orochimaru might dissect his Sharingan. In the hospital, Tsunade gazed at Shikomo lying on the bed, filled with nostalgia. Shikomo Hitaki was undoubtedly a legend from their youth. When Shikomo had taken his own life, they had lamented the loss. Little did they know, it had all been a ruse orchestrated by Yu Shinobi. Seated beside Shikomo's bed, Yu Shinobi was consumed by guilt. How could he face Kakashi knowing he had brought him to this state? Chapter 48. Discussion. After Fuyue exchanged his eye, he reclined on the bed beside Hakuba. Orochimaru toyed with the single Sharingan Fuyue had relinquished. Fuyue-kun, since this eye's power can no longer be utilized, may I borrow it for research purposes? Excitement flickered in Orochimaru's gaze, prompting Fuyue to nod vigorously. Lord Orochimaru, you jest. This Meijiki Sharingan has exhausted its power. Please, take it. With that, Fuyue produced several jars. And these 3 tomo as well, Lord Orochimaru. Feel free to study them. Consider it our Uchiha clan's contribution to Konoha. Accepting the Sharingan from Fuyue, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, Fuyue-kun, while resolving the issue of the Meijiki's blindness may pose some challenges, alleviating it should be straightforward. I shall send the concocted potion in a few days. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Fuyue's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Orochimaru's words. The Meijiki was indeed powerful, yet its durability was disappointingly low. With Orochimaru's assistance, his eyes should remain functional for a considerable time. After examining the health of Fuyue and Hakuba, Tsunade departed, likely heading to Orochimaru's laboratory. Her curiosity piqued regarding the Meijiki. The spacious hospital room now held only Fuyue, Hakuba, and Kakashi. Sasuke was too young, and Fuyue's injuries were not severe. Meichin had visited briefly before taking her leave. In the latter half of the night, Hakuba awoke and gazed at Kakashi, whose head rested on the bed, filled with guilt. An unexpected incident had caused him to miss his son's growth. Kakashi must have endured great hardships these years. It wasn't until Hakuba noticed the small yellow book in Kakashi's hand that his expression shifted. After sleeping for several years, it seemed his son had grown awry. Hakuba had just begun to recover, his spirit still feeble. After awakening briefly, he succumbed once more to slumber. A few days later, Kakashi returned home with Hakuba to the Hitaki residence, the courtyard having been repaired by Sook a couple of days prior. Everything was as it had been before. With Danzo's demise, the wealth that had erupted from the roots was more than sufficient. The funds for intelligence gathering not only recouped costs, but multiplied significantly. Indeed, money could only be earned by spending it. The ninja world was once again in turmoil, as Konoha's elder, Shimura Danzo, had been assassinated within the village. The factions that had quieted down following the destruction of the Grass Ninja Village were now stirring with renewed vigor. Danzo, a figure contemporaneous with the third Hokage and known as the Darkness of Shinobi, had fallen in Konoha, a clear testament to the village's current frailty. As Raza, busy mining in Sunagakure, perused the intelligence before him, he felt a mix of love and resentment. Sunagakure had just signed a truce with Konoha and could not easily breach it. Otherwise, they might not only avoid paying Konoha, but could perhaps profit further. The people of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were eager to take advantage of the situation, dispatching individuals to Konoha to plunder, while the elders of Kumogakure sought to partake in the spoils as well. At that moment, ninjas from the 3 villages converged upon Konoha, intent on stripping it bare. Minato warmly welcomed these visitors, accommodating them in the most closely monitored inn. Every action they undertook was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. The 3 villages convened privately, planning to apply joint pressure upon Konoha. Iwagakure sought wealth, Kirigakure aimed to reclaim the stolen ninja blades, and Kumogakure desired Konoha's Byakugan. Their interests did not conflict, leading to a friendly agreement to unite in their pressure on Konoha the following day. All of this was meticulously recorded and reported to Ichiraku and Minato by the Umbu. At this moment in Kumogakure, another table had been overturned in AI's office. Those fools took it upon themselves to negotiate with Konoha without my orders. AI's eyes burned crimson with anger. These elders, relying on their seniority, dismissed him, the newly appointed Raikage. It was time to teach them a lesson. AI retrieved the flying thunder god Kanai, infusing it with chakra, yet Ichiraku did not appear. AI felt a twinge of disappointment, suspecting Ichiraku might have misunderstood him. This was not his doing. Meanwhile, Ichiraku, occupied with his date, had no time to attend to AI. His daily training consumed the majority of his time, and his rare moments of respite were not to be squandered on someone whose mind was solely fixated on muscle. After a long day, upon returning home, Ichiraku finally recalled that someone from Kumogakure had been seeking him. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique to summon Kumogakure. AI remained up late dealing with affairs, as the third Raikage had left him with a mountain of paperwork after a scuffle. No wonder Ichiraku had so readily agreed to go to Konoha when summoned. As AI sifted through the documents, he mused about his father. "Father, I wonder how you fare in Konoha? Did you once endure such trials?" Upon Ichiraku's arrival, he found a scene that left him coughing. Cough, cough. While I cannot ascertain the extent of the disparity between Kumogakure and Konoha, accumulating this volume of paperwork is surely impossible within just a few years. Ichiraku's words doused AI with cold water. Furthermore, the third Raikage was likely living a life of leisure in Konoha, fishing and enjoying tea, embracing a tranquil retirement. Ichiraku casually froze the water on AI's body, leaving AI feeling as though his heart had turned to ice. Merely days into his tenure, he was already contemplating retirement. He had heard that Inoki was searching for talented children throughout Iwagakure to take as disciples. He wondered if success had graced him. Ichiraku, the pressure from Kumogakure and other villages on Konoha was not my command. I only learned of it later. It was also these individuals who ordered the capture of your sister. They disregard me, believing their seniority grants them the right to do so. With the matter laid bare, AI decided to speak candidly. In summary, every village had their own version of Danzo. When you return, please inform my father of my circumstances. If he believes I am ungrateful enough to threaten Konoha, he would undoubtedly return to the village in a fury. Recalling the third Raikage's martial training, Ichiraku noticed cold sweat trickling down AI's forehead. Should those individuals stir up trouble, he would not require AI to spare any semblance of respect. They could simply freeze and package them for a price of 500,000 ryo each. Now that he held the title of Raikage, AI was more generous. Recognizing that spending money bought security, he understood all too well the nature of those elders. If they provoked the situation, not only would Ichiraku not spare them, but even the supposedly retired third Raikage would not let them off the hook. Ichiraku readily accepted AI's proposal. While he was not in need of money, why refuse when it was being offered? Chapter 49. The negotiation concludes by the time they returned to Konoha. Dusk had descended. Ichiraku sat atop Hokage Rock, gazing over the village. The third Hokage approached from behind, remarking, "Isn't it beautiful? This village was founded by Lord Hashirama and Madara. Since Tobarama entrusted it to my care, I cannot allow it to decline under my watch." Ichiraku listened as the third continued, "I must express my apologies regarding Danzo. I once believed his actions were merely extreme. He genuinely loved this village. I never anticipated it would culminate in such chaos." The third shuddered at the memory of Danzo's heinous acts, including his attempt on Shinjuro's life and the insidious experiments he tried to pin on Orochimaru. Had Danzo succeeded, it was likely that all the Sannin would have abandoned the village, resulting in unimaginable losses from the Akatsuki's assault. Shaking his head to dispel such dark thoughts, the third declared, "All right, Konoha now belongs to the youth. I have grown old, and the responsibility of safeguarding our village now rests upon your shoulders. It is time for me to enjoy my twilight years." With a smile, he departed, finally at ease and trusting the future of Konoha to the younger generation. Ichiraku lingered for a moment before returning home, preparing to face the representatives from the three villages the following day. In the conference room the next day, representatives from the three villages were already seated. After a lengthy wait, Ichiraku entered behind Minato. "Fourth Hokage, even though Konoha emerged victorious, your disregard for us is quite insulting." The envoy from Iwagakure emphasized the word victory, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Ichiraku frowned as the atmosphere in the room chilled, frost forming on the water in the cups. The representatives tensed, blood, crimson ice crystals. "I advise against any rash actions. There are at least a dozen Jonin present. Even you cannot eliminate us all in an instant. Should that occur, Konoha would face a simultaneous assault from all villages." Ichiraku chuckled as he took a seat beside Minato, reassuring them, "Rest assured. In a moment like this, how could I possibly strike against you?" His smile sent shivers down the spines of the envoys across from him, rendering their words clumsy and hesitant. Only when Ichiraku donned his mask did the negotiations resume. One by one, the three villages presented their demands, their cautious tones eliciting laughter from Ichiraku, further silencing them. The negotiations dragged on for hours, primarily hindered by the representatives' excessive timidity. Unable to reach a conclusion, they agreed to reconvene the following day. As Ichiraku rose to depart, the envoys instinctively recoiled in fear. There is truly no need for such trepidation. Should I wish to eliminate you, you would not even have time to react. Ichiraku's attempt at consolation seemed effective, as he noticed some envoys trembling with emotion. That evening, an unexpected incident occurred. The Cloud Village had abducted the newborn princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. As the Cloud Ninja fled, they encountered Kushina, who was taking a stroll with Naruto. Kushina was all too familiar with the plight of stolen children. Witnessing the Cloud Ninja sprinting away with Hinata reignited troubling memories. Having been kidnapped herself, Kushina felt a rush of fear as she saw the trafficker approaching. For chakra chains extended from her back with deliberate slowness. "Get away!" The Cloud Ninja shouted, oblivious to the Grim Reaper that stood beside him. The chains ensnared him completely, allowing Kushina to seize the child from his grasp. With a forceful strike, she slammed the chains into the ground repeatedly until he finally succumbed. Holding a child in each arm, Kushina beamed with joy. Hinata, nestled in her embrace, felt no fear. She ceased crying the moment she was in Kushina's hands. As Kushina prepared to return Hinata to the Hyuga clan, she was met by the late-arriving brothers Hizashi and Hayashi. "Thank you, Lady Kushina, for rescuing little Hinata," Hizashi exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude, feeling guilty for losing the child amidst so many vigilant eyes. "Do not mention it, Mr. Hizashi. You aided Minato significantly during the Hokage election. And little Hinata is simply adorable," Kushina replied with a smile, which Hinata mirrored. After their farewells, Kushina summoned the accompanying Umbu to clean up the scene. A white-haired Umbu youth reluctantly emerged to tidy the aftermath. With Kushina's prowess, who could possibly threaten her? There was no need for my protection. Upon returning home, Kushina was in high spirits, eagerly sharing her adventure with Minato in the kitchen. Yes, the kitchen. In a certain light, Kushina and Ichiraku were indeed akin to siblings. After enjoying the meals prepared by the two, even the dishes themselves became extraordinarily delightful. Minato listened with joy as Kushina recounted her tale, finding immense happiness in her joy. The next day, the envoys from the other ninja villages seized the opportunity to press their advantage. Konoha must provide us with an explanation. In addition to yesterday's demands, Konoha must also offer reparations for emotional distress. In the absence of Ichiraku, the representatives spoke with newfound confidence. Observing the increasingly assertive demeanor of the three villages' envoys, Minato couldn't help but miss Ichiraku, who was out on a mission that morning. Both being the twin stars of Konoha, Minato was baffled as to why these representatives cowered before Ichiraku, yet confronted him with such aggression. As the negotiations were about to resume, an icy chill suddenly enveloped Minato. Outside, Ichiraku was still inclined to show respect to Minato. "Hokage, the mission has been accomplished." Upon seeing the small cat perched on Ichiraku's shoulder, an ominous premonition washed over the others. The next words landed like a bombshell in their ears. The cloud, mist, and stone villages have all been dealt with. The room fell into a frigid silence, dread creeping into their hearts. The implications were clear. Ichiraku had unleashed the power of the two-tailed beast with devastating effect. Quickly, they ceased discussions, dispatching representatives back to their villages to confirm the grim news. Among the three villages, Iwagakure suffered the most. For Ichiraku had no acquaintances there, and thus acted without restraint. His assault nearly drained the chakra of the two-tailed beast, encasing the entire village in a thick layer of ice. In the surrounding area, not a single stream flowed. Only ice crystals remained. While the other two villages fared somewhat better, they too faced significant losses. After Ichiraku's two attacks, the major villages grasped the terrifying potential of a human-shaped weapon of mass destruction. Should Ichiraku truly desire bloodshed, no one would survive his wrath except for the village leader. The negotiations concluded hastily, with the three villages agreeing to pay a substantial sum and materials to Konoha, alongside a generous fee to Ichiraku for his services. The three unfortunate souls signed the agreements and returned to their villages, tails between their legs. Chapter 50. Kimimaro Konoha emerged as the sole victor in this great ninja war, officially withdrawing from the conflict. The other villages were left to engage in trivial skirmishes, as by this stage, each village had exhausted its resources for further combat. The remaining clashes were merely a pretext to negotiate for greater benefits. Upon discovering the Akatsuki organization, Iwagakure frequently employed them to attack other villages. With the assistance of the Akatsuki, Iwagakure became the second village to successfully extricate itself from the war. Sunagakure, already beleaguered by exploitation from both Iwagakure and Konoha, found itself in dire straits. The remaining Kirigakure had depleted its financial resources, leading the acting Kazekage, Rasha, to devise a plan to compensate through manpower. The most suitable candidate to quell the anger of Kirigakure was his greatest rival, Shikoten Yakumo. Rasha's position as Kazekage was precarious. He had attained it not through strength, but rather through financial acumen. Should Sunagakure weather the storm, he risked being ousted. After finalizing arrangements with Kirigakure, Yakumo received Rasha's orders to negotiate. Without further contemplation, he set off. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a certain individual lamented, "When will the Six Tails resurrect?" That wretched third Mizukage took his life without considering the feelings of the tailed beasts. The QB on his shoulder jested. "Do you not recall how much you admired him back then? I must return to Kirigakure. By now, he should have revived." Just then, Kushina entered. "Are you off to find a tailed beast or a person? My dear minister, you seem to be doing nothing." Reflecting on her earlier encounter with Sarutobi Shinichi, Kushina sighed at the sight of his balding head. "Look at what you've done to Sarutobi Shinichi. The third has even come to me. If you keep tormenting him, he will truly be left with not a single hair. Isn't this a good thing?" He mused. He used to be as hairy as a monkey. Now he looks much better. Noticing Kushina's furrowed brow, he quickly added, "All right, sister, I shall be mindful. I will enlist more help for him in a few days." Before Kushina could respond further, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kirigakure. She remained silent, personally hoping that he and Terumi Mei would reach a lasting conclusion. Entering Terumi Mei's residence with ease, he found it empty. After some inquiries, he learned that the Kagaya clan had rebelled, and everyone was engaged in suppressing them. Sneaking into the Kagaya territory, he encountered numerous Kagaya clansmen, their eyes wild, charging at the Kirigakure ninjas with their bone protrusions. Shitsukawa was leading the suppression, surrounded by a red chakra as Six Tails gradually materialized behind him. After a long search, he discovered that the Six Tails had indeed been captured by the Kirigakure forces. With the location of the Six Tails now known, the next steps were straightforward. Just as he prepared to leave, he hesitated. Uncle Snake had no time to leave the village, and as his most dutiful disciple, he could not let this trip be in vain. Resolving this, he crept into the Kagaya territory, where a white-haired child was inscribing something on the wall with a bone spike. Who's there?" Kimimaro was taken aback. He had not expected anyone to come at this moment when all were supposed to be battling within the village. Ishida unlocked the cage and restrained the rushing Kimimaro. Disarming him of his bone spike, Kimimaro ceased his struggle. "I have lost. Just kill me. Why should I kill you? You, trapped in this cage, have yet to witness the wonders of the outside world." With that, Ishida plucked a flower from beside Kimimaro. Life may seem devoid of meaning, but only by living can one discover intriguing experiences, much like how you found this flower, and I found you. Come with me. I will help you find your purpose. After a moment's hesitation, Kimimaro placed his hand in Ishida's palm. The abduction was successful. Ishida returned to Konoha with the young Kimimaro, where Shizun greeted him with notable enthusiasm. Kimimaro, having never encountered such warmth in the Kagaya clan, appeared quite bashful. "Come, I shall take you for barbecue." Kimimaro was bewildered. The Kagaya clan regarded food merely as a means of energy replenishment, and the young Kimimaro had no notion of what barbecue entailed. As they sat in the restaurant, Shizun's thoughts drifted to a crimson shadow, recalling the first encounter with Yuhi Kurinai at this very barbecue establishment. Through the years, Shizun had come to understand his own feelings, yet he had lacked the opportunity to express them. In this regard, Ishida, Minato, and Shizun were united in their timidity. After a satisfying meal, Ishida led Kimimaro to Uncle Snake for a comprehensive examination. The Kagaya clan's bloodline disease, in its advanced stages, posed severe challenges. With proper nurturing, Kimimaro could become a formidable shinobi. Orochimaru took a particular interest in Kimimaro's profile. He had numerous experimental subjects from the Kagaya clan, but had never encountered one with such high bone density. Undoubtedly, this young lad was a prodigy. This conclusion was affirmed post-examination. 6-year-old Kimimaro's physical capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary genin, marking Ishida's acquisition as fortuitous. Orochimaru had also conducted research on the Kagaya clan's bloodline disease, attributing it to the bacteria that entered the body alongside the bones during reintegration and the clan's negligence in diet, leading to calcium deficiency and subsequent cardiovascular issues. Even the Kagaya clan's notorious brutality and erratic behavior could be linked to such deficiencies. Handing Ishida a document, Orochimaru noted that as long as they avoided the issues outlined, Kimimaro's disease should remain dormant. "I will need Kimimaro to cooperate with me on some experiments. Please wait over there." At this moment, Orochimaru felt that taking in Ishida was among the wisest decisions of his life. Observing Ishida now, one could hardly consider him a mere husky. He was indeed a treasure-seeking hound. Once the experimental data was collected, Orochimaru promptly ushered them out of his laboratory, as he had numerous ongoing studies. Having secured the desired data, he was eager to continue his previous research. Nearby, Kabuto, sporting dark circles under his eyes, apologized to Ishida, explaining that Orochimaru was not being deliberately inconsiderate. The ongoing Manjikyu Sharingan experiment was at a critical juncture, and the master had devoted all his attention to it without rest for an extended period. Ishida nodded in understanding, recognizing that scientists could be fearsome beings. Kabuto too seemed to be gravitating towards that path. Had it not been for Yakushi Nono's constant vigilance over him, he likely would have gone without sleep for days. Chapter 51. Recruitment. As Ihu cast a glance at Do's hair, he couldn't help but notice it seemed to have diminished slightly. Do, unfazed by Ihu's gaze, turned and entered the laboratory. His dedication to science alongside Lord Orochimaru was a commitment that transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Upon returning home, Ihu prepared a room for Junmaro. From now on, you shall reside here. I'll ask Shinjuro to construct another house for you outside. You can choose where to stay then. After settling Junmaro, Ihu returned to the hidden mist, where the murky waters were ripe for fishing. Re-entering the territory of the Kagaya clan, he found the battle had concluded. The Kagaya clan suffered devastating losses, nearing extinction. Ihu had intended to sneak into their warehouse to procure some items, but the swift conclusion of the battle left him without an opportunity to act. Back at Terumi Mei's residence, he found her tending to her wounds. She pressed a medicated bandage against a wound on her waist, grimacing in pain. Ihu approached, retrieving a vial of potion, biting it open, and pouring it onto Terumi Mei's wound. At this, her furrowed brow finally relaxed. What did you just apply on me? She inquired. Something good I obtained from Lord Orochimaru. Rest assured, it's completely natural and harmless. In truth, this was the first version of Orochimaru's kaleidoscope recovery liquid, abandoned due to its ineffectiveness. However, it proved quite suitable for aiding wound recovery. Ihu embraced Terumi Mei, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Does it still hurt? She shook her head and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. What are you two doing? Queried Mei's father, who had just returned from cleaning up the aftermath of the Kagaya rebellion. His heart sank at the sight. It felt as though his precious daughter was willingly offering herself to a pig. Terumi Mei, upon hearing her father's voice, blushed deeply and scurried back into the house. Her father, aware that he was no match for Ihu, could only glare at him. Ihu refrained from confronting his future father-in-law and merely smiled foolishly in response. Mei's mother, unable to watch any longer, pulled her husband away. Let the young ones cultivate their feelings. What business do you have intruding? Once they departed, Ihu entered the room to find Terumi Mei rolling on the bed with her doll. Upon noticing Ihu, she momentarily froze, her expression shifting through a myriad of complex emotions. There was embarrassment, with her eyes darting around as if searching for a crevice to hide in, then a fleeting flash of murderous intent, followed by pain, confusion, and ultimately, fatigue. A sense of apathy engulfed her. You didn't see anything just now. Terumi Mei threatened playfully, her tone mock serious. Ihu responded in kind. My eyes have been rather poor these days. I didn't see a thing. With Terumi Mei still nursing her injury, Ihu chose not to take her out on a date. Instead, he traveled far to the Konoha food street, bringing back a bounty of her favorite delicacies that were unavailable in the hidden mist. Seeing the vast array of food, Terumi Mei's eyes widened in delight, momentarily forgetting their earlier encounter as she eagerly focused on the feast before her. Aren't you going to eat? She asked, offering Ihu a piece of her favorite pastry. Terumi Mei, unpretentious in Ihu's presence, stuffed her cheeks like a hamster. Ihu accepted the pastry and wiped her mouth gently. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Noticing the late hour, Ihu prepared to take his leave. Mei, I shall return tomorrow. For the next few days, you and your uncle and aunt should stay indoors. Mizuki seems to be up to some mischief, unlike the Kagaya clan, who acted without thought. With that, Ihu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. After his exit, Mei's mother entered from outside. Oh dear, once she has a boyfriend, she forgets her mother. So many treats, yet not a thought to honor her mother. Ignoring Terumi Mei's resentful glare, Mei's mother began leisurely enjoying the food on the table. Though her manner was graceful, her speed in consuming the treats was anything but slow. Having a boyfriend is splendid. These delicacies are unattainable in the hidden mist. After finishing, Mei's mother took a few pastries with her and left, while Terumi Mei continued to munch away. Oh, who said no one is competing with me? Mei's mother presented the pastry she had taken from Terumi Mei to her husband. Here, try this. This is a pastry only available in Konoha. We shall benefit from our daughter's good fortune. Initially, Mei's father intended to savor the moment before reluctantly accepting, but Mei's mother was unyielding, snatching it up and eating. Hey, save some for me. Haven't you already eaten in our daughter's room? In an instant, Mei's father succumbed, grabbing the pastry and devouring it, mimicking Terumi Mei's enthusiastic manner. Meanwhile, Ihu in Konoha was still immersed in the earlier scene, lying on his bed, his mind filled with thoughts of Terumi Mei's adorableness. My Mei is truly too cute. Thanks to Kushina's reminder, the next day, Ihu made a special visit to the balding Sarutobi Shino. No, it would be more fitting to call him Sarutobi Ziguenka now. Rumor had it that since Ihu's appointment, Shino hadn't enjoyed a single good night's sleep, perpetually either working overtime or en route to work. Shino, do not worry. Once my teacher's matters are settled, I will ask him to concoct a special hair growth tonic for you, ensuring you regain your former appearance. In a few days, I will bring some people over to assist you. Just endure for a couple more days, considering you have already endured so long. The foolish Sarutobi Shino eagerly accepted Ihu's grand promise, as he was no more intelligent than Shinjuro. Once he had calmed Shino, Ihu sought out his first victim, Hataki Tsukumo. Oh, it's Ihu. Kakashi is inside. I will go fetch him. Ihu hastily called out to Tsukumo, wait. Uncle Tsukumo, I'm here to see you. Tsukumo paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, the next moment, Ihu's voice rang out, Uncle Tsukumo, would you like to return to the Umbu as a vice captain? Kakashi will also be joining the Umbu soon. You could look after him there. Tsukumo hesitated. He had heard all about the situation from Kakashi, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Ihu their savior. After a brief contemplation, Tsukumo agreed to Ihu's proposal. Firstly, Ihu had been a benefactor to both him and his son. Secondly, he had missed several years of Kakashi's growth, so it seemed beneficial to support him in the Umbu. The second victim was Hyuga Hizashi. He was well aware of the difficulties faced by vice captains in the Umbu. Although titled as such, their power paled in comparison to that of the captain. Just look at how Sarutobi Shino had been reduced to his current state. Nevertheless, even so, Hizashi agreed to the proposition, feeling indebted since Kushina and Ihu had helped suppress the troublesome Cloud Shinobi. Chapter 52. Chongming. Had it not been for Uchiha Fugaku's responsibilities as clan leader consuming his time, Ichiraku would have insisted on involving him in their endeavors. There truly were too few capable individuals in Konoha available for work. Those who were reliable had yet to mature, leaving Ichiraku with only these two for assistance. With the professional dilemma resolved, attention turned to personal matters. It remained unclear whether Shitsukawa was under Obito's control or simply a reclusive individual. 6 days had passed, 6 entire days, and he had yet to emerge from the Water Shadow's office. Never mind. Let us seek out the Seven Tails first. The miniature Nine Tails perched on Ichiraku's shoulder. After all, chakra could be temporarily stored with me. Utilizing the previously inscribed mark, Ichiraku approached Kakuzu. At that moment, Kakuzu was preoccupied with his bounty hunting, and Ichiraku's sudden appearance caused him to miss an opportunity, resulting in the target's escape. Ichiraku, you owe me money. That person had a black market bounty of 2 million. Kakuzu, I require your assistance. Money, 2 million. Kakuzu, I need intelligence on the land of rain ninjas. Where have they hidden the Seven Tails? Money. Ichiraku gazed at Kakuzu, who could only utter the words money, feeling utterly exasperated. He turned and produced a sealing scroll. Here is a deposit, 50 million. Once I locate the Seven Tails, I shall provide you with another 50 million. Kakuzu did not display the anticipated excitement. Instead, he frowned. Takigakure is my homeland. You expect me to betray it for a mere 100 million? Dream on. Ichiraku understood the implications of Kakuzu's words. Kakuzu, you were once betrayed by the ninjas of Takigakure. I will assist you in seeking vengeance and provide you with compensation. Consider this a fortunate opportunity. Boss, at least add a bit more. Our organization consists of the elderly, the weak, and the sick. How can we survive without earning a little more? Ichiraku was perplexed. The elderly, the weak, and the sick? You speak of an organization comprised of the most feared S-rank rogue ninjas, and you refer to them as the elderly and weak? Yet, upon further reflection, it made sense. Kakuzu was indeed aging. Konin could be considered a delicate lady, and Nagato, in his current state, appeared hardly fit. As for Sasori, he was left with little more than flesh, with most of his body replaced by prosthetics. Add another 20 million. It cannot be more than that. Deal. Boss, you're generous. Thank you for your immense support. Upon hearing the added sum, Kakuzu's demeanor transformed, his green eyes gleaming with excitement. This way, please. Let us venture to Takigakure to collect our bounty. Ichiraku halted Kakuzu. No need. I shall take you via shortcut. The land of rain was adjacent to the land of fire, and if they relied solely on foot, it would take them at least a week to arrive. Kakuzu observed the shifting scenery with envy, pondering how profitable it would be if he could utilize such ninjutsu to enhance his income. Ichiraku, would you consider joining our Akatsuki organization? Ichiraku was taken aback. Our Akatsuki offers generous benefits, a powerful leader, and a spirit of unity and camaraderie. There is wealth and beauty. Each member harbors grand aspirations, those with the potential to be legends. What do you say? Will you join us? If we team up, we could empty the exchange for gold. This proposition left Ichiraku bemused. I am quite content in Konoha. Why would I wish to become a rogue ninja? Let's go find the Seven Tails. Though Kakuzu felt regret at Ichiraku's refusal, securing the money before them was of utmost importance. Let us proceed. Takigakure lies ahead. The Seven Tails should be concealed within the barrier behind the village. The two shadow-level warriors infiltrated the land of rain as if it were their own territory, silently breaching the barrier at the rear of the village. A severed branch appeared before them, its tip still dripping a milky white liquid. The nine tails on Ichiraku's shoulder widened its eyes, fixated on the branch. Damn it! Why is this cursed thing still present in the ninja world? The nine tails fur bristled at the sight of the branch of the god tree, and it's still alive, just as Ichiraku intended to approach for a closer look. Kakuzu cautioned him, I advise against touching that. This liquid is known as hero's water in Takigakure. Those who consume it can unleash tenfold their chakra at the cost of their life. This is also why I have never considered retaliating against Takigakure. In times of crisis, for every elite ninja in the village, there are equally fearless shadow-level warriors. Over the years, who knows how much of this has been stored within the village. All right. The Seven Tails is just ahead. Once I lead you to it, my task will be complete. Now, let us settle the remaining payment. Ichiraku turned and tossed a scroll to Kakuzu, who caught it and promptly turned to leave. It seemed he still harbored psychological scars regarding Takigakure. As he walked away without counting the money, ignoring Kakuzu's reaction, Ichiraku carefully sealed the severed branch within the scroll. The Uchiha fan was crafted from this material, extremely durable and capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb. He also carefully stored the hero's water below, intending to bring it back for Uncle Orochimaru to examine. Perhaps he could concoct something fascinating from it. Delving deeper, an altar emerged before Ichiraku. The Jinchuriki was not something to be trifled with. It was exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to host a tailed beast. For instance, the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails had perished due to their body being incompatible, despite the absence of Uncle Orochimaru's interference. After acquiring the Seven Tails, it was likely that no one in Takigakure would qualify to become a Jinchuriki, leaving it sealed here indefinitely. Upon breaking the seal, a massive insect with 7 wings materialized before Ichiraku. If members of the Yamanaka clan were to see this, they would surely go mad. Once we return, I shall have Chongming reside next to them. A mere 1,000 for a glimpse, 10,000 for a touch. Chongming fluttered its wings, stretching its long sealed body. Long time no see. Kurama. Long time no see, Chongming. I still prefer your youthful form. At least then, you had tails instead of wings. Chongming disregarded Kurama's jest, pleased with its beautiful wings. Human, thank you for freeing me. I can grant you a modest wish. Before Ichiraku could respond, Kurama interjected, Chongming, come back to Konoha with us. Shikaku, Gyuki, and Isabu are all there. No one will force you into a Jinchuriki. You can live happily among the tailed beasts. Chongming hesitated but ultimately agreed. Despite possessing 7 tails, its combat prowess ranked among the lowest of the tailed beasts. Finding a bodyguard and a meal ticket was indeed a reasonable arrangement. Chongming willingly returned to Konoha, and the urgency regarding chakra faded. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Ichiraku returned to Konoha, panting heavily in the rear mountain. While Chongming may lack combat ability, it possessed considerable chakra. Transporting such a hefty amount of chakra with the Flying Thunder God was quite taxing. Chapter 53, Daily Life of the Tailed Beasts. After settling in the forest behind the home of Ichizu, Chomei found himself adjacent to the Oil Woman clan, yet just shy of actually entering their territory. The process of transformation was a simple sealing technique that confined most of his chakra within his body. thereby achieving a diminutive form. The seal, however, was delicate. A mere nudge could shatter it. Chomei reveled in the exhilarating experience of his shrunken physique, discovering that flying was even more thrilling in this smaller version. Although Chomei retained the appearance of an adult, the Ninetales expressed disappointment, having expected that shrinking would revert him to his youthful form, rather than merely reducing his size. The Ninetales envied Komiai's ability to fly, questioning why, despite being siblings, only he had been bestowed with this skill. Ignoring the Ninetales' grievances, Ichizu led Chomei to pay a visit to the other tailed beasts. Shikaku had transformed one side of a lake into a sandy beach, attracting countless visitors daily. Jiraiya noted that the recently opened cat CAF was particularly beloved by the residents of Konoha, as ninjas, burdened with the stress of their perilous profession, found solace in the company of cats. Thanks to Ichizu's influence, all Umbu ninjas enjoyed a generous discount of 30%. Upon arriving at Konoha, Isabu had merely drifted in and out of consciousness, unable to fully awaken. The gathering of five-tailed beasts at Ichizu's home created a lively atmosphere. Chomei observed that each tailed beast had found joy in their pursuits within Konoha, filling him with anticipation for the future, except for Isabu, for whom sleep seemed to be the ultimate bliss. Having regained his freedom after decades, Chomei was immensely curious about the world around him. Whenever he consumed something or caused a mishap, Umbu would promptly arrive to cover the expenses. It was a lucrative job to oversee the tailed beasts or Jinchuriki, and Ichizu provided bountiful support for the Umbu. In Konoha, the tailed beasts maintained a size comparable to that of small dogs, endearing themselves to the villagers as adorable ninja creatures. The seven tails frolicked through the streets, sampling every delicacy, utterly captivated by the three-colored dumplings. Sitting in the dumpling shop, Komiai's plate was already piled high. Reflecting on his past hardships, he wept as he devoured another skewer of three-colored dumplings. Just then, a voice rang out from afar, "Boss, how can there be no three-colored dumplings at this hour?" The only thought on the mind of Akamichi, who had been diligently training all day, was to savor the dumplings from this shop, only to be met with the disheartening news that they were sold out. Akamichi felt as if the sky were falling. Witnessing Akamichi's despair, Chomei hastily finished his dumplings and took flight. Strangely, as a tailed beast, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread for Akamichi's disappointment over the dumplings. Upon Akamichi's arrival to barter for dumplings, all that remained were empty plates, and Umbu preparing to settle their bill. Meanwhile, having settled the seven tails, Ichizu brought his findings to Orochimaru's laboratory. Inside, Orochimaru had just concluded his research on the Sharingan. After organizing the data, Kabuto was instructed to deliver a vial of potion to Fugaku. After several days of tireless work, Kabuto looked forward to rest, but Ichizu's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Teacher, look what I've brought back." Ichizu produced a branch from the god tree and a vial of hero water. This branch is from the god tree, reputedly utilized to craft Uchiha Madara's fan, capable of withstanding tailed beast bombs. This liquid can be consumed to exchange one's life for tenfold chakra. Orochimaru's interest was piqued by Ichizu's words, while Kabuto felt a sense of despair. Just as he was about to rest, Orochimaru's expression indicated that he would have no respite in the coming days. It was not that Orochimaru was cruel to his apprentice. Rather, his nature demanded that he complete his research before finding rest. Kabuto, eager to seize the opportunity to learn from Orochimaru, found himself ensnared in the current predicament. Despite the insistence of medic Nin Yano that he need not push himself so hard, Kabuto believed that collaborating with Orochimaru was the very essence of his existence. Yet even he began to question the significance of that existence. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru examined the branch and set it aside. "Kabuto, you should return home. You haven't rested properly in a week. My body is also reaching its limits. We shall continue tomorrow." Reluctantly, Orochimaru placed the items carefully and exited the laboratory alongside Ichizu and Kabuto. "Ichizu, the items you've brought back are quite fascinating. Soon, I shall craft a weapon for you from this branch." After tidying up, Ichizu volunteered to deliver the items to the Uchiha clan, recognizing that the two were at risk of exhausting themselves. Upon reaching the Uchiha clan, Ichizu noted that their reputation had significantly improved. This was not only due to the disbandment of the security team, but also because the cat CAF, run by the Second Tails, featured Uchiha's ninja cats. Knocking on the door, a 5-year-old Itachi Uchiha answered. Although Fugaku had agreed to accept Itachi as a disciple, the boy was still quite young. Ichizu believed that at such a tender age, One should savor childhood rather than rush into training. Itachi, how have you been faring at the ninja school? Itachi shook his head, expressing that his classmates were too immature and that his time there felt wasted. Ichizu pinched Itachi's cheek, advising him not to underestimate the value of ninja school, as rigorous training at such a young age could harm his body. Itachi nodded, conceding to Ichizu's wisdom, recognizing that since Fugaku had entrusted him to Ichizu, he ought to heed his master's counsel. Upon entering, Fugaku was seated, attending to the affairs of the Uchiha clan. The thickness of the documents on his desk testified to the weight of his responsibilities as clan leader. Brother Fugaku, I've brought something from Orochimaru-sensei. Ichizu presented the vial of potion. This is a new concoction that can slow the deterioration of your Manjikyu Sharingan and may even restore some of your vision. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the potion Ichizu offered. Ever since awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan, he had felt a constant sense of decline in his vision. This potion seemed to be the perfect remedy for his anxieties regarding his eyesight. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 54. Farewell to Shirt Song upon returning home. Junmaru and Shisui enjoyed a harmonious relationship. A special large cup was custom-made for Junmaru to hold the milk he consumed daily. His commitment to a scientific diet contributed to an unexpectedly pleasant demeanor, often described as gentle and well-behaved. Among the three children, only Shisui was at the appropriate age for training. The other two were still too young and could only engage in basic physical exercises. Shisui, true to his genius reputation, mastered the body flicker technique with remarkable proficiency. Although Ichiraku had attempted to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique, Shisui unfortunately lacked the aptitude for sealing techniques. Embracing a sense of responsibility, Ichiraku devised tailored training plans for each child. Another arduous day lay ahead. I truly am diligent. If Sarutobi Shino was still burning the midnight oil in the umbu, he might have shed tears upon hearing Ichiraku's words. Boss, doesn't your conscience ache when you say such things? While Kiba and Hinata indeed shared some of the workload, they could not withstand Ichiraku's daily influx of peculiar tasks. The third rakeage, tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, as well as the vortex couple, Kushina and her daughter, all required 24-hour umbu surveillance. Furthermore, Orochimaru's laboratory necessitated watchful eyes to swiftly rescue expensive equipment in case of an explosion, and so forth. Ever since Minato assumed leadership, Ichiraku's reforms had multiplied the umbu's workload by more than threefold. But that is incorrect. Each umbu member's workload remained the same. However, the need for Shino's involvement in report submissions and applications meant that only his personal workload had tripled. In the late hours of the office, Shino continued to tackle the tasks at hand. Kiba had long returned home to spend time with his son, and Hinata also had a young child of 4 or 5 years. It was unreasonable to expect him to work overtime alone. Thus, Shino remained the sole workhorse. After finally completing the last document, he lit a cigarette. Sarutobi Shino slumped in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Having a wife and child is impressive. I'm not envious. Not at all. It was once again time for Shino's daily trifecta of questions. Will tomorrow's workload be this overwhelming? Must I absolutely attend this class? Can I retire tomorrow? Lord Shino, here is today's observation report on the Seven Tails in Konoha. A night shift umbu placed a report before Shino, eyes beneath the mask filled with sympathy and admiration. Just as Shino had begun to relax, his mind exploded with anxiety. Let it be for now. I'll handle it tomorrow. Despite his reluctance, Shino dutifully completed the report. After a long day, Sarutobi Ziguin-kun could finally return home to rest. Unbeknownst to Ichiraku, who was well aware of Shirtsong's reclusive nature, he had taken residence at Terumi Mei's home, constantly seeking opportunities to approach the Six Tails. Mei's father, furious, insisted on sharing the same room for peace of mind. Uncle, you really needn't look at me like that. I want to lay a finger on Mei before marriage. It's a matter of principle. If I truly had such intentions, you couldn't stop me. Of course, Ichiraku only voiced the last sentiment internally, well aware that Mei's father was indeed a devoted father. That night, Terumi Mei approached with a list. Ichiraku, I want to eat these 3 portions. Terumi Mei grabbed Ichiraku's arm and shook it, causing his heart to flutter at the softness of her touch. With a playful poke to her nose, he smiled. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Back in Konoha, at the dango shop, Red Bean and the Seven Tails were embroiled in a dispute. That last skewer of dango is mine, Red Bean exclaimed. You've already eaten so much, it should be given to me. Zhongming showed no signs of conceding. I ate a lot. What about the half-table of dango the dog consumed? I've been locked away for decades. I can't resist such deliciousness. Red Bean paused, taken aback by Zhongming's unfortunate past. Their essay flaw. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Zhongming swiftly devoured the last skewer of dango. After swallowing the skewer, Zhongming took flight, leaving Red Bean in a frenzy while the umbu quietly settled the bill. Ichiraku, witnessing the scene, was torn between laughter and tears as he noticed Red Bean's gaze fixated on him. Brother Ichiraku, that bug was brought by you, wasn't he it? With Red Bean looking as if she were a zombie, Ichiraku decided to flee. This was no joke. If he retaliated, next time it would be Kushina coming to teach him a lesson. Quickly purchasing Terumi Mei's favorite foods, Ichiraku hurried back to the Mist Village. Konoha was too perilous. For the time being, he had no plans to return. At Terumi's home, Mei's face radiated anticipation. Mei's mother, observing her foolish daughter, could only shake her head in resignation, knowing her daughter was thoroughly captivated by that boy. Thankfully, he was equally foolish, making them a fitting pair. Mei, I'm back. I brought many things, all of which you love. Thus, Ichiraku settled into the Terumi household. The father, having softened, refrained from further objections, while Mei's mother found great satisfaction in Ichiraku as her prospective son-in-law. After a few days, Ichiraku finally seized an opportunity. The Sand and Mist shinobi were set to sign a ceasefire agreement, and Shirtsong, as the fourth Mizukage, would undoubtedly make an appearance. Sitting beside Ichiraku, Terumi Mei held a half-eaten pastry, her cheeks stuffed. Ichiraku, promise me, don't kill him. If Shirtsong dies, Mist will descend into chaos, and the hard-won stability of the ninja world will shatter. Ichiraku gently pinched Mei's cheek, resembling a hamster, reassuring her, rest assured. I merely wish to confirm a few matters and greet the six tails within him. Relieved by his words, Mei resumed her snacking. A few days later, the Sand representatives arrived to sign the agreement. However, strangely, after the signing, the Sand envoys did not depart but instead chose to stay at the inn, and neither Mist nor Sand announced the ceasefire to the ninja world. Fortunately, Ichiraku seized the opportunity to confront Shirtsong in the forest outside the Mist Village. Donning an umbu mask, Ichiraku stood before Shirtsong, wielding a long blade crackling with black lightning. Mizukage, please hold. Shirtsong frowned at the man before him. Uzumaki Ichiraku. What brings you to the mist? Uzumaki Ichiraku? Who is that? Behold. This is Black Lightning. I am Lord Darui of the Cloud Village. Stop pretending, Uzumaki Ichiraku. I recognized you from that battle. Even if you turned to ash, I would still know you. Chapter 55. The chakra is at hand. IH had not anticipated that Shitsuzen would recognize him so easily. Therefore, he decided to remove his mask and cast aside his long knife. It seems you are not under a genjutsu. I believe we can have an earnest conversation. You once forced the three tails into the body of a young girl from Konoha, whose boyfriend was an Uchiha. After witnessing his girlfriend's demise, he awakened his Mangeki Sharingan and has since vanished. I suspect he will seek vengeance against Kirigakure. Shitsuzen found IH's claims perplexing. As a shadow-level ninja who had coexisted with tailed beasts, the likelihood of him being caught in an illusion was nearly non-existent. Noticing Shitsuzen's skepticism, IH called upon the Nine Tails. Kurama, please clarify for him that what we say is true. The beast within Shitsuzen informed him that the Nine Tails held no disdain for deceiving humans, and that the Mangeki Sharingan was indeed formidable. It was initially captured by a man possessing such eyes. After hearing this, Shitsuzen felt a twinge of anxiety. The situation with Suigetsu had truly spiraled out of control. Losing the three tails was one thing, but it had also drawn a powerful enemy to Kirigakure. When an Uchiha goes mad, they disregard the peace of the ninja world. He was likely consumed by a desire for Kirigakure's destruction. Just imagine, Shitsuzen, a relentless avenger unbound by any ties. Yet, Shitsuzen's resentment was still overshadowed by his duty to protect Kirigakure. So, you sought me out merely to deliver this news? Are you truly so altruistic? Upon hearing this question, IH realized his plan was succeeding. I require some chakra from the six tails. Afterward, I will continue my search for that boy and bring him back from his crossroads. The six tails within Shitsuzen nodded in understanding of the Nine Tails' intent. Seeing the agreement, Shitsuzen readily provided IH with the requested chakra. To Shitsuzen, the intelligence IH had shared was invaluable. The safety of Kirigakure took precedence above all. One final inquiry. I have been lurking here for over half a month and have yet to see you emerge. Can you explain the reason? Shitsuzen, caught off guard by IH's question, displayed an uncharacteristic awkwardness. There's really no particular reason. I simply do not enjoy going out. IH was somewhat astonished by Shitsuzen's admission. The fourth Mizukage was indeed a recluse. It was no wonder he had become the perfect Jinchuriki for the Three Tails, demonstrating an extraordinary affinity with Isabu. Having obtained the information he sought, IH took his leave. Shitsuzen sighed with relief. The psychological toll IH had left on him during their encounter on the battlefield was considerable. If a confrontation had ensued, even with the assistance of the Six Tails, defeat would have been inevitable. Should Shitsuzen fall to IH, Kirigakure's reputation would plummet, and the more restless elements within the village would seize the opportunity to sow discord, risking the very annihilation of their home. Having accomplished his objective, IH resided in Konoha for a few more days before departing. As the head of the Umbu, he had been away for so long that Konoha was likely in turmoil. He needed to return promptly. However, just as he prepared to leave Kirigakure, IH sensed a gathering of chakra outside the village. The inherent curiosity of humanity compelled him to investigate the commotion. Upon his arrival, he found that the denizens of Kirigakure had already dispersed, leaving behind a woman laden with shuriken and kunai. Yakura, possessing commendable strength, had sustained injuries that IH hastily attended to before a thought of Shinji crossed his mind. After ensuring Yakura's condition was stable, IH made his way to the Hokage's office, where he found Shinji diligently at work. Shinji, do you not desire a wife? Shinji appeared utterly baffled by the question. IH wasted no time in presenting Shinji before Yakura. Shinji, since Yakura was reclaimed by the Sand Ninja, you have seemed utterly distracted. I advise you to spend quality time with her. She might just agree to your advances. Shinji's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? IH, witnessing Shinji's embarrassment, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. You never pursue a girlfriend. And your sister has even asked me whether you prefer men. How utterly absurd. Why would she suspect you of such a thing? I'm merely a friend. If your girlfriend isn't in the village, she jumps to conclusions. If you don't find someone soon, your sister might very well expel me from the village. Shinji found himself at a loss for words, realizing why his sister and others had been casting him peculiar glances lately. It became clear why Jiraiya had been spying on him without his presence. Having entrusted Yakura's care to Shinji, IH promptly hurried to the Umbu headquarters. Yet, upon witnessing the thriving state of the Umbu, he felt a sense of dismay. Having been absent for nearly a month, it appeared the Umbu had suffered little disruption. To think that the most superfluous individual here was none other than me, the leader. Returning home, IH found the place deserted. Using the Byakugan, he discerned that the two little ones were with Kurenai, Hinata, and Asuma. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, he overheard Hinata lamenting to the group, "Please, help me. Reimei makes the entire Yamanaka clan queue for him to buy dango. No one else can get any. I haven't had a chance to enjoy the three-color dango for ages." IH had placed the Seven Tails, Reimei, there to draw in members of the Yamanaka clan. Yet, he had not anticipated that Reimei would become so infatuated with the three-color dango, spending all his time at the dango shop, leaving no opportunity for the Yamanaka clan to discover him. It was said that ever since Reimei's arrival, the shopkeeper had not smiled once, despite previously radiating joy while preparing dango. I can't keep up. There's just too much to make. Now, the beleaguered shopkeeper was compelled to operate daily, caught between anguish and delight. Eventually, he resolved to limit the number of dango each person could buy to curb Reimei's insatiable appetite. Initially, Reimei had been distressed, but the Yamanaka clan swiftly altered the situation. It was the first time he had encountered such enthusiasm, joy, and excitement in their eyes, devoid of any malice. The only drawback was their difficulty in detection, prompting Reimei to avoid touching the ground, fearful of stepping on a member of the Yamanaka clan. In time, Reimei struck a deal with them. One plate of three-color dango in exchange for a chance to touch him. Consequently, throngs of Yamanaka clan members formed lines at the dango shop, all eager for the chance to touch the Seven Tails. This, of course, left the shopkeeper's smile absent once more. With no other options, he could only painstakingly prepare the dango, day by day. When IH learned of these events from the Umbu, they too struggled to contain their laughter. No worries, smile. Holding it in is detrimental to your health. It's good for a tailed beast to feel a sense of belonging to the village. Today, let Shinobu put in some extra hours to resolve the dango shop's predicament. We cannot neglect the needs of the villagers while catering to the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Shinobu, understood. Chapter 56. Tsunade's betrayal. When Shino Sabako learned of this news, he had become so numb that he could no longer muster a smile. He had previously sought out Nara Shikaku, the young clan leader of the Nara clan, only to find that Shikamaru had beaten him to it. It made sense. Shikamaru's would release significantly enhanced the quality of the Nara clan's medicinal herbs, rendering him a veritable god of wealth for them. Thus, it was only natural for the Nara clan to treat him with utmost reverence. As the secretary to the Hokage, Shikamaru was burdened with an immense workload. So it was entirely reasonable for the Nara clan to provide him with a secretary to help alleviate his responsibilities. Likewise, as the secretary of the Hokage's secretary, it was only fitting that I, Nara Shikaku, should also be afforded some assistance in managing my duties. The Nara clan's audacious maneuvers left Sarutobi Shino grinding his teeth in frustration. The work of the Umbu demanded utmost confidentiality, and he could not simply delegate tasks to others as Shikamaru did. Alas, at least I still have Lord White Fang and Hayashi to assist me in times of need. Thus, Sarutobi Shino begrudgingly commenced his daily toil. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was at the Konoha hospital tending to Yakura. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade was overjoyed. Personally attending to Yakura's wounds and sealing off the entire floor, prohibiting any male from entering except for Shikamaru. Orochimaru, who had intended to draw blood for analysis, was thwarted. Tsunade was like a protective hen, refusing to allow any danger to approach Yakura. After Yakura's capture, Orochimaru had ventured to the battlefield of the mist, and Shikamaru was the only one who had interacted with her while escorting her back to Konoha. He had not even assisted me in drawing a few vials of blood for research. Although Orochimaru was not lacking in experimental materials during this period, research was akin to drawing cards. Without a complete set, it felt as though ants were crawling all over him. At this moment, within the Senju Ancestral Hall, Tsunade was bowing before the tablet of Hashirama Senju. Great-grandfather, Shikamaru has finally awakened. The Senju clan shall endure. Unbeknownst to Shikamaru, Tsunade had already begun to view Yakura as the hope for the Senju clan. Upon waking, Yakura gazed around, spotting Shikamaru diligently attending to her. Where am I? Did I not perish? This is Konoha Hospital. You are safe now, thanks to my sister and Orochimaru. Shikamaru's cheeks flushed red. It was his first initiative in speaking to a girl, especially one he admired. Yakura smiled, recognizing him as the one who had escorted her back to Konoha. Even the slightest accidental contact had caused him to blush and apologize profusely. Ah, you have finally awakened. My brother has been watching over you for several days. I've never seen him act this way towards a girl before. Tsunade, overhearing, could no longer contain herself. Her brother had indeed inherited their great-grandfather's traits perfectly. When she merely asked where she was, he had divulged that her savior was someone else entirely. Did he intend to remain single for life? So eager to push her towards another. Sister. No. I didn't. As Shikamaru stuttered, he could scarcely hear himself, while Yakura chuckled, covering her mouth. Tsunade, feeling exasperated, thought, I cannot manage this. Not at all. Great-grandfather, I am sorry. The Senju legacy may extinguish with our generation. Since Shikamaru was not stepping up, Tsunade resolved to take matters into her own hands, first establishing a friendship, thus paving the way for Shikamaru's chances. Yakura, after your treatment, your injuries are nearly healed. Let me take you out for a stroll. A pleasant mood fosters a swift recovery. A flicker of hatred crossed Yakura's eyes. She had fought valiantly for Sunagakure, only to be sold out by her own village. She deserved to relish her freedom. Upon her nod, Tsunade promptly dismissed Shikamaru and led Yakura outside. Tsunade silently apologized to her brother, thinking, forgive me, dear brother. Sending you away will at least preserve some goodwill. If you were to accompany her, Yakura might flee back to Sunagakure in fright. Tsunade took Yakura to a cat CAF opened by the two-tailed beast, where a variety of ninja cats frolicked around the patrons. Yakura's heart was instantly captured by these little creatures. In the harsh environment of Sunagakure, animals struggled to survive, and she had never before seen so many cats. The two spent the day shopping, dining, and enjoying each other's company, their bond strengthening rapidly. Meanwhile, Shikamaru tearfully recounted his plight to Orochimaru, who listened with a bemused expression. Why does this process seem so familiar? First, establish a friendship, then subtly promote your brother. Is this the universal method for sisters aiding their brothers in courting? Rest assured, Shikamaru, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yakura will soon become your sister's close friend. Once she speaks favorably of you, you shall surely win her heart. Shikamaru sniffled, ceasing his tears. Really? Orochimaru. Orochimaru patted Shikamaru's shoulder. Fear not. Your sister's approach mirrors my sister's from the past. Meanwhile, at a barbecue joint, a drunken Yakura clung to Tsunade, weeping, Sister Tsunade. I have sacrificed so much for the village. Why have they treated me thus? Why? Tsunade gently patted Yakura's back, escorting the drowsy girl back to the hospital. Over the subsequent days, they enjoyed each other's company, their relationship deepening, while Tsunade's gaze towards Yakura grew increasingly complex. Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer silence her conscience, and took Yakura to Shikamaru's home. Shikamaru, Yakura has suffered enough betrayal from the village. I cannot push her further into despair. Shikamaru's smile faltered as Tsunade grasped Yakura's hand. Yakura, we are dear friends, and I shall not hide the truth from you. My brother harbors feelings for you, but I believe you deserve someone better. Shikamaru's smile shattered. He could no longer hear Tsunade's words, his throat constricting with pent-up emotion. Ultimately, he could not endure the anguish and fled in tears, with Orochimaru pursuing him. Only Yakura remained, bewildered, alongside the incessantly chattering Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, I find myself quite fond of Shikamaru. Upon hearing Yakura's words, Tsunade could not help but inquire, Really, Yakura? You need not compromise your feelings for my sake. I know my brother well. Yakura grasped Tsunade's arm. Sister Tsunade, your brother is quite intriguing. I have never encountered someone as genuine, honest, and reliable as he. After a moment of confusion, Tsunade erupted with joy, exclaiming, Indeed, the heavens have not forsaken the Senju clan. Great-grandfather, bless us. Shikamaru aimlessly sprinted through the streets, instinctively seeking refuge in the one place he deemed most secure, Orochimaru's laboratory. Chapter 57. Second Awakening. Rushing into the laboratory, Shinshu clung to Orochimaru, weeping uncontrollably. Teacher, I can no longer be with the one I love. Upon entering, Iho witnessed Shinshu sobbing while holding onto Orochimaru's leg, who was helplessly patting Shinshu's back. Do not worry, Shinshu. I have incapacitated her and brought her here. Hearing Orochimaru's words only intensified Shinshu's cries, leaving Orochimaru perplexed as to why his soothing words had no effect. After a prolonged attempt to console her, Orochimaru had no choice but to set Shinshu aside to continue his experiment, which had reached a critical juncture. Left to herself, Shinshu gradually ceased her tears, exhaustion overtaking her. Spotting a glass of milk on the table, she drank it down. Iho immediately rushed to her side, exclaiming, What did you just drink? Spit it out. Shinshu, feeling nauseated from Iho's shaking, retorted, Stop shaking me. I just cried too much and drank a glass of milk. Iho was taken aback. In just a moment of distraction, Shinshu had consumed something dangerous. Truly, you are Senju Alaska Shinshu, with a penchant for consuming everything, coupled with an exceedingly delicate stomach. Spit it out. That is not mere milk. Consuming that could be fatal. Upon hearing Iho's alarming words, Shinshu began to gag, but to no avail. Orochimaru, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, only to find Shinshu clinging to his leg once more. Teacher, save me. Observing Shinshu's chakra surging uncontrollably, Orochimaru's mind raced. He swiftly produced several vials of serum, injecting them one by one into Shinshu's body. The peril of the hero's water lies in the fact that it drains the user's life force. Extracted by the god tree's sap, the cells of Hashirama can replenish Shinshu's vitality. For now, all we can do is wait. Under the influence of these two forces, Shinshu began to convulse. At that moment, Tsunade and Yakura arrived, witnessing Shinshu's writhing as if in a dance. After a few minutes, Shinshu regained control of her body. The life force drawn by the hero's water weakened the Hashirama cell's invasive capacity, while the Hashirama cells replenished the vitality consumed by the hero's water. Shinshu's would release, empowered by the vast chakra from the hero's water and the abundant Hashirama cells, achieved a second awakening. Finally, it is over. Why do I speak in such a stammering manner? Iho stared in astonishment, realizing the resemblance in her speech to that of Senju Zhaosi. Orochimaru reassured her. Do not fret. You are merely adjusting to your newfound strength. In time, you shall be fine. Relieved, Shinshu noticed Tsunade and Yakura covering their mouths in shock. When did you arrive? She inquired, her voice still quivering. Just while you were convulsing in that dance, Tsunade replied, her words ringing loudly in Shinshu's ears. Now, with a face filled with despair, Shinshu pondered whether anything could be more mortifying than embarrassing oneself before the one they love. Yakura grasped Shinshu's hand, saying, "You are truly a wonderful person." Iho, upon hearing this, realized Shinshu was utterly despondent. "You are a splendid individual. You deserve a better girl." Just as Iho thought Shinshu was about to receive a mere consolation, the following words took him by surprise. "You are a wonderful person. Perhaps we could try dating." More excited than Shinshu was Tsunade, exclaiming, "What a fool finds fortune. My brother has finally found a girlfriend." Shinshu's stuttering would soon subside, and he had inadvertently gained strength. His wood release was now nearly on par with the legendary Hashirama Senju, without Sage Mode. Orochimaru, observing Shinshu's newfound strength, smiled with satisfaction. The hero's water had been processed, and Orochimaru had initially pondered how to have Shinshu consume it without inciting Tsunade's ire. To his surprise, Shinshu had ingested it without any coaxing, leaving Tsunade with no one to blame. Within 2 days, the news of Shinshu finding a girlfriend spread throughout the Konoha ninja community. Just as Iho was relieved to no longer be mistaken for a homosexual, Kakashi appeared at his doorstep. "Iho, does Kakashi fancy men?" "What? Not again. Uncle Shikumo. I have a girlfriend. She resides in the Hidden Mist Village. Please do not assume I am gay because of my hair and appearance." Shikumo's eyes lit up with intrigue. "Do tell me more. How did you meet? I will have Kakashi learn from you." Iho, overwhelmed, realized that ever since Shikumo's revival, he had become more unrestrained, resembling the carefree character of Kakashi from the original narrative. But Uncle Shikumo, isn't Kakashi quite close to Kato Shizune, who stands behind Tsunade? Perhaps you could play matchmaker. Shikumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, that evening, Iho discovered that the entire Umbu knew of his relationship with a girl from the Hidden Mist Village. Fortunately, the Umbu maintained a strong sense of discipline, and such news circulated only within their ranks. Having witnessed Shinshu's dismal state a few days prior, Iho's resilience against setbacks had significantly strengthened. This matter posed little trouble for him now. That day, news arrived in the ninja world. The villages of Mist and Sand had declared a ceasefire, marking the end of the Great Ninja War. Yakura wept upon reading the announcement, lamenting, "Is this the outcome for which my sacrifice was made?" Tsunade, sharing in Yakura's sorrow, recalled when Yakura first arrived at the hospital, her back covered in wounds and toxins lingering within her body. "Shinshu, you must cherish Yakura, otherwise, you know my methods well." Recalling the time Tsunade had pulverized Jiraiya's ribs with a single punch, Shinshu felt a strange sense of trepidation. "Sister, rest assured, I will treat Yakura with utmost care." After addressing Shinshu's situation, Iho headed to the newly opened dumpling shop in Konoha to seek out the Seven Tails, Shomei. "Shomei, I require your chakra." Familiar with one another, Shomei asked no questions and readily provided Iho with chakra. Now, only the 8 tails remained. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Iho arrived at the Raikage office, where A was seated, reviewing documents. "Hey, I need to speak with the village's 8 tails Jinchuriki." A regarded Iho with a wary expression. "Let me make this clear. The 2 tails have been delivered to you. The 8 tails is my brother, and we of the Cloud Village will never relinquish him." Iho replied calmly, "I do not seek your brother. I only require a fragment of the 8 tails chakra." Chapter 58. The Ox Demon. Is it just a little, or a lot? A glanced at Ichiraku, whose expression was one of wariness. It was no surprise that he acted this way. After all, he had known Ichiraku for many years, and each encounter seemed to result in some form of loss for him. "Fear not. I shall not harm your brother. The 3rd Raikage misses you dearly. Perhaps you should come visit him in Konoha sometime." Of course, this was a ruse. The 3rd Raikage was utterly content in Konoha, free from the burdens of work, spending his days sipping tea and playing chess, often seeking out Ichiraku for a friendly spar. Life was simply splendid for him. The 3rd Raikage had expressed on multiple occasions that being a Raikage was no easy task. He was not only burdened with heavy responsibilities, but also had to deal with the stubborn elders of the village daily. In retirement, he felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed a decade. Indeed, upon mentioning the 3rd Raikage, A relented. "I can take you to meet B, but I cannot guarantee anything regarding the chakra. You will need to speak with them yourself." With that, A promptly set aside his work, his face alight with joy as he pulled Ichiraku outside, his eyes betraying a sense of relief and delight. Evidently, he was eager to escape the confines of work. A led Ichiraku to the Yunlei Gorge, a place Ichiraku had grown quite familiar with. It was here that he had once unleashed the ice-tailed beast ball toward the village of Yunin. "B, come out. We have guests." The only reply was the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, and at that moment, a thunderous melody erupted from the other side of Chunin village. Killer Bee. On the other side, the performer Killer Bee remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lost in his own musical extravaganza. While the audience below cheered and applauded in perfect harmony, Killer Bee's contributions during the Third Great Ninja War were well recognized, and as a hero, his eccentricities were tolerated. Even if his singing were to be deemed off-key, it would be unwise to dampen his spirits. I sing and dance up front, while you hang back. All the lights shine upon me. The expressions of the audience visibly twisted in discomfort as the fourth Raikage arrived, delivering a swift kick that sent Killer Bee flying. Everyone, please return. This rascal will be taken back for a proper lesson. The audience, witnessing the fervor in the fourth Raikage's eyes, could hardly contain their excitement. This was not merely admiration for the Raikage. It also meant that as long as he intervened, Killer Bee would be unable to hold any concerts for at least half a month. The Raikage dispatched personnel to clean up the concert scene, even distributing a modest compensation for emotional distress to the audience. Stepping into the crater created by Killer Bee, the latter sat dazed, pondering why his brother was not still in the office handling matters. The Raikage's office was surely soundproof. Who had alerted him to his concert? A inspected Killer Bee's head, confirming that his brother was unharmed. B, someone is here for you. Killer Bee's eyes lit up. Surely, his music was appreciated. Fans had come from outside the village seeking his autograph. Brother, where are my fans? Ichiraku, having enjoyed the spectacle, leapt down from a nearby structure. Hello, Killer Bee. We met once, do you remember? I am Uzumaki Ichiraku. Killer Bee's enthusiasm waned as he recognized that Ichiraku was not a fan. What do you want from me? I need a bit of chakra from the Eight Tails. Killer Bee initially considered agreeing. He was one of the few who knew that the third Raikage was still alive. However, he quickly realized that if Ichiraku had not come, his concert would not have drawn his brother's attention. To obtain the chakra from the Eight Tails, you must first endure my performance. Continue the concert that was so rudely interrupted. Ichiraku, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, would soon come to understand the true horror of Killer Bee's singing. From a smiling face to one of solemnity, then to sheer agony, it took merely a minute. Ichiraku struggled to endure, but the Nine Tails could no longer hold on. Ichiraku, let me take over your body for a moment, quickly. I can't bear this any longer. The Nine Tails' eyes widened, its paws pressed against its ears. Seeing Ichiraku hesitate, the Nine Tails urged, do not hesitate. You know there is no one around. I will procure the chakra for you. Allow me to end this calamity. Ichiraku, wishing to escape Killer Bee's torment, relinquished control to the Nine Tails. As Ichiraku closed his eyes and reopened them, he now possessed beast-like pupils. The Nine Tails unleashed its chakra, red and translucent, surging forth from within. The temperature of the surroundings plummeted as icy claws manifested upon Ichiraku, the Nine Tails. By the time Killer Bee sensed the change, the Nine Tails, displaying 6 tails, charged forward. The collision sent Killer Bee crashing into the building behind him. As the Nine Tails admired its icy claws, Killer Bee emerged in his tailed beast cloak. A massive ox bone forming on his shoulder, aimed directly at the Nine Tails. Raijin's hot blade. The Nine Tails, unable to evade, could only defend with its icy claws against the ox demon. I know you are there. If you do not show yourself, I shall get serious. After waiting in vain for a response from the Eight Tails, the Nine Tails ceased holding back, determined to beat Killer Bee into submission until he revealed himself. Channeling Ichiraku's ice-release chakra, the Nine Tails enveloped its tailed beast cloak with icy armor, simultaneously using wind release to accelerate. In that moment, the Nine Tails resembled a berserker, mercilessly attacking Killer Bee in his tailed beast cloak. Each strike inflicted considerable damage upon him. After a flurry of attacks, the Nine Tails swiftly retreated, gathering chakra for a tailed beast bomb. Ichiraku, provide me with chakra. I must conjure the largest tailed beast bomb to open the ox demon's eyes. As Ichiraku increased the chakra supply, the tailed beast bomb gradually shifted from black to blue, expanding in size. At that moment, they returned from the office, witnessing the scene with deep concern. What a disaster. Uzumaki Ichiraku, I truly regret bringing you here. As they entered the battlefield and beheld the enormous blue-tailed beast bomb, he was left speechless. No one had ever informed him that the destructive potential of a husky was so formidable. Uzumaki Ichiraku, cease at once. If you unleash that, there will be no Chunin village left. Just as the Nine Tails prepared to release the tailed beast bomb, the Eight Tails, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Nine Tails, stop. Let us discuss this calmly. I shall comply. Hearing the Eight Tails, the Nine Tails finally halted, its tailed beast bomb shattering and falling to the ground, each fragment transforming into colossal ice crystals. The Eight Tails, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. If that attack had struck him, it would take an eternity to excavate him from the icy prison. Chapter 59, Transformation. Alright. Here is your chakra. Nyo-Goe initially intended to teach Kurabi a lesson, but unexpectedly, the Nine Tails found such an absurd Jinchuriki. It proved that the joys and sorrows of individuals differ, but the nature of beasts may not be so distinct. Just as the Nine Tails within one person is tormented by Kurabi's song, the Nine Tails within Kushina is also exceedingly agitated. After Ju's transformation, his aura split evenly between the God Tree and Senju Hashirama. If Uchiha Madara were added, Ju would have assembled the complete collection of the Nine Tails' most detested entities. During this time, Ju stubbornly gravitated toward Kushina, aggravating the Nine Tails further. While interacting with Yakura, Ju's mind suddenly sparked with brilliance, recalling that one previously mentioned to him that Kushina employed the same strategy as his sister. So, Ichiraku has a girlfriend. Gossip is ingrained in human genetics. Not only Ju, but even Yakura was curious about the blood-red ice crystal girlfriend that sent shivers through the battlefield. The two, particularly Ju, spent considerable time with Kushina, eventually gleaning information about Ichiraku's girlfriend hailing from the village hidden in mist. Ultimately, it was the Nine Tails' intolerance of Ju's aura that compelled him to reveal this. If Ju lingered any longer, the Nine Tails would be forced to intervene. Kushina, noticing the expressions of the two, appeared quite puzzled. It was normal for Yakura to be unaware, but Ju, given his close relationship with Ichiraku, how could he not know? Ichiraku had stayed in the village hidden in mist for an entire month recently. Didn't Ju know? Ju was utterly astonished. Wasn't he Ichiraku the captain of the Umbu? Could he truly afford to be absent from Konoha for a month? Was the work of the Umbu truly so leisurely that one could neglect it for an entire month without consequence? Saratobi Shinjiro remarked, "There is no such thing as easy work in the Umbu. It merely means someone is carrying the burden." After assuring that they would keep this matter confidential, Ju and Yakura took their leave. With Ju's departure, Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had stayed any longer, the fox within her would have gone completely mad. In the village hidden in clouds, Ichiraku had gathered all the chakra from the tailed beasts, and at that moment, his body underwent rapid transformation, yet he felt something was still amiss. The Nine Tails sensed Ichiraku's state and could not comprehend why. Despite accumulating the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, the transformation remained incomplete. What was missing? Kurama. I recall the Sage of Six Paths mentioning that the God Tree transformed into the 10 tails, which then divided into 9-tailed beasts and the Outer Path Golem. Perhaps that missing part is the Outer Path Golem. The Nine Tails nodded. What you say holds merit, but that entity cannot be located without the Rinnegan. And the Rinnegan belongs solely to the Sage of Six Paths. Wait. There is indeed a Rinnegan. The Nine Tails clutched Ichiraku's face tightly. Don't. Whatever you do not seek that thing. It is merely the shell of the 10 tails. It possesses no consciousness and will only consume chakra. The Nine Tails was genuinely terrified that Ichiraku might rashly attempt to seize the Rinnegan in search of the Outer Path Golem. Should a tailed beast be devoured by the Outer Path Golem, it would be no different than death. Ichiraku reassured, relax. That thing should never appear in the shinobi world. I was merely pondering whether that branch of the God Tree could. Upon hearing Ichiraku's words, the Nine Tails' eyes lit up. Perhaps that object could indeed help. After bidding farewell to Ichiraku returned to Konoha, eager to experiment with the effects of the God Tree's branch. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Phosphor's mother, Uzumaki Rin, was assisting Orochimaru with various examinations. The healing abilities of Phosphor and her mother were unique to Ichiraku and Kushina. Ever since Ichiraku became the Umbu captain, he had been dismantling others' homes, bringing back numerous items of research value. However, the frequency of his returns was alarmingly rapid. Previously, Orochimaru's research stemmed from personal interest, and uncovering the truths of the world was his greatest joy. Yet now, Ichiraku had transformed Orochimaru's passion into a job. He had not chosen what to research in ages, as each time one study concluded, even before its completion, Ichiraku delivered the next item needing examination. During Ichiraku's month in the village hidden in mist, it seemed that Orochimaru had rekindled his former zeal for research. Indeed, the vitality of a husky could be a double-edged sword. While Orochimaru was diligently collecting data on phosphor, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice he dreaded the most in the laboratory. "Teacher, I'm back. Do you still have that branch?" Upon hearing this voice, Orochimaru involuntarily shuddered. He had assumed that after Ichiraku's last visit, during which he left empty-handed, he would refrain from coming again for some time. However, merely 2 or 3 days had passed before Ichiraku returned. When Orochimaru observed Ichiraku entering with empty hands, he sighed in relief, but following that, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. As a scientist, more materials were always welcome. Yet, Orochimaru soon noticed that Ichiraku's current state was quite unusual. His chakra aura was exceedingly unstable, and his body was undergoing a gradual transformation. "Teacher, I have gathered all the chakra of the tailed beasts, but I still feel something crucial is missing. The tailed beasts were once part of the god tree. Perhaps that branch could assist me." Orochimaru contemplated the feasibility of this notion. "I shall procure that branch." Once Orochimaru exited the laboratory, only Ichiraku and Rin remained. "Rin, why are you still here? Didn't your condition improve?" Uzumaki Rin smiled warmly. "Mr. Ichiraku, Orochimaru has helped us immensely. I wish to repay him. And collaborating with him to collect data also yields generous rewards." The Uzumaki clan had dwindled significantly. If there were any difficulties or issues, they could confide in her, and she would assist them. Rin merely smiled. "There are no difficulties. I am grateful to Mr. Ichiraku for rescuing us from that hell in the village hidden in grass." At that moment, Orochimaru entered with the branch, and Ichiraku observed as he prepared to concoct various herbs and the branch in a petri dish, feeling somewhat dubious. "Go ahead. Ichiraku, my method is absolutely safe." Ichiraku approached, observing the various herbs floating in the petri dish, and couldn't help but jest. "Teacher, this concoction resembles the brew of a snake." Orochimaru merely chuckled, remaining silent. Seizing the opportunity while Ichiraku was distracted, he kicked him into the dish, then added the remaining hero water and the cultivated Hashirama cells before sealing the container. After completing this, Orochimaru moved to Rin's side. "Let us draw a vial of blood first. I need to ascertain the difference between your blood and that of Kushina, who lacks healing abilities." Chapter 60. Separation. After drawing blood, Orochimaru instructed Uzumaki Ito to depart, for the most pressing matter at hand was the transformation of his body. At this moment, he found himself in a state of extreme vulnerability, and Orochimaru was reluctant to allow this specimen to slip from his watchful gaze. The metamorphosis endured for an extended period, during which the temperature within the laboratory steadily decreased. With no alternative, Orochimaru summoned the Umbu from outside to assist in relocating the laboratory's contents. The laboratory was replete with various experimental apparatus, data, and rare materials such as white zetsu, Sharingan, and Hashirama cells. Indeed, aside from the sealed chambers containing forbidden techniques, Orochimaru's laboratory was unrivaled throughout Konoha. Upon receiving word, Shino personally led a team to transfer the laboratory's critical items. Observing Shino's current state, Orochimaru instinctively touched his own hair. Recently, both he and Kabuto had been experiencing significant hair loss. Perhaps in a couple of days, he could concoct a hair growth solution as a remedy. Meanwhile, Shino, noticing Orochimaru's gesture, remained unfazed. Orochimaru was not the first to subconsciously touch his head, and he certainly would not be the last. A group of Umbu labored for an extended time to empty the laboratory, during which the temperature continued to plummet, and the nutrient solution within the specimen dish gradually froze, culminating in the formation of a crystalline ice egg. Orochimaru, intrigued, recorded the increasingly potent data, sensing that the transformation was nearing completion. By nightfall, the temperature within the laboratory had become unbearable for Orochimaru, compelling him to retreat outside and await developments. As the chill intensified, its influence expanded. Fortunately, the remote location of the laboratory minimized its impact on the villagers. Suddenly, a cracking sound resonated from within the laboratory, accompanied by a terrifying surge of chakra that appeared to manifest as a tailed beast. Uzumaki Ito emerged from the shattered specimen dish, his newfound power surging uncontrollably. With each step he took, the ground beneath him sprouted ice crystals. Incredible! Ito clenched his fists, reveling in the sensation of his transformation. He struck a nearby wall with a powerful punch, obliterating half the laboratory in the process. The nine tails emerged from within Ito, exclaiming, "Had I not witnessed your growth, I might have believed you were the 10th-tailed beast created by the Sage of Six Paths." Ito regarded the nine tails with a perplexed expression. "You, the nine tails," noticing Ito's reaction, glanced at himself, observing his blue claws. "Wait a moment. Blue?" The nine tails hastily moved to a nearby ice block, where a pale blue nine-tailed fox appeared before his eyes. "What has happened to my coloration?" "Uzumaki Ito, you must provide me with an explanation." Orochimaru approached, remarking, "It seems that your chakra has influenced him as well." "Nine tails. Ito, how do you feel? Allow me to draw a vial of blood to analyze any differences." Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru produced a syringe and plunged the needle into Ito's vein. However, to his astonishment, no blood flowed from the puncture. Upon withdrawing the needle, he found the wound encased in ice. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Ice transformation technique?" Meanwhile, the nine tails clung to Ito's pant leg, demanding, "You must revert me back. After all these years, my color has remained constant. Yet after a mere few years with you, I have changed." Ito disregarded the nine tails' concerns, thinking the color would likely return to normal in time. His primary curiosity lay in his current physical condition. He could sense that he had the ability to transform his entire being into ice. Gradually, various parts of his body began to crystallize, catching Orochimaru's attention. The Hozuki clan's water transformation technique had a fatal weakness, yet it was evident that Ito's ice transformation technique did not share such flaws. "Ito, can you consciously control the cessation of your ice transformation? I wish to study your blood." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ito, feeling the need to master his new form, replied, "I require time to gain control over my body." Orochimaru's expression turned regretful. "What a pity. As a scientist, is there anything more agonizing than having a specimen constantly before you yet being unable to study it?" Ito scooped up the still morose blue nine tails and began to leave. "Teacher, I shall return once I have mastered my ice transformation." As he exited the laboratory, Ito was greeted by the despondent visage of Sarutobi Shino and the concerned gaze of Minato Namikaze. Constructing this laboratory, even with the aid of Shinjuku, required considerable resources and manpower. While financial concerns were manageable, Konoha was currently bereft of anything but money. The issue of personnel was far more challenging to resolve. Given the extreme confidentiality of such a laboratory, it was improbable to entrust its construction to ordinary individuals. Thus, the burden would inevitably fall upon the beleaguered Umbu. The light in Shino's eyes had dimmed. Ever since Ito's appointment, they had been relegated to mere caretakers of tailed beasts, and now they were also tasked with construction duties. Minato placed a hand on Ito's shoulder, only to have it frozen in place. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, blowing warmth into his palm. "Ito, your body is clearly not normal. You should rest. I will have the Umbu resolve the laboratory's issues. This location can no longer be utilized." At that moment, Orochimaru seized Shino, stating, "Vice Minister, I have several suggestions regarding a new laboratory." The more Shino listened, the more exasperated he became, while Orochimaru's enthusiasm only grew. He had long wished to replace this dilapidated laboratory, and now, seizing the opportunity, he envisioned constructing a first-rate facility. Upon returning home, Ito awoke the next day to find his room transformed into an ice chamber. Both Shursui and Kimimaro deemed it too cold and relocated to their own homes. It appeared that rapid growth in power was not without its drawbacks. Ito gazed at the sheets clinging to him and lamented, while the nine tails lay nearby. "I have sought out another version of myself, and we are now two entirely distinct entities." He claims that in time, his chakra will return to its peak. "The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and the severed branches of the divine tree have completely separated me from my original self." Ito lifted the nine tails, stating, "Thus, you are now an independent life form. Blue, small, and quite adorable. Although, you seem to lack a bit of chakra. If I have effectively separated you into an independent entity, does that not make me your father?" The nine tails retreated into Ito's body, unwilling to engage with him. Ito, realizing his words were irrefutable, felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 61. Buro Orochimaru's laboratory is undergoing reconstruction, rendering him unable to conduct research. Thus he delves into his past research materials. Upon discovering the report on the Manjiki Sharingan, he finally realizes what he had previously overlooked. Kakashi Hatake, The chakra response of his Sharingan is identical to that of the Manjiki. It seems that in the days to come, he will have new research material. Orochimaru chuckles maniacally, while none of the Umbu dare to approach him. Meanwhile, Ito finally frees himself from the sheets that had ensnared him. Sometimes, when someone claims to be sealed by a blanket, they may not be deceiving you. As Orochimaru plots how to deceive Kakashi into joining him after the laboratory is completed, Ito approaches. Master, I am not yet fully accustomed to this surge of power, and I can sense that a significant portion of my strength remains untapped. Do you have any methods to help me battle powerful opponents? Orochimaru ponders for a moment and recalls a forbidden technique, one that the third Hokage had strictly prohibited from study. Master, will this technique truly work in such a place? Ito questions, gazing at the dilapidated structure before him. Filled with confusion, observing his not-so-bright disciple, Orochimaru patiently explains, the decay is merely superficial. Within the seals of Konoha lies the book of forbidden techniques. Techniques such as Edo Tensei were long ago sealed here, but the third Hokage deemed it prudent to preserve them in case Konoha faced a dire crisis. As they might aid in overcoming such a calamity, Ito steps forward and assists Orochimaru in unsealing the barrier on the door. Edo Tensei, I've long wished to study it. As they open the scroll of forbidden techniques, a passage comes into view. I am Tobarama Senju. I hereby inscribe the ninjutsu I have created into the book of forbidden techniques. Should Konoha face calamity, I hope the techniques within can provide assistance. Orochimaru hastily stuffs the entire tome into his serpent-like belly, taking with him all the notes on forbidden techniques from the room, leaving not a single written item behind. His approach is akin to a thorough excavation. Well then, I shall return to my studies. Once I have made progress, I will seek you out. Orochimaru departs, satisfied with his haul, leaving Ito in a state of astonishment. So, this is how scientists gather data, so ruthlessly. Ito seals the empty space once more and leaves. With nothing else to do, he visits the hidden mist village again, only to find Mei Terumi absent from her home. Her father informs him that the fourth Mizukage, seemingly in a peculiar mood, has begun selecting candidates for the position of Mizukage just after his own appointment. Ito discovers the whereabouts of Yagura, who, for once, is not holed up in the Mizukage's office. Instead, he is training outside the village with Kisame Hashigaki and Mei Terumi. Ito can only wait at Mei's house for the time being. Meanwhile, at the Watermelon Mountain, the pufferfish ghost stands listlessly to one side, while Obito sits in the chair before him, his left Sharingan swirling beneath his mask. Observing the pufferfish ghost behind him, Obito's eyes flash with coldness. Lin, I shall not spare anyone who has harmed you. The current control of Obito's Manjiki and his rebellious will form a delicate balance. He currently resides in a chaotic yet benevolent faction, perceiving all who have hurt Lin as villains deserving of retribution. After a day of training, Mei Terumi returns home, exhausted. Upon opening the door, she finds her favorite Konoha pastries laid out on the table, confirming her suspicion that someone had visited her. Indeed, she turns to find herself enveloped in a cool embrace. After a day of training, are you not tired? Ito gently wipes the beads of sweat from her forehead. Let us eat something and take a break. Seated comfortably, Mei Terumi enjoys Ito's attentive feeding, her cheeks puffed out. Ito, how strict is your training regimen? The two share a tender moment for quite some time before Ito finally returns to Konoha. Mei's parents, upon entering their room and seeing the array of snacks, were satisfied smiles. It seems this boy has a bit of conscience. Back at home, Shursui and Kamaru have already tidied up Ito's room. Just as Ito prepares to step outside for some fresh air, Ju walks in. Ito, you've been away from Konoha all afternoon. Tell me, have you gone to see your younger sister? What does she look like? Let me have a look. Ito pushes away Ju, who wears a mischievous grin. You and Yagura's relationship is still unresolved, and you have time to pry into my affairs? Soon, Orochimaru will help me find an opponent to adapt to my strength. You should join us, Ju. Upon mentioning Yagura, Ju's expression dims. Initially, all was well. His sister was delighted to see them dating. However, as time passed, she began to spend all her time dining out and playing with Yagura, leaving Ju without a date for several days. There is nothing I can do about that. No one in Konoha dares to provoke her. If I were to help you steal Yagura away, she and my sister would likely send me crashing underground. Kushina and Tsunade now wield the greatest power in Konoha, and their bloodline suppresses any who dare challenge Ito and Minato. Alas, this matter must rely on Jiraiya-sensei. If he can pursue Tsunade, she will have no time to compete for a girlfriend with you. Trust me, this is the wisdom of someone who has been there. Despair washes over Ju's face. By the time Jiraiya pursues his sister, it is likely that Naruto's son will have already been born. At this moment, within the Akatsuki organization, a new member has joined, Baruhu. Orochimaru did not betray Konoha as in the original tale, yet the Akatsuki still welcomed a rogue ninja from Konoha. With the assistance of the Akatsuki, Baruhu successfully acquired the powers of the ghostly transformation technique, gaining control over the 3 bloodline limits: the Reaper, Steel, and Storm Release. For his 4th choice, he selects Uchiha, specifically targeting Shisui Uchiha, who had gained some notoriety towards the end of the 3rd Shinobi War. The members of Akatsuki harbor various thoughts, with several newcomers eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate Ito and make a name for themselves. Kakuzu looks at these individuals with regret. Their bounty is substantial, but alas, once they enter Konoha, they cannot return, nor can he kill them for a profit. Baruhu, aware of the gazes directed at him, perceives these individuals as mere obstacles on his path to power. Once he secures the Sharingan, his next target will be Konoha's ice release, or perhaps, Baruhu turns his gaze towards Pain, more specifically, the Rinnegan within his eyes. A greedy glimmer appearing on his face. Pain God, completing the ghostly transformation technique, makes me the true immortal deity. Chapter 62, Awakening. Departing from the Akatsuki, Pain led his companions towards Konoha. In Pain's view, both the Rinnegan and the ice release of Uchiha would serve as stepping stones on his path to divinity. Regrettably, no matter how much he provoked, Pain refused to engage with the blood-red ice crystals. Otherwise, once they were mutually weakened, he could directly absorb the 2 strongest bloodlines in the ninja world. However, the Sharingan was also a worthy prize. That young boy named Shisui possessed remarkable body flicker technique, which would perfectly complement Pain's own lack of agility. While Pain fantasized about a glorious future, Kakuzu, also departing from the Akatsuki, infused chakra into a kunai. The direction was Amigakure. Kakuzu, without hesitation, Pain teleported to Amigakure, as the current strength of the Akatsuki posed no threat to him. The Rinnegan, which could not be fully utilized, was utterly harmless. Kakuzu-senpai, did you summon me? Kakuzu sensed the unstable aura emanating from Pain and couldn't help but marvel. You've broken through again. You can't be the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama, can you? Pain was puzzled by Kakuzu's deep obsession with Hashirama. Was it merely due to a past assassination attempt? Uzumaki Pain. Someone in the organization has set their sights on your disciple, Uchiha Shisui. His name is Baruhu. Pain recognized this individual, a contemporary of the legendary Sannin, akin to Kabuto in his ambition. No, Kabuto is a genius in his own right, while Baruhu's talent is, frankly, quite dismal. Be cautious. This person has consumed 3 bloodlines using a forbidden technique known as the Demon Seed technique. You may not fear him, but your disciple is no match for him. Pain looked at Kakuzu, his eyes filled with confusion. Kakuzu-senpai, why are you telling me this? Are you betraying the organization as well? Kakuzu disdainfully replied, that fool doesn't he represent the Akatsuki. His hidden ambitions may deceive others, but not me. Such a person will never bow to anyone. One misstep, and he will bite back. Pain tossed a scroll to Kakuzu. Thank you for the information. This is a token of my gratitude. Kakuzu caught the scroll, disregarding Pain's presence, and began counting the money contained within. Pain did not disturb him further and returned to Konoha. So Shisui has been targeted. Yet, this also presents an opportunity. Baruhu had left dark pawns in Konoha. Though not powerful, they were more than capable of obtaining general intelligence. He had thoroughly investigated Shisui's personal connections. After graduating, Shisui did not join a team, but underwent training as a reserve member of the Umbu. Unable to infiltrate Konoha, Baruhu's group could not reach Shisui. Thus, they could only lure him out through Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurinai. In just a few days, Anko encountered a specially crafted Jinjutsu dumpling at her favorite dango shop. And unsuspecting Kurinai fell prey as well. Shisui, Kinmaru, Weavy, discovered a particularly beautiful place in the forest outside the village. Would you care to join us? Anko draped her arm over Shisui's shoulder, and though Shisui hesitated, he eventually nodded in agreement. Kurinai handed Shisui and Kinmaru a skewer of dango. Have a snack. We'll set off after we eat. The Jinjutsu administered by Baru was primarily hypnotic. It subtly suggested that the 2 women bring Uchiha Shisui to the forest outside Konoha. Thus, their behavior remained unremarkable, and despite his suspicions, Shisui failed to notice anything amiss. As Shisui and Kinmaru moved towards Konoha, Pain stealthily followed behind them. The four of them swiftly made their way out of the village, and upon entering the Konoha forest, a sparkling spring appeared before them. Shursui, look. This is the wonderful place Anko and I found. Isn't it beautiful? I must tell you. Before she could finish, Anko collapsed. Kurinai, approaching to check on Anko, also fell unconscious, fortunately caught by Shursui. At that moment, laughter echoed from a distance. Uchiha Shursui, now you have nowhere to escape. Bairuhu led a group encircling Shursui and his companions. Upon seeing this, Shursui immediately channeled chakra into his flying thunder god Kanai. Wait, why can't I use my chakra? Shursui quickly glanced at Kinmaru, who shook his head in response. Don't waste your effort. That's my specially crafted secret medicine. It will take you a full day to recover your chakra, and don't expect anyone from Konoha to come to your rescue. No one will be nearby at this time. Shursui retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed one to Kinmaru. Unable to channel chakra, Kinmaru could not summon his body's bones. Just as Shursui and Kinmaru prepared to fight to the death, a series of crisp footsteps approached from afar. Teacher. Pain appeared slowly from the distance, each step causing a shard of ice to form on the ground, crackling as it fell. Oh, an old acquaintance. Zuki JZ. Did you come all this way to deliver a blade to me? Zuki JZ instinctively took a step back at Pain's words, gripping his beheading sword tightly. Bairuhu patted Zuki JZ's shoulder to reassure him, then fired a signal flare into the sky. As the signal flared, numerous cannon fodder merged through the demon seed technique and summoning beasts surged towards them. Crimson ice crystals. I find your ice release quite intriguing. Storm release. Thundercloud burst. With that, Bairuhu unleashed storm release, summoning a multitude of thunderclouds that erupted with lightning. After this attack, countless fused beasts charged toward Pain. Now, let us test my recently developed ninjutsu. Ice release. Xianbing dragon soars. An ice dragon, resembling a dragon from the east, soared into the sky from behind Pain, exhaling icy breath toward the enemy. Since Pain absorbed the branches of the god tree, his ice release had become more vibrant and controllable. Previously, the ice crystals he created were unmanageable. This transformation resolved his inability to unleash powerful techniques. The ice dragon soared through the sky, each attack claiming a fused beast. Zuki JZ. Take your men and entangle Uzumaki Pain. As long as we capture that Uchiha brat, he won't dare to confront us. Zuki JZ stared at Bairuhu in disbelief. Are you sure you've thought this through? Ignoring the hesitant few, Bairuhu activated the puppet seals he had secretly implanted on them, urging them forward, while he circled around to charge at Uchiha Shursui. Pain easily repelled the charging foes and immediately turned to block Bairuhu. Steel release, hardening. Bairuhu transformed his body into steel to block Pain's attack and locked him down, while Zuki JZ swung his beheading sword with all his might, severing Pain in half. Even Bairuhu, who held Pain in place, was sent flying by the strike. Nearby, Shursui rushed to the upper half of Pain's body, grasping his hand. Teacher, teacher. Shursui's eyes glimmered with 3 interlinked tomo, blood tears streaming down his cheeks. After a series of roars, Shursui turned sharply, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. Today, all of you shall pay for Uzumaki Pain. Chapter 63. Impure World Reincarnation. Tears of blood streamed down Shursui's eyes as green ribs emerged beside him, growing and extending continuously. A skeletal green arm seized Paipa Shurzong, and amidst his agonized screams, Shurzong was crushed to death by the Susanoo. Beside them, Obito gazed at Shursui with eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, this was the legendary Susanoo, the embodiment of divine power. Today, this power would finally belong to me. Steel release, hardening. Dark release, absorption hole. Obito relentlessly struck Shursui's first form of Susanoo, each blow allowing him to absorb a fraction of chakra, and Shursui, still young, could only endure for so long before succumbing to the effects of the poison. Ha! What an unexpected delight. Uchiha Shursui, I shall forever remember you as the cornerstone of my ascension to divinity. Just as Obito prepared to devour and fuse with Shursui, an ice wall barred his way. What do you intend to do to my disciple? Upon hearing that voice, Obito's eyes widened in shock. You are not dead. Kakashi, having no habit of explaining his techniques to others, immediately protected Shursui and then withdrew his beheading sword. Regardless of whether you are human or specter, no one shall impede me today. Wind release, thundercloud explosion. Countless thunderclouds engulfed the battlefield, and as the lightning flashed, all the clouds detonated simultaneously. Obito attempted to withstand the damage with steel release, hoping to breach the ice wall shielding Shursui with the explosive power of the wind release. Steel release. Wind magnetism composite ninjutsu. Super electromagnetic cannon 3.0. Utilizing his Kagaya's Byakugan to ascertain the target's position, the electromagnetic cannon struck Obito with pinpoint accuracy. As the smoke cleared, Obito had vanished. Kakashi confirmed he had struck true. Despair? Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Kakashi approached Shursui while inside the ice wall. Kanshiki warily observed the sound of footsteps. This kid truly cares about me. I had initially planned to arrange for Kurenai to feign death if he didn't awaken, to facilitate a proper execution. Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Kanshiki lowered his guard, and the two swiftly transported Shursui and the others to the Konoha hospital. The first to arrive to visit was Orochimaru and Fugaku Uchiha. Kakashi did not conceal Shursui's awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan from the familiar faces. Orochimaru and Tsunade could aid in restoring Shursui's body and ocular power, while Fugaku possessed various secret techniques and skills passed down through the Uchiha clan regarding the Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the unconscious Shursui, licking his lips at the sight of yet another pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Fugaku found it difficult to voice his thoughts, yet Shursui had grown under his watchful eye. Rest assured, I shall begin formulating a restorative elixir for his ocular powers today. In a few days, let Shursui come to collect it himself. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of a second pair of Mangeki, counting Obito, that made 3. The Uchiha clan would surely thrive under my leadership. I shall be the greatest clan leader in Uchiha history. Kakashi waved his hand, urging Orochimaru to depart. Once Shursui recovers, I will bring him to you for a comprehensive examination. And our esteemed clan leader, your kin require rest. Satisfied with Kakashi's response, Orochimaru took his leave, while Fugaku quickly covered his mouth, having inadvertently revealed his overwhelming excitement. After attending to the visitors who came and went, Shursui finally awoke that evening. Shursui, you're awake. Seeing Kakashi enter, Shursui's face was filled with suspicion. Who are you? What do you want? Masquerading as Kakashi-sensei. As Kakashi continued to approach without hesitation, Shursui leapt from the bed. Stop. Do not come any closer. Shursui activated his Mangeki Sharingan, attempting to ward off Kakashi. Deep down, he genuinely wished that the figure before him was real, yet the image of Kakashi being bisected haunted his thoughts. Noticing Shursui's distressed demeanor, Kakashi unleashed chakra, releasing an aura of cold. Do you believe me now? Why so many theatrics? Has activating the Mangeki rendered you daft? Observing the emptiness in Shursui's mind, Kakashi could not help but jest. As Shursui felt the familiar force and tone, he finally relaxed and returned to the bed. Kakashi-sensei, how is this possible? I clearly saw me being cut down, did you? Kakashi, before Shursui, partially elementalized his body, leaving Shursui stunned, unable to close his mouth in shock. Understand now? To facilitate your awakening of the Mangeki, I have gone to great lengths. Do not be disheartened. The world of adults is fraught with lies and deception. Accepting this is a sign of your maturity. Years later, when the newly awakened Mangeki Itachi encountered the lively Shursui, who had seemingly leaped from a precipice, he too experienced a profound sense of disbelief, and Sasuke could not escape the same fate. Also lying in a hospital bed was Obito. Had it not been for Ketsu's timely push, he would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. Gazing at the missing left side of his body, Obito seethed in impotent rage. Black Zetsu, observing Obito's despondent state, felt a twinge of sympathy. I will use White Zetsu to restore the portion of your body that you have lost. I will also help you acquire the materials for the Gaki. Do not return to Konoha to throw your life away. Black Zetsu, filled with exasperation, lamented that Obito had devolved into a state of mental disarray. Who could have anticipated that upon encountering Rin, he could withstand even the remnants left by Madara? Alas, in order to save his mother, Black Zetsu had resorted to utilizing Obito as a temporary substitute. However, this Obito was hardly reliable. Black Zetsu now felt as though life had become a dismal shadow. After waiting so many years to obtain a pair of Rinnegan, the ninja world had given rise to such a monster. It seemed imperative to bring Obito back and seek an opportunity to resurrect Madara. Uzumaki Kakashi was no longer a foe that could be contended with by ordinary means. At this moment, in a secret chamber of Konoha, Tsunade and SHN were fixated on the technique before them. As two white Zetsus painfully transformed into the forms of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, Orochimaru eagerly observed the effects of the technique, while Kabuto diligently recorded data, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. It seems I shall have to frequent the graveyard more often. Only just revived, Hashirama Senju had yet to comprehend the situation. Where is this? Ah, Tsunade, you are here too. Have you also perished? Brother, judging by our appearances, this should be the impure world reincarnation technique I invented. We have been summoned back from the Pure Land. Young one, why have you called us forth? Is Konoha facing some unprecedented crisis? Orochimaru recalled the devastation caused by Kakashi's unrestrained strength and nodded. Indeed, Lord First. Lord Second. Konoha is experiencing an unparalleled calamity. Orochimaru's gaze flicked toward Kakashi, who was brimming with energy. If he could not restrain his power, Konoha would soon be in ruins. Chapter 65. Reincarnation of Filth, 2. Ah, how astonishing it is. The youth of today are truly remarkable. The first Hokage exuberantly patted the shoulder of Ichi, his gaze flitting around at the assembled crowd before finally resting on SH2. Are you, my grandson? He was aware that such a question might be deemed impolite, given the youth's obvious age, significantly younger than Tsunade. Yet the unmistakable aura of their shared lineage was undeniable. SH2 was undoubtedly of his bloodline. Great-grandfather, this is SH2, your grandson, Tsunade introduced, bringing SH2 before the first Hokage, who affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Good lad. Having passed away long before SH2's birth, this was the first time the boy laid eyes on his great-grandfather. No, that was incorrect. He was still technically deceased. Regardless, it was the first time SH2 had encountered the half-alive Hashirama Senju. With a face full of admiration, SH2 declared, I am SH2, and I have awakened my wood release. I shall strive to become a great ninja like you. Nonsense. You summoned us back for such trivial matters? What kind of teachings have you received from the monkey? Before SH2 could finish his sentence, the second Hokage, having grasped the full situation, was already seething with rage. His chakra erupting violently, shattering the very ground beneath him. With a mere flick of his finger, a mist of water enveloped the room. If he so desired, this place could be obliterated by water release in an instant. Tobirama, cease at once. Are you truly going to unleash your wrath upon the villagers? Lower your finger. The first Hokage turned to the second, immense chakra pressing down upon him, far more terrifying than before. Understood. For heaven's sake, do not unleash your chakra recklessly, brother. Hashirama returned to Ichi's side. Are you also my grandson? Or perhaps a great-grandson? Your aura feels even more familiar than SH2's. Has there been a mutation in our bloodline? Why has your hair turned pink? Is that the nine tails within you? How did it become so feeble? Hashirama's curiosity was insatiable, peppering Ichi with questions. Well, I am from the Uzumaki clan. Ah, no matter. I comprehend. After all, Mito has long wished to revitalize the Uzumaki clan. Observing the first Hokage's imaginative musings, Ichi hastily interrupted. Lord First, I assure you, I am a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan. What you sense is this. Ichi entered sage mode, freezing the moisture created by the second Hokage. Haha. The Uzumaki clan has produced such a prodigy. Mito will surely be delighted. Let us first see what Konoha looks like now. The first Hokage exclaimed, leading Ichi and SH2 outside. Brother, we are already dead. We shouldn't. Tobirama, noticing Hashirama's pitiful expression and the imminent gloom upon his face, softened his tone. At the very least, use a transformation jutsu before we proceed outside. With a sigh, Tobirama relented, and Hashirama immediately grabbed Ichi, rushing outward. The others followed closely, wary of any potential chaos that the exuberant first Hokage might unleash. Upon exiting the chakra-sealed room, the second Hokage sensed an overwhelming chakra presence throughout Konoha. Brother, quickly over there. That chakra. It belongs to the tailed beasts. Young man, why is there tailed beast chakra in the village? Tobirama bellowed to those around him, swiftly heading towards the nearest source of chakra. The first Hokage's expression turned serious as he followed in the direction of his brother. He was a man who would sacrifice anything for the village, and he would ruthlessly eliminate any threats to Konoha. Upon their arrival, they found the second Hokage cradling a cat with unrestrained affection, while Uchiha Fugaku stood nearby, smiling warmly. As the second Hokage entered the cat's safe, he was taken aback. It appeared that the tailed beasts and the villagers were coexisting in peace. Wairi was even instructing the aloof cats, when customers arrive, you should proactively seek affection and cuddles. They come here to find joy, let them pet you, and they will buy treats for you. This scene shattered the second Hokage's worldview, and he was so entranced that he remained oblivious to the fact that he had reverted from his transformation. Upon receiving word, Uchiha Fugaku rushed to the CAF to inform the Umbu, while Shinjiro immediately arranged for the members of the Yamashiro clan within the Umbu to erase the memories of passers-by. Second Hokage, I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. This cat CAF is a collaboration between our clan and YRY. Please do not be alarmed. The second Hokage only registered the word Uchiha in Fugaku's introduction, questioning why the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan would operate such a place. Noticing that the second Hokage stood motionless, Fugaku guided him inside, presenting the CAF's most adorable cats. In mere minutes, the second Hokage transitioned from indifference to unabashed delight. After all, who could resist the charm of fluffy creatures? The first Hokage entered the CAF, witnessing this scene and saying, Tobarama, you. The second Hokage, upon seeing his brother, sheepishly concealed the cat behind him, just as the first and second Hokage prepared to explore other areas. Kushina arrived with Naruto in tow to enjoy some feline companionship. Hashirama, with an expression of wonder, remarked, Is this my great-grandson? He is so small. Surely he cannot be in sage mode yet. But why does he have blonde hair? As Hashirama petted Naruto, some chakra subtly flowed into the boy's body, unnoticed even by Hashirama himself. Upon hearing the first Hokage's words, Kushina promptly distanced Naruto from him. Tsunade swiftly explained to the first Hokage, great-grandfather. That is the child of the fourth Hokage. Your only grandson is Sh. Please refrain from indiscriminately claiming grandsons and great-grandsons. The second Hokage subsequently visited the beach with Shikaku, the dumpling shop with Ch. Mei, witnessing the harmonious existence of tailed beasts and villagers, as though a new world had been unveiled to him. If Konoha were ever attacked in the future, would these tailed beasts not come to their aid? In stark contrast to the second Hokage's serious demeanor, the first Hokage was drawn into the nearby casino as soon as he exited the CAF. Enchanted by the sound of dice, both he and Tsunade were captivated, promptly deciding to conquer the casino that day. With the assurance that Konoha was safe, the second Hokage regarded Ichi and Minato with a newfound gentleness and approval, while the benevolence in his gaze towards Fugaku had entirely dissipated. The malevolent Uchiha. Once the first Hokage entered the casino, there would be no escape within a day. The second Hokage, meanwhile, returned to the laboratory, perusing Orochimaru's experimental notes, his eyes gleaming brighter with each page. At that moment, the second Hokage's expression mirrored that of the first Hokage upon discovering the casino. The insatiable thirst for knowledge inherent in scientists is uncontrollable. Ichi witnessed the second Hokage drawing Orochimaru and Kabuto into the laboratory, reminiscent of the first Hokage dragging Tsunade into the casino. These two are indeed brothers by blood. Chapter 66. I capture it was not until the following day that the first and second Hokages, still brimming with excitement, followed a certain clan to the forest outside of Konoha. Vortex clan, I declared, from this moment forth, my brother and I, primarily my brother, will unleash our utmost strength against you. Whether you can harness this power and continue to develop it depends entirely on you. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. A colossal tree surged upwards, enveloped in a layer of frost, as the abilities of the tree realm were impeded by the ice crystals. Under such frigid conditions, the second Hokage's water release techniques faltered, leaving him to rely on the flying thunder god technique to seek a lethal opportunity. The first Hokage gathered chakra in his fists, launching a powerful strike towards the Vortex clan member. In response, the latter crystallized his right hand in ice armor, repelling the first's assault while simultaneously channeling monstrous strength and boiling release to send him flying. What formidable strength! No, it surpasses mere strength. It is amalgamated with other forces. Now how about this? Wood release, wood dragon technique. Behind Hashirama, a great tree gradually extended into a wooden dragon, soaring towards the Vortex member. Upon seeing the approaching wooden dragon, he clapped his hands together. Ice release, Shinbing dragon soaring. The ice dragon pinned the wooden dragon to the ground, gathering energy to unleash its breath. Observing this, the first Hokage promptly executed the wood golem technique, its arms grasping the ice dragon's neck and flinging it away. Ice release, colossal summoning technique. An ice giant materialized before the Vortex member, with the ice dragon swirling around it, creating a magnificent spectacle. The first Hokage glanced at the Vortex member's ice dragon and colossal figure, then at his own wooden golem and wooden dragon. Sometimes, imitation is not fearsome. What is truly alarming is when the imitation surpasses you in elegance and quality. His eyes transformed into stars as he beheld the Vortex member's magnificent ice giant. Wow, how did you create that? Your ice golem is far more aesthetically pleasing than my wooden one. My ice golem is not merely a thing of beauty. Dragon roar cannon. A dragon coiled around the ice giant's arm, channeling its power into the dragon's head, which opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of energy. The wooden golem attempted to block the attack, but its entire arm was obliterated. Seizing this opportunity, the Vortex member commanded the ice giant to press the attack. The second Hokage, unable to intervene from the sidelines, was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. One day, I too shall develop a jutsu that can summon a colossal figure. The ice giant drew forth a blade of ice from its back, cleaving the wooden golem in twain, leaving it with only one arm to defend itself, thus rendering it incapable of further resistance. The first Hokage, exhilarated, recognized that even with his reincarnation being less than perfect, resulting in only 60% of his power, it was still sufficient to dominate the ninja world. Senjutsu mode, activate. My reincarnation is straining. This is my final move. Sage art, true thousand hands. The Vortex member extracted the nine tails from his own body. Why is it still so small? Never mind. Allow me to infuse you with chakra. Wait, why are you engaging with that creature? The nine tails expressed its dread towards the true thousand hands, fearing it as much as the Outer Path's Deva statue. The sight of being seized like a chick left a profound psychological scar on the nine tails. Disregarding the nine tails, the Vortex member swiftly enveloped it in ice crystal armor, commanding the ice giant to mount the nine tails and charge towards the true thousand hands, with the ice dragon spiraling alongside, using its breath to assist the ice giant against the advancing giant Buddha's arms. Sage art, transformation of the Buddha. After a barrage of wooden hands, a quintet of elemental chakra assaults followed. The chakra from the ice giant converged into the ice dragon, leading to a collision of the frost beam and the 5 elemental attacks. The Vortex member relentlessly infused chakra into the colossal figure beneath him. The conflict persisted for an extended duration, for the reincarnated body possessed an infinite supply of chakra, and its state would not diminish. However, the Vortex member was becoming fatigued. This is my final move. Ice release. Ice element summoning. Ice crystal phoenix. Anivya. As the ice giant was shattered by the transformation of the Buddha, a massive ice egg appeared before the Vortex member, shielding him and the nine tails from the Buddha's onslaught. Once the Buddha's attack ceased, the sound of cracking resonated across the battlefield. Hashirama gazed at the ice egg with astonishment and curiosity. As the cracking grew louder, the shell began to fracture, and a sharp, clear cry of a phoenix echoed through the skies, revealing a magnificent ice crystal phoenix that matched the size of the Buddha in Hashirama's eyes. Glacial storm. Anivya unleashed a frigid breath towards the heavens, shrouding the entire forest in dark clouds as countless large ice crystals descended from above, while Anivya flapped her wings, stirring the cold winds to slow the first Hokage's movements. Ultimately, the first Hokage became gradually encased in ice crystals, and the first Hokage, at 60% power, was defeated. As the battle concluded, cracks began to appear on the first Hokage's face and body. A flash of white light erupted, and his soul departed from his corporeal form. Vortex member, I have left a gift for you and Shinsui with Orochimaru. Be sure to collect it. After the battle, the second Hokage approached. The reincarnation is still incomplete. My brother's power is too immense, and this body cannot withstand it. Let us proceed to the laboratory for a physical examination. The second Hokage grasped the Vortex member's collar and led him towards the lab, joined by Uchiha Shinsui. The second Hokage held Shinsui in high regard. As a descendant of Mirror, Shinsui's love for the village rivaled that of anyone else. The Vortex member witnessed the second Hokage secretly handing Shinsui a notebook, cautioning him that its content must not be revealed to any other Uchiha. After conducting physical examinations and gathering data for both the Vortex member and Shinsui, Orochimaru and the second Hokage finally allowed them to leave. Currently, their primary research focus was Kakashi. The Vortex member's elemental transformation and Shinsui's Manjiki Sharingan paled in comparison to Kakashi's abilities. When Orochimaru assessed Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan capabilities, he stumbled upon its spatial properties. and the two scientific enthusiasts could hardly resist such a rare research opportunity. Poor Kakashi emerged from the lab 2 days later, appearing utterly drained. Well, I must take my leave. My brother should be waiting for me in the Pure Land. In truth, the second Hokage had initially intended to depart that very day, but the allure of Orochimaru's experimental data was too enticing. Each piece of information was a treasure to a scientist, and it was through these that Orochimaru gradually pried the knowledge from the second Hokage's mind. The first Hokage had left behind a notebook containing his experiences in creating various would-release ninjutsu and insights into the technique. Not long after the days settled into tranquility, Shinsui encountered another unexpected turn of events. The Team Yuhi was ambushed by mysterious ninjas during a mission, prompting Uchiha Shinsui to rush to their aid upon hearing the news. Upon arrival, he discovered that the assailant targeting the Konoha ninjas was none other than the now-recovered Obito. Having successfully integrated White Zetsu in the Sharingan, Obito had acquired 5 bloodline limits, significantly enhancing his strength. Uchiha Shinsui, what a narrow path of fate. This time, luck will not favor you. Obito hardened his body with steel release and charged at Shinsui, who, concerned for Kurenai's safety, summoned Susanoo and launched a strike that sent Obito flying. Seizing the moment, Shinsui rushed to Kurenai's side. "Kurenai, are you alright? The Sharingan is mine." Kurenai, taking advantage of Shinsui's distraction, embraced him and plunged a kunai into his abdomen. Extracting his left eye, Shinsui screamed in agony, retreating hastily. Kurenai, half her body enveloped in black substance, held Shinsui's left eye in her dark hand. With no hope of victory, Shinsui swiftly infused chakra into his flying thunder god kunai, but Black Zetsu showed no inclination to engage further. Instead, it latched onto Obito and facilitated his escape from the battlefield. Black Zetsu ventured to the hidden mist village, seeking out Obito, and fused the stolen left eye of Shinsui with the left eye of mirror within Obito's socket, resulting in an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Since awakening his Sharingan, Shinsui had never used the Kotoame Tsukumi, only to ultimately become a pawn for Black Zetsu. Kuroju, utilizing the eternal kaleidoscope, altered Obito's memories and will by the celestial deities. The eternal kaleidoscope in Obito's left eye spun wildly. "Rin, I yearn to forge a world that encompasses you. I shall sever the very fabric of causality in this realm." Chapter 67. Nagato Korezetsu gazed at Obito, overwhelmed by despair. "You're not my comrade. The fact that you were mentally fractured before is one thing. But now that you seem to have regained your sanity, why has your condition worsened? Is there some hidden side effect of the Tsukuyami? Obito, what are your next steps?" Even if Obito's mind remains unbalanced, Korezetsu could only place his hopes, albeit temporarily, upon him. "Call me Uchiha Madara." "Very well, Uchiha Madara. What shall we do next?" Korezetsu rolled his eyes in irritation, unseen by Obito. "First, let us utilize the Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts. In just a few years, my left eye's Tsukuyami will be usable again. At that time, we can control Nagato to resurrect Madara and execute the Eye of the Moon plan." Korezetsu nodded in agreement. After thousands of years, just a few more years were a trivial wait for him. Before Korezetsu could say more, Obito vanished using Kamui. When Itachi reached Shirsui's side, Korezetsu and Black Zetsu had already fled, leaving behind the sight of the one-eyed Shirsui. Itachi quickly transported Shirsui back to the Konoha hospital. "Suna, how is Shirsui?" Tsunade was in the midst of examining Shirsui, whose Sharingan had been taken. The optic nerve damage was minimal. They could temporarily replace the lost eye. Otherwise, if left too long, the nerve would die and recovery would be impossible. Itachi let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Snake had quite a few Sharingan left. As long as the nerve wasn't severely damaged, Shirsui's original Sharingan could eventually be reclaimed. Upon leaving the hospital, Itachi hurried to Uncle Snake's laboratory. "Orochimaru-sensei, Shirsui's Sharingan has been taken. Do you still have the 3 tomo left by Danzo?" Orochimaru paused his experiments, lamenting the loss of the Manjiki while retrieving a Sharingan from his storage. "Take this 3 tomo to Shirsui, and also this right eye of Uchiha Kagami." According to the second Hokage's research, Uchiha Madara broke the curse of failure with the Manjiki by replacing it with his brother Uchiha Izuna's eye. Once he receives this eye, you should inject the diluted Senju cells into his body. Itachi nodded, taking the items Orochimaru provided and returning to the hospital. Inside the patient room, Kurenai carefully fed Shirsui some porridge. "How is it?" "Too hot." Kurenai felt a sense of guilt for Shirsui's injury, having witnessed the events while under Kurizetsu's control. She came to care for him immediately after his discharge. Observing the scene, Itachi couldn't help but reflect that Shisui was now truly capable of safeguarding the future of Konoha. Alright, enough of the lovey-dovey moment. We need to attend to the wounds, Tsunade interjected, teasing the couple while holding the Sharingan she obtained from Orochimaru. Both Shisui and Kurenai blushed, offering no rebuttal. Kurenai moved aside as Tsunade approached, her eyes filled with complexity as she regarded the Senju cells in her hands. Initially, she had agreed to Orochimaru's experiments on the first Hokage cells for the sake of Hashirama. She never anticipated such diverse applications would emerge from this research. Tsunade injected the Senju cells into Shisui's body. While Shisui absorbed the cells, Tsunade deftly placed the two Sharingan into his eye sockets. Unlike Obito, who possessed a vast quantity of Senju cells for immediate fusion into the eternal Manjiki, Shisui's fusion would be considerably slower. Tsunade covered Shisui's right eye with a bandage. Your left eye will function normally by nightfall, but your right eye is still in the fusion stage. Keep it away from light for a week. After giving her instructions, Tsunade departed. Itachi, seeing he was now alone in the room, felt a sense of relief, knowing Kurenai would care for Shisui. Upon reaching his doorstep, Itachi encountered Hinata's mother, Hinata Miya, and Mikoto Uchiha, both cradling their children as they entered Kushina's home. Although the relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans was strained, it did not hinder the friendship between Mikoto and Miya. The two had been close friends since their time in the Ninja Academy, especially after Kushina saved Hinata from being kidnapped by the Cloud Ninjas. Despite the initial animosity, these two women formed a strong bond over their shared friendship with Kushina. And the three mothers found endless topics to discuss regarding their children. Having left the Hidden Mist village, Obito returned to the Akatsuki. Currently, Nagato's strength was insufficient to serve as his pawn. Within the tallest tower of the Rain Village, Obito emerged from a space vortex behind Nagato, injecting a syringe into his shoulder. Madara, what have you done to me? Nagato attempted to use Shinra Tensei to push Obito away, but the latter evaded the counterattack with Kamui. Staring at his hands in astonishment, Nagato felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Even the control of the Rinnegan felt more manageable. Nagato's hostility dissipated. Madara, what have you done to me? Obito waved the empty syringe nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a little gadget. He would not reveal to Nagato that he had injected Uchiha Madara's cells, which would undoubtedly aid Nagato in mastering the Rinnegan. Next, Obito assisted Nagato in removing the black rods from his back. Just as Nagato was about to protest, Obito interrupted, "You no longer require these." A white zetsu enveloped Nagato's withered legs, its cellular structure continuously repairing his wounds, even rendering his frail body slightly more robust. This is... For the first time in 2 years, Nagato stepped away from his wooden vehicle, walking on his own legs. The exhilaration in his eyes was unmistakable. Obito patted Nagato on the shoulder. Nagato, you possess eyes akin to those of the Sage of Six Paths. If anyone can bring an end to the chaos in the ninja world, it will be you. Obito continued to weave grand illusions for Nagato. The tailed beasts represent the ultimate power of a village. Once we capture all the tailed beasts and harness their power, we can undoubtedly achieve true peace in the ninja world. Nagato nodded in agreement with Obito's plan. However, as Obito departed the Akatsuki, both he and Nagato simultaneously concealed their smiles. Nagato was reluctant to trust the masked Obito, yet he found the plan intriguing. Sealing the tailed beasts within the Outer Path's golem would give him complete control over their utilization. Meanwhile, Obito quietly mocked Nagato's naivety, knowing that all his pursuits were merely a means to serve his own Moon Eye plan. In the end, the one who would emerge triumphant would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 68. The second battle with the Six Tails from the shadows emerged Konan, addressing Nagato, that Obito cannot be trusted. Konan, regardless of the circumstances. Peace in the shinobi world is our greatest aspiration, shared also by Yahiko. Whatever schemes Obito may harbor, they will be laid bare before my Rinnegan, Nagato asserted. Konan, the first step for our organization will be to amass sufficient funds. When the time comes, use this money to acquire explosive tags. Should I falter, it will serve as a safeguard for you. Nagato, Kisame interjected, you are so noble, truly remarkable. You have squandered a significant portion of my life as savings on women. However, the organization still lacked members. They needed to scour the lands for formidable rogue ninjas. Coincidentally, Obito was also on the lookout for suitable pawns to monitor the Akatsuki. To speak candidly, while Obito appeared mentally unstable, when his mind was clear, he displayed remarkable cunning. Konan and Kisame sought out Haiden, a devout follower of the evil deity. Individuals like Haiden, who were both difficult to eliminate and lacked value, were ideal companions for Kisame. Unfortunately, Kisame was dissatisfied with Haiden. Having experienced the thrill of the Flying Thunder God technique, he yearned for a comrade skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Yet, such techniques were exceedingly rare, leaving Kisame with no choice but to reluctantly accept Haiden as his ally. As for Obito, he had his sights set on Kisame from the Mist Village and Itachi Uchiha from Konoha, but the timing was not yet ripe for recruiting them into the Akatsuki. At this moment, a summons reached Kakashi, who arrived in the Mist Village, not summoned by Meitarumi, but by an old acquaintance, Ao. Behind him stood 2 4-year-old children. Kakashi, these are my 2 sons. Manatsu, Mizujetsu, greet your uncle Kakashi. With a smile, Kakashi ruffled the children's hair and presented them with 2 candies from his ninja pouch. Kakashi, please take my 2 sons to Konoha. Ao's request to send his children away left Kakashi perplexed. The Mist Village has become increasingly perilous. Our clan is already dwindling. In this generation, only these 2 children remain. Upon hearing Ao's words, Mizujetsu quickly retreated. I do not wish to go to Konoha. I want to remain in the Mist Village and become one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. It is our duty to restore their glory. Ao gently patted Mizujetsu's head. Foolish child, where in the Mist Village would you find the 7 ninja swordsmen? The village itself has only 2 swords left. Whom could you possibly replace? I must tell you, 4 of the 7 swords are already in the possession of others. If you desire a sword, go to Konoha. Kakashi shook his head, extending 5 fingers. What did you say? Ao blinked in disbelief. Kakashi reiterated, the rogue ninja, Pakin, died recently in Konoha. Including the sword I sent away, there are 5 swords in Konoha. The 2 brothers, Mizujetsu and Manatsu, only heard the words sword and 5. I will go to Konoha, Mizujetsu declared, having wandered long without a worthy master. If you grant me a sword, I shall recognize you as my adoptive father. Ao, pulling the playful Mizujetsu aside, produced 2 scrolls from his robe. These are the summoning scrolls for the 7 ninja swords. The scrolls belong to our village. I cannot gift them to you, but I can lend them for your study. Once Manatsu comes of age, you must return the scroll to him. The entire shinobi world is aware that Konoha's blood-red ice crystal enjoys collecting various, intriguing artifacts. Very well. I am indeed interested in scrolls capable of forming contracts with inanimate objects. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi first settled the 2 brothers before undergoing the familiar physical examination. After receiving the child-rearing manual from Orochimaru, he promptly departed, bringing back the 2 children. The Umbu now had 2 more individuals to monitor and protect, increasing the workload for the beleaguered Shinji. The situation in the Mist Village was dire, unlike the original narrative where Obito had controlled Yagura for many years. Just as Obito established his control, Meitarumi and Kisame, who interacted with Yagura frequently, discovered the truth. Ao's Byakugan further confirmed that Yagura was indeed under someone's control. Meanwhile, the Mizukage clan had become increasingly unruly in recent years. Following Yagura's subjugation, they grew brazen, and it was unclear what promises Obito had made to draw them to his side. In no time, the entire Mist Village was divided into 2 factions, one led by Yagura and the Mizukage clan, and the other by Meitarumi and the civilian ninjas. Mei and her companions had made several attempts to dispel Yagura's genjutsu, all of which had failed. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan's illusion was not easily broken. As they gazed upon Yagura, who now displayed 6 tails, their expressions were filled with despair. The corrosive blue chakra of the 6 tails was overwhelming. Stimulating the acupuncture points to break the illusion was unrealistic, and long-range ninjutsu struggled to penetrate the tailed beast's defenses. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Uzumaki Kakashi was widely recognized as the 3rd-generation Terminator and the 4th nemesis. Such tasks were well within his expertise. As Yagura lunged once more, an ice wall emerged to intercept him, and a familiar figure stood before Mei once again. I cannot allow you to pass. My beloved is still there. Ice release, frozen fist. The ice chakra enveloped Kakashi's fist, freezing Yagura upon contact. The others exhaled in relief, but suddenly, Yagura erupted with astonishing chakra, manifesting the 6 tails. Uzumaki Kakashi, you killed Rin. Today, I shall make you pay for her death. As the voice echoed, a man wearing a tiger-patterned mask emerged from a space vortex. Obito's blue skeletal figure gradually materialized, soon adorned with green flesh and clothing, while a beast and Susanoo flanked Kakashi. From the six tails erupted corrosive gas, and Obito's Susanoo wielded a spear, ready to strike. Kakashi first shielded Mei and the others with an ice wall before summoning an ice dragon that soared into the sky. The ice dragon unleashed a breath attack towards the six tails, but Obito's Susanoo intercepted it with his spear, while the tailed beast ball began to coalesce in the six tails' mouth. The tailed beast ball was subsequently launched towards the ice dragon, enveloping the area in smoke. According to the law of smoke without harm, as the haze dissipated, the blue giant revealed itself, with the ice crystal dragon swirling around it. Kakashi, controlling the giant, unsheathed a long blade strapped to his back, unleashing a blue slash. Crescent Moon. Heavenly Charge. The slash was executed with such speed that Obito could only rely on Kimui to evade. But the six tails did not possess such an ability, taking the blow squarely and reverting from its tailed beast form. Chapter 69. The self-detonation of the six tails. As the six tails self-destructed, Yagura's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the kaleidoscope of his ocular technique was finally dispelled under the violent onslaught of Uchiha Itachi. Upon regaining consciousness, Yagura nearly cried out, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He felt as if he had just emerged from the depths of a monstrous creature. However, Obito had no intention of sparing him. The Black Zetsu had woven memories into him, convincing him that he had ordered the three tails to be placed within Rin's body, leading to her tragic demise at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Yagura, along with Itachi and the three tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, were all deemed responsible for Rin's death. Yagura, go and repay Rin with your life. Obito observed as Yagura quickly formed hand seals, red chakra once again surging from within him. This time, the pain became unbearable, and Yagura let out a cry. The cloak of the tailed beast reappeared around him, and he transformed into a true beast, embodying primal ferocity. Uchiha Itachi, this is the gift I have prepared for you. Enjoy it. With his words, a spatial vortex materialized, pulling him in. The six tails' eyes within Yagura retained their Sharingan appearance, and the tailed beast unleashed a torrent of chakra, causing Yagura's body to swell, on the brink of self-detonation. Sage Art, Thousand-Year Ice Prison. Itachi activated Sage Mode, summoning colossal ice pillars that encased the expanding Yagura. The six tails explosion shattered the ice prison, but Itachi quickly erected several layers of ice walls to mitigate the blast. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, the residual force of the explosion injuring him. In the center of the explosion, Yagura lay in the crater, his chest barely rising and falling, a faint sign of life. The tailed beasts are inherently simple creatures. They reciprocate kindness. In its final moments, the six tails regained its consciousness and devoted all its chakra to protect Yagura. Much like the nine tails had sacrificed its life for Naruto to access the tailed beast mode, the six tails chose Yagura, even at the cost of delaying its own revival. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei was busy dealing with the aftermath, while Obito had already begun to infiltrate the hidden mist village. Observing the demise of the watermelon mountain pufferfish, Zetsu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Kisame, would you care to join me in leaving? Just as Kisame picked up the great blade Samahata from the ground, a masked figure emerged from the shadows. The act of killing and seizing weapons was a standard practice among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Surely, the masked man was not under the illusion that Kisame's actions had left him vulnerable. Ignoring Kisame's astonished expression, Obito continued, the ninja world is rife with lies, betrayal, and slaughter, much like the blood-soaked fog in which you are forced to slay your comrades. Only my Moon Eye plan can reveal the true world and bestow genuine peace upon the ninja realm. Allow me to liberate you from this false suffering. Who are you? My name is Uchiha Madara. That great man has long since perished. Your words are hardly credible. Reveal your true self. So this is what Mr. Itachi meant by the misguided Uchiha. It seems matters are not so simple. Upon witnessing Obito's true identity, Kisame hesitated but ultimately chose to follow him. Obito was a dangerous individual. Without vigilance, his presence could plunge the entire ninja world into peril. Kisame, from this day forth, you shall join the Akatsuki organization and report on its movements. Kisame nodded, officially aligning himself with the Akatsuki, where average attractiveness plummeted by 10 points. Despite Yagura's defeat, the Mizunoto clan showed no sign of despair. Rather, they became more frenzied. They had followed Yagura due to the promises made by Obito. If they could eliminate everyone present, the Hidden Mist Village would fall directly into their hands. Their greed for power blinded them to the disparity in strength. Under Itachi's control, the Iceman carved a deep trench in the ground. Those who cross this boundary shall perish. The current clan leader of the Mizunoto clan was the younger brother of the former leader, slain by Itachi during the Third Great Ninja War. What are you all afraid of? Summoning such a powerful Iceman to battle two formidable foes. How much chakra can he possibly have left? Did you not see he was injured just now? We must eliminate him. Not only will the Hidden Mist Village be ours, but the ice release secret techniques and the secrets of his unique ice release will belong to the Mizunoto clan. In the face of immense profit, reason became clouded, and even fear was diluted by avarice. Itachi gazed upon the greedy faces before him, placing his hand on the Iceman, which emitted a deafening cracking sound. Quickly, he has exhausted his chakra. The Iceman is about to shatter. Itachi shook his head at their foolishness. My surname is Uchiha. Do you comprehend the weight of those two characters? Cracks multiplied across the Iceman's body, glowing with a blue light. As he advanced toward the crowd, he exploded, encasing the members of the Mizunoto clan in ice crystals. Having resolved this foolishness, Itachi freed Terumi Mei and the others from the ice walls. Upon seeing the sunlight, Terumi Mei immediately recognized the familiar figure beside her. Itachi approached Terumi Mei and gently patted her head. Yagura and the Mizunoto clan are still alive. You should first attend to the affairs of the village. The Hidden Mist Village needs you now. Once the rebellion in the Hidden Mist was quelled, Itachi departed. Based on the color of Susanoo, he had nearly confirmed that Shirsue's eyes were in Obito's possession. It was likely that Shirsue's eyes had completely subdued Obito. Terumi Mei began to systematically arrange post-war matters, dealing with the senior members of the Mizunoto clan on charges of treason against the village. Yagura had sustained severe injuries. Until he recovered, Terumi Mei would temporarily manage the village's affairs. As the Mizukage, Yagura could not publicly admit to being controlled while attacking his own villagers. This incident was classified as a rebellion by the Mizunoto clan. Due to the sequential betrayals of Kagaya and the Mizunoto clan, the villagers grew increasingly fearful and resentful of the Blood Mist ninjas. Despite Terumi Mei's fervent efforts to explain their innocence, the results remained disheartening. Kisame felt regret gnawing at him. He had sent away the child, given away items, and lent things out, all without a fight, leaving him to manage everything alone. With Yagura's support, Terumi Mei announced the abolition of the long-standing Blood Mist policy in the Hidden Mist Village, allowing its ninjas to grow without further infighting. Meanwhile, upon returning to Konoha, Itachi felt the summoning of the Flying Thunder God from the direction of the Hidden Rain Village once more. Chapter 70, The Uchiha Clan's Annihilation? Ichiraku found himself expecting yet another business proposition from Kakuzu, but to his surprise, the individual standing before him was none other than Kisame. Mr. Ichiraku, it's been quite some time. Kisame's long sword had transformed into the Samahata, and he held Ichiraku's Flying Thunder God Kunai in his hand. Kisame, what brings you here? Mr. Ichiraku, I have encountered the wayward Uchiha clansmen you mentioned. The Moon Eye Plan, a mercenary organization armed with the Rinnegan, along with the colossal magical statue within their ranks. This matter is far from simple. I implore you to remain vigilant. Their scheme may pose a threat to the entire shinobi world. Kisame handed 2 scrolls to Ichiraku. These contain intelligence I have gathered during this time. I was brought directly here by Madara while in the Land of Mist. I have yet to find an opportunity to return this information to the village, so I hope you can assist me in relaying it. 1 scroll is intended for Konoha. Ichiraku accepted the scrolls and nodded at Kisame. Be cautious. I will ensure this information reaches its destination. Kisame appeared visibly relieved. Ichiraku swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God to arrive at the Hidden Mist Village, where he entrusted the intelligence he had gathered from Kisame to Mei Terumi, who was diligently working in her office. Mei furrowed her brow as she examined the scrolls. I was wondering why Kisame disappeared so suddenly. If he doesn't show up soon, he may be labeled a rogue ninja. The Akatsuki organization, a truly terrifying entity. Rest assured, according to Kisame's information, their first step is to amass funding. Currently, they are merely a mercenary organization. Should the situation escalate, I will intervene. Ichiraku cradled Mei in his arms, providing her with a sense of unwavering security. Upon returning to Konoha, life momentarily resumed its tranquility. Obito's whereabouts were shrouded in mystery, leaving only the anticipation of news from Kisame. The Akatsuki had fallen silent, rarely making their presence known in the shinobi world. Mizuki persistently pestered Ichiraku for a ninja sword, while Suki, though silent, practically overflowed with longing in her gaze. I promise you, once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I shall gift each of you a ninja sword. During this time, Ichiraku had not been idle. He had gathered treasures from the Falling Star Village in the Land of Bears. Legendary ninja tools from Sunagaki are said to have the power of resurrection and the secret techniques of the Tsuchigumo clan. Anything noteworthy in the shinobi world could not escape the keen senses of Ichiraku, the treasure hound. The treasures he amassed filled Orochimaru's laboratory to the brim. Even as Naruto began his studies, the shinobi world remained peaceful. Bored, Ichiraku decided to take on the role of a gatekeeper at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Since his appointment, no student had successfully skipped class. Uncle, please, let me go out. I really want to try the dumplings from the Chome dumpling shop. Ichiraku rapped Naruto's head lightly. You're not thinking of sneaking out to play again, are you? If your mother finds out you've skipped class, she certainly won't let you off easily. Naruto shivered, as if recalling something dreadful, and hurried back to the classroom. Once his duties as gatekeeper concluded, Ichiraku ventured into the Konoha forest, where Shursui gazed at him with a look of deep compassion. Teacher, must we truly treat Itachi this way? Is this really the right course of action? Ichiraku shook his head. This is for his own good. He has been insistent on infiltrating the Akatsuki. I cannot allow him to advance without proper preparation. Suddenly, Ichiraku concealed himself in the nearby foliage. Shursui, you called for me? Shursui, with his eyes tightly shut, bore the appearance of someone whose eyes had been plucked out, as Ichiraku had intentionally dripped blood on his face. Itachi, be cautious. There are unknown enemies lurking in Konoha. My eyes have been taken from me. Ichiraku, shrouded in disguise, emerged from behind Shursui and thrust a sword through him. Shursui collapsed to the ground, his body growing increasingly cold. Itachi wept bitterly, clutching Shursui's lifeless form. As his eyes transformed, the three tomo coalesced into a triangular pinwheel shape. Tears of blood streamed from Itachi's eyes as he cast a look of hatred toward Ichiraku. Ichiraku ignored Itachi's glare of animosity and knelt beside Shursui, gently patting his cheek. Enough, Shursui. No need to feign. Itachi has awakened. To Itachi's astonishment, Shursui opened his eyes, dispelling the ice chakra that had enveloped him, restoring warmth to his cold body. Itachi, remember this. If a person is truly dead, their body does not grow cold so rapidly. The most straightforward way to ascertain if someone is alive is to check their pulse or breath, or use your Sharingan to evaluate their chakra status. Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. He had lost nothing, yet did not feel the joy he had anticipated. Back home, he informed Fugaku of his awakening of the Manjiki and his intent to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Fugaku regarded his eldest son with a mixture of complex emotions, satisfaction, pride, gratitude, and reluctance intertwined within him. Follow me. Fugaku led Itachi into a secret chamber, where his Manjiki Sharingan activated. Itachi, there is little I can offer you, but this shall be your father's gift. A surge of chakra flowed from Fugaku into Itachi's Sharingan. This is the power of my Sharingan, Orochimaru. In the future, when you employ Susanoo, you will be able to wield the 10-fingered sword and the 8-span mirror, two sacred artifacts. Father, Fugaku interrupted. Take care of yourself out there, Itachi. You will always be my pride. Fugaku patted Itachi's shoulder, handing him scrolls detailing the experiences of using the Manjiki and the Izanagi technique. Before you leave, I need you to assist me with something. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only Shursui and Ichiraku, but now even his father wished for this. Though reluctant, he consented to Fugaku's plan. That evening, when Sasuke returned to the clan grounds, he sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the Uchiha compound. Fugaku had manipulated the circumstances, granting all clan members a 2-day respite, orchestrating a facade that the entire clan had fallen victim to Itachi's massacre. The deeper Sasuke ventured, the greater his panic became, as crimson splatters assaulted his senses. At last, he fled to his home, only to discover the lifeless bodies of his parents sprawled upon the floor. Itachi stood nearby, his expression devoid of emotion, observing Sasuke. Brother, what has happened to our clan? Who could have done this? Itachi cast a genjutsu on Sasuke, and he collapsed unconscious. It is indeed difficult to assess. One could argue that Itachi does not love Sasuke, as he would use a genjutsu on him. Yet, one could also contend that he does love him, given his willingness to employ the technique. Mikoto gently caressed Itachi's cheek. Itachi, take care of yourself out there, and remember to take the medicine provided by Lord Orochimaru daily. Itachi nodded and departed from Konoha, while Fugaku escorted his youngest son, Sasuke, to the Konoha hospital. Chapter 71, Defection? Undercover. The following day, Sasuke awoke in the Konoha hospital. His senses dulled as he gazed vacantly at the empty ward, murmuring softly to himself. "Good morning, Sasuke. Come, try the porridge your mother made for you." Sasuke, with a vacant expression, glanced at Mikoto before turning his head away. "Wait, Sasuke." He swiftly turned back, calling out, "Mother." In an instant, he leaped from his bed, embracing Mikoto as he wept uncontrollably. "Mother, I saw you all." Itachi left Konoha in pursuit of greater power. "When we found you, you were already on the ground." "Brother, mother, I will bring him back. This is our promise." With a flicker of recognition, Sasuke's eyes transformed into the single Tomo Sharingan. Mikoto, witnessing her son's distress, felt a pang of sympathy but, recalling her husband's words, steeled herself and continued the charade. "Then, it's up to you to bring Itachi back, Sasuke." Mikoto gently patted Sasuke's head, feeding him the porridge. Much later, upon discovering that everything had been orchestrated by his father, Sasuke, in a fit of rage, formed the Parental Grievance Alliance. Once established, Gaara and others eagerly joined, and for a time, the alliance's influence surpassed even that of Akatsuki within the shinobi world. Konoha also timely issued an S-rank wanted notice for Uchiha Itachi, branding him as extremely dangerous for the murder of 3 elite ninjas and the theft of Konoha's secret techniques. Sasuke lay in his hospital bed, feeling quite bored. Unlike the original narrative, he was not being fed hatred, for Itachi's actions had not been as severe this time. His coma was primarily due to the strain of awakening his Sharingan at such a tender age of 6. "Mother, I'm really fine now. Let us go home." Mikoto ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Not yet. Sister Rin said you must stay for 2 days of observation before being discharged." This was, of course, a ruse. Allowing him to leave would reveal the Uchiha clan's 2-day holiday, thus exposing the illusion of the previous lies. At that moment, Itachi was fleeing the village, and to enhance the realism, Fugaku had provided him with several A-rank fire techniques and dispatched Umbu to pursue him. "Madara, I know you are here. As you said, I now possess eyes akin to yours. Now tell me, what is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan?" As his words faded, a spatial vortex appeared beside Itachi, and Obito emerged from within. "Itachi, you must have realized that the use of the Manjiki will gradually diminish your eyesight, ultimately plunging you into darkness. The only remedy is to obtain your brother's Manjiki. Only then can the 2 powers merge to unlock the Uchiha clan's ultimate strength, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan." Obito extended an olive branch to Itachi. "Your talent should not be squandered. Since you desire power, why not join my ranks? I will help you acquire the strength you seek." Within the Uchiha clan, only Itachi and Shisui caught Obito's attention. However, Shisui was a disciple of Fugaku and had already lost part of his vision, diminishing his value. Itachi was younger, easier to manipulate, and most importantly, he had no ties to Fugaku. Obito was oblivious to the fact that Fugaku, being a meticulous guardian, allowed Shisui to leave the village only after he had matured. Itachi, still living at home, appeared to have no connection to Fugaku. Eventually, after some hesitation, Itachi accepted Obito's invitation and joined the Akatsuki organization. After rigorous selection, the members of Akatsuki were all exceptionally talented. The remaining individuals either lacked value or were too powerful, necessitating pairing them into teams. The double agent duo, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. The hidden hand duo, Zetsu and Obito, a backup member, present during Orochimaru's betrayal. The public leaders duo, Nagato and Konan. The breadwinners duo, Kakuzu and Haiden. The eternal obsession duo, Deidara and Sasori. Nagato, controlling Yahiko's body, stood at the center, declaring, "Our sole objective as the Akatsuki is peace in the shinobi world." He shared his grand vision with the diverse gathering of individuals, each harboring different ideals, yet united under a single purpose. "Deidara, why are we all together? I haven't even gotten in the car yet." Back in Konoha, Sasuke was finally discharged and returned to the Ninja Academy. "Did you hear? Sasuke's brother has defected from the village. They say he even killed several elite ninjas from Konoha." "Yes, I heard the 4th Hokage was injured by his brother." As the rumors escalated around him, Naruto clapped his hands, silencing the classroom. Naruto had never revealed his surname at school, and few knew he was the son of the Hokage. However, having grown up alongside Kushina, his combat prowess and sense of justice were unquestionable. Moreover, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke had known each other from an early age due to their mother's connection. Enough. Brother Itachi would never do such a thing. Shikamaru and others nodded in agreement. Their friendship with Naruto stemming not solely from his background, but also from his integrity and optimism. Sasuke, who had been silent, looked at Naruto with gratitude, while Sakura moved closer to comfort him. Yay! Today is another step closer to Sasuke. That evening, upon returning home, Hinata and her mother were already seated in the living room. Hinata, influenced somewhat by Kushina's personality, was not as shy around Naruto as in the original story. Seeing Hinata, Naruto eagerly took her hand, dragging her outside. Each encounter with Naruto reminded Hinata of the moment he stood up for her when she was bullied, as well as the warmth of Kushina's embrace. Hinata, let us go find Sasuke. With a nod from Hinata, Naruto led her towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had changed significantly. Without the security team, the villagers no longer resented them and instead recognized this proud lineage's deep emotional bonds. Hey, little Naruto, little Hinata, I have just made some dumplings for you. Take some to eat. After expressing their gratitude to the warm-hearted Uchiha lady, they arrived at Sasuke's home, where Mikoto was still comforting the weeping Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 72. Leading the team again, Sasuke remained silent, quietly refining his chakra on one side. Meanwhile, Mikoto comforted the sobbing Uchiha Izumi while casting furtive glances at Uchiha Sasuke. Why hasn't he left yet? Look at how upset my daughter-in-law is. If he doesn't go soon, Izumi will be inconsolable. Sasuke, we've come to find you. Naruto's voice echoed from outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Mikoto managed to persuade Sasuke to step out. She held Izumi close, gently patting her back. Don't worry, Izumi. Itachi is merely on a confidential mission. Promise me you won't tell anyone, alright? Uchiha Izumi nodded obediently. Since that time, Uchiha Sasuke had ignited a fervent competitive spirit within the entire class, elevating their collective strength beyond normal limits. In the Hokage's office, Iruka, Asuma, and Kakashi were each holding a document. These are the students graduating this year. Take a good look, and if all is in order, you can meet your students in a couple of days, Kakashi instructed. Asuma looked on with envy, recalling how shortly after becoming Iruka's teacher, the Third Great Ninja War had begun, leaving him with little opportunity to experience student life. Iruka playfully patted Asuma's head. Stop complaining. If it weren't for the Third Great Ninja War, would you have the strength you possess now? Combat is the quickest way to realize one's potential. Asuma chuckled, while Iruka glanced at the three profiles in his hand: Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. All sensory-type ninjas. I almost forgot that I am a sensory ninja too. I'll visit their homes today. Iruka first arrived at the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing that Iruka would be Hinata's teacher, Hyuga Hayashi was nearly overflowing with excitement. Lord Iruka, I entrust my daughter to you. Their relationship had grown close enough that Iruka said little more before departing, knowing he would have to endure the disdainful gazes from others in the clan. Today, the Inuzuka clan was unusually quiet. Their animals' instincts for danger far surpassed that of humans. Iruka's presence weighed heavily on the Inuzuka dogs, making it difficult for them to breathe. Lord Iruka, are you here for? Oh, I am Kiba's J-Nin teacher, here to visit and check on him. The Inuzuka clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that fortune truly falls from the heavens? Don't worry, Lord Iruka. That reckless boy may act impulsively and isn't the brightest, but I assure you, Kiba is a kind-hearted and gentle child. After speaking with the Inuzuka clan leader, Iruka proceeded to the Aburame clan. Currently, half of the parasitic insects in the Aburame clan had been replaced with bees, merely to trade honey for chakra or phosphorus powder from SHME each month. Shino Aburame was a veteran from the war, and after conversing with him about Shino's situation, Iruka took his leave. The next day in the classroom, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, you three come with me. He led the trio to the training ground, sitting down immediately. My name is Uzumaki Iruka, a J-Nin from Konoha. I don't have many hobbies and nothing in particular I dislike. Please feel free to introduce yourselves. I am Hinata Hyuga. I enjoy flower arranging and sweets. My dream is to become someone like Aunt Kushina. I'm Kiba Inuzuka. My favorite food is beef jerky, and I detest anything lacking texture. My dearest companion is Akamaru. My dream is to become Hokage and declare a dog day. Kiba shook Akamaru, who seemed unusually listless today. What is wrong with you, Akamaru? You look so lifeless today. Akamaru could only gaze at Iruka with eyes full of trepidation. Not just Akamaru, but the insects within Shino quaked in fear. constantly reminding him to steer clear of this dangerous man before him. All right, we shall reconvene here at the same time tomorrow to begin our assessments. The long silent Shino finally spoke up. Irika-sensei, did you forget about me? Just as Irika was about to leave, he turned at the sound. Indeed, the low profile of the Aburame clan was well-deserved. If Shino did not speak, even someone with a keen eye like Sakura would fail to notice him. Upon Kiba's return home, the Inuzuka clan leader was already seated in his house. Kiba, is your teacher named Uzumaki Irika? When Kiba nodded, the others erupted in excitement. Kiba, perform well in tomorrow's assessment. If you can learn even a fraction of his skills, the next Inuzuka clan leader shall undoubtedly be you. Shino looked curiously at his father. Who exactly is Uzumaki Irika? Why are the insects within me so terrified of him? Shino's father patted him on the shoulder. He is a legend from the Third Great Ninja War, a hero of Konoha. Even the Hokage cannot rival him. Shino, cherish this opportunity. Becoming his student is your fortune, as well as that of the entire Aburame clan. The following day at the training ground, Irika produced a pair of flying Raijin kunai. I have hidden 10 such kunai around this training ground, each infused with various concealed techniques. You have 3 hours. Find all of them, and you will pass. After 3 arduous hours, when Kiba finally unearthed the last kunai from the muddy ground, the trio had successfully located all 10. Irika gave them a thumbs up. Well done. You have passed. Team 8 is officially formed. To celebrate, let me treat you to some barbecue. As the 4 arrived at the barbecue restaurant, they found Asuma bowing apologetically to the owner. The Akimichi clan had a notorious appetite, and Asuma, as AJ Nin, found himself short on funds. With his students in tow, Irika returned to the joy of teaching, enjoying the simplicity of life. Kiba, a point has been reached. Hinata has arrived at B point. Shino, action. In a flurry of chaos, a cat appeared in Kiba's hands, cradled by the lady of the feudal lord. It was said that this cat provided a portion of Konoha's D-rank missions. Having completed the task of catching the cat, Kiba could no longer endure the monotony of D-rank missions. Irika-sensei, we can't stand D-rank missions any longer. Team 7 just left the village for C-rank missions a few days ago. When will we get to embark on higher-level missions? Irika patted Kiba on the head. All right. We've done enough D-rank missions lately. Let us see if there are any suitable C-rank missions available. In the mission hall, Irika and Hinata were searching for appropriate tasks when suddenly, he felt the call of the flying Raijin from the land of waves. It seems we won't need to hunt for D-rank missions anymore. I'll take you out of the village for a bit of fun. In the land of waves. Kakashi watched in cold sweat as 2 figures clad in black cloaks with red clouds stood before him. Irika, hurry over here. Can someone explain why individuals of such caliber are present in a C-rank mission? Chapter 73, Resistance Isn't That the Copy Ninja, Kakashi Uchiha? Kakuzu mused as he compared Kakashi's appearance with the notes in his hands. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, forming hand seals as lightning surged forth from his hands. Even among the Akatsuki, I could at least contend with one of them in my current state. Ha! Such bravado. Today, you shall be sacrificed to the dark god by none other than me. Haiden. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. Sensei, they keep saying you should change your mask. They even claim you have bad breath. At that moment, Kakuzu landed a punch on Haiden's head. Are you trying to kill him? Do you have any idea how valuable he is alive? Kakuzu even produced an abacus. Calculating the worth of the bounty on the Raikage's head, 800 million ryo for the Raijin, and in the black market, a single 3-tomo Sharingan could fetch 200 million. Once all his value is drained, we could sell him to the blood crystal for at least 500 million. By then, these little brats could be sold to Konoha for 50,000 each, ha ha ha. In Kakuzu's eyes, Kakashi was no longer a man, he was a veritable treasury. Kakashi must not die. Capture him alive, and whoever possesses him can offer sacrifices at will in the coming days. Naruto, observing the ongoing argument, tugged at Kakashi's sleeve once more. Sensei, do you really intend to keep this up? They'll likely quarrel for a while longer. Kakashi, realizing Naruto's words, reluctantly retracted his Raikiri, but it was too late. The immortal duo had reached an agreement. Kakuzu extended his arm, his fist imbued with earth chakra, aimed at Kakashi. Simultaneously, the 2 masked figures behind him unleashed wind and fire techniques toward Kakashi. Cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu's brow. He had already held back. He couldn't just kill him outright, could he? Kakuzu was overthinking. According to the smoke and no injury doctrine, such a massive cloud of smoke could hardly be lethal. As the haze dissipated, a wall of earth etched with a dog's head materialized before them. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve again. Sensei, Didn't you say your chakra was limited? Why did Raikiri last so long? And why was the earth wall carved with a dog's head? Kakashi. As he watched the approaching masked figures, Kakashi discreetly concentrated chakra in a Sharingan, 3 tomo merging into one. Just as he prepared to use Kamui to obliterate Kakuzu's physical form, the sky darkened ominously, snowflakes cascading down. A voice echoed from above, "I come with the storm." Bearing the wrath of the gods, Ishii descended slowly from the clouds, unfurling his ice wings. In the distance, Hinata and her companions gazed at Ishii with admiration, beginning to grasp why their clan members reacted the way they did upon Ishii becoming their teacher. Kakuzu lamented his indecisiveness. He was so close to 15 billion ryo, yet felt miles away. Ishii, it's a misunderstanding. I merely wished to capture him for some money. I never intended to kill. Kakuzu, why are you so cowardly? Didn't you say even the first Hokage attempted assassination? What is so terrifying about a pink-haired fool? Before Kakuzu could object, Haiden charged forward with his scythe. I may fear you, Kakuzu, but I do not fear you, even if you are the Hokage. Today, I shall sacrifice you all to the Dark God. Haiden's face was a mask of madness as he relentlessly targeted Ishii's vital points. Kakuzu, witnessing Haiden's folly, cursed inwardly. What a fool. Cursing aside, Kakuzu charged alongside Haiden, hoping to help him draw even a drop of blood from their adversary, as that would still leave room for victory. 5 elements, 5 great bullets technique. The 4 masked figures and Kakuzu each employed a different elemental technique, unleashing 5 diverse assaults upon Ishii and Haiden. As the smoke dissipated, Ishii, clad in ice armor, remained unscathed, while Haiden was left battered and bruised. Like a berserker, Haiden's injuries did not slow him. Instead, they intensified his ferocity. Enough games. Ice release, extreme ice domain. Ishii stomped his right foot onto the ground, waves of ice chakra radiating outward, forming layers of ice crystals upon the 2 adversaries. Initially, they could shatter the ice, but as their stamina waned, the frost thickened. What shall we do? The ice is becoming thicker, we can't escape. Kakuzu exclaimed. Haiden, since he hasn't used his killing move, it means we still hold some value. I still have some hidden funds. If I perish, you must. Kakuzu, where are you going? Tell me. Once Ishii concluded his technique, only then did Kakashi and his companions dare to approach. Ishii's jutsu was far more perilous than those of the 2 Akatsuki members. After tidying up the battlefield, they followed Dasna into the land of waves, a place of poverty, backwardness, and cowardice that dared not resist. Ishii turned to Dasna and inquired, is the solution to the land of waves poverty truly just building a bridge? Once constructed, will the tyrant who impoverished you allow you to escape his grasp? Dasna fell silent. He too understood that a mere bridge could not shatter the exploitation enforced by Gato. Ultimately, they would return to square one. You misrepresented the mission's rank. Konoha ninjas have the right to unconditionally abandon their missions. From this moment onward, we will only assist you in eliminating the opposing ninjas and formidable samurai. The rest you must handle yourselves. Faced with the despairing gazes of the crowd, Ishii continued. Relying solely on us is futile. Even if the bridge is completed, what then? Even if we eliminate Gato, another will arise in his place. If you do not resist, you shall never see the light of day. As construction commenced, initially only 2 or 3 individuals stood firmly before the workers, but gradually, the numbers swelled to 10, then 20, and more began to join in protecting the bridge. Later, Ishii learned that it was Naruto's daily encouragement that led to an increasing number of participants in the bridge protection efforts. Indeed, when it came to persuasion, Naruto was a true master. The land of waves may have been a small place, yet in the vast universe, the ninja world was but a mere speck. Today, it could be Sutsuki, and tomorrow it might be another Sutsuki. If Ishii had previously been torn about whether to confront Kaguya and her ilk prematurely, he had now made his decision. Addressing Kaguya today would only be a temporary fix. Ultimately, the ninja world would have to confront the Tsutsuki clan one day. Having remained in the land of waves until the bridge's completion, the group finally returned to Konoha, where the 2 teams of children received accolades for completing 2 A-rank missions. Upon their return to the village, Ishii sensed a surge of foreign chakra. Inside the Hokage's office, the 4th Kazekage, 4th Mizukage, and 4th Raikage were all present. Chapter 74. The Chunin exam. As Ichiraku entered the office, he immediately sensed something amiss with Gar's chakra. However, given the current uncertainty, he decided to observe quietly for the time being. Ichiraku had more pressing concerns to contemplate. Had Gar settled the debts owed to Konoha from their previous encounters? If he were to perish, how would Sunagakure repay Konoha? Should he consider summoning Gaara from the afterlife to work off the debt? Inwardly chiding himself for such thoughts, Ichiraku realized the absurdity of his musings. After all, if Gaara were resurrected, he would belong to him, rendering the matter of debts irrelevant. He could simply have him continue working indefinitely. While Ichiraku was lost in thought, discussions regarding the joint Chunin exam commenced within the office. This unprecedented collaboration among 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages was a significant event. The Wagakure had initially intended to participate, but recent mysterious attacks had diverted their focus to recovering from losses, leaving no room for the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Konohamaru found himself ensnared by Kankuro's grip. Just as he struggled desperately, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly intervened, snatching Konohamaru away. If there are matters to discuss, speak to me. Not a child, he stated with authority, taking a puff from his pipe, exuding a commanding presence despite the absence of chakra. As Kankuro stood frozen in fear at the 3rd Hokage's imposing demeanor, Temari stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Senpai, my brother is merely playful. He means no harm. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to press further, taking Konohamaru by the hand and leading him away. Once the 3rd departed, Kankuro collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Gaara observed the scene silently, offering no comments, merely escorting his siblings back to their quarters. That afternoon, Minato convened a meeting with Konoha's ninjas, gathering the majority of the upper ninjas for an unprecedented Chunin exam involving the 4 major shinobi villages. First, let us ascertain whether this year's newcomers are prepared to participate in the Chunin exam. Kakashi, leading Team 7, recommended Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, presenting their names with pride. Similarly, Ichiraku, leading Team 8, put forth Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka for consideration. Asuma, guiding Team 10, endorsed Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Wait a moment. Irika leapt into the fray, addressing Minato. These are children who just graduated this year. While they possess undeniable talent, is it not premature for them to face the Chunin exam? Should they not first accumulate practical experience before aspiring to such heights? I apologize for my boldness, but your actions may jeopardize their futures. Kakashi nearly countered with his own experience of becoming a Chunin at the tender age of 6. But he recalled that Ichiraku had been sent back to the academy at 7, only officially becoming a Chunin at 11. Irika, when I and Ichiraku became Chunin, we were younger than they are now. Irika's arguments faltered against their resolve. You cannot compare them to us. Do you wish to ruin LPL? Ichiraku's expression grew serious. A life devoid of challenges would ruin them. They are no longer your students. They are now my subordinates. But, before Irika could continue, Minato interjected, Enough. Irika, you need not worry. Kakashi and Ichiraku would not act recklessly with their students' futures. Now, let us confirm the examiners for the 3 rounds. For the first round, we have Marino Ibiki. The scarred, burly man nodded in agreement, surprising everyone with his unconventional methods. The second examiner would be Mitarashi Anko, and the third, Yugao Yuzuki. Ichiraku contemplated the 2, noting that Anko was his junior, cherished by Orochimaru. As for Yugao, she possessed the coveted bloodline limit of the Yamanaka clan, explaining her formidable reputation. As the participants received their application forms from Minato, excitement filled the air. Shall we give it a try? Gaining practical experience could be beneficial. Kiba eagerly seized the application, eager to assess the abilities of his peers. I'll join too, chimed in Shino and Hinata, snatching their forms as well. If any danger arises during the exam, I can swiftly utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to assist you, Ichiraku assured them. Upon arriving at the examination venue, they encountered a familiar face, Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto couldn't contain his curiosity. Kabuto, what brings you to the Chunin exam? Kabuto sheepishly ruffled his hair. Well, I've been busy conducting research with Lord Orochimaru, so I haven't had time to advance my own skills. His presence as a seasoned shinobi at the Chunin exam hinted at prior arrangements, likely involving promises made by Minato. The first round tested intelligence and reconnaissance, a domain where Ichiraku's team excelled, with Hinata's Byakugan revealing answers and Shino's insects assisting in their quest for knowledge. Kiba's unique approach stood out, as Akamaru openly communicated the answers. The examiners, aware of the impropriety, were left powerless to intervene. As the examination progressed, a number of candidates faltered under the mental strain, but those with unwavering resolve persevered. Unlike his peers, Naruto, despite his indomitable spirit, submitted a blank paper, lacking the means to gather information. The first round of testing concluded, but not without disruption. A stone shattered the examination hall's glass, revealing a banner emblazoned with Anko's name. The glass shattered with a resounding crack, and Anko made her flamboyant entrance, ready to captivate the audience. Chapter 75. The Collapse of Konoha? The Collapse of the Four Villages. In the second round of the exams, free from Orochimaru's interference, the participants managed to progress smoothly. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during the third round. Unlike the original narrative, the Rain Shinobi advanced into the third stage, and the first round unfolded without incident. Yet, during the second round, as the four Kage observed, an anomaly arose. Nagato, beneath the arena, disregarded his opponents and revealed his true form through the summoning technique. The Outer Path Golem, an imposing, monstrous entity. The terrifying apparition, with its 9 eyes, erupted onto the stage, and its furious roar echoed throughout the arena. Earlier, thanks to Itachi's warning, a certain individual had already evacuated the villagers to a safe haven behind the rock formations, preventing widespread panic. Emerging from the golem's maw were members of the Akatsuki, signaling the initiation of a plan not merely for the collapse of Konoha, but rather the downfall of all 5 Kages. Nagato aimed to eliminate all 4 Kages in one fell swoop. As the golem advanced towards them, the 4th Kazekage was the first to act. He brandished a kunai against Yagura's throat, demanding he remain still. 4th Mizukage, or I cannot guarantee your head will remain upon your shoulders. The 4th Kazekage then tore off the mask disguising his face to reveal the bandaged visage of Obito. The Raikage was not one to tolerate such threats. You have him captured. Why must we also cease our actions? A's body was enveloped in lightning chakra as he delivered a swift strike towards Obito. Caught off guard, Obito was sent flying, his weapon clattering to the ground, leaving a gash on Yagura's neck. Minato produced a medicinal herb, crushing it and applying it to Yagura's wound. His expression grave as he glanced towards Obito, whose information had long been made known to Konoha. Meanwhile, a certain individual manipulated a towering construct to confront the golem, halting its advance. A titanic struggle ensued in the arena. Amidst the chaos, Madara emerged from a swirling portal, accompanied by the controlled 4 tails and 5 tails. The tailed beast roared in unison, while the 7 tails, Shomei, soared from the distant forest, its mouth filled with a few tricolored dumplings. Years of nurturing. And today I shall let Shomei save Konoha. Upon arriving at the arena's periphery, Shomei spotted a mysterious figure at the arena's apex. Madara, still observing the battle, sensed a surge of chakra and turned abruptly. Even though the Kimyui was on cooldown, the power of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan was far beyond what the 7 tails could withstand. In an instant, Shomei's eyes transformed, taking on the form of the Sharingan. The 3-tailed beast slowly entered the arena, and the sight of Shomei, who had barely managed to hold on for a second, filled the observer with despair. The opposing side now had yet another formidable force. Ice Release, Eternal Sin Ice Prison. At that moment, the Iceman, still grappling with the Outer Path Golem, wrapped his arms around it, freezing both himself and the golem in a crystalline embrace. The ice expanded until it enveloped the entire arena, halting only when full. With a snap of his fingers, the ice shattered into countless fragments, rendering the Outer Path Golem, despite being merely a shell of the 10 tails, incapacitated and collapsed. Kushina and Rin rushed over, attempting to awaken Madara, only to be met with 3-tailed beast balls. In Madara's memories, Rin appeared to be a different person entirely. Nevertheless, the tailed beast balls instinctively leaned towards Kushina. Quickly, a certain individual used the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk the 2 women away. They wished to utilize their tailed beast transformations to join the fray, but the individual, fearing for their safety, sent them away, knowing that if either fell under Madara's control, it would spell doom for their efforts. As for when Rin learned tailed beast transformation, the original words were, "As long as you refrain from recklessly sacrificing yourself, my chakra is yours to command, provided you do not disturb my slumber." Arriving just in time, Moku struggled to contain the 3-tailed beasts, while the individual moved towards Nagato, intent on addressing the troublesome Rinnegan. In the stands, observing Minato's serious demeanor directed at Obito, playfully patted Minato's shoulder. "Minato, do not be so tense. Even a shadow would be gravely injured from my strike." No sooner had finished speaking than Obito, now encased in steel, charged forward. Though initially taken aback, filled filled with indignation, retaliated with a powerful leg strike, causing the entire stand to collapse. Minato's expression remained grave, as prior intelligence had not indicated Obito's newfound ability to cover his entire body in steel. This individual had grown significantly stronger over the years. As the smoke cleared, Obito, entirely encased in steel, blocked A's leg strike. His hand drawing in A's lightning chakra with the absorption technique, his Sharingan awakening with 3 Tomo. Raikage, your speed is indeed remarkable, yet before my Sharingan, even the swiftest of movements are futile. Wind release, storm return. For black lightning dragons surged forth from Obito, striking A. Thankfully, A's body was sufficiently robust and resilient against lightning, sparing him from severe injury. Minato seized the opportunity, launching his spiral flash super wheel dance. As he and his shadow clones wielded flying thunder god Kunai, Yagura, seizing the moment, utilized the water mirror technique to restrain the fully steel-encased Obito. Minato and his clones danced through the arena, their golden forms a blur. So that's why the toilet is clogged. It was Minato's maneuver that filled it up. It must be said, our 4th Hokage possesses remarkable prowess. Minato and his clones attacked from 4 directions with Rasengan. The Sharingan's insight, while formidable, had its limits. Despite Obito's awareness of the impending assault, he found himself unable to evade the simultaneous strikes. Obito collapsed to the ground, his wood-release cells actively mending his injuries. Within mere moments, he stood before the 3 Kage, restored to full health. In a corner of the arena, unnoticed by the spectators, Korezetsu continued to hurl objects into the mouth of the Outer Path Golem. Each item caused one of the Golem's eyes to open. When the final object was cast, the Golem erupted in a frenzied roar, clutching its head in agony. Having lived in the shinobi world for many years, Korezetsu had accumulated a measure of tailed beast chakra. While this makeshift 10 tails could not be used to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, it was precisely the right choice for seizing tailed beasts in this dire situation. The frenzied golem, sensing the scarcity of chakra within, instinctively sought out the individual with the most chakra nearby, the one known as Iku. Amidst the chaos, as he contended with pain's 6 paths, Iku turned to see the golem charging towards him. Despite his efforts, Iku could not vanquish it. Yet, in the ensuing chaos, 2 pains fell victim to the collateral damage. The golem's form began to shift, resembling withered wood, driven by an insatiable greed for chakra from all living beings present. At that moment, Madara utilized Kimui to transport Obito, who was still locked in a stalemate with the 3 Kage, to the foot of the 10 tails. Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he activated the technique of Geto, Rinne Tensei, forcibly merging with the makeshift 10 tails. Under the immense pressure of the transformation, Obito, the 10 tails Jinchuriki, albeit in a semblance, emerged on the battlefield. Chapter 76. The end of war. Balu's entire form transformed into a brilliant white, with 2 orbs of truth floating behind him. To those familiar with the world of Naruto, this was unmistakable. To the uninitiated, one might think it belonged to a different universe altogether. Haha. Obito did not deceive me. This is the power of a deity, the true divine strength that is eternal. Whether it was the fusion with the Sharingan or not, Balu's expression at that moment mirrored that of the Uchiha's 4 laughing specters, creating a seamless sense of unity. The Sharingan in his eyes had morphed into the shape of a 4-pointed pinwheel, glowing ominously red. He soared towards the spectator stands, and the 2 orbs behind him transformed into a long staff. Aiko, disregarding all else, charged directly at Balu, now a Jinchuriki, and unlike their previous evenly matched encounters, a mere swing of Balu's staff sent him crashing into the ground. Though he was but a pseudo 6 paths, capable of summoning only 2 orbs of truth, he was far from an opponent that a mere shadow could contend with. The jutsu of Minato and Yagura barely affected Balu, and after several exchanges, Yagura had already lost the will to fight, while Minato sustained grave injuries. After vanquishing the 3 shadows, Balu did not deliver a finishing blow but instead rushed towards Nagato, who was entangled with Ichiraku. Balu thrust the staff, formed from the orbs of truth, directly at Nagato's chest. Fortunately, Nagato, thanks to the shared vision of the Rinnegan, sensed the attack just in time and narrowly avoided it. Balu, are you betraying the Akatsuki? Pain. The Rinnegan is utterly wasted on you. You should relinquish it to me. If I could gain the power of the Rinnegan, even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would be mere ants beneath my feet. Haha. I cannot pretend I did not hear you say that. Suddenly, standing before Ichiraku was Hashirama, hands on his hips, with a displeased Uchiha Madara behind him. In Konoha prison, Kakuzu felt a familiar chakra and was taken aback. Hadn't this man perished long ago? The name Senja Hashirama brought not just fear to Kakuzu but also a sense of honor. I survived the grasp of the god of shinobi. I could boast about this for a lifetime, he thought, even as time might erase his very identity. When Uchiha Madara beheld the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes, discontent swelled within him. He had scarcely begun to wield his own eyes. On the other side, controlling the fourth Kazekage's puppet, Sasori faced a middle-aged man wielding a short blade, while Itachi and Kisame were ensnared by the third Hokage. A voice, familiar yet distant, echoed behind Nagato. Nagato, you've grown. How's Konan? Has she blossomed into a stunning beauty? Above, Tobi, intent on striking down the three shadows, heard the sound of a weapon slicing through the air. You wicked Uchiha brat. Today I shall ensure you remain forever in Konoha. Senja Tobarama, wielding a kunai, glared at Tobi, his eyes betraying a raw animosity reserved for the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, guarding the villagers behind a rock, sensed an impending chill. In unnoticed corners, leeches crawled toward the gravely injured three shadows. Meanwhile, Bailu faced an onslaught from both the wooden figure and the Susanoo, forcing him to separate his staff just to withstand their combined assault. The fact that Obito, with nearly complete 10 tails, fell to the beasts might only emphasize the futility of Bailu, whose form bore no complete integrity whatsoever. Hashirama, there is a technique I have long desired to test. The two exchanged knowing smiles, with Madara resting a hand on Hashirama's shoulder. Hashirama clasped his hands together, a dark visage manifesting upon his face. Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. A colossal statue of a thousand-armed Buddha rose, its blue armor gradually enveloping it. We shall take you on together. I shall leave you with just 2 hands. Behold my technique, true thousand hands, 998. The multitude of hands behind the Buddha reached out, engulfing Bailuho in a cloud of dust. Seizing this moment, Nagato utilized the animal path's ability to summon beasts, swallowing the Akatsuki members whole. Outside Konoha, the animal path clone summoned back the Akatsuki members using summoning jutsu. We must leave. Bailuho has betrayed us. Unbeknownst to Nagato, after unleashing the Susanoo's great Buddha, both Madara and Hashirama began to deteriorate to varying degrees. The improvements to the Edo Tensei had not been completed. Their overwhelming power forced the technique to be cancelled. Bailuho lay on the ground, the outer path statue ravenously consuming his remaining life force. How could this be? I am a god. How can I be defeated? With his last ounce of strength, Bailuho hurled the staff, formed from the orbs of truth, towards the approaching Tsunade. As geniuses, you shall never comprehend the agony of us mere mortals. His gaze grew vacant, and he finally succumbed to the exhaustion of life. Tsunade. As his voice faded, Tsunade felt no anticipated pain. Instead, she opened her eyes to see Jiraiya, bloodied and breathless, shielding her. His crimson-stained hand caressed her face. Tsunade, I love you. Jiraiya's hand fell lifelessly, and Tsunade, overwhelmed, realized that Jiraiya had long since replaced Dan in her heart. She could not bear to witness Jiraiya's demise before her eyes. Jiraiya, do not sleep. Did you not say you loved me? When you recover, let us go on a date. In her frantic concern, Tsunade entirely forgot that Ichiraku's abilities could seal a person's life force before gradually healing them. Tsunade activated her Byakugan seal, channeling a torrent of chakra into Jiraiya's body, and his fading vitality began to rekindle. Tsunade, I think I just heard you agree to our date. Tobi, observing the situation, disregarded the second Hokage's explosive tags and approached Bailu, pulling his body into the Kamui dimension. The dissipating Edo Tensei Madara exchanged a knowing nod with Tobi, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Ichiraku did not impede Tobi's actions. The shinobi world required a formidable adversary to awaken them to reality. Before the war began, Ichiraku too needed to enhance his own strength. I recall there was a fisherman from the Otsutsuki clan who crossed over. He would serve as an excellent stepping stone for my advancement. As the aftermath unfolded, Orochimaru approached, dragging along a bound yellow-haired youth. This must be one of Inoki's disciples. I've studied the explosive release of a Wagakure. What he possesses does not even qualify as explosive release. You can sell him back to Inoki in due time. Deidara was engulfed in despair, having barely escaped the clutches of a Wagakure, a place that had stifled his art. He now faced being returned against his will. Nagato, it is not that I refuse to assist you. Everyone else is on the ground while you soar above. The Achiri bird serves as your aerial lookout. and there are no other summoning beasts to devour you. If you must blame someone, blame your status as a non-formal member. Chapter 77. The Conclusion. In the land of Snow Theater, Deidara was captured midway before fully joining Akatsuki. The organization is now divided into 3 factions, and the leader is weary, indeed. This is a perilous autumn for survival. Standing across from Noki, the tension is palpable. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Did my disciple truly devastate all of Konoha? It appears to me that the terrain has lowered by 2 to 3 meters. Noki retorted, if my disciple possessed such capability, would I still occupy the position of Tsuchikage? Exactly. Even if you are correct, are you suggesting that Deidara is responsible for the lab situated 800 miles away? When I visited earlier, the ice shards hadn't even melted. They must have been destroyed for 7 or 8 years. And yet you claim he is responsible for everything. Why not say he can fly too? Noki was so enraged that he began to speak nonsensically. Well, he can fly. Unacceptable. If you expect us to compensate like this, you might as well relocate your entire village. With a glint in his eye, Idate declared, from this day forth, Iwagakure shall officially be renamed as Konoha's Tsuchi no Kuni branch. Noki had never experienced such a surge of anger in his lifetime as he did in those few hours. You little brat, stop right there. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts. Idate sat there, unperturbed, resembling a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. I have thoroughly investigated. Over the years, Iwagakure has only produced one noteworthy talent, Deidara. If you miss this opportunity, it may take you another decade to retain your position as Tsuchikage. You. Noki pointed at Idate, his other hand clutching his chest, appearing on the verge of a breakdown. Noki-senpai, we do not tolerate such tactics here. If something were to happen to you, Iwagakure would truly need to change its name. After some struggle, Noki relented. Iwagakure can only pay 30 billion ryo, and we demand the return of Deidara along with the 4 tails and 5 tails. Only Deidara can be returned to you. Konoha has never restricted the freedom of tailed beasts. We have no right to barter with others' liberties. Besides, can you even safeguard the 4 tails and 5 tails upon their return? But, Noki attempted to argue further. Yet the blue 9 tails that appeared on the table bared its teeth at him. Fine, 5 billion ryo, and I will take Deidara. Deidara inflicted immense damage upon Konoha. You won't get him without a payment of 25 billion. 15 billion. I won't accept a penny more. Idate swiftly changed his demeanor. Deal. Thank you for your generous support. Naka's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a fly, feeling quite taken aback. With the generous assistance from Iwagakure, Konoha village underwent a complete renovation of all its structures. Even those untouched by the conflict were demolished and rebuilt, presenting a flourishing visage post-war. One day, while Idate sought a moderately high-level task to challenge Hinata and her companions, Minato approached him. Idate, would you care to consider this task? It's an A rank with rather extravagant remuneration, protecting the actress Fujikaze Yuki. They specifically mentioned that if we could procure Konoha's blood-colored ice crystals, they would offer additional payment. Additional payment? Are they intending to hire us for a national extermination? Minato shook his head. Perhaps in their eyes, you are somewhat of a celebrity. If you accept this task, Kakashi's team will accompany you, and your team will receive the lion's share. We accept. This task seems intriguing, and visiting the land of snow to appreciate its beauty is a delightful prospect. Idate was somewhat reluctant about traveling so far, but the compensation offered was simply too tempting. During the battle with Sasori, he had gathered numerous strands of hair and other materials for the impure world reincarnation technique. However, after wasting a dozen white zetsus, he was promptly expelled from the laboratory by Orochimaru. Now, Idate could genuinely empathize with Kabuto's obsession with drawing cards in the original narrative. The plan to summon a golden miner through impure world reincarnation had hit a snag, thus earning some extra income was quite appealing. Once the task was accepted, Idate gathered Hinata and her companions, instructing them to prepare their winter clothing for the journey to the land of snow. Upon learning their charge was the renowned actress Fujikaze Yuki, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. When informed that Kakashi's team would also accompany them, Idate noticed Hinata's eyes gleaming with excitement. The following day, Kakashi and Idate arrived at the rendezvous point, only to discover that Yuki and her companions were bound by Sasuke and others. The 2 seasoned ninjas found it astonishing to encounter such a scenario with a task issuer. Are they afraid the clients might flee? In a swift motion, Kakashi freed the bound clients. My sincerest apologies. These kids were unaware you were filming. We VE caused you some trouble. Dr. Asama shook his head. These children do not understand the truth. It is precisely because of the righteousness of Konoha ninjas that we entrusted this protection task to you. The director also expressed admiration, stating, "Truly, Konoha ninjas live up to their reputation. Our hired elite bodyguards were effortlessly subdued by a group of kids." Kakashi, known for his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment at such praise. "My apologies." The director shook his head. "It's no trouble at all. Just having the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki here is a stroke of luck. I never anticipated we'd also have this legendary figure. Even legends need to eat. The remuneration offered is beyond what I can decline." The director laughed heartily, mentioning that Kakashi had previously visited the Land of Snow, where it was said that in spring, the rainbow ice walls would emanate a spectrum of colors. Kakashi shook his head. "That is merely a rumor. The Land of Snow does not experience spring." The crew engaged in this discussion for quite some time. While Idate found it perplexing, he could conjure as many ice walls as they desired. As the evening approached, Yuki still had not returned, prompting Dr. Asama to visit a somewhat dilapidated tavern where he found her with Naruto. "Yuki, the ship to the Land of Snow is ready. We are about to embark." However, no matter how they urged her, Yuki adamantly refused to board the vessel destined for the Land of Snow. Time was of the essence, and Kakashi and Idate resorted to alternative measures. Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Yuki's shoulder. "Enough. I told you." Upon turning, Yuki found herself entranced by Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. Being merely an ordinary person, she could resist the genjutsu for only a brief moment before losing consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself outside the ship's cabin, with only the tumultuous sea remaining. At this juncture, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Thus, the group journeyed onward, capturing moments along the way, while numerous challenges emerged, revealing that Yuki and Dr. Asama were far from ordinary actors and agents. For Idate, who had yet to see this theatrical version, it was a novel experience. Chapter 78. The Land of Snow. As we entered the borders of the Land of Snow, a monumental transformation in weather occurred. The warm sea breeze vanished. Stepping out of the ship's cabin, one could only perceive the biting cold. Fortunately, prior warnings had prompted everyone to don their thick clothing, except for one individual. This temperature was hardly a challenge for the ice ninjas. Mid-journey, a colossal glacier obstructed our path, and the director's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing the majestic ice formation. "Marvelous. This is the perfect filming location I have always dreamed of. Let us shoot our next scene here." On board, one individual detected 3 distinct chakra signatures, 1 upper ninja and 2 mid-level ninjas. Their chakra flickered in the snow like fireflies in the night, both weak and conspicuous. As a jester, this individual was curious to see what these 3 would do and chose not to raise an alarm, merely exchanging a discreet glance with Kakashi, indicating the direction of the hidden chakra. However, Kakashi evidently misinterpreted the gesture, and while they were still filming, he threw a kunai laced with explosive tags towards the hiding place of the Wolfang avalanche. "Hey, what are you doing?" This individual tapped the director's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. There were enemies approaching. The director, in a state of panic, glanced around, exclaiming, "I am merely trying to shoot a film. How is it that we are truly being robbed?" Kakashi focused intently on the spot where the explosive tags detonated. As a man clad in peculiar armor emerged from beneath a camouflage cloth, adorned with the Snow Ninja Village's forehead protector and sporting long blue hair. He crossed his arms and smiled at the princess, Windflower Snow. "Welcome to the Land of Snow. Kakashi, it has been a decade since we last met. Do you intend to flee again? Princess Snow, have you brought the hexagonal crystal as promised?" This individual stepped forward, addressing Kakashi. "A decade ago? Is this the mission you spoke of that ended in failure?" Kakashi nodded, recognizing that the chakra armor they bore was rather troublesome. Everyone returned to the ship. There was no time to lament the identity of the Princess Windflower Snow. Survival took precedence. The 6 young ones positioned themselves in front, shielding the retreat. This individual remained indifferent, considering that these 2 mid-level ninjas were insufficient practice for their group of 6. Kakashi confronted the Wolfang avalanche directly. 10 years prior, he had been forced to retreat due to a lack of strength, but now, the tides had turned. The Wolfang avalanche, sensing the uncertainty of the situation, turned his gaze towards this individual, declaring, "Kakashi, surrender, or the next move will cost that little pink-haired girl her life." Kakashi responded with a puzzled expression. This individual, upon hearing the Wolfang avalanche's threat, wore a look of confusion. "Brother, is your Snow Ninja Village disconnected from the world? Even if you are out of touch, you should at least recognize some of the most dangerous figures in the ninja world." Seeing Kakashi's lack of response, the wolf fang avalanche unleashed an ice technique. Ice release, a cornered white whale. Observing the pointed whale, this individual remained unfazed, instead offering an intrigued critique. This move is rather decent. Much better than the previous swallow and ice wall techniques. With a clap of their hands, they declared, "Let us name it. Ice release, a flock of cornered white whales." A multitude of gigantic whales, several times larger than those summoned by the wolf fang avalanche, surged forth, shattering the glacier into fragments. This individual swiftly transported everyone back onto the ship using Flying Thunder God, apologizing, "I got a bit carried away this time." Meanwhile, the director shouted, "Cut. Marvelous. I never expected to capture such a spectacular scene." The dedication of the crew was truly commendable. They were willing to risk their lives for the sake of filmmaking. Having resolved this minor incident, the group finally arrived in the perpetually snow-covered land of snow. Now, let us hear the truth of the matter, Princess Windflower Snow. This individual emphasized the title princess heavily. The three doctors were about to apologize for the deception, but upon raising their heads, they found this individual's eyes gleaming with curiosity, as if they were ready to gossip. "Uncle, what are you saying? She merely plays the role of a princess in the film. She is not a true princess." It was often exasperating how Naruto's long reflexes worked. It was evident even to a dog what Hinata meant, yet he remained oblivious. "Right, Akamaru?" Kakashi interrupted Naruto. "No? She is indeed the genuine princess of the land of snow." This individual, seated in a chair, fixed their gaze on the three doctors. Realizing why such a high reward was offered, yet they insisted on increasing it further if the task was accepted, cleverly disguising their intentions as mere escorting for a national struggle. What a cunning plan. The three doctors refrained from arguing about the blood-colored ice crystal that had claimed the lives of the third Kazekage, the third Mizukichi, and the third Reikage during the Third Ninja World War. The outside narrative was that this individual was responsible, while in reality, they had been in hiding within Konoha and had defeated the third Tsuchikage, the hero. With your assistance, Princess Snow will surely defeat Windflower Fury and reclaim her rightful place as the princess of the land of snow. Witnessing the growing admiration in Naruto and the other children's eyes, this individual couldn't help but sigh. Recognizing the power of words, they could continue to speak. The elderly doctor fell to his knees before this individual, but they froze his lower half. Unable to kneel, the doctor still beseeched, "My lord, please help us defeat Windflower Fury and rescue the land of snow from its dire straits. We shall accept any condition you impose. Doctor, there is no need for you to plead any further. I have no desire to become the ruler of the land of snow. Some may be alive, but their hearts have already perished. I wish to never endure such experiences again. You all should give up. Are you fools? No matter how hard you try, it is impossible to defeat Fury." Despair filled Princess Windflower Snow's eyes. Hey, I cannot simply ignore your words. Our task is to ensure your protection during filming. Are you denying the strength of the Konoha ninjas?" My lord, the doctor's eyes brimmed with tears. The implication of this individual's words was glaringly clear. The existence of Windflower Fury posed a threat to the safety of their client, and they ought to assist in eliminating him. However, considering the truth they had concealed, the task could continue, but the price would need to be increased. The doctor was utterly ecstatic. "No problem. As long as Princess Snow ascends to the throne of the land of snow, we will agree to any price." This individual shook their head. "I am quite intrigued by the chakra armor worn by those snow ninjas. I demand the scientific technology and all research data from the Snow Ninja Village." Chapter 79. The conclusion of the land of snow. Without hesitation, the three doctors readily consented. Recognizing that reclaiming these items solely through their own strength was an impossible feat rather than allowing them to be perpetually dominated by the whims of the wind and snow, it would be more prudent to engage in a transaction. "Very well, I shall assist with this endeavor." Ito felt a sense of joy. It had been quite some time since he had brought anything back for Uncle Snake. As the group pressed onward into the land of snow, Ito caught Windflower Snowflake for the fourth time, only to witness her finally unravel. "Why? I never wished to shoulder these so-called responsibilities. I merely desire to live peacefully. Why must you drag me here?" Ito remained silent, merely nudging Naruto forward. While Ito was adept at freezing adversaries, engaging in verbal duels was decidedly not his forte. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash his verbal prowess upon Windflower Snowflake, the snow beneath them unexpectedly melted, revealing iron tracks below. Ito was taken aback by the advanced technology of the land of snow. The tracks could sense chakra. To his astonishment, They had even constructed chakra-powered trains. This transaction was turning out to be exceedingly profitable. A distant rumbling could be heard as a black train approached. And Windflower's Fury's voice echoed from above. Snowflake, long time no see. Upon hearing this voice, Windflower's Snowflake was engulfed by terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hinata, activating her Byakugan, stepped forward. Ito-sensei, there are many shurikens and individuals within those carriages, along with a plethora of incomprehensible machinery. Windflower's Fury regarded Ito with a furrowed brow. Are you certain you wish to interfere in the internal matters of our land of snow? Do you not fear igniting a war between the land of snow and the land of fire? War? The land of fire and the land of snow are so far apart. How could a conflict possibly arise? Even if it did, do you genuinely believe the land of snow stands a chance? Ito retorted. Your worldview is so limited. Do not assume everyone shares your narrow perspective. Windflower's Fury scowled. Eliminate them. As the train doors opened, a multitude of cannon barrels emerged, and with a twist of the mechanisms, shurikens flew forth. Ice release. Ice crystal barrier. An ice wall rose before the group, intercepting all the shurikens. Ice release. Frozen 1,000 miles. The entire train was encased in ice, leaving only Windflower's Fury and Wolf Fang Avalanche to leap off and escape. Windflower's Fury, witnessing the fate of his train, wore a grim expression. He had invested considerable resources into it, only to see it neutralized with a single technique. I shall not be defeated so easily. A colossal airship ascended nearby, releasing countless shurikens tethered to small blue spheres. Each sphere, upon landing, sprouted numerous ice spikes. Ice release. Dark ice dragon source. Ito stood atop the ice dragon, gazing at Windflower's Fury with unbridled delight. Trains, airships. What other marvels did the land of snow have in store for him? The ice dragon exhaled toward the airborne vessel. Windflower's Fury and Wolf Fang Avalanche had no choice but to leap from the airship to escape. Wolf Fang Avalanche landed on Ito, placing a circular device on him. Curiosity piqued, Ito did not evade. No matter how powerful you may be, once ensnared by our chakra suppression device, no one can utilize chakra. Cracks began to form on the device as Ito's chakra surged, ultimately shattering it. Ito collected the remnants from the ground. The bounty from the land of snow's mission was unparalleled, and his smile was uncontainable. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, Ito remarked, the essence of a ninja's battle is fundamentally a contest of chakra. This device has its limits in terms of chakra absorption. Surpass that threshold, and it becomes a mere jest. Windflower's Fury's gaze fell upon a hexagonal crystal necklace on the ground. Ice release. Black dragon blizzard. A snowstorm erupted, obscuring the vision of all present. When the snowflakes settled, Windflower's Fury had vanished, along with the fallen hexagonal crystal necklace. Clutching the crystal necklace, Windflower's Fury was filled with exhilaration. After 10 long years, I have finally obtained the key to the Windflower clan's treasure. It was for this treasure that I murdered my own brother. Ito slowly approached the Windflower clan's ancestral land, intrigued by what Windflower's Fury might unveil as the final coin of his revelation. Windflower's Fury placed the hexagonal crystal into a groove in a stone pedestal, which then radiated blinding light. This illumination scattered into a spectrum of colors upon the ice wall, gradually raising the temperature and melting the snow. Just as the legends foretold, the arrival of spring in the land of snow would manifest as a rainbow-hued ice wall. Windflower's Fury, witnessing the land of snow finally basking in spring, was nearly driven to madness. After so many years of waiting and effort, the Windflower clan's treasure was merely this. I refuse to believe it. The Windflower clan must possess other treasures. This cannot possibly be worthy of the title treasure. Windflower's Fury frantically searched the area for other potential weapons, but until Ito entered, he found nothing. Is this truly the famed rainbow-hued ice wall of the land of snow? Generations of toil merely to grant the land of snow its spring. How gentle a family they must be. Ito mused as he glanced at Windflower's Fury, recognizing that even the gentlest of families could produce a rogue or two. Perhaps Windflower's Fury, after years of fruitless effort, was spurred into a frenzy by Ito's words. Rising abruptly, he maximized the power of his chakra armor. Ice release. Twin Black Dragons Blizzard. Storm release. Dragon Storm returns. In this moment, Ito dared not recklessly employ ice release. Expending too much chakra would render the heating device ineffective for decades in melting the ice layer. Ito's storm release chakra erupted, enveloping him in an aura of brilliance, while Windflower's Fury had lost all semblance of reason. As others arrived, they were captivated by the breathtaking scenery. When Windflower's snowflake arrived, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Father truly brought spring to the land of snow, while I, his daughter, am but a coward. Indeed, with Naruto's persuasive charm, nothing remained unattainable. Windflower's snowflake embraced her role as the ruler, liberating the people of the land of snow from their former tyrannical rule. Meanwhile, Ito amassed a vast collection of experimental data and scientific knowledge, nearly overwhelming Orochimaru's newly established laboratory. This mission was elevated to S rank due to its national significance. At that moment, two enigmatic visitors from the future were already en route to the Land of Fire. Chapter 80. Future visitors. As Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged from the laboratory, they were greeted by an array of trains, airships, and an overwhelming amount of data and technology, as if the laboratory had been transported in its entirety. "My goodness!" Kabuto exclaimed, overwhelmed by the towering stacks of materials, one of which dwarfed him entirely. Orochimaru perused the documents, discovering they contained information on chakra mechanical creations. "Kabuto, let us gather these materials. They may prove useful in the future." Orochimaru felt a profound weariness. His second apprentice had finally settled down, only to unleash a significant wave of work. As a biologist, mastering such knowledge would require years of dedication. Yet, what could be more torturous for a scientist than encountering knowledge they had yet to grasp? While Orochimaru fretted over the pile of chakra technology, two mysterious figures entered the village of Konoha. "Sensei Sasuke, is this the Konoha of old?" Before Sasuke could respond, a flash of pink and gold light swept past them. And before Boruto knew it, he and Sasuke were pinned to the ground. "How compliant. You're not resisting at all, Sasuke. Have you become so feeble? Perhaps infected by Kakashi in the future?" Underneath the pressure, Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump, while Sasuke, the older version, stepped forward. "Boruto, you remain as lively as ever. Let us enter the village and discuss matters further." The group made their way to Orochimaru's laboratory, the safest structure in Konoha. On the way, Boruto scrutinized the pineapple-headed figure. "Is this the legendary indestructible object that could extinguish Amaterasu? How did my future self allow such a thing to exist? It seems I was far too lenient." "Sasuke, is there nothing you or Orochimaru-sensei require from us?" Sasuke produced a scroll. "This is a message from my future self, meant for you. It contains information to deal with Kaguya." While Boruto questioned why his future self would alter the timeline, he recognized that Sasuke had never erred in his judgment. Thus, he chose to support him unconditionally. Sasuke's choice was indeed wise. He hailed from a timeline where he received aid from Boruto's future self. Kaguya's intended arrival coincided with Kushina's youth, but Boruto's interference led to her mistakenly arriving in this era with a grand gift. "Uncle, why has the future you not aged at all?" Boruto's question went unanswered as he received a light tap on the head. "How are the children of the future educated? Their vigilance and strength at this age are woefully inadequate." "Sasuke, did Naruto entrust the education matter to Hanabi after becoming Hokage?" "Uncle." Another tap on Boruto's head followed. When adults speak, children should not interrupt. Boruto rubbed the spot where he had been tapped. Recognizing the familiar sensation, he had indeed grown up under this same treatment. Upon reaching Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto was still busy organizing the items Boruto had brought, nearly breaking down at the sight of yet another two experimental subjects. "Orochimaru-sensei, look what I brought back. A genuine Rinnegan. A rare treasure." Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle at Boruto's enthusiasm, having heard tales of his penchant for bringing back valuable items from the ninja world. In truth, by the time Sasuke entered Orochimaru's laboratory, Boruto had already scavenged nearly everything of worth in the ninja realm, leaving Sasuke unaware of the extent of Boruto's treasure-hunting prowess. "Uncle, how did you know about Sasuke-sensei's Rinnegan? This era is still far from when he acquires it." "Boruto, while I am uncertain how they trained you to be this way, I must advise you never to underestimate sensory ninjas. On the battlefield, sensory and medical ninjas are always primary targets for elimination." Another tap on Boruto's head followed, producing a crisp sound. Orochimaru's previously vacant gaze ignited with interest at the mention of the Rinnegan, and without waiting for Sasuke's response, he pulled him into the laboratory. Once inside, Boruto felt relieved to be in a familiar environment and decided to open the scroll sent by his future self. "To my past self. Obito's left eye has fused with Uchiha Obito's eye to create the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Be cautious of its ability, Kotoame Tsukumi. I have manipulated the timeline of Kaguya's arrival, and you must eliminate her to avert impending crises." At the scroll's conclusion, I have left you a barrier jutsu to assist in dealing with Kagaya. I hope that when you arrive in my time, you will undertake the same actions to ensure the timeline remains stable. After reading the scroll, Boruto extracted a white zetsu from the cultivation chamber, summoning Uchiha Madara. Madara, observing his cracked hands, immediately realized he had been resurrected via Edo Tensei. Do you still remember me, Senior Madara? Madara, seated and resting his chin on his hand, regarded the child with ice powers. What brings you to seek my aid this time? Do you wish for me to battle your own comrades? Senior Madara, do you recall our previous discussions on the matter of peace? At this, Madara grew serious. Have you discovered the true path to peace? No, I do not aspire to achieve absolute peace in the ninja world. Madara's expression turned dangerous. You must know the Akatsuki clan, do you not? They are thieves, marauders. Should the strength of the ninja world falter, they will devour it whole. Madara's eyes transformed into the patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan as he scrutinized Boruto's face for signs of deceit. Without evidence, how can I trust you? Madara's question revealed that he was at least partially convinced. In a few days, one of the Akatsuki will arrive. Then you will see the truth in my words. Before Madara could continue, Boruto sealed him within a coffin. The exact timing of Kagaya's arrival remained unknown, and preparations were necessary to confront her. First was the matter of the Nine Tails. The blue Nine Tails within Boruto had nearly siphoned all of Kurama's chakra, meaning when Kagaya arrived, she would likely target Boruto directly. Chapter 81. Akatsuki Kagaya, transforming oneself into bait. The next step is to seek a suitable location to lie in wait for the unsuspecting fisher. Uchiha Itachi aims to illustrate to the Akatsuki clan that elite hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Accompanied by Sasuke and Orochimaru, Itachi arrived at the Valley of the End. To prevent other tailed beasts from congregating and drawing the Akatsuki to Konoha, he summoned all the tailed beasts to this location. With all 8 tailed beasts of the ninja world gathered, the Akatsuki would inevitably come here to seize chakra. Shinju's mastery of wood-style techniques had reached remarkable heights now. His jutsu conjured wooden houses complete with furnishings. That evening, Itachi visited Sasuke's chamber. Sasuke, he began, I must inquire. Why do you appear so feeble since our last meeting? Where has your chakra gone? Sasuke managed a wry smile, explaining that half of his chakra had been siphoned away by the Akatsuki, while the other half had been expended during his time travel endeavors. Itachi, perplexed, remarked, so your frailty is not solely due to the Rinnegan's drain? If your chakra capacity remains intact, why do you still appear so diminished? What purpose does that circle within your eye serve? Is the hungry ghost realm merely decorative in your possession? With so many tailed beasts in Konoha, can't you simply exchange some for sustenance? Is Boruto truly such a burden that it diminishes your intellect? The very thought of Boruto was daunting indeed. The following day, Itachi summoned the first Hokage using the impure world reincarnation technique. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara infused chakra into Sasuke, not only restoring his energy, but also hastening the recovery of his ocular powers. In this aspect, Sasuke was undeniably inferior to Madara. After all, Madara had employed the infinite Tsukuyomi without lamenting the depletion of his ocular strength. But he had been betrayed by Kagaya. Let's disregard that. After a few days, a figure clad in white, with short white hair and wielding a fishing rod, arrived at the Valley of the End. Though time had proven somewhat problematic, this era lacked formidable ice-style ninjas. Once I gather the chakra from those wild beasts, I shall return to the future unopposed. At this moment, Akatsuki Kagaya was blissfully unaware that without his contributions, Itachi could not have achieved such strength. Detecting the approach of formidable chakra, Itachi stepped outside. Kagaya, regarding Itachi with disdain, commanded, hand over the fox within you, and spare me further exertion. Itachi, clearing his ears, quipped, is that you, Roronoa Zoro? If I refuse, you won't simply charge at me with 3 swords, will you? Fun fact, they share a voice actor. Kagaya, unfazed by Itachi's nonsensical remarks, recalled how he had previously bested her in battle. Returning to a time before she had gained significant strength presented a prime opportunity for revenge. Having his intelligence diminished by Boruto, Kagaya never pondered why he could traverse back to the past under Itachi's watchful gaze. To Itachi, Kagaya now resembled a mere specimen from Orochimaru's lab. The look in Itachi's eyes resembled that of a scientist observing a lab rat, inciting Kagaya's ire. He hurled his fishing rod, the hook darting towards Itachi, intent on siphoning away all his chakra. Only in Itachi's despair could Kagaya find solace for the injuries inflicted upon her in the future. "Be careful, senior," Sasuke warned. Itachi evaded the incoming hook with the Flying Thunder God technique, then performed the summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins rose before him, and Madara swiftly shattered the lid of one. "Is this what you call the Akatsuki clan? They are not even half my match." Itachi, frowning at the shattered coffin lid, inquired, "So, you have no plans to return? Where will you reside once this coffin is ruined?" The lid of the second coffin fell, revealing Hashirama, who exclaimed, "Ah? Let me see who has summoned me back this time. Is this a member of the Hyuga clan, so powerful?" Hashirama, Madara, "This is the Akatsuki clan I spoke of earlier. Should they succeed, the vitality of the entire ninja world will be devoured." Previously poised for conflict, both men turned their gazes towards Kagaya, their malice increasingly palpable. Itachi cautioned them to be wary of her fishing hooks. Being ensnared would result in chakra theft. With that, Itachi unfurled the scroll sent from the future, releasing its seals and enveloping the Valley of the End in a cerulean barrier, severing Kagaya's escape. Moreover, her fishing line became sluggish, affected by the barrier. A closer examination revealed that the blue chakra concealed a deadly black layer within. Sasuke's chakra fully restored. 3 super shadows and 1 sage of 6 paths were poised to confront a weakened Kagaya, an endeavor that would prove exceedingly simple. Sage Art, Ice Release, Eternal Sin Prison. An icy crystal encased Kagaya, expanding relentlessly until it shattered into powder, revealing her severely injured form. "Do not grow overly complacent," Kagaya declared, consuming the chakra from her fish basket. "Not enough. Not enough." She further devoured her own eyes, a golden rinnegan manifesting upon her forehead. Subsequently, Kagaya disappeared into a golden rift, emerging transformed. "What is this? A bird-like form?" Sasuke hurled kunai at Kagaya, exchanging positions with the weapon using his Tensigen. Yet, Kagaya's wings effortlessly swatted him aside. Sage Art, Ice Release, Endless Ice Ceiling. Sage Art, Ice Release, World of Ice. Sage Art, Ice Release, Ice Crystal Node. Combined with the barrier from the future, the temperature in the valley plummeted drastically. "This is the final move, Kagaya?" Hashirama declared, charging forward. Madara and Sasuke activated their Susanoo, unleashing Indra's arrow and the Yata mirror towards Kagaya. Sage Art, Ice Crystal Sword. A colossal ice sword formed above the barrier. As it descended, the sword absorbed the black chakra, turning sinister. Kagaya gazed up in despair at the ominous blade. "Not this black chakra. Not this accursed black ice." As the ice sword fell, Akatsuki Kagaya perished. "Madara, this is what the Akatsuki clan is like. According to my intelligence, Kagaya was amongst the weaker members of their clan. Many powerful beings lie within the Akatsuki." Though Madara maintained a calm exterior, a tempest brewed within him. This youth had not been fabricating tales. It appeared that powerful beings from beyond the ninja world had long coveted their realm. "Understood. Should such an enemy arise again, you may summon me once more." As the black ice crystals dissipated with the exhaustion of chakra, Orochimaru observed the preserved form of Kagaya, excitement evident on his face. His disciple's abilities were indeed convenient. The bodies of defeated foes remained intact and fresh. Orochimaru had just witnessed Kagaya's power. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could unravel the secrets of her body. However, considering Kagaya's relative weakness, he found it difficult to fathom the true might of the formidable beings within the Akatsuki clan. Orochimaru and Kabuto hastily transported Kagaya's corpse to their laboratory, for their immediate priority was to decode the secrets of the Akatsuki. Days later, Orochimaru approached Itachi, holding a chakra fruit. "Itachi, this is the fruit extracted from Kagaya. Presumably, this is the true purpose for which you returned Kagaya." One household, noticing the fishing rod that seemed to linger behind Orochimaru, couldn't help but exclaim that Pooh was indeed a remarkable person. For not only did he deliver goods to their doorstep, but he also provided the tools for chakra extraction. Chapter 82. The assault. Once again, the moment the fruit made contact with Ichiraku, it transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. The chakra of the Tsutsuki clan served as a key, unlocking all of Ichiraku's latent potential. Orochimaru, witnessing the fruit being absorbed by Ichiraku, felt a surge of dread. The chilling drop in temperature intensified his ominous premonition like never before. In a swift motion, Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent from the dragon lair, which promptly swallowed Ichiraku and began its ascent outdoors. Fortunately, the serpent reacted in time. As it emerged from the laboratory, it expelled Ichiraku, who landed amidst a vast expanse of black ice. Even the serpent, which had only briefly touched Ichiraku, was coated in a thin layer of black ice. Despite its thinness, the black ice rendered the serpent unable to free itself. Orochimaru curiously touched the black ice, only to find his entire arm ensnared and immobilized by its freezing grip. Within the black ice, Ichiraku's body was undergoing a fusion of ice release, storm release, sage mode, and the newly awakened diamond lock, evolving him to a higher plane of existence. Once his transformation completed, he would ascend to the same level as the Tsutsuki. As the seven-tailed beasts sensed the situation, they arrived one after another. The four-tails, Sun Wukong, cautiously tapped the black ice with his claw. So cold. This black ice is of a remarkably high grade. My lava release pales in comparison, and it seems to be growing stronger by the moment. The nine-tails, perched on Kushina's shoulder, shook his ears. I can no longer sense the presence of that other me within him. Reimei instinctively stepped back in the increasingly frigid environment. Even the tailed beasts could not defy their inherent aversion to cold. Usually, they maintained a good rapport with Ichiraku, feeling grateful for the life they currently enjoyed. Thus, they collectively infused their chakra into the black ice to expedite Ichiraku's evolution. When Sasuke and Boruto arrived, they were taken aback by the familiar sight of the black ice. Sasuke murmured, "So that's how it is. Ichiraku-senpai acquired this power at this moment." Boruto, eager to touch the black ice, was promptly pulled back by Sasuke, who warned him, "You should be well aware of the dangers. This black ice contains at least 3 different bloodline limits. If you were to touch it, you would become an unknowing victim." Sasuke, has the education in Konoha truly failed so miserably that you lack even the most fundamental awareness of danger? As the words fell, Ichiraku broke free from the black ice and emerged, his skin unnaturally pale, his hair transformed into a striking shade of crimson. No, this child is rather mischievous. Naruto entrusted him to me to temper his character. This reminded Sasuke of his own troublesome child, Sarada, who, while excellent in many respects, left him exasperated when it came to their interactions. During his years of investigation into the Tsutsuki, he had barely seen her. It was a shock to discover that his daughter was among those in the Avenger Alliance. It seemed that Itachi and their father were particularly fond of her, and even a slight reprimand from Sasuke would result in Itachi pursuing him with a blade. Fortunately, neither of them indulged her excessively. Sakura and the two of them raised Sarada well. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Nagato gazed at the lifeless body of Pain with a face full of fury. Had it not been for Pain's betrayal, he could have eliminated at least 3 villages during the last assault on Konoha. Contemplating this, Nagato summoned a black rod and gradually approached the scattered corpses before him. At that moment, Orochimaru continued his examination of Ichiraku and Sasuke, particularly focusing on Sasuke, as Ichiraku was always subject to study, but the latter's fate seemed uncertain. Outside Konoha, 5 mysterious figures, each pierced by black rods, began their advance toward the village from 3 distinct directions. Ichiraku, still functioning as a test subject, felt a slight movement in his head. "Ah, we have guests." He relayed the information to the Umbu and headed towards the strongest presence. It was wise to leave the strategizing to the experts. Upon reaching the front gates of Konoha, Ichiraku pondered which brave warriors dared approach through the main entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Pain's figure. "Pain, this chakra feels off." Uzumaki Ichiraku, "This time you will not have the opportunity to utilize the Edo Tensei." Pain's voice was cold and unyielding, revealing the 6 black rods embedded in his body and the 2 truth-seeking balls behind him. After receiving intelligence about Konoha being attacked by a mysterious force, Nagato hastily arrived to take advantage of the chaos. Suddenly, the truth-seeking balls behind Pain transformed into 2 short rods, which were hurled towards Ichiraku, followed by a chakra dragon unleashed from Pain's mouth. Ichiraku, who had previously appeared relaxed, instantly abandoned his nonchalance. The hungry ghost and human paths of the 6 paths were weakened due to their separation. "Everyone, evacuate immediately. Do not let that dragon touch you." Ichiraku conjured a sword of black ice in his hand, intercepting the 2 black rods that were hurtling towards him. He then thrust the sword into the ground, summoning 4 walls of black ice to seal the chakra dragon from the human path. "Black ice, ice-sealed tomb." Ichiraku clapped his hands against the ground, encasing the human path Pain within countless blocks of black ice. "Come forth. Your concealment is utterly futile before perceptive ninjas." From another direction, the Hell Path, Danzo, and Nagato approached as Danzo's Sharingan closed, and the recently sealed pain reappeared before Ichiraku. Simultaneously, the three Sannin faced off against the transformed Hans of the Salamander, who had become the Beast Path. Meanwhile, the free-spirited Shura Path, Scorpion, targeted Shikamaru. Orochimaru, witnessing the transformed Hans, couldn't help but reflect on how the once great demigod had fallen to such depths, reduced to a mere puppet. Hans, undeterred by Orochimaru's comments, swiftly formed hand seals, crab, lobster, chameleon, splitting dog, yada, rhinoceros, water buffalo, panda, centipede. Countless toxic six paths summoning beasts surged forth from Hans. The three Sannin, with grave expressions, bit their fingers. Summoning technique. Three giant toads, two colossal serpents, and a gigantic slug appeared before them. Orochimaru continued forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Edo Tensei. Several coffins materialized in front of the Sannin. I've awaited your arrival for a long time. Summoning technique. Pain appeared before the newly summoned Hans. Human path. Soul extraction. The first Hokage, who had just been summoned, had not yet regained consciousness before his soul was forcibly extracted, nullifying the Edo Tensei. Chapter 83. Brothers. May you have a peaceful dragon boat festival. Within several coffins, only the second generation managed to evade the soul extraction of Bailahu by relying on the flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Madara clearly observed Bailua's movements. Yet he had no justification to act against his own kin, thus refrained from resistance. Without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I wonder what you can use to thwart me now. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, all the pain bodies were summoned to the entrance of Konoha, including Nagato, who represented the Hungry Ghost Path and the Deva Path. The enhanced version of the six paths of pain reassembled once more. It is noted here that Nagato feared for Yahiko's body and needed to retain some power for self-defense. Vortex, as a fellow clansman, I do not wish to take your life. Surrender the tailed beasts, and we can depart from Konoha at once. Had this confrontation occurred a few days prior, Vortex would have found no chance of victory against such a formidable assembly. However, now he had truly reached the level of the six paths through the fusion of Black Ice. Black Ice, Ice Crystal Armor, Ice Release, Absolute Zero. As the Ice Crystal Armor enveloped his form, Vortex's body transformed into that of Black Ice, his temperature plummeting to absolute zero. With a thud, he struck the ground, causing vast expanses of land to be tainted by the black ice. Each step taken by Pain and every contact with Vortex accelerated the encroachment of absolute zero upon them. All the Pain bodies, crafted from corpses, lost their mobility, save for Scorpion, whose entire body had been replaced with mechanical parts. As another Sharingan in Danzo's possession closed, the individuals reverted to their initial state. At this moment, Nagato harbored thoughts of retreat, astonished that this adversary had advanced further. Was he nurtured by Senju Hashirama himself? Vortex did not grant Nagato the luxury of time to recover from his shock. He retrieved the long dusty Kusanagi sword from a scroll and cloaked it with black ice, super armament haki. Witnessing this, Nagato ascended into the sky using the powers of the Deva Path, subsequently commanding Hanzo the Salamander to remove his gas mask. Summoning technique. Hanzo summoned forth a giant black rod impaled through his body, releasing a torrent of toxic gas that wafted away from the entrance of Konoha. Black Ice, Ice Crystal Barrier. The frigid barrier ensnared both Vortex and Pain, as the toxic gas rapidly filled the entire enclosure. Yet, Nagato felt no elation at the sight of the barrier turning a shade of purple. Just as he was cursing his own treachery, the barrier became inundated with water, causing the noxious gas to dissolve within the flow, which Vortex subsequently froze into ice blocks. With yet another Sharingan in Danzo's possession closing, the Pain that had been encased in ice returned once more to the village entrance. Henceforth, neither the self-detonation of the Azura Path nor the soul attacks of the human path could inflict harm upon Vortex. As Danzo found himself with only one Sharingan remaining, Nagato hesitated. He had single-handedly been expending chakra for these assaults. Were it not for the infusion of Senju Hashirama's and Uchiha Madara's cells, he would surely have succumbed by now. While Nagato pondered his retreat, a spatial vortex materialized behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into it. Thank you, Madara. Without your assistance, I might have been left behind. However, the response to Nagato was not the courteous words of Obito, but rather a hand aiming for his eye. With a shriek, Nagato clutched his blood-soaked left eye socket. Obito swiftly placed the removed eye into a jar, and after losing one eye, Nagato experienced a remarkable surge in both physical prowess and chakra. In the Kamui space, Nagato regarded his hands with one eye. Realizing the burden of this, I was far heavier than he had anticipated. Is this truly my eye? Chapter 84. Taking a day off to organize the upcoming plot, Nagato's Rinnegan manifested during his childhood, and he had never experienced the ease of being without it. In the Kamui dimension, summoning techniques could not be used. Nagato chose not to dwell on the Rinnegan that Obito had taken from him, and instead promptly exited the dimension, summoning several pain bodies upon his return. Once back in Amigakure, he immediately retreated to his room. Years of acclimatizing to the Rinnegan allowed Nagato to effortlessly control the single Rinnegan he possessed. When Obito seized his left eye, he sensed other hidden powers within the Rinnegan. After 2 days, Nagato finally discerned the latent forces within the Rinnegan, Tensigan, and the boundary realm of the Wheel of Sorrow. From that day forth, he began to ardently explore and harness the true potential of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, after acquiring a Rinnegan, Obito chose not to implant it within himself. Instead, he intended to use it to awaken a formidable genjutsu through the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The Akatsuki organization seemed to have vanished from the shinobi world. Had it not been for Itachi and Kisame relaying information back, one might have suspected that the organization had disbanded. In Konoha, the Umbu were still busy cleaning up the remnants of battle, particularly the toxins left behind by the animal path, Hanzo of the salamander. A mere trace of the potent poison could easily claim the lives of dozens. With the crisis surrounding the Tsutsuki clan having been averted, Sasuke prepared to return to the future with Boruto. Observing the imminent departure of the two, Naruto could not help but jest. "Boruto, I shall eagerly await your birth to impart upon you the true essence of a ninja." At that moment, Boruto finally comprehended why his future uncle had been such a tormentor during his childhood. It was all a consequence of his own actions. Sasuke pulled Boruto close, addressing Naruto. "Please look after Boruto for us. We must take our leave." Just as Sasuke departed, Naruto received word from the Rigakure. SH-10 also received this message. Upon their return through reverse summoning, the White Snake Sage lounged in his chair, smoking as usual. "Ah, little Naruto, little SH-10. I summoned you here for the upcoming competition in a few days. As I previously mentioned, the 3 great sage regions are in competition. The Shibakuzai only has the one slug sage. Her demand for sage chakra is minimal. Thus, it is almost always a duel between my Bokuzen and Rigakure. We have not triumphed in a long time. If you can assist Rigakure in defeating my Bokuzen this time, I shall reward each of you with a gift that you will find satisfactory." Naruto could clearly see the satisfaction and anticipation on the White Snake Sage's face. It appeared that winning against my Bokuzen was far more significant than the rewards themselves. The 2 days passed swiftly, and Naruto and SH-10 found themselves facing Jiraiya and Minato. Unable to contain himself, the White Snake Sage began taunting the Great Toad Sage. "Is there truly no one left at my Bokuzen? We have a team of youths, yet you send an old man to compete. If you lack contenders, we could always allow you to bring in a couple more." The Great Toad Sage remained silent. The prophetic dreams had already revealed the outcome to him. Even with all of my Bokuzen's combatants, they could not possibly defeat Naruto alone. As the Great Toad Sage approached, he spoke. "Naruto, your future holds 2 extremes. You may become the savior of the shinobi world, driving away invaders and bringing new hope. But conversely, you could transform into the harbinger of its destruction, plunging the entire shinobi realm into eternal despair. In the future, you will face a difficult choice. Should you choose unwisely, it may lead to annihilation for the shinobi world." Jiraiya tugged at Naruto's sleeve. "Naruto, the Great Toad Sage's prophecies are often accurate. You must ensure you do not stray onto the wrong path." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for Jiraiya to remain calm. The White Snake Sage, unable to tolerate the Great Toad Sage's dramatic demeanor, reassured, "Fear not, little Naruto. This old toad merely dreams of fragmented visions of the future. Once it awakens, it will forget most of what it has dreamed. The so-called prophecy may not be entirely accurate." Chapter 85. Limited Tsukuyami. The concerns of the White Snake Sage were entirely unfounded. The words of the Great Toad Sage had no impact on Ichiraku. After all, even the likes of Sasuke had visited. How could Ichiraku be unaware of what the future holds? Standing in the vast clearing of Miyaboku Mountain, the 4 began to absorb natural energy to enter sage mode. Among them, only Jiraiya faltered, Typically, he relied on the two sages, Zetsu and Jiraiya, to achieve sage mode. Jiraiya, after all these years, you still cannot enter sage mode on your own. When Tai could not help but flick Jiraiya, feeling an urge to slap him for his embarrassment. Meanwhile, the giant snake, Manda, struggled to suppress laughter, lamenting the absence of capable fighters at Myaboku Mountain, especially when one could not even master sage mode, yet sought to engage in battle. Sage art, ice release, armor of the frozen. The giant snake and the two serpents behind Ichiraku donned crystalline armor, rendering the weapons of the three toads ineffective, only knocking off tiny fragments. Damn it, we can't break through their defenses, Jiraiya. Years of camaraderie allowed Jiraiya to instantly grasp Wentai's intent. Standing atop Wentai's head, he formed hand seals as Wentai spat oil, and Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of fire. Total fireball. The high-temperature fireball detonated upon impact but failed to melt the colossal serpent's armor, which Ichiraku touched, instantly restoring it to pristine condition. How are we supposed to win like this? Jiraiya turned his hopeful gaze toward Minato, as if pleading for his brilliant pupil to devise a solution. Minato, observing the wooden and icy warriors before him, wore a face of despair. Were it not for being at Myaboku Mountain, he could have simply teleported the two giants away using Flying Thunder God. However, the arena provided by Myaboku was limited in size, thus restricting the effectiveness of that technique against the towering foes. Ultimately, both Jiraiya and Minato suffered a resounding defeat on both fronts. The White Snake Sage, watching the overwhelming battle, could not suppress a laugh. After all these years, they had finally triumphed over Myaboku's toads in the realm of sage techniques. According to their agreement, for the next 40 years, the Dragon Cave would dominate in natural energy. The great toad sage nodded in agreement before closing his eyes, sinking back into slumber, leaving one to wonder what prophecies he might foresee this time. After bidding farewell to the White Snake Sage, Zetsu and Jiraiya approached Minato and Jiraiya. Little Minato, it has been quite some time since Myaboku has had new heirs. If you find any promising talents like that ice release boy in Konoha, be sure to bring them to Myaboku. The moment Ichiraku departed from Myaboku, he sensed a call from the hidden mist village. Navigating familiar paths, he soon encountered a familiar figure. Ichiraku, you must leave now. Obito's left eye began to spin, activating the Kodoame Tsukumi. Ichiraku transformed his body fully into elemental form, evading the Eternal Manjiku's ocular technique. Indeed, for someone who had reached the 6 paths level, Kodoame Tsukumi was ineffective. Obito produced a crystal sphere infused with the chakra of pain, channeling the power of his Eternal Manjiku into it. The moon reflected within the sphere morphed into the shape of the Rinnegan, while Obito's left eye turned white, losing its light. Confronted by the white light directed at him, Ichiraku swiftly entered Sage mode. Sage art, Ice Element Summoning, Ice Phoenix, Avenia. A massive ice phoenix erupted from its icy egg, emitting a resounding cry, its presence blocking much of the light from the limited Tsukuyami. As the technique took effect, Ichiraku's consciousness began to fade. Black ice, sealed. Tomb. The black ice gradually enveloped Ichiraku's entire being, while the ice phoenix stood guard beside him, protecting both him and Meiterumi. Obito, clutching his left eye in agony, slowly approached Ichiraku. The ice phoenix unleashed its icy breath toward Obito, but all attempts were evaded by Kamui. As he reached Ichiraku, upon touching the black ice, Obito's entire white Zetsu arm was consumed by it. Had he not discarded that arm in time, the corruption would have spread further. Obito repeatedly attempted to use Kamui to extract Ichiraku's body, but the black ice's power was too formidable, rendering his efforts futile against its sealing properties. Damn it. Fine, Vortex Ichiraku. Once you escape that world, our plan will succeed. Wait for it. I will deliver a grand surprise. Obito's figure gradually vanished into the spatial vortex, leaving behind Ichiraku, who was self-sealed, and Meiterumi lying on the ground, along with the Ice Phoenix. Time rewound a few days prior. After recuperating from severe injuries, Yagura returned to the hidden mist village. However, when pain had gravely wounded them, Obito had already marked him. Once he prepared the limited Tsukuyami technique, the earlier mark finally came into play. Just as Yagura returned to the hidden mist, he was ambushed by Obito. Thus, the hidden mist village showed no signs of disturbance, and Ichiraku's vigilance was at its nadir. Initially, Obito concealed himself within Kamui's space, evading Ichiraku's senses. What truly exceeded Obito's expectations was encountering Meiterumi, who had broken free from the illusion's control. Without giving him time to react, Ichiraku would have been unable to employ two ninjutsu techniques to manage the ensuing events. Ichiraku's body, whether under illusion or transformed into pain, would have been an excellent choice. Yet Mei's timely reminder cost Obito a 6 pads level puppet. The crystal sphere in Obito's grasp was now filled with black ice, and he was unable to enter the world of Tsukuyomi due to Ichiraku's self-seal. In the illusionary realm, Ichiraku stood still, while Mei and Obito had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of their previous battle. Is this the world of limited Tsukuyomi? Ichiraku began his journey toward Konoha. For this was a brand new world where the flying thunder god marks from the original world did not exist. He could only return on foot. Observations and information gathering revealed that this world differed slightly from the theatrical version. The timeline here was several years ahead of the original world. After several days of travel, Ichiraku finally reached Konoha. To his surprise, the face of the fourth Hokage carved into the rock was not that of Sakura's father, but rather Minato Namake's. Ichiraku expanded the range of his perception with the Kagaya's Byakugan, detecting that no chakra signatures from Minato or Kushina could be felt. The chakras of Kimimaro, Shursui, Itachi, and others had all vanished. Entering a dilapidated house, he found a blonde-haired child sleeping soundly in bed, with the 8 trigram seal clearly visible on his exposed abdomen. In the world of limited Tsukuyomi, the existence of Vortex Ichiraku was entirely absent from the original narrative. Chapter 86. The original Konoha as Ichiraku was about to approach Naruto. He was intercepted by 3 Umbu. Who are you? Why do you wish to approach the Jinchuriki? The Umbu's hands stealthily moved toward their ninja tools. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ascertain a few matters. The Umbu's increasingly tense demeanor reflected their growing wariness towards Ichiraku. Sighing in resignation, Ichiraku gathered chakra in his left foot and stomped down, encasing the 3 Umbu in a thin layer of ice. Ichiraku examined Naruto's dwelling, an old, dilapidated house with expired milk and scant clothing, all indicative of the owner's hardships. After sealing the Umbu's memories, Ichiraku departed, wishing to keep his presence concealed for now. Revealing oneself prematurely in an unfamiliar world could lead to unforeseen consequences. After several days of intelligence gathering, Ichiraku discovered that this world mirrored the original narrative perfectly, a world devoid of the Vortex clan. Sitting in Ichiraku ramen, he challenged the local records while awaiting Naruto's arrival. Where is that rascal? Did I not leave money for him? Ichiraku pondered. Shouldn't he be elated to indulge in ramen now that he has some cash? After a lengthy wait, he finally heard a familiar voice. Ichiraku-san, 1 bowl of ramen, please. Turning around, he saw the excited blonde rush in, eagerly grasping his chopsticks in anticipation of his meal. You can have my bowl first. I haven't touched it, Ichiraku offered, pushing his lavish ramen towards Naruto. The boy stared at the extravagant bowl piled high with toppings, swallowing hard. Is this for me? But I don't have enough money. Reluctantly, Naruto pushed the ramen back, his eyes reflecting reluctance and caution. Ichiraku returned the bowl to him. It's fine, it's my treat. Naruto gazed at the ramen, then back at Ichiraku's warm smile, his eyes brimming with happiness. In addition to Ichiraku, only Ichiraku-sensei, Irika, and the 3rd Hokage had shown him kindness. Thank you, uncle. I'm about to dig in. With hands clasped in reverence, Naruto prepared to enjoy his ramen. In the time it took Ichiraku to glance away, Naruto had devoured the entire bowl. Boss, please serve him another bowl of the deluxe ramen. Ichiraku noticed the spark of excitement in Naruto's eyes. Silently, he finished the bowl Naruto had initially ordered while listening to the boy share his stories. After finishing his 4th bowl of deluxe ramen, Naruto patted his stomach in satisfaction. Ichiraku handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth. Uncle, why are you so kind to me? Naruto's eyes were filled with hope. He longed for a family. Ichiraku gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Little Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Ichiraku. Naruto's eyes glistened with emotion. Uzumaki. Uzumaki, are you my family? Gripping Ichiraku's sleeve tightly, Naruto's intuition grew stronger, the pain of years of disdain and solitude weighing heavily on him. You may call me uncle. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the pink-haired man before him, and soon, tears began to flow. Ichiraku felt a wave of joy, relieved that Naruto did not strike him as he had done upon first meeting Minato. Gently patting Naruto's back, he calmed the boy, spotting the sudden appearance of the Umbu. Ichiraku placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. Go home first, I'll find you shortly. Though small, Naruto was perceptive, reluctantly releasing his grip on Ichiraku's hand. Accompanied by the Umbu, Ichiraku arrived at the familiar Hokage's office, where the 3rd Hokage sat, pipe in hand. Who are you? And why do you wish to approach the Jinchuriki of Konoha? The third's chakra-laden presence pressed down on Ichiraku, who gazed in astonishment at the firm demeanor of the third Hokage. By all accounts, the third should have been in a state of weakness at this time. Could it be that Ichiraku's presence triggered the passive response of an internal conflict in Konoha? With composed grace, Ichiraku sat across from the third. I am the younger brother of Kushina, Uzumaki. I came primarily to see how my nephew is faring. However, after observing for several days, I have concluded that Naruto's situation is quite dire. If you cannot care for him, then allow me to take on that responsibility. Ichiraku unleashed a fraction of his chakra, challenging the third's authority. Chains extended from behind him. The third hesitated at the sight of the formidable jutsu, retracting his chakra. While I acknowledge you as a member of the Uzumaki clan, your identity remains unverified. The Jinchuriki is of paramount importance to the village. We cannot permit you to approach him freely. The third observed Ichiraku, troubled. However, Ichiraku was undeterred, placing a hand on the third's shoulder and exerting his chakra. At that moment, the third felt as though a tailed beast loomed before him. He had not anticipated such an immense chakra reservoir in this man. The third dared not gamble. There was no second figure of such caliber within Konoha. Ultimately, even if he and Ichiraku were to perish, the Hokage's position would likely fall into the hands of Danzo, dooming Konoha's future. Moreover, could the Reaper Death Seal truly contain a member of the Uzumaki clan? I concede. You may interact with Naruto. After a moment of struggle, the third acquiesced to Ichiraku's wish to care for Naruto. With the desired answer secured, Ichiraku turned to leave. Unperturbed by the presence of Danzo outside, anticipating yet another argument between the two. Upon returning to Naruto's home, Ichiraku opened the door to find the boy's beaming smile. Uncle. Ichiraku scooped Naruto up, noting the malnourished child's frailness at such a young age. Ichiraku's feelings for this Naruto were complex. On one hand, he had watched Naruto grow in his original world, while on the other, this identical Naruto evoked deep sympathy. Naruto, do you know your true heritage? Do you wish to understand why the villagers harbor such disdain for you? Naruto hesitated, but ultimately nodded vigorously. He feared the truth of being the Kyuubi. Yet his desire for truth outweighed his fear. Years ago, the fourth Hokage's wife gave birth but was ambushed by a mysterious assailant, releasing the Kyuubi sealed within my sister. To prevent the village's destruction, the fourth sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi within his own son. In truth, he hoped that his wife would one day have the chance to see their son. It is heart-wrenching how deeply he loved Kushina. While the fourth was commendable as Hokage and husband, his role as a father leaves much to be desired. Thus, Naruto, you are the son of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Chapter 87. Choice: Am I the son of the fourth Hokage? As Naruto's voice transitioned from shock and anguish to confusion, disappointment, and uncertainty, he questioned. Why am I still despised by so many? Why must I be called the Fox Demon? His voice grew frantic, and the chakra of the Nine Tails began to manifest around him. Ihue placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, channeling ice chakra to help him calm down. Within Naruto's sealing space, the Nine Tails was incessantly tempting him to break the seal, a temptation Ihue did not hinder. In the realm of anime, Naruto is one of the protagonists most deserving of a dark transformation. However, Ihue believed that the choice must ultimately lie with Naruto himself. Ihue merely revealed the truth to Naruto, allowing Minato and Naruto to have a heartfelt conversation, trusting that Naruto would make his own decision. With no method of leaving this world yet discovered, Ihue could only advance the narrative, seeking the key to escape within it. Informing Naruto of the truth was not solely to liberate him from the third Hokage's brainwashing, but also to uncover a path back home. At that moment, under the Nine Tails manipulation, Naruto had already begun to peel back a corner of the seal with his left hand, and the Nine Tails' eyes widened in anticipation. Just as Naruto was about to tear further, a hand halted his actions. You mustn't tear it away, Naruto. The chakra of Minato appeared beside Naruto, embracing him. Though our meeting came sooner than expected, I am truly delighted to see you, my son. In a manner reminiscent of the original story, Naruto punched Minato, observing from within the sealing space. Minato said nothing, silently wiping away Naruto's tears. Naruto, I am so sorry. It is because of me that you endured such a tragic childhood. Minato held Naruto tightly in his embrace. In that moment, he was not the fourth Hokage, but simply Minato Namikaze, a father. Ihue formed hand seals, drawing Kushina's chakra from the depths of the seal. Kushina, witnessing the father-son duo before her, was bewildered. Shouldn't my chakra only appear when Naruto is controlling the Nine Tails chakra? What is happening? And who is this man who bears such a resemblance to me? A myriad of questions flooded Kushina's mind. Seizing the opportunity while the two were still in tears, Ihue approached her. Sister, do you still remember me? Kushina gazed at the pink-haired figure before her, perplexed. Your chakra feels so familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have seen you. Wait. Ihue's call of sister triggered a long-buried memory within Kushina. Ihue? After Ihue explained his current situation, Kushina sighed in relief. I knew it. How could Ihue, who has been gone for so many years, suddenly appear before me? Kushina informed Ihue that in this world, he did not accompany her to Konoha but perished while defending the Whirlpool village. Ihue's expression darkened. Without the power of the Rinnegan's Eternal Eye to forcibly activate the limited Tsukuyumi, it should not be capable of restraining a sage of 6 paths for long. If his counterpart in this world had died long ago, what then was the means of escape? Unbeknownst to him, this modified limited Tsukuyumi, altered by Abido, had sacrificed an eternal Mangeki Sharingan to activate, thereby sacrificing the original Tsukuyumi's control over the world, achieving an effect that prevented escape. Within the ceiling space, the Naruto family engaged in a fervent discussion about whether to seek revenge against Konoha. As for forgiving the villagers, apologies, but that option was non-existent. Even if the villagers were unaware of the truth, the harm had been done. Forgiveness was out of the question. It was merely Naruto's innate kindness that kept him from harboring vengeful thoughts. Though Kushina felt immense sorrow for her son's plight, a mother's unwavering support would always stand by her child's choices. Naruto, in our absence, should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek your uncle. I wish I could be there to witness you grow, to see you marry, to have children, though let's skip the part about having a son. If he were born, the fire of the ninja world would surely be extinguished. Tears streaming down her face, Kushina bid farewell to Naruto, while Ihue resealed their chakras, awaiting the moment they would be needed. Upon returning to the real world, Naruto's face was streaked with tears and snot. Uncle, thank you. I now understand that I possess loving parents. I finally comprehend the reasons behind the villagers' disdain for me. Ihue gently patted Naruto's head. Regardless of the choices you make, your uncle and your parents will always support you. True to his role as the protagonist, Naruto's heart remained untainted by the abuse he had endured. In the end, he chose to remain in Konoha, relinquishing thoughts of revenge against those who knew nothing. Uncle Ihue, I still aspired to become Hokage. My father sacrificed his life for the village, and I too wish to protect those who have shown me kindness. I shall proclaim to all of Konoha that I am not a demon fox, but rather, I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. Chapter 88. Communication. At this moment, the Nine Tails, trapped within the ceiling space, felt as if it had ingested a fly, utterly uncomfortable. Am I, the illustrious Nine Tails, merely a pawn in your family's play? Such utter disrespect towards a fox. The contingencies left behind are no longer even being upheld by me, the involved fox. However, what truly unsettled the Nine Tails was the man outside. Within the ceiling space, it could sense the overwhelming aura of Ichiraku, a sensation far more formidable than that of the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, even rivaling that of the Sage of 6 Paths strangely. The Nine Tails could discern a familiar essence emanating from Ichiraku, albeit with subtle differences. Before the Nine Tails could ponder further, Ichiraku reappeared in the ceiling space. Upon seeing Ichiraku, the Nine Tails promptly feigned sleep, lying flat on the ground. Ichiraku approached, and, observing the prone Nine Tails, couldn't help but chuckle. Even if you're pretending to sleep, at least put in some effort. Your ears and eyelids are twitching. The Nine Tails continued to feign slumber. Ichiraku began to knock on the ceiling iron door, calling out, Hey, Nine Tails, wake up. If you don't get up, I'll have to take more drastic measures. The Nine Tails ignored Ichiraku, persisting in its active sleep. Ichiraku, seeing the Nine Tails' indifference, stepped into the ceiling space and stood before it, then leapt onto the Nine Tails' face, pulling up its eyelids. Human, you are far too audacious. The Nine Tails swiped Ichiraku away with a claw and lunged at him. Ichiraku, unperturbed, entered sage mode. The Nine Tails felt a surge of joy at Ichiraku's lack of evasion, yet the ensuing scene extinguished its delight. The Nine Tails' attack only pushed Ichiraku back slightly. He remained steadfast, unable to be budged further. As Ichiraku caught the Nine Tails' strike, icy chakra erupted from his hands, the frigid cold inflicting immense pain upon the Nine Tails. If the initial shock of having its attack intercepted was startling, the subsequent events were utterly horrifying. The Nine Tails' claws, which had been imbued with bone-chilling frost, soon transformed into scalding steam and electric tingles. Storm release, armor, boiling release, unmatched strength. With each technique employed, Ichiraku's power surged. while the Ninetales found itself retreating step by step. After utilizing 3 techniques, the Ninetales' strength was utterly inferior to Ichiraku's. In a moment of overwhelming power, Ichiraku pinned the Ninetales to the ground, and the Ninetales' eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time it had encountered a human capable of overpowering a tailed beast. Enough. The Ninetales sprang up, vaulting to a corner, gathering yin and yang chakra in its mouth, forming a rapidly enlarging black sphere. Ichiraku, wary of unleashing overly potent jutsu within Naruto's body, opted instead to pin the Ninetales to the ground with the mind's eye gate, causing the colossal tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth to shatter due to the loss of chakra. Ichiraku took deliberate steps towards the Ninetales, his chakra intensifying with each stride. By the time he stood before the Ninetales, his chakra had surpassed that of the Ninetales. The Ninetales, gazing at the approaching Ichiraku, felt an unusual flicker of panic in its eyes. Power and chakra were being utterly crushed by Ichiraku, who even possessed sealing techniques. In that moment, the Ninetales wished fervently to extract Minato's chakra and confront him, demanding why he had designed the sealing door with such a wide gap. Your design of the door does little to protect this weak, pitiful fox. Ichiraku once again stood on the Ninetales' face, now merely 2 steps away from its eyes. Kurama, have you calmed down? The Ninetales' pupils contracted. Neither the Sage of 6 Paths techniques nor its name could be casually learned or comprehended. A blue Ninetales gradually materialized upon Ichiraku's shoulder. Since changing its hue, it had become increasingly reluctant to emerge. The blue Ninetales leaped onto the Ninetales' face, connecting their chakra and sharing fragments of memory. So that's it. I never imagined I was merely a part of an illusion. Even the entire world is but fade. The Ninetales fell into a state of despondency. This revelation struck it profoundly. Ichiraku stroked his chin, pondering. Though this world is an illusion, the people and everything here cannot be deemed false. Each individual's thoughts and actions are not puppeteered by illusion. This realm is both illusory and real. Once we defeat Kaguya, we can transform the infinite Tsukuyomi into a network, allowing this world to serve as a platform for connection, rendering it indistinguishable from the true world. The Ninetales, uninterested in Ichiraku's musings, let its ears droop in dejection, its entire demeanor reflecting its disappointment. I understand your objectives. And rest assured, I am no longer inclined to interfere with that little brat. Please leave. I wish to be alone. Observing the Ninetales' state, Ichiraku chose not to press further. Such matters were difficult for anyone to accept. Returning to the real world, Ichiraku gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, from now on, that fox will no longer interfere with you. Starting tomorrow, your uncle will guide you in training. Initially excited, Naruto's expression soon turned conflicted. But uncle, what about the ninja school? I still have friends there. I don't want to lose them. After a moment of contemplation, Ichiraku replied, let us begin training now. Naruto, the first technique I'll teach you is the shadow clone technique. Unlike the basic clone technique you've learned, the shadow clone is a physical clone that possesses its own consciousness and can use jutsu. When a clone disappears, it relays information back to the original. This technique will perfectly address your current dilemma. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle, I want to learn this. Without the Ninetales' interference, Naruto's chakra control, though still lacking, was significantly enhanced by the vast reserves of the Uzumaki clan. At this point, Naruto could be deemed a budding genius. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto formed the seals, dozens of clones materialized behind him. How is that, uncle? I learned this jutsu in just an hour. The cacophony of voices from the numerous Narutos caused Ichiraku a headache. Naruto, don't create so many clones next time. The memories returned after dispelling the clones can place a tremendous burden on your original self. You're still young. Your mind cannot endure the strain of too many clones. Naruto, appearing bewildered, nodded at Ichiraku, clearly only grasping the part about not creating too many clones. From that day forth, one of Naruto's clones would study while the original and another clone trained with Ichiraku. Meanwhile, Danzo sat in the Hokage's office, fervently confronting the third Hokage. Monkey, why allow strangers to freely approach the Jinchuriki? You've grown old and are no longer fit for this position. If I had been the one chosen by the first Hokage, Konoha would not have fallen to its current state. The third Hokage took a deep breath. Enough. Danzo, I have already sent a message to Jiraiya. We will decide on our course of action once he returns to the village. Acting hastily now could lead to dire consequences if we fail to eliminate our target. You know well how terrifying an unanchored shadow-level powerhouse can be. Monkey, you are too weak. If something were to happen to the Jinchuriki, it would spell disaster for Konoha. Sarutobi, you will regret this. I am the Hokage. This matter ends here. I will not allow your people to approach them. The only response from the third Hokage was the slam of the door as Danzo stormed out. Incensed by the third Hokage's declaration of authority. Chapter 89. Home visit time flies. After a year of training with Naruto, he is finally set to graduate from the Ninja Academy. During this year, the number of root ninjas who perished at the hands of Ichiraku is countless. Yet considering Naruto's circumstances, Ichiraku chose to overlook him, allowing Danzo a few more days of life. Jiraiya returned to observe Ichiraku for some time, harboring deep dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's treatment of Naruto. Since someone was capable of caring for Naruto properly, he was naturally pleased. However, Ichiraku was not from Konoha, and Jiraiya remained uneasy about him, discreetly following them every few days. Although Ichiraku sensed Jiraiya's presence, he chose not to acknowledge it. Whether in the original world or the original story, Ichiraku held profound respect for this hero. In the original narrative, only Iruka and he could be considered Naruto's elders, making his concern for Naruto's well-being understandable. Today marks graduation day at the Ninja Academy, and it is the first time in a year that Naruto has attended class in his true form. Iruka stood at the podium, gazing down at his students with a look of satisfaction, particularly surprised by Naruto's transformation. Over the past year, Naruto had ceased his mischievous antics, and his grades had skyrocketed. Today is your assessment day. As long as you successfully perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu, you will receive your headband and graduate. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Naruto's exclamation, two identical clones appeared beside him. Naruto Uzumaki, qualified. Overjoyed, Naruto picked up his headband, but did not don it immediately like the others. Instead, he quickly returned home to await Ichiraku's arrival. When the door creaked open, Naruto rushed to embrace Ichiraku. Uncle, today is the day I become a ninja. Could you please help me put on my headband? Ichiraku took the headband from Naruto's hands and placed it atop his head. Congratulations, Naruto. From this day forth, you are a ninja. In the distance, Jiraiya watched this scene, tears unwittingly streaming from his eyes. Minato. That evening, a student who had failed the exam was caught stealing the sealing scroll, and the instigator, Mizuki, was apprehended by the Umbu. The student who attempted to steal the sealing techniques was permanently disqualified from becoming a ninja. Ichiraku was well-versed in most of the contents of the sealing scroll, so he saw no need to have Naruto assist the third Hokage in any charade. It would be far better to have Naruto learn additional jutsu during that time. The following day in the classroom, Naruto listened to Iruka's guidance on class assignments. Kakashi, accompanied by the third Hokage, arrived at Naruto's home, which, under Ichiraku's care, was neat and bright, unlike the disheveled state depicted in the original narrative. The refrigerator was stocked with fresh meats and vegetables. Kakashi pulled out a half-finished carton of milk from the fridge. What a surprisingly tidy place. Your child resembles you quite a bit, Sensei. Entering someone else's home and rummaging through their belongings is hardly a commendable habit, Hatake Kakashi. While Kakashi reminisced about the past, a hand rested on his shoulder, startling him into stepping back from Ichiraku. Don't be so tense. Kakashi gazed at the unfamiliar man before him, who had approached silently, and instinctively removed his headband to reveal his Sharingan. It was Kakashi's first encounter with such an immense chakra through his Sharingan. Ichiraku appeared almost as if composed entirely of chakra. Kakashi's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Years ago, he had encountered the Ninetales, but Ichiraku seemed far more formidable. Could this be the manifestation of the Ninetales within Naruto? Kakashi pondered. Shouldn't the Ninetales manifest as an adorable girl? Certainly, Jiraiya's novels are flawed. No. Kakashi quickly slapped his cheeks, dispelling those errant thoughts. But to be fair, while he is a man, he is quite handsome. Perhaps I could use his image dressed as a woman to adapt Jiraiya's novels into manga. What on earth am I thinking? Such a dangerous individual stands before me, and I'm preoccupied with these thoughts. Kakashi berated himself internally. Ichiraku assumed Kakashi was merely nervous upon witnessing his chakra. Had he known of Kakashi's current thoughts, he would have shown him what true terror is. Do not be alarmed, Kakashi. I am Naruto's guardian, Uzumaki Ichiraku. I was merely jesting. Uzumaki. Kakashi scrutinized Ichiraku and noted the striking resemblance to his mentor, Kushina Uzumaki, but even so, his guard remained firmly in place. Jiraiya-sensei, please come speak with Kakashi. I fear if I step closer, he may react defensively. As Ichiraku's words fell, Jiraiya climbed through the window. Kakashi's gaze fixated solely on Jiraiya upon recognizing him. Jiraiya, alive. At that moment, Kakashi's excitement was evident, even behind his mask. To him, Jiraiya represented a beacon of hope in despair. Were it not for the need to deal with Ichiraku, he might have asked for an autograph. Jiraiya, standing in front of Kakashi, suddenly turned and patted his shoulder. Do not be anxious, Kakashi. Ichiraku has cared for Naruto for over a year now. He is not an enemy. Though Kakashi did not entirely lower his guard, he was considerably more at ease than before. Jiraiya, observing the improved atmosphere, produced 3 books and stuffed them into Kakashi's arms. This is the legendary Ica Paradise Trilogy. Platinum Edition. Kakashi, holding the 3 books, felt as though he might soar. Let us conclude this home visit, Kakashi. You are already aware of Naruto's situation. With a joyful grip on the books, Kakashi departed, fully aware of Jiraiya's strength. Even if he couldn't defeat him, escaping was certainly an option. After bidding Kakashi farewell, Jiraiya returned to Naruto's small abode. Thank you for taking such good care of Naruto this past year. As his teacher, I have been utterly irresponsible, failing to protect my apprentice and remaining oblivious to the mistreatment Naruto faced in the village. Ichiraku comfortingly patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. This hero who had spent his life pursuing the so-called child of prophecy, perpetually losing and chasing. After an extensive conversation with Jiraiya, Ichiraku inquired if he wished to meet Naruto, but Jiraiya declined. He feared that once he met Naruto, he would be reluctant to leave Konoha. He could not pause his journey until his mission was fulfilled. Uncle, today, we are separated into different classes. I'm in the same class as Sakura. Chapter 90. Team 7 Inoharu was uncertain about what specifically Naruto saw in Sakura, yet he held firm belief that Naruto would eventually come to a realization. It was said that the final confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke had 2 objectives. One was to replace the statues of Madara and Hashirama, while the other was to determine their fate. Whoever emerged victorious would become Hokage, and the loser would marry Sakura. Naruto aspired to marry Hinata and become Hokage. Thus he fought Sasuke without holding back. The aforementioned statements are purely fictional and should not be taken seriously, regardless of whether in the original world or this one. Inoharu chose not to interfere with Naruto's decisions, believing that such matters were best left to unfold naturally. The following day, Naruto joyfully headed to the Ninja Academy, only to return home with a face full of disappointment. Uncle, our teacher seems utterly unmotivated, and he arrived late. Can he truly teach us well? Do not worry. He was once a subordinate of your father and a highly skilled ninja, albeit a bit unstable, capable of summoning Susanoo against Kaguya, yet unable to defeat Zabuza. If he had brought you here earlier, you could have departed by noon. If he inquires, simply tell him that a black cat crossed your path, causing you to lose your way in life. And remember to place a steel plate under your rear before you set off tomorrow. Although Naruto did not fully grasp Inoharu's meaning, he trusted that Inoharu would not lead him astray. The next day, Naruto awoke naturally, remaining at home until noon before venturing out. Moreover, he had eaten and placed the steel plate as instructed. When Kakashi arrived at the meeting place, he was greeted by the disgruntled faces of Sasuke and Sakura. Before he could ask why Naruto was absent, Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto, why are you late? Are you not aware of the importance of punctuality for a ninja? Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. On my way here, a black cat crossed my path, and I subsequently lost my way in life. Kakashi was all too familiar with Naruto's response and suspected that Naruto had discovered his secret, so he refrained from saying more. Let us commence the assessment. If you can procure the 2 bells from me, you will be deemed qualified. Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura swiftly concealed themselves, leaving Naruto standing in place. Kakashi gazed at Naruto in surprise. Previously, he had assumed Naruto was meticulous and shrewd like Minato, but now it seemed he had inherited more traits from his mother. Naruto summoned a dozen shadow clones to attack Kakashi, despite having trained under Inoharu for a year. Naruto's skills still paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Kakashi nonchalantly retrieved a book from his ninja tool pouch, reading while effortlessly dispelling Naruto's clones one by one. Witnessing his clones being dispatched so easily, Naruto summoned more. Wind Release, Gale Palm. 12 powerful gusts of wind sent Kakashi flying, causing Naruto to leap in excitement. Yet he failed to notice that Kakashi had transformed into a wooden post. Naruto, do not become overly complacent. Leaf Village Taijutsu secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto and, forming the tiger hand sign, aimed for Naruto's posterior. Instead of the expected yelp of pain from Naruto, Kakashi felt an excruciating sensation in his fingers. Naruto patted the steel plate beneath him and flashed a cheeky grin at Kakashi. amused yet exasperated by Naruto's antics. Kakashi pinned him to the ground, binding him securely with rope. From a distance, Inoharu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Serves you right. Kakashi must have nearly broken his hand. Having dealt with Naruto, Kakashi prepared to confront the remaining two. Intentionally exposing a weakness, he lured Sasuke out. After witnessing Naruto unleash 12 C-rank ninjutsu, Kakashi was not as surprised by Sasuke's fireball technique and swiftly used earth release to drag Sasuke underground, concluding the battle. Sasuke had lasted no longer than Naruto. Sakura, too, made a sound because of Sasuke, which Kakashi seized upon to defeat her with a simple genjutsu, thus eliminating all three students. Naruto's placement of the steel plate resulted in Kakashi, true to the original story, binding him once more. We shall reconvene this afternoon. Sasuke, Sakura. Here is your lunch. Do not share it with Naruto. Otherwise, everyone will be deemed unqualified and forced to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's threat had little effect on Sakura and Sasuke. Regardless of their motives for sharing their lunch with Naruto, their actions surpassed those of many others. You have qualified. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. After so many years, he had finally encountered students with a semblance of teamwork. Team 7 was officially established. With Kakashi assisting in mentoring the children, Inohara needed only a few days to assess Naruto's progress. Once Naruto mastered his techniques, Inohara would introduce new challenges. Not long after, the tranquility was interrupted by the familiar presence of Tazuna, yet this time Inoharu had fewer concerns. When Kakashi fell victim to the water prison technique, Naruto discreetly channeled chakra into a marked kunai. As Zabuza's water clones surged toward Naruto and the others, Naruto and Sasuke executed their ninjutsu to disperse the water clones, charging towards Zabuza in an attempt to rescue Kakashi. However, the unrestrained Zabuza was an opponent beyond their current capabilities. With a single hand, Zabuza overwhelmed the two boys. Ah, what a glorious moment. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi have all fallen to my might. Even if Kaguya herself were to descend, none could rival my illustrious achievements. Just as Zabuza's blade was poised to sever Naruto's neck, an ice spear struck, sending the large sword flying. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious hall as Zabuza confronted a man with crimson hair. Who are you? Inoharu utilized the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Naruto, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zabuza sprawling. I am merely a passing traveler. Cough cough. Just a traveler passing through. Remember my name. Ice Release. Ice Crystal Armor. Chapter 91. The conclusion. Zabuza, no longer restrained, retrieved several kunai inscribed with explosive tags from his tool pouch and hurled them at Itachi. The explosive tags detonated beside him, but as the smoke dissipated, it became evident that no marks were left on the armor. Who, then, would truly perish from these explosive tags? Obito remarked, I have no idea. Even the sea of explosive tags couldn't bring me down. Can these truly claim lives? From a certain perspective, SHJ was indeed a benefactor of explosive tags. Had he not succumbed to the trap of the explosive tags in the original story, he might have risen to the same echelon as the Great Fireball and Amaterasu. The icy release of Ice Prison enveloped the entire water domain, freezing even the water prison that ensnared Kakashi. The ice sphere, now solidified, rolled away from Zabuza's control. Observing Kakashi, now devoid of combat capability, Zabuza was torn between laughter and tears, for the pink-haired figure before him posed a far greater threat than the previous Yagura. As Itachi approached, Zabuza, despite grasping the decapitating sword from the ground, felt no sense of security. Utilizing the flying thunder god mark hidden within the ice, Itachi appeared behind Zabuza and pinned him to the ground. Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja of the mist, let me think. All right. You fled the village after failing to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. Before Itachi could finish his thought, several Senbon darts flew from the shadows. Zabuza Momochi is a traitor from our village. I ask that you hand over his corpse to our pursuit unit. Itachi placed his hand before White, revealing several Senbon in his palm. Your strength alone cannot eliminate him, and I've never seen an Umbu operate independently with such low-powered weapons. Upon hearing Itachi's words, a heavy dread filled White's heart. It seemed that both he and Lord Zabuza were likely to perish here. Ah, do not be alarmed, you two. The mist has changed, the fourth has stepped down, and the fifth Mizukage has abolished the blood mist policy. Return, for the mist village needs you. In response to those words, Zabuza momentarily ceased his struggles. Had Yagura truly stepped down? The tearful demon, once known for his strength, found it impossible to contain his emotions. Come back to the mist with me. I wish to see what our village has become. Zabuza, dubbed the demon, had once slain all his classmates during his time at the academy. However, unbeknownst to many, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for such rules. After failing to assassinate the Mizukichi, he had sought opportunities for resurgence, even accepting employment from a character like Kato to fund his rebellion against the oppressive regime of the Mist. Rules are crafted for those who cannot survive without adhering to them. Return to the very edge of those rules. Itachi's words struck a chord, and Zabuza, driven by an obsession to dismantle the Blood Mist, resolved to return and witness the changes for himself. Thus, Zabuza and White departed from the Land of Waves, setting foot on the path back to the Mist Village. Itachi, finally recalling Kakashi still encased within the ice sphere, freed him. Without Zabuza and White, Kato was left with a mere handful of wandering warriors, unable to prevent Kakashi and his companions from escaping. The mission in the Land of Waves concluded hastily. Upon returning to Konoha, the Chunin exams loomed near. Itachi eagerly anticipated his first encounter with the enigmatic snake uncle of this world, sensing the grip of the Kagaya's Tsukuyomi weakening. Soon, the boundary of the Tsukuyomi would no longer bind him here. Chapter 92. Departure Matters. The Chunin exams proceeded as per the original narrative, undisturbed by any external forces. For Naruto, Sasuke, and others, this represented a pivotal opportunity for growth. For the third Hokage, it served as a chance for redemption. With the Nine Tails safeguarding Naruto, no calamity would befall him, allowing the opportunity for one to once again approach the threshold of the Roots headquarters. Having familiarized himself with the terrain, the intruder was able to delve into the depths of the base without detection. Lord Danzo, is it truly wise to remain idle while Konoha is under siege by Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi? Although the words were laced with respect, the tone was rife with mockery. How dare you speak to Lord Danzo in such a manner? Yamanaka F., who revered Danzo as a figure of faith, could not tolerate this insolence and lunged at the intruder with a short blade drawn. Spare him. His Uzumaki bloodline still holds value for us. Despite the fact that more than a dozen members of Root had perished at the hands of the intruder, Danzo maintained his belief that this individual was merely an elite Chunin. After all, the Root operatives dispatched over the year had been mere Chunin. Achieving the level of a Kage was an arduous task. If a random youth could attain such strength, one might as well conclude that the world was not but an illusion. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, Yamanaka F's lifeless body lay sprawled upon the ground, having never had the opportunity to scream in agony. It was only then that Danzo regarded the man before him with seriousness. Hold him off for me. I must unseal my arm. The intruder, while dispatching the remaining Root ninjas, jested with Danzo. Do take your time. I assure you, I shall not harm you before you shed those bindings. It seems the Kyuubi's Tsukuyomi is indeed a remarkable jutsu, as it allows me the opportunity to eliminate you once more. Danzo ignored the verbal onslaught and focused on dismantling the seal on his arm. By the time the Root ninjas had been largely eliminated by the intruder, Danzo's arm was finally free. Though I may not grasp your words, I shall ensure that you remain here forever. Once again, Danzo's life proved that without sufficient strength, even an abundance of resurrection coins was futile. The intruder tidied himself of blood and dust before departing the Root base, casually discarding the forehead protectors of two sand and sound ninjas at the entrance to signify his disassociation with the matter. Having successfully defeated Danzo, the intruder felt elated. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he found that the conflict was reaching its climax. Shikako had already been repelled by Naruto, and the third Hokage had just activated the Shiki Fujin, preparing for a final confrontation. The intruder quickly retreated, concerned that the third Hokage might inadvertently take him along in his demise. The third Hokage, observing the intruder retreating, felt a pang of regret. He had indeed contemplated resolving the unstable factor that was the intruder before his end, and if circumstances had permitted, he would have wished to eliminate Danzo alongside him. Alas, my time is limited. Orochimaru, your transformation is a failure of my teachings, and today, I shall rectify this error. The Shinigami behind the third Hokage seized Orochimaru's soul. However, having sealed the first and second Hokages, the third was exhausted, ultimately capable only of severing Orochimaru's hand from his soul. Orochimaru, I can no longer risk a mutual demise. Therefore, I shall disable your hands used for hand seals. This should be a punishment more unbearable than death for you. As the third Hokage's words fell, the Shinigami devoured Orochimaru's hand, rendering it lifeless. The third Hokage's gaze gradually dulled, losing its luster, leaving only the enraged and impotent Orochimaru on the battlefield. Senior Orochimaru, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Here is a gift I present to you. The intruder tossed a scroll towards Orochimaru. But given Orochimaru's current state, he was unlikely to accept anything from an unknown source. Orochimaru, your hands have been sealed by the Uzumaki clan's forbidden techniques. That scroll contains the method to break the seals. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru expelled a small snake, which consumed the scroll, significantly larger than itself. I shall accept your goodwill. In the future, I will repay this favor. As the snake returned to Orochimaru's mouth, all sound ninjas retreated from the battlefield, leaving only the sand ninja to fight desperately. With the war concluded, the intruder brought Naruto before Jiraiya. Naruto, soon your uncle must depart. After I leave, Jiraiya-sensei will be your guardian. You may consult him on any matter, except for finances. Understanding that his uncle would return to his world, Naruto's expression prompted the intruder to affectionately ruffle his hair. Do not worry, Naruto. Once I resolve matters on my end, I will return. After another affectionate tousle of Naruto's hair, the intruder added, remember, Naruto, do not cut your hair short. It is not only unappealing but also troublesome. The initially somber atmosphere was brightened by this remark. At that moment, two members of the Akatsuki organization stealthily infiltrated Konoha. Sensing their chakra, the intruder couldn't help but smirk. The final target had indeed delivered himself to his doorstep. Entrusting Naruto to Jiraiya's care, the intruder made his way to the locations of Kisame and Itachi. Upon arrival, he found Kakashi had already been incapacitated by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Kicking aside the obstructing Kisame, the intruder approached Itachi. I have longed for the opportunity to confront you. Today, I finally have my chance. Through the lens of the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi could only see a colossal chakra entity, far surpassing even that of the tailed beasts, advancing toward him. As the intruder's words fell, Itachi had already prepared his Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Chapter 93, Boundary Tsukuyomi, and Ichigo found himself bound to a crucifix within the Tsukuyomi dimension. Itachi, brandishing a long katana, declared that he would control time, space, and mass within the realm, and for the next 72 hours, he would repeatedly plunge the blade into Ichigo's flesh. Before Itachi could finish his pronouncements, Ichigo had already broken free from his restraints. Itachi, he scoffed. Your Tsukuyomi is truly uninspired. If you're bereft of ideas, why not try biting a lighter? Seeing Itachi's bewildered and shocked expression, Ichigo elaborated. Ninja combat fundamentally boils down to the clash of chakra and spiritual fortitude. How dare you, with your feeble spirit, attempt to ensnare me within this Jinjutsu? As Ichigo spoke, the crimson Tsukuyomi space morphed into a realm of impenetrable darkness filled with aggressively encroaching black ice. Now, Ichigo proclaimed, I dictate the time, space, and mass of this domain. For the next 72 hours, I shall impale you with this blade. The 72 hours within the Tsukuyomi dimension elapsed in a mere instant in the real world. Itachi clutched his bleeding eye in agony, his other Sharingan staring intently at the grinning Ichigo before him. Itachi-san, are you alright? Kisame promptly steadied the staggering Itachi, who, despite his apparent weakness, subtly channeled chakra into his right eye. Amaterasu. Ichigo, noticing the blood tears streaming from Itachi's eye, recognized the legendary, inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu about to manifest. An ice wall instantly erected, obstructing Itachi's line of sight. The black flames of Amaterasu were contained by the barrier, only to be further entombed within the encroaching black ice. What? Itachi's composure shattered. The Amaterasu, capable of consuming all matter as fuel, was extinguished within the black ice. Before Itachi could react, Ichigo appeared behind him, delivering a devastating punch amplified by his monstrous strength, sending Itachi crashing into the earth. Despite the impact, Itachi remained combat-ready, with rows of crimson ribs shielding him from Ichigo's attack just before the fist made contact. The force of the blow still caused Itachi to cough up blood. Water release, great shark bullet technique. The dutiful Kisame meticulously performed the hand seals and loudly announced his technique. Ichigo merely glanced back, and the airborne shark was instantly frozen solid, plummeting to the ground. The Susanoo surrounding Itachi extended its arm, attempting to swat Ichigo away, but Ichigo countered by shattering the skeletal limb. He continued to relentlessly pummel Itachi, each blow adding more fissures to the Susanoo. After several strikes, the Susanoo teetered on the brink of collapse. Ichigo's fist descended once more, this final blow promising certain death for Uchiha Itachi. However, the sound of shattering never came. Ichigo's fist passed harmlessly through the prone figure of Itachi, and Ichigo himself began to fade from view. It seems my time is up. Ichigo, observing his increasingly ethereal hands, uttered a few words to Jiraiya, who was rushing towards the battlefield. Though the distance was considerable, the Master of Intelligence deciphered Ichigo's lips. Take care of Naruto. Ichigo vanished from the battlefield, and Kisame swiftly carried Itachi away from Konoha. Naruto, though mentally prepared for Ichigo's departure, was still heartbroken. After composing himself, he turned his gaze towards Jiraiya. Are you the pervy sage my uncle told me about? Boundary Tsukuyami temporarily concluded Chapter 94, The Assault of Obito within the realm of the Hidden Mist Village. A fissure appeared on the black ice tombstone guarded by the ice crystal phoenix, heralding the awakening of a figure. The flow of time in the realm of Tsukuyami was akin to that of the real world. Over the course of 2 years, the dynamics of the ninja world had undergone a profound transformation. Once confirming the safety of Terumi Mei, the figure hastened back to Konohagakure. At this moment, Konoha had morphed into a village nestled within a crater. Kagura's Byakugan was fully activated, revealing that only the chakra of the 3 tails and 9 tails remained in Konoha, while the chakra of the other tailed beasts had vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze found himself troubled by the intelligence sent by Itachi. The Akatsuki's current strength posed a tangible threat to the safety of the entire ninja world, and as Hokage, he felt utterly powerless in the face of the present predicament. If only you were here, Itachi, Minato lamented. Ah, you think so highly of me, don't you, Minato? Came the reply. Yes, if only you were here. Itachi, suddenly realizing, Minato rushed forward to embrace the figure. Thank goodness you are back. Through their conversation, Itachi learned of the tumultuous events that had transpired in the ninja world during his 2-year confinement in the realm of Tsukuyami. Ultimately, Itachi's summoned ice crystal phoenix and the black ice successfully drove Obito out of the hidden mist village, as there was little of value left in the village without Itachi's presence. Once Terumi Mei regained her mobility, she swiftly conveyed the news to Konoha. Kushina Uzumaki promptly arrived at the hidden mist village to assess Itachi's condition, and it was ultimately the 9 tails that revealed Itachi's current state. From that day forth, Konoha heightened its security to the maximum level, yet the Akatsuki seemed to have vanished from the ninja world entirely, not making another appearance. It was not until a year later, when Obito had adapted to the Rinnegan in his left eye, that he led an assault on Konoha with his forces. The combination of Obito's true form and the human path he had obtained from Nagato, alongside one super shinobi and a faux sage, spelled disaster for Konoha. The ability of the human path to perform impure world reincarnation had become ineffective at this juncture, and Danza's revival through the hell path rendered resistance exceedingly arduous. All the tailed beasts residing on the outskirts of Konoha were subdued by Obito and transported to the hidden rain village through Kamui, leaving only his targets, the 3 tails Jinchuriki Rin and the 9 tails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki, devoid of the suppressive influence of Shusui's eyes. Obito began to exhibit tendencies of schizophrenia. No matter how hard he tried, he could not direct his attacks towards Rin. In a moment of mental turmoil, his strikes veered towards Naruto instead. Naruto. Hinata stood resolutely in front of Naruto, while Kushina positioned herself before Hinata. As the assault concluded, Naruto gazed down at Hinata and Kushina, who lay on the ground, consumed by rage and guilt. Such intense emotions catalyzed the awakening of chakra within him. Give me some chakra, Kyubi. The 9 tails, still frantically pouring chakra into Kushina to sustain her life, froze at the sound of Naruto's voice. Ashura, why are you within Naruto? Naruto narrowed his eyes, a determined smile gracing his face. It's a long story, Kyubi, but can you lend me some chakra first? I doubt this fellow will grant me the time to explain. As Naruto's words fell, an immense influx of chakra surged into Kushina's body. Your aura resembles my brother's somewhat. Chapter 95, The 8 Tails Naruto, or perhaps Ashura would be a more fitting name, forcibly activated the 9 tails connection mode with the chakra of the 9 tails, the golden fox shielding him from Obito's advance. Though perplexed by the presence of his brother's aura within you, I cannot allow you to take another step forward. The child behind me is of utmost importance. While Ashura's 9 tails connection mode is formidable, the 9 tails is no longer within him, and the amount of 9 tails chakra is ultimately finite. After the Hell Path Danzo paid the price of 4 Sharingan, Ashura's chakra was nearly depleted. Just as Obito prepared to press the advantage, a fishhook pierced his body. Instinctively, he activated Kamui, narrowly evading the attack. Upon turning, he discovered that his assailants were none other than Orochimaru and SH Tree. although Orochimaru appeared largely unchanged. The horn on his forehead signified that he was no longer the same. Ashura's eyes lit up with surprise at the sight of SH Tree. The arrival of Wood Release was remarkably timely. Positioned behind SH Tree, Ashura continuously guided him to utilize Wood Release chakra. Would release, True Thousand's hands. Regrettably, Ashura's condition was dire, and relying solely on SH Tree's chakra, he could only manifest a Buddha statue slightly larger than a tailed beast. In the distance, Shursui and Fugaku, witnessing the wooden Buddha, leapt onto its shoulders, their Susanoo gradually enveloping it. Orochimaru repeatedly swung his fishing rod at Obito, but the existence of Kamui rendered his attempts futile. Failing to land a single hit, having already seized 5 tailed beasts, Obito began to harbor doubts as he beheld the Susanoo-encased Buddha and the fishing rod-wielding Orochimaru. The thought of absconding with the 3-tailed Jinchuriki Rin vanished the moment he glimpsed her smile. My purpose has been fulfilled. Farewell, comrades of Konoha. The spatial vortex swallowed Obito, taking with him the controlled Pain and Kakuzu and Haiden from their prison. Although Konoha successfully thwarted Obito's assault, they suffered grievously, with nearly all the tailed beasts captured. Minato promptly relayed the news to the Hidden Cloud Village and prepared to convene a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. However, without a seal, Minato's speed fell short of Obito's, arriving at the Hidden Cloud Village too late. Meanwhile, the performing Killer Bee noticed the man emerging from the vortex and swiftly distanced himself from Obito. You spectators should evacuate. A fierce battle is about to unfold. Killer Bee brandished his 7 blades, wedging them against various parts of his body, launching a barrage of rapid attacks towards Obito. This time, Obito did not evade with Kamui, but instead wielded the Uchiha fan to deflect Killer Bee's advances. Enough. I've had my fill. The human path, Beery, unexpectedly appeared behind Killer Bee and struck his neck, rendering him unconscious. However, the unconscious Killer Bee was not gravely injured. The 8 tails required minimal chakra to sustain the life of its Jinchuriki. As Killer Bee lay unconscious, red chakra began to surge from him. As the chakra accumulated, the 8 tails, Yuki, made its grand entrance. Just as the 8 tails began to gather tailed beast bomb in its mouth, a chakra longsword pierced through its chest. From the 8 tails perspective, Obito's figure before it began to fade, while the true Obito, clad in a blue skeletal form, seized the horns atop the 8 tails head and dragged it away. Chapter 96. Confrontation. The exhausted 8 tails gazed at its body being relentlessly drawn into the spatial vortex, and with the Rinnegan in Obito's left eye, it comprehended its dire fate. The vortex swallowed the 8 tails whole, leaving behind only a single tentacle on the ground. Obito's gaze swept across and discovered that the tentacle encased the unconscious Killer Bee. Yet with over 90% of the chakra from the 8 tails within his grasp, there was no further need to take the scraps from Killer Bee. When Minato Namikaze arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village, he found Killer Bee languishing on a hospital bed. A and Minato quickly aligned their thoughts, and the Hidden Cloud became the second village, following the Hidden Leaf, to request a 5 Kage summit. It was unprecedented for 2 villages to jointly petition for such a meeting, and even the Hidden Stone, entangled in chaos due to the Akatsuki, hurried to the Land of Iron to witness the unfolding events. In merely 3 days, the 5 Kage gathered in the Land of Iron. Due to the frequent injuries sustained by Yagura, he found himself hospitalized once again before being ambushed within the confines of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Coupled with the lingering effects of his previous injuries and Obito's subsequent assault, Yagura officially retired, and Meitarumi ascended as the 5th Mizukage, with Yagura stepping back into a supportive role, aided by Ao and others. The 5 Kage summit proceeded smoothly, devoid of Sasuke seeking vengeance or Obito declaring war. After all, Obito had just captured the tailed beasts and faced a lengthy sealing process. The 5 villages reached a consensus on combating the Akatsuki, yet the organization had mysteriously gone silent. Obito also refrained from pursuing the 9 tails and 3 tails until a certain individual returned, with no signs of the Akatsuki members appearing anywhere. Returning to the present, Black Zetsu observed the multitude of lethargic figures within the Akatsuki, his eyes filled with helplessness. He could not fathom why these notorious S-rank rogue ninjas had devolved into their current state. I have just gathered intelligence that the 6 tails will resurrect within the water country in 3 days, and the leader will assign this task. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze relinquished a scroll of intelligence to the awaiting figure. Itachi's message indicated that the 6 tails was on the verge of revival, and the Akatsuki had prepared to act against it. Contemplating the information in his grasp, the individual pondered how to manipulate the circumstances so that the Akatsuki could reasonably take the 6 tails. Meanwhile, in the infinite Tsukuyami, Uchiha Madara deliberated on whether the Moon Eye plan still held any necessity for continuation. At present, it appeared that the so-called plan could potentially lead to the annihilation of the ninja world. In the Rain Village, Abido sat vacantly on a platform, displaying little interest in the Moon Eye plan. The moment his left eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan lost its light, he had remained in a state of disorientation. Particularly during his last excursion to the Hidden Leaf to capture a tailed beast, seeing the girl who was the Three-Tails Jinchuriki plunged him into self-doubt. He perceived his feelings for Rin as an act of betrayal. Nagato, on the other hand, was entirely oblivious to the details of the Moon Eye plan, let alone the means to fulfill it. Poor Black Zetsu could never have imagined that within the ranks of the ninja world's elite combatants, the only individual desiring the realization of the Moon Eye plan was the opposing figure. Ultimately, the Hidden Leaf Village, after much deliberation, decided that Itachi, Shisui, Sasuke, and Naruto would venture to the water country to thwart the Akatsuki's actions. Sasuke, brimming with excitement, followed the trio toward the water country, having trained diligently alongside Shisui and Fugaku for this moment to reclaim his elder brother, who had defected from the Hidden Leaf in pursuit of power. Flying Thunder God, activate. Brother. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the water country, Sasuke immediately spotted Itachi standing in the distance. As Itachi saw Sasuke rushing toward him, he redirected him to another path, leading them far from the battlefield until they reached a secluded mountain. Itachi, how much longer do you intend to evade me? Is power truly so vital to you that you would forsake your village? Forsake your family? Seeing Itachi unmoved, Sasuke activated his Mangeki Sharingan. If I cannot convince you, then I shall defeat you and bring you back to the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke produced a large, foldable shuriken and hurled it forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless large shurikens materialized, soaring toward Itachi. Unfazed, Itachi activated his Sharingan, enhancing his perception, and effortlessly evaded all the shurikens using solely his taijutsu. As the sounds of dispelling clones echoed, a smokescreen enveloped the entire area. Sasuke pulled a hidden wire from his arm, directing the shuriken blades imbued with lightning chakra to strike at Itachi from behind, just as he narrowly escaped the previous attack. The chakra-laden wire was detected by Itachi's Sharingan, prompting him to leap gracefully out of harm's way. With his Mangeki Sharingan activated, Itachi ensnared Sasuke within the realm of Genjutsu. Chapter 97. Declaration of War. Itachi dispersed into countless crows before Sasuke, who, realizing he had fallen into an illusion, attempted to disrupt the chakra to break free from Itachi's Genjutsu. How Navi Sasuke, Shisui, and our father possess eyes akin to mine. For years, were they unable to make you aware of the disparity between the three Tomo and the eternal Mangeki? The crows behind Sasuke reformed into Itachi's upper body. As he firmly locked his arm around Sasuke's neck, his other hand slowly reaching toward Sasuke's eyes. By now, you must understand the curse of blindness that accompanies the Mangeki. Yet, there exists a member of the Uchiha clan who has shattered this curse. Uchiha Madara, by exchanging his brother's eyes, attained the eternal Mangeki. Though your Mangeki has yet to awaken, I can no longer wait for that moment. As Itachi's fingers drew closer to Sasuke's eyes, Sasuke erupted with lightning chakra, the pain coursing through his body breaking Itachi's illusion. The Itachi that had bound him disappeared, and the real Itachi extended his finger, slowly approaching him, regaining his awareness. Sasuke immediately formed hand seals, prompting Itachi to do the same. Fire release, great fireball technique. A simple ninjutsu exchange ensued, with Itachi's fireball significantly larger than Sasuke's. As their fireballs collided, Sasuke's was swiftly consumed by Itachi's. The disparity in their combat prowess was evident even in the simplest of techniques, and Sasuke hastily dodged the fireball hurtling towards him. As Sasuke gathered lightning chakra in his hand, the Chidori began to coalesce. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kakashi and Itachi were engaged in a quiet conversation over tea, while Sasuke was relentlessly attacking the air. Kakashi-sensei, is it truly safe to part ways with the Akatsuki now? Their power has grown tremendously. Without intelligence, the shinobi world could very well perish at their hands. Kakashi, nonchalantly patting Itachi's shoulder, replied, "You and Kisame have long been discovered. If all goes as expected, the Jinchuriki's revival location is certainly not here. Returning to the Akatsuki will only lead to your demise." Itachi's pupils constricted in alarm. "Kisame." Kakashi reassured him, "Do not worry. Kisame has already been frozen and returned to the Hidden Mist Village." At that moment, Sasuke, still engaged in combat with the air, paused. staring in confusion at the sight of Itachi and Kakashi enjoying their tea. "Brother, how could you?" "Uncle Kakashi." In the next instant, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Itachi, no longer needing to feign concern, swiftly moved to support him, gazing at his brother's familiar expression of care. Sasuke understood that the Itachi he once knew had returned. With a pained expression, Itachi looked at the weakened Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing a peculiar familiarity in Itachi's demeanor, was suddenly confronted by a space vortex that appeared before him. A masked figure emerged from it, a glint of cold light flashing. "Sasuke, be careful." Itachi shielded Sasuke, only to have a bloody long knife pierce through his chest. Sasuke stood frozen, staring at the bloodied Itachi, whose eyes bore 3 tomo, now coalescing into a 6-pointed star. "Itachi." Tears of blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes as he began to unravel, crying out in despair. He staggered to his feet, the 6-pointed star in his gaze radiating an eerie glow. Seeing Sasuke's state, the masked man promptly removed his mask. "Sasuke, calm down. This is all an illusion." "Kakashi-sensei." Itachi, now seemingly unharmed, stood up, quietly wiping the blood from his body. It was then that Sasuke recalled Itachi's expression. It mirrored that of Mikoto's in the hospital. Speaking in the tone he had used when conversing with Shursui, Itachi addressed Sasuke. "Sasuke, if your companion is gravely injured, your first task is to ascertain whether they can still be saved. Even if they appear severely wounded, you must at least check for breathing and a pulse." Upon hearing this, Sasuke completely broke down. "So, what I saw before you left the village wasn't an illusion, but a performance you all staged together?" Itachi nodded calmly. "Sasuke, we did this for your own good. Shursui and I have endured similar trials. These matters must not be disclosed to the clan, otherwise, they will become meaningless." Overwhelmed by despair, Sasuke yawned to don a mask and join the Akatsuki to forge a world devoid of deception, but before he could enact his plan, Kakashi pulled him back to Konoha. As Kakashi had anticipated, the Jinchuriki revival location was a ruse. Only Kisame and Itachi had been dispatched. Furthermore, Kabuto had been captured by Obito. As a pawn of Sasori, Kabuto had undergone a cleansing of his mind by Orochimaru, yet remnants of Sasori's influence lingered. Obito seized Kabuto while he was visiting the orphanage, and by the time Orochimaru arrived, it was too late. All that remained at the orphanage was the severely injured Yakushi-nan. Orochimaru surveyed the ruins of the orphanage, filled with regret. The preparations for the Otsutsuki blood serum he had intended for Kabuto were complete, and he had come to summon Kabuto to the laboratory for the injection. Be cautious. Although Kabuto's combat prowess is not particularly formidable, the control over the Edo Tensei of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara lies within his hands. Should he fall under the control of their Sharingan, the consequences could be dire. After successfully seizing the power of the Poo clan, Orochimaru had entrusted the control of the first Hokage and Madara to Kabuto, never expecting that he would be outmaneuvered at this critical juncture. At this moment, the shadows of Edo Tensei Madara appeared across the 5 great ninja villages. "I am Uchiha Madara." After founding the Hidden Leaf Village with Hashirama, while the chaos of the shinobi world seemed to cease, the flames of war have only intensified. To achieve true peace, I shall merge the 9-tailed beast into one, restoring it to its original form. With its power, I will cast an illusion upon the moon, ensuring the shinobi world attains genuine peace. Come, stop me from obtaining the last 2-tailed beasts. The 4th shinobi world war has now begun. In the Hidden Rain village, Kagaya's despair was palpable. Is it true that all Uchiha carry this madness? If we just feed chakra and merge the 10 tails, can't we simply unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi and claim victory? Why must we initiate a 4th shinobi world war? Even after living for so long, Kagaya still possessed some emotional regulation. "Lord Madara, we failed to capture the 3 tails. We substituted it with a portion of chakra. The recently captured 6 tails and the sealed 7 and 8 tails have been completely sealed. The chakra of the 9 tails is the most significant within the 10 tails. Should we pursue the 9 tails or, like the 3 tails, use a portion of chakra as a substitute?" Chapter 98. Pre-war still lost in his own world. Madara ignored Black Zetsu behind him. To Madara, the Moon Eye plan had become inconsequential. According to the intelligence obtained by Konoha from the Poo clan, the so-called Divine Tree was merely a tool employed by Kagaya Otsutsuki to siphon the vitality of the ninja world, which, in her eyes, was nothing more than sustenance. The Poo clan was merely a minor offshoot. The true power of Otsutsuki had yet to manifest. In the face of the survival of the ninja world, its peace was utterly worthless. The ninja world required a formidable adversary to unite against. rather than waiting for the true power of Akatsuki to arrive and annihilate them. Madara Uchiha preferred to administer a preventive measure himself. Ha ha ha! Lord Madara! Lord Madara! Black Zetsu's incessant calls finally roused Madara from his reverie. Turning around, he was met with the dismal sight of Black Zetsu, a wave of disdain washing over him. Previously engrossed in preparations for the Moon Eye plan, he now scrutinized this entity before him and wondered, is this truly the embodiment of my will as the illustrious Uchiha Madara? Just absorbing the 8 tails will suffice for now. I shall seize the 9 tails in the ensuing great battle. How fares the preparation of the White Zetsu army? Rest assured, Lord Madara, with Hashirama Senju accelerating the process, we now have a formidable force of 150,000 White Zetsu. The army continues to be produced in an unending flow. Over the years, I have also gathered the flesh and blood of many powerful beings, and the army of reanimated shinobi is fully prepared. Nodding in satisfaction, Madara entered Nagato's chamber. Inside, Nagato was diligently adjusting to the Rinnegan. From the perspective of the reanimated Madara, a shadow of a Rinnegan had already formed behind Nagato, with a second shadow gradually emerging. Sensing the approach of unfamiliar chakra, Nagato opened one eye of his current life, while the mechanical eye on the other side illuminated. Uchiha Madara, what brings you here? Nagato's voice was chillingly indifferent. Madara had not concealed his Rinnegan within the Akatsuki. As a reanimated being, he possessed the Rinnegan, and the immense pressure it exerted on his body made Nagato understand the situation's gravity. Uchiha Madara was the master of this Rinnegan. No, now there was only one Rinnegan-S master, and he had been but a pawn in Madara's grand design all along. Vortex Nagato. Madara persuading Nagato is left to the imagination. I fear that writing it poorly might ruin Madara's character. After some time, Madara emerged from the room, satisfied. Nagato gazed at Madara's departing figure with admiration. Such a Uchiha Madara was worthy of his allegiance, and undertaking such endeavors was indeed befitting of the Akatsuki name. A similar occurrence transpired with Obito. His eyes regained their clarity, reflecting a naive yet pure gaze reminiscent of the past. That evening, while on duty at the hospital, Rin spotted a masked figure observing her from a distance. Had it not been for her awakening of wood release, which enhanced her sensory capabilities, she would have remained oblivious to his presence. Obito. Upon hearing Rin's voice, Obito hastily activated Kamui, the spatial vortex gradually drawing him in. Obito, don't go. Rin grabbed a nearby scalpel and pressed it against her neck, revealing a trickle of blood flowing from it. Witnessing this, Obito quickly halted the transfer. Don't act impulsively. Put down the knife, and let us talk this through. Despite his usual decisiveness in confrontations, Obito appeared as a mere child when facing Rin. He cautiously approached her step by step. Upon getting closer, the previously concealed details came into view. It was not a scalpel but merely a pair of steel chopsticks smeared with tomato sauce. By this time, it was too late for Obito to retreat, as he could not use intangibility during the Kamui transfer. Feeling helpless, he watched Rin embrace him, sobbing uncontrollably, and he could only gently pat her back. Rin, I'm so sorry. Rin longed to tell Obito that she bore him no ill will or to confess her feelings, yet the more she wished to speak, the more her tears flowed, leaving her to cling tightly to him. Within Rin, the Three-Tails Aisabu was unusually awake, witnessing the scene before him. An overwhelming joy surging within him. Yes, this is it, Rin. Kiss him. Make him yours. Had it not been for the fact that all tailed beasts except the 9 tails had been sealed within the outer path, Aisabu would have eagerly convened a meeting to emphasize the importance of selecting a worthy Jinchuriki. Rin, I must depart. Hearing this, Rin tightened her embrace. With tears welling in his eyes, Obito gradually pried her hands from him. Rin attempted to reach out once more, but with a flash of red in his eyes. Her movement stilled. Obito stepped forward to wipe away her tears, but the more he tried, the more tears he shed himself. Rin, if I survive this war, I will surely return to marry you. As the spatial vortex emerged in Obito's eyes, he gently touched Rin's cheek. If there is a next life, I will confess my feelings to you much sooner. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Returning to the Akatsuki, Obito walked deeper into the organization. With each step, his resolve grew stronger. Wars bring casualties. The ninja world not only needed unity but also the preservation of strength to confront Kagaya Otsutsuki. He touched his left Rinnegan, murmuring, I apologize, Rin, but it seems I will be late again. Chapter 99. The outbreak of war. The inhabitants of every village bore witness to the declaration of war by Uchiha Obito against the ninja world. In less than a year, the 5 Kage summit was reconvened. In his hands, Minato held the intelligence concerning Kabuto, a Konoha ninja who had recently been abducted by the Akatsuki organization. Kabuto had previously mastered the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, and in the impending conflict, it was highly probable that the adversaries would employ this forbidden art to summon powerful deceased ninja. The other four Kage fell into a contemplative silence. Recently, graves across the villages had been disturbed, and those who lay there would soon rise to confront them. The threat posed by the Akatsuki could not be quelled by a single village alone, should their plans come to fruition. All would be ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi, as described by Obito. In such trying times, unity was imperative for victory in the forthcoming war. Even the most obstinate of leaders, Inoki, refrained from dissent. The psychological scars left by Uchiha Obito were too profound, especially the anxiety that resurfaced upon viewing Obito's image, which felt as palpable as it had in the past. Nonetheless, Inoki sought to extract some advantage from this situation. So, fourth Hokage, who do you believe should command the alliance of the 5 villages? At this juncture, the previously neutral Mifune stepped forward. The Kazekage is still quite young. The Tsuchikage has had multiple dealings with the Akatsuki, and the 4th Mizukage was once under their control. Thus, I suggest that the leadership position be chosen between the 4th Hokage and the 4th Reikage. Standing behind Minato, Uchi silently scoffed, relieved that not all intelligence had been disclosed. For even with Obito's 2 formidable bosses, they were all from Konoha. Seeing no objections, Mifune continued, for the sake of fairness, let us proceed with a vote. Kuratsuchi had already become somewhat of a Konoha ally. Without hesitation, she cast her vote for Minato, firmly believing that the 4th Reikage, with his brash demeanor, was ill-suited for warfare. Observing this, Inoki also voted for A, believing that a well-timed support was more valuable than mere embellishment. Ultimately, the choice fell to the 5th Kazekage. Gaara. Gazing at Minato, he was reminded of the boy who had once stood protectively beside him during the Chunin exams. Coupled with the Reikage's imposing image and personality, which hardly conveyed a sense of strategic prowess in battle, Gaara ultimately decided in favor of Minato. With the commander chosen, each Kage returned to their villages to rally their shinobi for war. Upon returning to Konoha, they found Sasuke preparing for his ocular surgery. Ever since Sasuke had activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, he had become somewhat arrogant. Even passers-by would be scorched by Amaterasu at his glance. And a mere cat's meow would provoke him to unleash Susanoo. Clearing his throat, Itachi, under persistent encouragement, finally yielded to Sasuke's use of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi donned his backup 3-tomo Sharingan, but felt an odd limitation within his eyes, an insurmountable barrier preventing him from ascending to the Manjikyu level. As Itachi strained against this ocular constraint, a crimson ribcage materialized beside him. With each exertion of his ocular power, a 3rd rib appeared, ultimately depleting Itachi's chakra and forcing his Sharingan to close. Uchi patted Itachi's shoulder, offering reassurance, do not lose heart. Once Sasuke acclimatizes to his new eyes, he should be able to lend you some chakra, allowing you to temporarily activate the Manjikyu. Meanwhile, as Sasuke adapted to his new vision, Naruto had long since retreated to Mount Myaboku for training. Minato led the remaining Konoha shinobi to the Alliance's encampment. On a raised platform, Gaara delivered an impassioned address to the assembled forces, igniting their morale to its zenith. Below, nearly 100,000 ninjas and a handful of samurai stood united. This coalition represented a formidable 60% of the total combat strength of the ninja world. The numbers were not small. The remaining forces were simply on the opposing side. The 1st Division, led by Shikaka Nara and Darui, specialized in mid-range combat, safeguarding the coastline of the Land of Lightning. The 2nd Division, a close combat unit commanded by Jiraiya and Inoki, was tasked with engaging the enemy at the front lines. The 3rd Division, a blend of close and mid-range fighters, was led by Uchi and Kakashi, focusing on prolonged engagements. The 4th Division, under Gaara's command, specialized in long-range combat, with several Uchiha assisting and supporting other units. The 5th Division consisted of samurai, perception units, command units, and surprise attack teams, showcasing Konoha's overwhelming strength, with its elite surpassing that of all the other nations combined. Uchi stepped to the forefront, addressing the troops. You have heard the words of our commander, Gaara. I am Uchiha Uchi, the captain of the 3rd Division. We are about to confront what may very well be your former mentors and comrades. I implore you to prepare yourselves mentally. With that, they embarked on a journey that lasted 2 hours, arriving at a forest where an incessant tide of white zetsu emerged from the ground. Upon closer inspection, many reanimated ninja were concealed within, and Uchi recognized several familiar faces. Due to the unique nature of Uchi's techniques, the 3rd Division may have been small in number, but each member was an elite warrior, and they handled the mid-level Zetsu with ease. As a sensory ninja, Uchi positioned himself at the heart of the battlefield. Assessing the situation, suddenly, several figures approached him. Ah, old acquaintances. I hadn't anticipated that all 7 of you would be reanimated. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist stood before him, with only the long sword Kubikurabocho in the hands of Kisame Hashigaki. The rest were unarmed. They felt exhilarated to be resurrected, but upon looking up, they found Uchi, the harbinger of their demise, grinning at them. From a distance, Kisame, wielding Samahata, felt a chill run down his spine. Uchi's shadow loomed large, casting doubt even upon the next generation of swordmasters. Just as Uchi was about to send the 7 ninja swordsmen back to their graves, a frigid voice echoed from ahead. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. The forest terrain favored silent assassinations, and within the thick fog, it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. The 3rd Mizukage stepped forth from behind the resurrected swordsman. Oh, it's you. The little brat from back, then has grown so much. Who would have thought I would have the chance to engage with you in battle again? Be cautious. This time, my body bears no hidden injuries. As the 3rd Mizukage's words faded, the mist thickened, reducing visibility to a minimum, and the companions could only hear the anguished cries of their comrades. Chapter 100. Sealing. Ice release. Frozen for thousands of miles. Before the astonished gazes of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the thick fog dissipated in mere moments. How could this be? Even wind release could not disperse the fog. Why did ice release cause it to vanish so effortlessly? Observing the ill-informed group across from him, Ichiharu patiently explained that the essence of the mist concealment technique was merely water release. The fog was nothing more than tiny droplets of water, and ice release simply froze these minuscule particles, causing the mist to lift. The 3rd Mizukage nodded thoughtfully at Ichiharu's words, hearing such an explanation for the first time. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen were not swayed by Ichiharu's reasoning. They continued to employ the mist concealment technique, yet within Ichiharu's domain of ice release. No trace of fog appeared despite their relentless chakra output. Ichiharu, observing the scene, shook his head in resignation. He truly understood Uncle Snake now. When I discuss science, you speak of bonds. When I share logic, you dream of ideals. Dismissing the need to further enlighten these uneducated individuals, Ichiharu summoned Kisame and his companions to his side. Do not resist for now. I have something intriguing for them to see. Before the astonished 7 ninja swordsmen, Ichiharu unfurled a scroll. It read, Sever, great, long, dull, explosive, and twin. As the golden light flickered, 6 blades soared forth from within. Kakashi grasped the thunder blade, while the brothers Suigetsu and Mangetsu wielded the explosive blade and twin blades respectively. Kisame picked up the Samahata. Ichiharu pondered over the remaining severing blade and dull blade on the ground, wondering how to manage having too many weapons. The 7 ninja swordsmen glared enviously at the 2 unclaimed blades, their frustration palpable. At that moment, Ichiharu noticed a bandaged man nearby. His face filled with longing as he gazed at the 2 swords. You must be Zabuza, as I have heard from Mimi. Choose one, from this day forth. You shall be a member of our Konoha, 7 ninja swordsmen. Zabuza, overwhelmed with surprise and self-doubt, asked, Is it truly all right, Ichiharu-sama? Upon receiving a nod from Ichiharu, he eagerly approached the 2 swords. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the severing blade, which had been broken when Shursui first awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. Ichiharu had initially hoped to mass-produce the severing blade due to its remarkable ability to self-repair, yet most of its restorative properties were concentrated in the hilt, leaving the broken blade nearly devoid of repair capabilities. With a satisfied swing of his newly acquired severing blade, Zabuza joined Suigetsu. Ichiharu picked up the remaining dull blade, contemplating gifting it to Marino Abiki if it went unclaimed, sparing him the need to use stones in combat. Amidst this scene, a ninja clad in a Wagakure garb could not help but comment, at this moment, I cannot discern who truly belongs to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Aren't these fellows supposed to be capable of assassinating Kage? Why do they appear so neatly defeated, their blades so orderly abandoned? A Konoha ninja beside him patted his shoulder, explaining, You see, during the 3rd Great Ninja War, Ichiharu single-handedly eliminated 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These blades are trophies from his victories. The remaining 7 ninja swordsmen were incensed by such humiliation and rushed forward, intent on reclaiming their swords. Ichiharu wished to intervene, but the third Mizukage, drawing his blade, obstructed him. Last time, my dark injuries caused me to lose control of the Six Tails power, leading to my defeat. This time, it will not be so simple. Having been reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, the third Mizukage's combat prowess soared. From Ichiharu's perspective, he was now on par with the legendary White Fang in terms of swordsmanship. I am perplexed as to how you were resurrected. I had meticulously dealt with your remains. The third Mizukage shook his head. For me, this is a blessing. Losing to you in such a manner was unbearable. Be wary, for I have seen formidable figures like the third Kazekage and Hanzo the Salamander among the reincarnated ninjas. Ichiharu had previously wondered how the 7 ninja swordsmen and the third Mizukage had been resurrected, and now it seemed likely that Uncle Snake's laboratory had been compromised. This revelation reminded him of 2 secure locations that would never be breached, one called District 13 and the other, a lab known as Hikari. Ichiharu's greatest curiosity now lay in whether the Pooh clan could also be reincarnated. Could foreign entities enter the Pure Land? With a surge of black lightning enveloping him, Ichiharu drew the now dusty Kusanagi sword and engaged the third Mizukage in combat. Blood-colored ice crystal, you have grown stronger. It seems I have been dead for far too long. Even in my area of expertise, I cannot surpass you. At that moment, the only one wielding a ninja sword, Kirasame Suiryu, stealthily approached Ichiharu from behind. Die. Blood-colored ice crystal. Ichiharu deftly sidestepped the piercing attack and swiftly utilized a sealing technique to neutralize him. How foolish. Attempting to ambush a sensory ninja. No wonder you all faced total annihilation. With such intellect, surviving is a miracle. The third Mizukage, having retrieved the long blade from the ground, charged forward once again. In his hands, the blades might surpass that of Kirasame Suiryu's. It was said that the third Mizukage could proficiently wield all 7 ninja swords, and the rumors proved true. Alas, this was a battleground. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to compete with someone who possesses all 7 blades. The third Mizukage observed Ichiharu, whose expression remained tranquil. This body still lacked a certain essence in combat, yet even so, I find myself content. Once again, you have triumphed. Uzumaki Ichiharu. As the sealing array Ichiharu had set up during the battle began to glow, the third Mizukage was gradually confined. After subduing the third Mizukage, Ichiharu directed his companions to tackle the remaining foes. You 6, go deal with the others. These old friends are mine to handle. Ichiharu sheathed the Kusanagi sword before casually picking up a kunai from the ground. Unlike the beasts that require full force even against mere rabbits. I regret to inform you 6 that I cannot find a shorter weapon than this. Damn it. Ichiharu reveled in the expressions of the 6, their frustration evident. The sight of their discontent, coupled with their inability to challenge him, brought him immense joy. Chapter 101. Action. Ice Escape. Ice crystal barriers, several ice walls enclosed a man named Ichido and the remaining 6 members of the Ninja Blade. Now, you shall thoroughly enjoy the gifts I have prepared for you. Ichido melded into the ice wall behind him, while the chakra of ice within the barrier intensified, ultimately filling the entire enclosure with glistening ice crystals. The involvement of numerous formidable ninjas from Konoha ensured the success of all battlefields, except for the 4th Division. Lord Ichido. Captain Gara of the 4th Division requests assistance. The enemy has summoned the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokages through Edo Tensei. The allied ninjas behind Ichido were struck with panic. Their ancestors had truly begun their assault. Ichido was equally astonished upon receiving the news, realizing that only the nefarious Kurizetsu could have obtained the physical forms of the 1st Hokage. It seemed this villain had been digging up graves in the ninja world for many years. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Ichido arrived at the battlefield, where Shursui and Fugaku were valiantly defending against the onslaught of Edo Tensei ninjas. Fortunately, Kabuto's strength was not overwhelming. He could not forcibly control multiple Edo Tensei ninjas, or else they would have been annihilated by now. The 2nd Tsuchikage unleashed relentless dust release attacks. These were the only ninjutsu that the 2 high-tech suits had to evade. Fugaku's ordinary Meijiki Sharingan had begun to shed blood due to prolonged usage. The 2nd Reikage swiftly approached Fugaku, who had intended to block the Reikage's assault with Susanoo. However, his ocular power was severely depleted, rendering him incapable of sustaining Susanoo. Before the Reikage's hand could strike Fugaku, Susanoo dissipated on its own. Now reverted to his 3-tomo form, Fugaku closed his eyes as the second raikage advanced menacingly. At this juncture, there was no chance of survival. A sound of clashing metal reverberated nearby, prompting Fugaku to open his eyes and witness Ichido's Kusanagi blade intercepting the raikage's attack. Uchiha Fugaku coughed up blood, while Tsunade, sent by Minato, rushed forward to heal him. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stepped up to block the onslaught from the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. In the distance, the first Hokage and the other resurrected Kage watched with amusement, Hashirama rolling dice in hand. Wind Shadow, shall we play another round? If I lose this time, I will create another oasis for the land of wind. The first Wind Shadow, Redo, shook his head. Mr. Hashirama, you owe the land of wind over 20 oases already. I am quite curious how you intend to fulfill this debt, considering we are all under the control of Edo Tensei and lack freedom. Hashirama laughed heartily, unabashedly declaring he would sell his own grandson. Fear not, my grandson has awakened would release and is currently in Konoha. Speaking of which, with both the first and second Hokage present, where has Tobirama gone? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the residence of the daimyo, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Obito emerged from a spatial vortex. Kid, are you certain you wish to proceed? You will become a pariah in the ninja world. Obito chuckled foolishly. Some things must be done by someone, right? The second Hokage did not oppose our plan, did he? Senju Tobirama gazed at Uchiha Obito with pride in his eyes, vowing that this was the first time in his life he had looked at a member of the Uchiha clan with such admiration. Regardless of the outcome of this operation, Uchiha Obito would be branded as one of the most heinous criminals in the ninja world for the murder of multiple daimyo. Chapter 102, The Battle at this moment. Terumime, SHJU, and Yukura approached. Second Grandpa, everyone is inside. When shall we strike? SHJU was brimming with excitement. For someone who had always been a well-behaved child, this clearly marked a thrilling mission. Senju Tobirama glared at SHJU, questioning, what do you mean by strike? Have all the ninjas inside evacuated? Our task is to protect the esteemed daimyo with this barrier, is it not? SHJU looked perplexed, prompting Yukura behind him to pat him on the back of the head, advising, just listen quietly, do as you're told, and everything will be fine. Tobirama sighed in resignation, realizing that if the Senju clan were truly entrusted to SHJU, it would be disastrous. However, considering that aside from SHJU, only Tsunade remained, he decided to address SHJU's confusion. Ninjutsu. For Crimson Yang formation, although Yukura's strength was somewhat lacking, the barrier did not require excessive power, and he managed to conjure it. Obito, witnessing the barrier that ensconced him, revealed a cruel smile. Daimyos, sacrifice yourselves for the greater good. As the screams echoed from within, flames ignited the houses inside the barrier, leading to the demise of those who stood at the pinnacle of power within the ninja world. Even if someone were to pursue accountability in the future, they would have no grounds to speak. I activated the 4 Crimson Yang formation, and even the 4 Kage could not be preserved. Furthermore, with the daimyo dead, who would be left to demand accountability? Once the slaughter concluded, Obito emerged from the barrier, drenched in blood. He then released Konan, who had been sealed within the Kamui space. Lord Second, your seal was already removed before I arrived. Now, I kindly ask you to escort her to Konoha and ensure her safety. This is Nagato's request. Tobirama had to admit that while Uchiha Madara may not be remarkable, his judgment was astute. Both Nagato and Obito were commendable individuals, each willing to make sacrifices. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the initial 5 Kage, except for Hashirama, began to lose control over their bodies. Be cautious. The control of the Edo Tensei has suddenly intensified. In a distant cave, Kabuto was partially covered by black Zetsu, lamenting, what a useless waste. These Edo Tensei ninjas are squandered under your command, as long as I possess this pawn. Victory will ultimately belong to me, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Black Zetsu laughed maniacally as he observed the man clad in a white fan-shaped robe approaching, for original Kage, reluctantly advancing towards him. After a brief accumulation of natural energy, one of them entered Sage mode. Ice Element Summoning, Absolute Zero Hero. Ice Element Summoning, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Avenia. Ice Element Summoning, Blue Ice White Knight Dragon. Ice Element Summoning, Ice Barrier Dragon, Trident Dragon. A warrior, entirely clad in white, emerged from a portal of ice energy. It was well known that capes and flowing garments symbolized strength. The cape of the Absolute Zero Hero billowed in the wind. With each additional ice elemental creature summoned, his aura surged significantly. The Blue Ice White Knight Dragon bore a chakra layer that could withstand all ninjutsu, while the Trident Dragon Ice Crystal Phoenix Avenia conjured an icy tempest upon its arrival, amplifying the strength of the ice elemental beings. The power of the trident dragon spread across the battlefield, and under the multiple enhancements, the absolute zero hero's aura rivaled that of the Nine Tails, while the other three colossal beasts surpassed even the Eight Tails in strength. The four original Kage stared in awe at the three massive creatures and the absolute zero hero. Have the youth of today become so formidable? Even in our prime, defeating these adversaries would not be an easy task. The first Mizukage gazed at the ice giant before him, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This is clearly a genius from my Kirigakure's Mizuno Yuki clan. It seems we are rising within the ninja world. He laughed heartily. You three need not hold back. Do not spare me. The first Suchikage observed the trident dragon with a grave expression. This was not merely a matter of whether to go easy. This creature's power was already approaching his own strength in life. The first Kazekage, Reto, remained silent, as his adeptness in ninjutsu faced the immunity of the blue ice white knight dragon, which diminished his power by at least 60%. What a disadvantage. Having just dealt with the daimyo, Obito arrived on the battlefield to witness such a scene. Ishida, slow down. The others have yet to arrive. If this battle concludes so swiftly, how will we realize our plans? Ishida, having expended 30% of his chakra, heard Obito's words and decided to take it easy. Continuing at this pace, the allied forces would likely never encounter the Ten Tails. Seeing the one-sided battle unfold, Obito hurriedly sealed the tailed beast within the Edo Tensei ninjas. The six-tailed beasts emerged onto the battlefield, significantly alleviating the pressure on the original Kage. However, he did not dare to intervene too much. Should Ishida eliminate these four, he would be unable to summon more powerful ones. With the original four Kage momentarily restrained, Ishida moved to engage the other Edo Tensei ninjas. Witnessing this, Obito felt utterly exasperated. Ishida, don't leave me to balance the battlefield alone. Contribute in some way, will you? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino, managing intelligence at the command center, inexplicably felt much better. Most of Black Zetsu's energy was devoted to controlling the original four Kage, granting the other Edo Tensei ninjas considerable freedom. The second Mizukage was thoroughly enjoying himself alongside a group of allied ninjas. Kirigakure's Zuki Mangetsu toyed with these allied ninjas while observing the battlefield, initially wishing to be sealed quickly, but now preferring to enjoy the spectacle. Ishida, undeterred by the merriment, set his sights on his primary target, Wu, the old schemer. In Sage mode, Wu's bloodline elimination ability rendered his sensory perception nearly a joke. In an instant, Ishida detected Wu's location. Approaching the trident dragon, Wu's darkened gaze indicated he had been completely subdued. Dodging the ice spear thrown by Ishida, Black Zetsu was taken aback. How could this be? This guy's bloodline elimination should grant immunity to sensory perception. Coupled with the camouflage of Earth style, no one should have been able to discover me. Observing Wu's revealed form, Ishida couldn't help but muse. The Moonlight Gale's transparency technique has truly become a joke. Earth style can conceal one's presence, while his transparency technique has merely produced a plethora of inferior copies. Just as Wu dodged Ishida's attack, the trident dragon seized him from the air, while Ishida, from behind, pierced through Wu's body with 4 chains, proclaiming, under the Vajra ceiling, all beings are equal. Chapter 103. Battle 2. Once the control was established, a single individual promptly sealed him away. In that fleeting moment, the three-headed dragon found an opportunity to sever one of its arms, courtesy of the first Reikage. Ignoring the injured three-headed dragon, these few were merely sacrifices for the opposition. Only after they eradicated the absolute zero would they comprehend the true essence of surprise. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Gaara found himself severely restrained in his combat against Rasha, let alone facing the mightier third Kazekage on the other front. Had it not been for Noki's assistance, Gaara would have long been subdued. Before Ichiraku could make a move, news of Yakura's arrival, riding on a wooden figure, reached the battlefield. Rasha, at last, I have the chance to exact my vengeance upon you. The scorching fireball of Yakura's scorching release soared like the sun toward Rasha, who manipulated sand and gold. Under the extreme heat, Rasha's sand was melted into liquid gold. If it weren't for his current state as a reincarnated body, even surviving would leave him disfigured. The sand ninjas behind Gaara watched in exhilaration as Yakura leaped down from the wooden figure. It is Lord Yakura. Lord Yakura is still alive. Gaara, filled with curiosity, wondered if she was also a ninja from Sunigakure. Lord Kazekage, you may not be aware, but Lord Yakura is a fallen hero of our village from the Third Great Ninja War. However, the truth struck swiftly as Yakura's voice echoed across the battlefield. Rasha, You scoundrel. I fought valiantly for our village, and you betrayed me to Kirigakure. Yukura's words were deliberate, and the Sand Ninja quickly glanced toward the Mist Ninjas, their recent shared experiences fostering a fundamental trust. Her claim was true. When Sunagakure signed the armistice, they had agreed to sacrifice Yukura's life for peace between their nations. Upon hearing the confirmation from the Mist Ninjas, the Sand Ninjas' anxieties were finally laid to rest. Furthermore, the recent revelations concerning the fourth Kazekage blaming the fifth for his wife's demise, alongside the egregious actions taken against the fifth, had tarnished the fourth's reputation to its nadir, sealing Rasha's fate. The molten sand enveloped most of Rasha's body, and Yukura grew increasingly fervent in his assault. The temperature of the scorching release escalated, turning nearby sand into liquid gold, while the distant grains were rendered inert upon contact with the ground. As more liquid gold dripped onto Rasha, the ninja who had spent his life playing with sand found himself trapped within his own weapon after death. The third Kazekage was dealt with by the support of Shigeru and the discreet intervention of Orochimaru, who wished to keep his trump cards hidden. The second Reikage was also successfully sealed amidst the combined efforts of AI and Shursui. Left with no other choice, Ichiraku faced the second Kazekage, Shaman, the founder of the puppet technique, whose mastery was unparalleled. Unfortunately, Kabuto had not equipped him with any puppets. As anticipated, Shaman could not withstand for long before being sealed by Ichiraku. Now, the only remaining second Kage was the specter of the ghost lantern, Hangitsumi, who was hidden within Gaara's pyramid. At this moment, several figures approached from the distance. The third division had arrived to provide assistance. Today, regardless of the adversaries they faced, it was destined that they would fall beneath the explosive blades of Ghost Lantern Mizuki. Great-grandfather. Mizuki instinctively stepped back upon seeing Hangitsumi. The name Ghost Lantern Hangitsumi was legendary within the Ghost Lantern clan. His body had become ethereal, and no member of the clan had matched his prowess since. Oh, a spirited young member of the Ghost Lantern clan. How refreshing. Mizuki chuckled, tucking the symbol of Konoha deeper within his clothing. At this moment, should Hangitsumi discover his allegiance, it would be improbable for him to cleanse the clan, given that the Ghost Lanterns had been few in number for many years. However, a thorough beating was certainly unavoidable. Hangitsumi inquired about the current state of Kirigakure, asking how many generations of Mizukage had passed since. How could Mizuki respond? The village had suffered grievously under the blood mist, nearly losing all 7 ninja swords? Or perhaps the bloodline ninjas had been nearly exhausted? Or that the fourth Mizukage had been hospitalized so frequently that he passed the mantle to the fifth? Great-grandfather, rest assured, everything is well in the village. The Mizukage has now reached the 5th generation. Mizuki hesitated but decided to offer a comforting response to his revered ancestor. Yet, after pondering, he found little positive news to share, ultimately uttering those 2 sentences under Hangitsumi's expectant gaze, after which silence ensued. Chapter 104. The reappearance of the Tin Tails. Upon hearing these 2 sentences, Kahaku Hanwei waited patiently for Mizuki's further remarks. Noticing that he remained silent for an extended period, she consoled him. I already understand. I simply wish to know some details. Do not worry. Your great-grandfather possesses a strong psychological fortitude. Please, speak freely. Kahaku Hanwei contemplated that even if the village's pillar was not from the Kahaku clan, it mattered little. The sheer combat prowess displayed by one household rendered the entire shinobi world incapable of rivaling Kirigakure. Regardless, it was a boon for the village. Mizuki, upon hearing Kahaku Hanwei's words, decided to abandon pretense. Since you, great-grandfather, are already aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Ever since the third Mizukage enacted the blood mist policy, our Kirigakure has had the fewest ninjas among all the villages. During the Third Great Ninja War, the third was killed in battle, and the 7 ninja swordsmen became a mere memory, leaving only 2 swords behind. The fourth Mizukage took command in a crisis, yet spent most of his time hospitalized. With Kagaya and Mizuki's successive betrayals, the reputation of our bloodline ninjas has plummeted. Recently, the fourth was gravely injured yet again, and the 5th Mizukage has assumed leadership. Fortunately, with the dissolution of the blood mist policy, the village has improved significantly. Kahaku Hanwei's expression shifted from red to black, and then back to red again. Subsequently, she pointed at Ichizu, exclaiming, "And what about him? Is he not from our Kirigakure's Mizuki clan?" At that moment, Ichizu arrived and sheepishly replied, "I apologize, Hanwei-senpai, but I bear the surname Uzumaki." As the sealing technique unfolded, Ichizu and Kahaku Hanwei gradually dissipated before Mizuki. Before them had always been a mirage. Indeed, Kahaku Hanyue's Jinjutsu was formidable, yet she had encountered Ichizu. Meanwhile, the chaos between the scattered reincarnated ninjas and the colossal beasts, as well as the first Hokage, was gradually revealing its victor. The three-headed dragon, having lost an arm while battling the second Tsuchikage, found itself at a disadvantage and ultimately succumbed to the first Raikage's martial prowess. The once overwhelming power of the Absolute Zero hero diminished significantly, as it seemed that with each colossal beast slain, his strength waned considerably. The remaining two shadows promptly abandoned the first Mizukage to assist the first Raikage and the tailed beasts, declaring that since he belonged to Kirigakure, the task of handling the strongest should fall upon this Mizukage. The first Mizukage exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell?" Under the relentless assault of six-tailed beasts and three shadows, the White Knight Dragon and Avenia found themselves powerless to resist. The White Knight Dragon fell to the ground with broken wings, while Avenia shattered, transforming into a crystalline egg known as Eggvenia. As the White Knight Dragon was obliterated, the Absolute Zero hero's power diminished to that of a mere tailed beast. By the time the three figures and six beasts approached him, the first Mizukage had been encased in ice. With no enhancements, the Absolute Zero hero was no match for any shadow, succumbing without much resistance. Witnessing the Absolute Zero kneeling on the ground, the others prepared to deliver the final blow. A crisp crack echoed in everyone's ears since his arrival. The Absolute Zero hero had been absorbing the cold from his surroundings and other summoned entities, compressing this chill within his body. As he faced defeat, it was precisely at that moment that the true Absolute Zero erupted. A blinding light emanated from the fissures in the Absolute Zero hero's form, and an explosion ensued, causing the bodies of the six-tailed beasts and the three shadows to be entirely frozen by the Absolute Zero. So, this was the true essence of Absolute Zero. From a distant hillside, Uchiha Madara leapt down. Although he spoke to Ichizu, his gaze could not help but drift toward Hashirama, who was grinning foolishly on the opposite side. Madara mused internally. How wonderful it would be if this fellow were on the opposing side. I truly wish to engage him in combat. At that moment, Obito arrived beside Madara via Kamui. He formed hand seals, causing the frozen-tailed beasts to be devoured once more by the Outer Path's golem. Following this, he tossed the purple gold gourd, the jade purification bottle, and a large sealing scroll into the golem's mouth. With prior experiences of transforming into the incomplete Tin Tails, the golem was now transforming into the Tin Tails at a much faster rate than in the original tale. Meanwhile, the four allied ninja forces finally arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, Obito breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they had made it in time. He genuinely feared that the Tin Tails could not hold out much longer. Among the allied forces was a masked man, easily identifiable as a reincarnated ninja from his exposed eyes. The man, adorned in a Magatama robe, disdainfully regarded the ninja alliance below, holding them in contempt despite having previously been defeated by the so-called power of bonds. Much like the president of Kaiba Corp, who perpetually fell to the so-called weak monster, he had never contemplated summoning a blue-eyes white dragon. In the face of true power, even a multitude of ants remained mere ants. Madara shot an irritated glance at the man atop the mountain, feeling an inexplicable mix of familiarity and distaste as if another version of himself stood there, before he could contemplate further. The Outer Path golem behind him roared as it transformed into the first form of the Tin Tails. The Tin Tails, observing the Nine Tails within Kushina and the immense chakra within Ichizu, became increasingly agitated. Obito and Madara quickly ascended to the Tin Tails' head, utilizing Hashirama's cells within them to link and control the beast. Without further ado, a conical-tailed beast ball began to coalesce in the Tin Tails' maw. The Nine Tails within Kushina's body, upon seeing this, grew grave. Kushina, quickly evade. This is something we cannot withstand. Nara Shikako urgently connected with Inoki, the Tsuchikage. We require the ninjas of Awagakure to stabilize the ground beneath the Tin Tails to neutralize that tailed beast ball. Otherwise, we shall all perish beneath its might. Inoki recognized the urgency of the situation and dispatched commands to all Awagakure ninjas through the sensory ninjas present on the battlefield. Fellow Awagakure shinobi, the earth is our most reliable ally. Raise the ground beneath the Tin Tails to disrupt the trajectory of that tailed beast ball. Suddenly, the earth beneath the Tin Tails surged upwards, propelling the tailed beast ball far into the distance. Seeing this, Minato retracted his flying thunder god kunai, realizing that the tailed beast ball was unstable. Resolving it in such a safe manner was indeed fortuitous. Shikaku then directed, causing the elevated land to suddenly plummet, ensnaring the Ten-Tails in a pit. The Iwagakure ninjas filled the pit with lime and sand, while the Kirigakure shinobi poured in water. With the fire technique from the Konoha ninjas, the Ten-Tails became ensnared within the drying concrete. Chapter 105. The Sage of Six Paths. Heaven knows how grim the expression beneath the seemingly calm and serene mask of Obito truly is, as he strains to suppress the power of the Ten-Tails. Are the ninja allied forces truly jesting? This concrete must surely submerge the Ten-Tails. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Obito but silently exerted his own strength to control the Ten-Tails. Yet, in times like these, a conspicuous disturbance arose. The Ten-Tails is trapped. Everyone, charge. Someone from the coalition shouted. The allied ninja rushed forward, countless shurikens and kunai hurled towards Obito and Madara. Madara, being of the Edo Tensei, regarded the projectiles with indifference as they posed no threat to him. However, Obito was in a different predicament. Most of his chakra was consumed in controlling the Ten-Tails, leaving him with only a meager amount, which was further drained by the Rinnegan. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of shurikens and kunai, he was forced to evade using Kimui. At that moment, a kunai driven by ambition severed the connection between Obito and the Ten-Tails. You should not have severed it. Madara observed the now uncontrollable Ten-Tails beneath him, shaking his head as the creature struggled violently, forcibly disconnecting itself from Madara. The seemingly solid concrete appeared fragile as tofu before the Ten-Tails, which effortlessly leapt out of the massive pit created by the coalition, transitioning from crawling to standing, emitting a thunderous roar. Ishiki, witnessing the impending charge of the Ten-Tails towards the ninja coalition, ceased his hesitation. Ice Element Fusion, Ice Prison Dragon, Trident Dragon. The remains of the egg vanilla and two ice dragons lay silent on the ground, as if they were submerged underwater. In the next moment, an energy portal shot into the sky, from which emerged a three-headed ice dragon, resembling the Trident Dragon, reborn from the depths of hell through the power of its two icy brethren. Although the standing Ten-Tails appeared emaciated, its chakra had grown stronger. Meanwhile, the distant Hashirama Senju entered Sage Mode, preparing to assist Ishiki with the Heavenly Door technique. In the cave, Kagaya, controlling Obito, seized the opportunity and ensnared Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, did you truly believe I could not control you? I have awaited this moment. The mysterious masked man, who had been spectating at the outskirts of the battlefield, slowly approached the imprisoned Hashirama. Black Zetsu, can you stop pretending? Is that why Sasuke is so good at playing the fool? The root lies with you. Hurry. I cannot endure this any longer. A red light emanated from the hole in the masked man's hand, as the black markings on Hashirama's face gradually dissipated. Not only his sage chakra, but even Hashirama's own chakra was completely drained away. With his last ounce of strength, Hashirama struck the masked figure, who made no effort to evade. The mask shattered under Hashirama's attack, revealing a face strikingly similar to Madara's. You are. My name is Indra. Indra Otsutsuki. Indra gazed at the whole of the dark release in his hand, satisfaction etched across his face. This substitute for the hungry ghost realm proved unexpectedly effective. Having achieved his goal, Black Zetsu detached from Obito's body and attached itself to the unconscious Nagato lying on the ground. Black Zetsu, what are you? Black Zetsu forcibly controlled Nagato to perform the rebirth of the Outer Path seals, leaving the severely injured Nagato unable to resist. As Nagato concluded the seals, a figure representing the vitality of the Uzumaki clan began to turn white. A circle of white light enveloped Indra, growing ever brighter until his Edo Tensei form transformed into flesh and blood. The chakra Indra had absorbed fused with his body at the moment of his rebirth. Indra sat cross-legged, the new chakra cleansing him, each cell and vein within greedily absorbing the newly generated chakra. After circulating through his body, the remaining chakra flowed into Indra's eyes. When Indra's eyes opened once more, they revealed a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths, who was still observing the ninja world, was drawn to Indra's formidable chakra. Upon seeing the 6 Tomo Rinnegan in Indra's eyes, the sage realized that the ninja world was in grave peril once again. Without delay, the sage summoned Naruto, who was training in Miyaboka Mountain, Sasuke, who was adapting to his eyes in Konoha, and Ishiki, who was still fighting on the battlefield, into a separate space. The sage recounted the tale of Kagaya and his own history. Excuse me. Ishiki interrupted the sage's recollection. Old man sage, when you told me this before, it was merely your chakra and could not answer my questions. However, I now have some inquiries for you to clarify. Surely, while observing the ninja world, you must have noticed the return of the Tsutsuki clan. Could it not be possible that Kagaya's actions are in preparation to repel the impending threat of other Otsutsuki? Moreover, based on my thoughts, perhaps you and your mother should engage in some communication rather than resorting to immediate conflict. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. While the Otsutsuki clan may be lacking, we cannot ascertain the strength of other Otsutsuki. Perhaps we could attempt to draw Kagaya into the alliance of the ninja world. Upon hearing Ishiki's words, the Otsutsuki pondered. He once believed his mother to be merely obsessed with monopolizing all chakra, leading her to such actions. However, considering his mother's past and the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, perhaps she merely lacked a sense of security. Had we approached her with a gentler method of persuasion, the outcome might have been entirely different. Chapter 106. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths shifted from hesitation to despondency. Although both sides bore responsibility, as a son, he had failed to perceive the unmistakable anxiety in his mother's eyes. His mother, sealed away by her own flesh and blood for so many years, must have suffered immensely. Perhaps I was mistaken. Behind Ichiraku, a total of 10-tailed beasts, including the blue 9 tails, emerged from the water. Old man, don't be too sorrowful. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is to amend and make amends. Rest assured, old man, based on my years of observing humanity, a couple of good hits from her will surely quell her anger. Well, in your case, I reckon a dozen or so should suffice to calm her down. Perhaps. Initially moved by the words of the blue 9 tails, the Sage of Six Paths felt a shift in tone as the scene took a turn. A stunning woman beating down the brown-haired elder? The Sage of Six Paths sealed the 9 tails' mouth with chakra and summoned Naruto and Sasuke to his side. I will bestow upon you the power of the Sage. I hope you will wield this strength wisely to safeguard the shinobi world. With a gaze filled with remorse, the sage looked towards Ichiraku. After all, it was inappropriate to demand labor without offering compensation. Ichiraku, you have now embarked upon your own path to strength. My chakra has become a burden to you, but I possess information that will undoubtedly pique your interest. I once sensed chakra akin to that of my mother within a monk who cultivated natural energy. Initially, I believed he merely absorbed chakra from the god tree, yet in light of current information, I suspect he must have encountered other Otsutsuki. Upon hearing the sage's words, Ichiraku understood he was referring to Ishiki. He had been contemplating eliminating Ishiki once Kagaya was brought over, and the sage's intel would prove invaluable. The Sage of Six Paths reflected on Naruto and Sasuke, filled with deep emotion. Every incarnation of Ashura and Indra, regardless of how amicable their initial relationship, ultimately turned into bitter enemies. Naruto, Sasuke, you are different. Perhaps you too can shatter the fate of Ashura and Indra's conflict. The fate of the shinobi world rests in your hands. In the real world, the form of the Ten Tails had become robust, expelling a massive flower from its maw, while the three-headed dragon lay defeated at its feet. Obito and Madara exchanged solemn glances as they beheld the Ten Tails' transformation. We cannot allow the Ten Tails to evolve any further, or it will revert to the god tree, beyond our control. Obito swiftly employed Kamui to reappear atop the Ten Tails. Just as Madara assumed Obito was about to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Obito halted his actions. What are you doing? Madara deliberately refrained from calling Obito by name. His pride would never allow him to become a pawn in Obito's scheme. His identity must remain concealed to live openly in the shinobi world. Obito, originally poised to merge with the Ten Tails, now stood rigid, unnoticed by others as a black eye-patterned mark appeared on the back of his head. A vortex of Kamui emerged beside him, and Indra materialized at Obito's side, mimicking Obito's prior actions as the colossal form of the Ten Tails was drawn into Indra's being. How is this possible? That face, those eyes. As the Ten Tails vanished entirely, the pure white Indra floated in the air, several truth-seeking balls appearing behind him. At that moment, Ichiraku's voice resonated in everyone's minds through sensory ninjutsu. Everyone, I am the Leaf Ninja, Uzumaki Ichiraku. Uchiha Madara is not our enemy. All actions are designed to draw out the hidden puppet master. After our victory in this war, all fallen ninjas will be revived. However, if we fail, all within the shinobi world, all life, will perish. Ichiraku refrained from recklessly advancing, having observed Obito's condition. He sensed the shift in Obito's chakra, which had begun to resemble that of Indra. It appeared that not only had Indra ensnared Obito, but he had also usurped his abilities. The only uncertainty remained whether Indra could control Obito's movements and whether Obito's powers still resided within him. As the allied ninjas hesitated in fear, two striking green figures moved conspicuously through the stillness of the allied forces. Son, We must not act rashly until we fully understand the enemy's capabilities. Now is the time for our Leaf S Azure. No. The Crimson Beast to strike. Guy removed his Jonin vest and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, this technique was originally prepared for you, but employing it now makes my long preparation worthwhile. Watch closely, Kakashi. This is my final 8 gates. The 8th gate. Open. The formation of the 8 gates. Guy and Dai propelled themselves into the sky, feet on air, charging towards the floating Indra. Despite their speed, any assault proved futile against Kamui. Do not relent. His power is time-limited. Do not afford him the opportunity to recover. Ichiraka's voice guided them. And Guy exchanged nods with Dai. Evening Elephant. 1 leg. 5 legs. 10 streams of chakra-infused punches surged toward Indra at different angles. But with time being of the essence, Indra sought to shield himself with the truth-seeking balls. Kamui. Kakashi swiftly redirected the truth-seeking balls from Indra's front, forcing Indra to rely solely on Kamui to defend against the punches. The truth-seeking balls continuously filled the gaps, while Kakashi persistently shifted them away. In the next moment, a black eye pattern appeared on Kakashi's face, and without Kamui's assistance, the truth-seeking balls finally enveloped Indra, thwarting the attacks from Guy and Dai. I see. Your eyes are a pair. Alas, if only you had a moment more before Kamui's time expired. Outside, Obito and Kakashi, under Indra's control, were drawn into the Kamui dimension. Madara approached Ichiraku. Ice release, boy. According to the tablet, when one possessing the power of reincarnation approaches the moon, the eyes for the infinite Tsukuyomi will awaken. Madara-senpai. The power of the 8 gates extends beyond this. Behold, they will illustrate what it means to be a genius through sheer effort, the true mortal form that slaughters deities. Dai's body began to falter under the effects of the 8th gate. In the distance, Dai assumed a starting position, his final chakra igniting wildly as a blood-red dragon surged towards Indra. The truth-seeking ball shattered beneath this strike, causing the very fabric of space to distort, disrupting Kamui's functionality. Chapter 107. Reconciliation. As the haze dissipated, Dai lay on the ground, his body charred, with only a faint glimmer of chakra remaining, precariously sustaining his life. Night Kai. Before Indra could catch his breath, an even larger crimson dragon charged towards him once more. The Tao Stone could not be gathered in time, and the space-time ninjutsu was ineffective in the distorted realm. The red dragon engulfed the already wounded Indra, leaving only half of his body sprawled on the ground at the end of a deep trench. A pool of black liquid swiftly enveloped his remaining half. Indra's fading vitality stabilized, and the vanishing part of his body began to mend slowly. Obito emerged from the space-time realm, transporting the gravely injured Indra into it. So it is, the 8 gates of Duenjia, a technique of mutual destruction. Who would have imagined such an intriguing phenomenon would arise after thousands of years? Alas, this ability can be employed but once. What will you use to thwart me next time? Within the space-time realm, having absorbed Obito's memories, Indra felt a sense of relief. In the entire shinobi world, only those two had the capability to open the Death Gate. Once he recuperated, he would soar into the skies to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, at which point all chakra would be his to command. Outside the space-time realm, the allied ninja were still enraptured by the astonishing combat prowess displayed by Dai and Kai. How formidable! I once mocked his attire. Are the ninjas of Konoha truly this extraordinary? Now, let us gather our spirits and depart. This is no longer a battlefield we can partake in. We must head to our own battleground. Led by the 4 Kage, the allied ninjas hastened away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Itachi remained, his Sharingan S3 Tomo quietly losing their radiance, while the once charred forms of Kai and Dai stood unscathed beside him. Curiously, Kai shook his arms. Though Lord Orochimaru had mentioned it before, experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of miraculous. Witnessing the successful technique, Tsunade hurried to replace Itachi's eyes, while Fugaku behind her held a sealing scroll containing at least 20 more Sharingan. Itachi, do not hesitate to use them. This time, I have brought the clan's reserves, and there are plenty of Sharingan to go around. Madara was eager to face these seemingly comical masters of taijutsu, yet in such times, he refrained from causing chaos. After all, that fellow would likely take some time to emerge. Madara resolved to check on Hashirama and Nagato instead. The allied ninjas, under the guidance of the 4 Kage, reached a mountain where a colossal blue chakra cannon loomed atop. Orochimaru emerged from behind the cannon, pulling out numerous tubes. You merely need to channel your chakra into these. I shall handle the rest. A raised hand. AI eagerly picked up a tube and remarked to Orochimaru, truly, you are a master of your craft. This chakra cannon has transformed remarkably in just a few days. Orochimaru took his place at the control panel, fine-tuning the cannon. Thanks to the research materials obtained from the Land of Snow, I was able to complete this transformation in mere days. The chakra from the allied ninjas, combined with that of the Three Tails and Nine Tails, would be sufficient to forge 3 powerful chakra projectiles. With Raikage leading the charge, the ninjas followed suit, channeling chakra into the tubes until they finally forged a single projectile. Kushina, allow me. Today, I shall teach this child a lesson on behalf of the old man. Kushina and Rin stepped forward, taking a chakra tube to charge the cannon. When the last remnants of tailed beast chakra were infused, the chakra cannon was finally fully charged. Exhausted, the thousands of allied ninjas collapsed on the mountainside, even Kushina's Nine Tails growing emaciated from chakra depletion, while the Three Tails fell into a state of slumber. Now, we truly have nothing left. The Nine Tails lay weakly within the ceiling space, and Kushina offered comfort, stroking its fur. Meanwhile, Madara arrived at Hashirama's side, who knelt on the ground, his condition so poor that he could scarcely rise. Edo Tensei does not grant true infinite chakra. In the original tale, even Edo Tensei Minato was rendered incapable of using Flying Thunder God due to insufficient chakra. Hashirama's chakra had been completely drained by Indra, leaving him unable to recover his mobility. How pitiful, Hashirama. Madara slumped beside him, the actions of Korezetsu now clearly indicating his traitorous identity. In the end, everything was a fade. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a deception, the inscriptions on the tablet were false, and even the so-called self-will was an illusion. Reflecting on his life, perhaps the only genuine thing was the Konoha village he had once forsaken. Hashirama merely gazed at him in bewilderment, while Madara truly found himself in a disheveled state. Hashirama, I was wrong this time. It was the first time Hashirama had witnessed such a side of Uchiha Madara, whose once proud demeanor now bore the weight of regret. Come back. Madara, there has never been a traitor named Uchiha Madara in Konoha. Hashirama, drawing upon an unknown strength, placed his hand on Madara's shoulder, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed at him. Under the intensity of Hashirama's gaze, Madara turned his head away. All right. If not for Hashirama sitting beside him, Madara's voice would scarcely have been audible. Ha ha ha, it's settled then. Once this war concludes, you shall return to Konoha as a ninja of Konoha. Madara stood, placing his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, nodding affirmatively as a surge of powerful chakra flowed from his arm into Hashirama's body. With the infusion of chakra, Hashirama gradually regained his ability to move. Let us go. Let the enemies witness the might of the Shura of the shinobi world and the god of ninjas. Chapter 108, Kagaya Indra. Having merely absorbed a vast amount of chakra from Hashirama Senju without implanting any cells, exhibits a significantly slower recovery rate than the original Uchiha Madara. Upon emerging from the Kimui dimension, he finds Guy and Dai glaring at him, poised to activate the 8th gate and unleash the 8 gates of Biton technique once more. As the two prepare to initiate the 8 gates of Biton, they pause, slowly turning towards Itachi and Hinata, maintaining their stance for the deadly activation. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi, having exited the Kimui space, comprehend the unfolding situation and are ready to transport the others when Hinata interjects, urging them not to send them in just yet. Itachi once again forms the hand seals for Izanagi, ensnaring Guy and Dai in a dreamlike state, rendering everything as if it had never transpired. A colossal ice wall envelopes everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata hastens Obito to transport the group into the Kimui dimension, having gathered sufficient intelligence on the opposing technique. Hinata initially intends to engage Indra for a brief period, yet Indra, lacking any desire to continue the confrontation, soars into the sky. As he approaches the moon, a Tomo-ridden Rinnegan opens upon his forehead. All the chakra is mine. Father, I shall prove to you that I am your most exceptional son, the one truly fit to inherit the legacy of the shinobi. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Utilizing sage art, ice crystal armor, Hinata envelopes himself in protective armor to guard against the infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, the moon manifests the image of Indra's Tomo Rinnegan, radiating a blinding white light. Countless titanic trees erupt from the ground, binding those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi, suspending them upside down as their chakra gradually seeps into Indra's being. Chakra. The chakra flows incessantly into my body. Father, do you see? I am the strongest. In the distance, Orochimaru, situated within the chakra cannon, takes aim at the sky where Indra hovers. I see it. As Orochimaru presses the button, an immense amount of chakra converges at the cannon's mouth. launching a chakra projectile. The high-velocity chakra orb strikes Indra with precision, its force surpassing that of the Ten Tails tail beast bomb by several magnitudes. The shockwave from the explosion sends Hinata spiraling far away. Though Indra survives the assault, he is grievously wounded, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Kagaya's black zetsu spreads from his sleeve, enveloping his body. Indra, believing that black zetsu intends to heal him, offers no resistance until a searing pain jolts him to awareness. Ha ha ha. I have finally fulfilled the conditions of possessing the majority of the chakra from the ninja world, the power of yin and yang, and the body of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Mother, you shall be resurrected at last. Indra, now swollen into a sphere, is consumed by hatred and regret. He is acutely aware of his uncle's ill intentions, yet, lulled by power, he lowers his guard, allowing his uncle to succeed. Following Indra's exit, the primary antagonist transitions to the third phase. Kagaya Otsutsuki makes her appearance. While the true strength of Ishiki and Kinshiki remains uncertain, Kagaya's overwhelming presence eclipses that of 10 Uchiha combined. Kagaya-senpai, I am well aware of your tale. I believe we can engage in a fruitful discussion. Regarding the other Otsutsuki, Kagaya's pupils constrict at Hinata's words, yet her movements remain unimpeded as more chakra flows through the branches of the trees into her form. There is no necessity for discussion. I shall transform you all into white zetsu, my strength against our kin. You need only to obediently provide me with chakra. If reason fails, then I shall subdue you first and negotiate afterward. Sage art, ice release, eternal sin ice prison. The icy crystals continuously envelop Kagaya, expanding relentlessly, but alas, they are shattered by her taijutsu. Had the Hyuga inherited even a fraction of Kagaya's physical prowess, they would not have been subjugated by the Uchiha for so long. Even without the Manjiki Sharingan, the Hyuga find it challenging to best an opponent of equal caliber from the Uchiha clan. Sage art, ice element restoration, ice prison dragon, trident dragon. As chakra surges forth, the fallen trident dragon rises anew like a phoenix. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha arrive on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke observe the conflict from a distance, prepared to expend the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths to forcibly enhance their combat strength and seal Kagaya should Hinata and the others falter. The 80-god airstrike strikes before Madara's Susanoo can even land, rendering it asunder under Kagaya's assault. Within the crumbling Susanoo, Madara and Hashirama tumble from the sky. Madara. This foe is indeed extraordinary. It is my first experience witnessing Susanoo being dismantled so forcefully. Madara turns to Hashirama, recalling unpleasant memories, dismissing the thought with a sigh. Kagaya swiftly obliterates the nearby trident dragon and seizes both Madara and Hashirama. Hyuga, Atri, my children. Witnessing this, Hinata shouts skyward, "Look, Elder Sage of Six Paths." A mother's love for her children is eternal. Even after all these years, she still holds love for you. As Hinata's words echo, Kagaya's hair constricts around Madara and Hashirama, crushing them into oblivion. Perhaps, at this moment, hatred outweighs love. Hinata's quip seems to incite Kagaya's wrath, as several protrusions emerge from her back, launching a bone projectile towards Hinata. Chapter 109. Apology. In the midst of the battle, Kagaya found herself confronted by Kagaya's son, Black Zetsu, who had taken refuge in her sleeve. He began to unleash a formidable technique, a fusion of all chakra attributes, a bloodline that far surpassed anything deemed a mere bloodline limit. Kagaya, perplexed as to why Black Zetsu felt the need to explain his moves, allowed him to continue. As the technique, Kongsha Huigue, soared through the air, it was abruptly halted by an ice wall. The moment the bones made contact, they disintegrated into ashes, taking the ice wall down with them. The sheer terror of this technique was undeniable. Perhaps in a moment of compassion, Kagaya had refrained from utilizing the Six Paths chakra when she shattered Madara and Hashirama, allowing them to recover. Hashirama, crouched on the ground with a twig in hand, poked at the shards of the ice wall, astonished. He was well aware of the hardness of the ice crystals, and this wall, even against Susanoo, would not be easily breached. Yet, it had shattered upon a mere small bone. In the distance, Orochimaru sensed Kagaya's immense chakra and licked his lips in excitement. With his sights set, he launched the remaining chakra projectiles towards Kagaya's location and hurried to the battlefield. The legendary goddess of the moon, the progenitor of chakra, he was eager to study her. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, a warning surged through her body, urging her to flee before misfortune struck. The next moment, a piercing sound filled the air. Black Zetsu was all too familiar with it. recalling how Indra had been injured by his ambush only moments before. "Mother, quickly, leave this place. This is weaponry crafted by those ninjas." The chakra cannonballs, now visible to the naked eye, hurtled toward Kaguya, who sought refuge in her Tenshin SH-10. However, before she could raise her hand, the black ice ensnared her in place, thwarting her chakra flow and interrupting her technique. Kaguya attempted to shatter the black ice, but its sealing ability severely hampered her speed in utilizing ninjutsu. As Ito enveloped himself in elemental armor, layer upon layer of protection shielded him. "Times have changed," he declared. Once the first chakra projectile landed, Kaguya summoned all her available chakra to shield herself. An explosion ensued, creating a massive crater in the ground. Gasping for breath, Kaguya realized that defending against that projectile had drained her significantly. She needed to absorb more chakra through infinite Tsukuyami. Before she could catch her breath, a second projectile was already on its way. At this distance, she could not use Tenshin SH-10 in time, and once again, she had to gather chakra to defend against the incoming attack. Another explosion rocked the battlefield, and Ito, blood trickling from his lips, leaped out of the gourd-shaped crater. The force of the two blasts had wounded him as well. Hashirama and Madara, having recovered, gazed at the vast crater below, numb to the spectacle. So many new entities had emerged in the shinobi world since their demise. When Orochimaru arrived, he beheld Ito, who was recovering, alongside the crater filled with black ice. It seemed the battle had come to a close, and he mused that his laboratory would soon have a new and satisfying specimen. However, Ito shook his head. With his Kagura Shingon fully activated, he sensed that Kaguya and Black Zetsu had vacated the crater. "Kaguya-senpai, please emerge. Your concealment is futile before a sensing ninja." As Ito's voice echoed, Kaguya ascended from the ground. Utilizing the Mayfly technique, Black Zetsu had never found such utility in this jutsu before. Kaguya had attempted to destroy the black ice with Kongsha Huigue, yet the level of black ice pressing down on her was on par with her technique, rendering it ineffective. Ultimately, it was Black Zetsu who invoked the Mayfly technique to escape the pit. Upon returning to solid ground, Kaguya's gaze fell upon Orochimaru. "Uzumaki. No. You are not him." Kaguya recoiled in fright before quickly regaining her composure, her expression filled with wariness. Ito was baffled, pondering the situation. What is this? Lady Kaguya is undeniably powerful, yet remains oblivious? "Kaguya-senpai," he continued, "Uzumaki has perished at our hands. I believe we can discuss other, more intriguing matters, such as the Akatsuki clan." Kaguya's expression grew serious with each word Ito spoke. After ambushing Ishiki and seizing the fruit, Kaguya had been so focused on defending against her clan members that she had not pondered these questions. Ishiki's ocular powers enabled him to enlarge and shrink himself and inanimate objects. Following his ambush, he had survived by shrinking and residing within a monk. The Ten Tails, incomplete due to its consumption by the Akatsuki, had failed to drain all the energy from the shinobi world. Kaguya's once hostile gaze towards Ito softened, replaced by confusion. "How did you know this?" Ito chose not to answer her question, instead continuing, "Do you not find it unreasonable that infinite Tsukuyami, as a technique for gathering chakra, is employed in this manner?" Kaguya looked at Ito and Orochimaru, then nodded vigorously. "I believe we can transform infinite Tsukuyami into a platform that consumes chakra for its activation, harnessing illusion techniques to manifest capabilities unattainable in the real world. In doing so, we can not only harvest the chakra of the strong, but also bolster the strength of the shinobi world to combat the encroaching Akatsuki clan." Kaguya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing her intrigue. Ito's existence had illuminated the potential of humanity. A myriad of white Zetsu could not compare to a single Ito. "An enemy of my enemy is my friend." Perhaps humanity could indeed stand against her clan. "Furthermore, there is someone else who wishes to speak with you." Kaguya tilted her head, embodying the quintessential naive innocence. As Ito's voice faded, the Sage of Six Paths materialized before Kaguya. Yui. Upon the sage's arrival, tears welled in Kaguya's eyes, the centuries of yearning for her son ultimately eclipsing her resentment. "Mother, I am sorry." Chapter 110. The Sage of Six Paths had prepared many words to say, but upon seeing his mother, all his thoughts became lodged in his throat, ultimately condensing into a simple apology. Kaguya, witnessing the Sage of Six Paths reduced to mere essence and chakra, felt a pang of sorrow. However, upon realizing his condition was relatively stable, her affection for her son began to dwindle rapidly. While the sage pondered how to apologize to his mother, Kagaya's hand, imbued with six paths chakra, came crashing down upon him. The first technique to emerge in the ninja world was Kagaya's loving palm, which was said to have a similar effect to Cap's iron fist of love. With each strike, Kagaya found herself increasingly invigorated, releasing centuries of pin-up rage. The blue nine-tails within Ichihara took delight in the spectacle, exclaiming, "Yes, strike his face. I remember when Mito caught her granddaughter at the gambling den like this. Trying to make up for a lost childhood, ha ha ha." Kagaya's chakra was not particularly potent, and her slaps, while painful, could not inflict any real harm on the sage. Thus, Ichihara did not intervene. It was beneficial for Kagaya to express her long-held grievances. After a few hours, Kagaya descended from the Sage of Six Paths, brushing off the dust from her attire before approaching Ichihara once more. "You mentioned that Ishiki is still alive. Where is he?" Ichihara pointed to the fallen sage nearby. Knowing he was aware, Kagaya kicked the downed sage, admonishing, "I barely exerted any effort. Do not lie there feigning death." The blue nine-tails within Ichihara laughed heartily as the sage, after receiving 2 kicks, promptly rose to lead Kagaya. Along the way, the sage patted Ichihara's shoulder, expressing his approval and gratitude. While it seemed the sage was guiding Kagaya and Ichihara, in reality, his chakra had already infiltrated Ichihara's body. "You seem quite pleased, Kurama, today. I shall help you reclaim that part of your lost childhood." In the ceiling space, the youthful blue nine-tails offered no resistance against the sage, who grasped its neck with his left hand while delivering slaps with his right. Ichihara, observing the scene, followed the group toward Ishiki's location. Due to the infinite Tsukuyami, Ishiki's chakra was easily distinguishable. Ichihara entered Sage mode and placed his hands on the ground, summoning Sage Art, Ice Element Summoning, Ice Barrier Dragon, Heavenly Spear Dragon. Sage Art, Ice Element Summoning, Ice Barrier Dragon, Light Spear Dragon. Sage Art, Ice Element Summoning, Ice Barrier Dragon, Trident Dragon. Under Ichihara's deliberate control, 3 dragons materialized at the battlefield's corners. Emerging from the frost gate, the massive dragons unleashed a breath of icy mist towards the sky, forming a hemispherical barrier that absorbed Kagaya's earlier lesson from the earth. The ground itself was blanketed in a layer of the barrier. Sage Art, Black Ice. Upon Ichihara's touch, the barrier turned black. Orochimaru, witnessing this, recalled the future barrier that had once trapped the Uchiha clan, recognizing the resemblance. This barrier could nullify all space ninjutsu. Let us seek out Ishiki now. The group utilized Ichihara's Kagura Shingon to reach Ishiki's parasitic host, Jigen. They found Ishiki perched high, holding a cup of wine, exuding an air of elegance. "Kagaya,